Chapter 501. Master a violent arm dedicated to the world government to counterbalance the Navy. This is what most of the world's top leaders think now. And this can also greatly counter the increasing pirate power. Since Roger's words before his death in 1498 AD, the power of the Navy has gradually lost its dominance over pirates on the sea. This gave the world government a headache. The constant complaints from the franchised countries made Woloxing urgently need a violent organization belonging to the world government. Although the Navy is too, it won't work if the Navy is too powerful. Okay, this matter hasn't come out yet, maybe the Navy will win. Seeing that the two of them were quarreling more and more fiercely, Peter Saint quickly came out to smooth things over. However, his position clearly supports Maz Shang's proposal. Seeing Saint Pitt being so protective, Saint Nasharang immediately looked at Saint Satan, who was silent. Saint, please tell me, what should we do about this matter? Saint Nasharang looked at Saint Tansa and said. As the only two of the 5 old stars who control violent institutions, Saint Satan, who controls the CP organization, is obviously closer to Saint Nashaling. In the past, the two often acted together. But this time Saint Satan did not speak. Mainly due to the battle in the Valley of the Gods, the battle to encircle and suppress the Roger pirates, and the intervention in the battles between the New Worlds, the CP in the hands of Saint Satan was greatly damaged, and the high-end combat power was reduced to 10%. As a result, nowadays, when it is inconvenient for some navy to appear, the only way to solve the problem is to dispatch the God's Guard. CP0 is like a decoration. This has given Saint Satan very little say among the 5 old stars in recent years. Seeing Saint Satan, he remained silent. Saint Nazho Lang understood that they had colluded. Okay. I want to see if you, the King Shichibukai, can succeed, or if you will shoot yourself in the foot. Nezushiro Shingchi sat down with a groan. Except for himself, all the 5 old stars agreed with this matter. What else he said had already been decided. What else needed to be said? You can't bother Master Im for such a trivial matter. Isn't this telling Master Imu that he and others are incompetent? After seeing that Nazho Langshang did not move, Maz Shang's goatee curled up and the corners of his mouth raised. Well, it's actually useless for us to discuss it now. We are just taking precautions before it happens. The Navy's action plan has just begun. If the Navy succeeds, there will be no need for King Shichibukai. When Maz Shang said this, he obviously didn't believe it. It wasn't that he looked down on the Navy, but that the New World now was not just the pirates of the past. Groupization has already occurred, and it is developing more and more into the form of political power. Among them, the Big Mom pirates are the most similar, having started their country a few years ago. The Navy built a kingdom of all nations in Totland, and wanted to collect all species in the world into this kingdom. Although a bit ridiculous, this is indeed the formation of a political power. A huge group formed by blood. The same goes for the Whitebeard pirates and the Rockefeller pirates. Whitebeard used family ties as a bond to form the largest Whitebeard pirates in the New World, with tens of thousands of crew members under his command. Dozens of affiliated pirate groups collectively call Whitebeard Dad, which is also a concentration of political power. But this is tied to Edward Newgate the Whitebeard. As long as Whitebeard dies, the behemoth Whitebeard pirates will collapse without a trace of threat. At least it's much less of a threat than the Big Mom pirates. Compared to these two pirate groups, the only one that Maz Saint takes seriously is the Rockefeller pirates. This pirate group is completely an organized and disciplined group force. Among this force, some are bound by blood and family ties, some are bound by personal worship, and some exist because of interests. It can be described as a hodgepodge. But it is such a hodgepodge that makes the Rockefeller pirates the most troublesome. It owns the largest territory in the New World, and the economy produced by its subordinates makes the world governments greedy. And there are many strong ones. Not to mention the children of Rockefeller Charlotte, just the separation of the old men of the Rockefeller pirates is enough to establish a 3 emperors pirates. The old subordinates headed by Douglas Barrett are all world-famous veterans. Rising stars such as Esteth, Caesar and Tesla, who have emerged in the sea in recent years, gathered around Rockefeller Charlotte. Coupled with the swordsman group that is not weaker than the elite navy, they are worthy of being called the Ironwalled Pirates. Although the Rockefeller pirates usually keep a low profile, their captain, Rockefeller Charlotte, often stays on the island and is relatively friendly to the world government. The friendliness here is willing to do business with the world government. But none of the children under his command are peaceful. He comes out to do things every 3 days. Every incident can make everyone nervous. I am deeply afraid of another war that will change the world structure. especially the weak forces in the New World sandwiched between them. If you are not careful, you will be crushed by the general trend. Saint Mas's comfort did not make Saint Nashowling relax. In fact, Nashiro Sage is happy to see Sora's plan come to fruition, as it can also weaken the Navy's strength. Suppressing the Navy is what every 5 old stars have to do. The reason why Nazho Langsheng objects is because the other 3 5 old stars want to share his power. It has always been his duty to fight against pirates. How could he not be angry when 3 people suddenly intervened? Seeing that Saint Nasholang showed no reaction at all, Saint Maz was not angry at all. What he has to do has been arranged. He just waits for the Navy to be defeated in the New World. Even if it is a tie, he must continue to implement the King's Shichibukai. The world government's internal meeting is over. Everyone left with their own thoughts. Regarding the Navy's actions, the world government simply acted indifferently. Let Admiral Sara develop. Without the obstruction of the world government. The Navy's accumulation over the years quickly made due preparations. Another large-scale buildup of the Navy has made everyone around the world nervous. Dark clouds are gathering in the New World. All the pirates felt a sense of suffocation. They had a hunch that the Navy was going to launch an operation against the New World this time. The Navy, which has endured for 5 years, is about to enter a new world again. It was another bloodbath. The Rockefeller pirates, who were closest to the Red Earth continent, were the first to become vigilant. Charlotte also came out of the gentle village. Faced with this large-scale change in the Navy, Charlotte was mentally prepared and did not panic too much. Chapter 502 Everyone's Thoughts Before the War. What's the reaction from the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates? Looking at the people who were rushing to the front line, Charlotte looked at Carter and asked. Carter paused for a moment. Currently, neither the Whitebeard pirates nor the Big Mom pirates have taken any action. Instead, they have shrunk their defenses and mobilized all the troops deployed around our sea area, as if they were watching a show. Carter analyzed. Charlotte smiled bitterly after hearing this. This is an expression of dissatisfaction with us. They are all watching the show. They will only take action when we can no longer hold on, waiting for an opportunity to plunder the territory. Charlotte's words made all the surrounding officers of the Rockefeller pirates frown. In recent years, the Rockefeller pirates, apart from the invasion of Impel Prison that shocked the world, have started to develop in a low-key manner and never stir up trouble. Charlotte has not been out of Kame Island in the past few years. Even so, the other 2 pirate groups were still extremely vigilant. Who allowed them to occupy the most territory in the New World? Sitting in the center of the New World, they are also islands rich in resources. Every year, you can make a lot of money just by selling resources. 70% of the transport ships transporting various resources on the sea are related to the Rockefeller pirates. This is enough to make anyone jealous. Even Whitebeard, who owed Charlotte a favor, was jealous. As we all know, the Whitebeard pirates are the poorest, and it can be seen that they are so poor that they have to attach themselves to the pirates for support. Under such circumstances, everyone wanted to see the joke of the Rockefeller pirates get beaten up by the Navy and shrink down, so that they could wait for an opportunity to take a bite. The overlord of this sea will never be their pirates, but the Navy. The strength possessed by the Navy cannot be resisted by any pirate group. Even Xia Luo's decades of accumulation are still not as good as the Navy's hundreds of years of accumulation. Be prepared to abandon the islands near the Red Continent and be prepared to cut your flesh. This battle will be difficult. Charlotte sighed. He was confident of winning this battle, but the losses were absolutely huge. The reason why I am confident is that the great pirates in the New World will never sit back and watch the Rockefeller pirates be wiped out by the Navy. Let's put it this way, the Rockefeller pirates can die at the hands of other pirates in the New World, but they must not die at the hands of the Navy. Fighting against the Navy is the common goal of all New World pirates. This is like the code of the pirates. Even if the conflict between the 2 pirates is fierce, they must be consistent in facing the Navy. That's the rule. Asshole. Robert and others clenched their fists after hearing this. Very dissatisfied with the other 2 pirate groups' actions that were obviously adding insult to injury. But there was nothing we could do. You can't fight with them first. Do you want me to make a move? Asked the Red Earl, who was holding an umbrella at the side. After hearing this, Charlotte took a deep look at the Red Earl and then shook his head. You can't take action. If you take action, our Rockefeller pirates will definitely die. Charlotte said solemnly. They can accept a Rockefeller pirates with the strength of the 2 emperors, but they will never allow a Rockefeller pirates with the strength of the 3 emperors. If the Red Earl joins this early war between the Rockefeller pirates and the Navy, then the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates will definitely sit back and watch the Rockefeller pirates be killed by the Navy. It is even possible to unite the Navy to kill the Rockefeller pirates. This is traditional for pirates. The original Roger pirates and Rock's pirates were both real in the hearts of the older generation. Coincidentally, Whitebeard, Charlotte Lingling and Charlotte were still spectators. Therefore, Charlotte will never allow the Red Earl to take action. The Red Count fell silent after hearing this. Although he really wanted to fight with his good friend Charlotte, reality would never allow him to act recklessly. Leave Kame Island to me. The Red Earl looked at Charlotte with a smile and said. Guard Kame Island for Charlotte to prevent Xiao Xiao's gang from disturbing her. Charlotte smiled after hearing this. Thanks. The Red Earl also laughed. The emergency mobilization of the Rockefeller pirates was also noticed by other pirate groups. Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick. Marco asked, holding the information in his hand. What else can we do? Of course, let's watch them fight to the death, and then our Whitebeard pirates will go up and catch them all, unify the new world, and Daddy will become the Pirate King. Whitebeard had not yet answered Marco's words. After hearing this, the other crew members immediately gathered around Whitebeard and said, Dad, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The Rockefeller pirates are our biggest enemy on the road to the Whitebeard pirates. As long as the Navy destroys the Rockefeller pirates, our Whitebeard pirates can annex the Rockefeller pirates' territory, and when the time comes to deal with the severely weakened Navy, our Whitebeard pirates will be #1 in the world. The young radical crew member looked at Whitebeard and said excitedly. In his opinion, the Navy will be severely damaged after dealing with the Rockefeller pirates. When the Whitebeard pirates pass by, they will annex the Rockefeller pirates and repel the Navy in one fell swoop. While the Navy has suffered heavy losses and is unable to build a new world, it will kill the Big Mom pirates. The Whitebeard pirates will dominate the new world. Become the next true pirate king after Roger, the Pirate King. By then, no matter what one piece or big secret treasure it is, it will no longer matter. The Whitebeard pirates who dominate the new world will surely become a more legendary pirate group than the Roger pirates. Whitebeard smiled when he heard the excited expressions on the crew members' faces. Kula la 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 la, kids, the strength of the Navy is not as simple as you think. It is still a bit difficult for our Whitebeard pirates to face the Navy. Whitebeard sighed. This sigh is not only a sigh for the overlord Navy of this sea, but also a sigh for the arrogance and ignorance of his sons. If the Rockefeller pirates are destroyed, how long can the Whitebeard pirates survive? As Edward Newgate, a white-bearded man who has traversed the sea for decades, he is very aware of the strength of the Navy. Dad, what should we do about this? Marco was obviously aware of the difficulty of this matter. He looked at his father with some worry in his eyes. Help, I must help, but not right away. Don't I owe Rockefeller Charlotte a favor? I'll pay it back this time. Chapter 503 Everyone's Thoughts Before the War. Whitebeard looked at the calm sea in the distance and sighed slightly in his heart. The sea is going to be turbulent again. Then he glanced at the excited sons. This time, Dad will do his best to protect you. Recalling the war more than 10 years ago, the Whitebeard pirates encountered their first war just 3 or 4 years after their establishment. The successive attacks by the Sky Pirates and the Navy caused the Whitebeard pirates to suffer heavy losses. A large number of young children died in that war. Since that time, Whitebeard has been trying his best to avoid any war. But this time there was no way to avoid it. Always monitor the movements of the Rockefeller pirates and provide immediate support if they are defeated. Whitebeard looked at the many sons standing in front of him. Marco, Josie, Bista, and many other cadres. This time, we will use our fists to tell the Navy that the new world is definitely not something the Navy can touch. Whitebeard knocked Song Yunxia in his hand. There was a dull sound. Yes, Dad. All the officers, including the crew, looked at the tower-like figure standing in front of them and said. The Whitebeard pirates began an emergency assembly. Affiliated pirate groups scattered throughout the New World gathered together. The situation in the New World instantly became tense. Even if the Navy does not provide any explanation, the Navy's actions cannot be concealed. How can we carry out such a big move so blatantly? Everyone knows that the target is the New World. The 3 major pirate groups in the New World, the Rockefeller pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, took action one after another. Of the 3 big pirate groups, only the Big Mom pirates seemed to be showing no signs of action. The actions of the Big Mom pirates were limited to those children of the Charlotte family who became vigilant. But Charlotte Lingling, the captain of the Big Mom pirates, did not make any move. Mom, the Whitebeard pirates and Rockefeller pirates in the New World have already taken action to deal with the Navy. It is clear that Whitebeard will support the Rockefeller pirates to jointly deal with the Navy. Are our Big Mom pirates going to do what? Katakuri looked helpless in his eyes as his mother sat on the throne and ate cake, but she continued. Well, the Navy is entering a new world. Charlotte Lingling stopped eating the cake, her eyes glowing red. The new world is not something that the Navy can set foot in. I am a pirate. Charlotte Lingling said something meaningless. But this sentence also made Katakuri breathe a sigh of relief. If the Big Mom pirates don't show their reaction to this naval action, then the Big Mom pirates will not be able to gain a foothold in the new world. Everyone must be hostile to them, which will be very detrimental to the Big Mom pirates, but fortunately, Mom is not confused about this matter. Be prepared. When will that old man with white beard take action? We are following him. Don't stand out and let that boy Charlotte suffer a lot. Well. Charlotte Lingling laughed out loud at the end. Charlotte Lingling was happy to see that boy Charlotte looking deflated. There is no way, Charlotte Lingling has never taken advantage of Charlotte since she faced off with the Rockefeller pirates, which makes Charlotte Lingling, who has always been petty, very dissatisfied. Yes. After hearing this, Katakuri bowed slightly and retreated. Now Katakuri is not only the most powerful force of the Big Mom pirates besides the captain, he is also the big butler of the Big Mom pirates. Everything up and down is arranged by Katakuri. If anything happens, Katakuri will be the first to arrive. This made Katakuri very tired. In addition, his death from the Rockefeller pirates has been harassing the border in recent years, which makes Katakuri even more annoyed. There is no benefit if you win, but if you lose, you will lose your territory. As for capturing his death, Katakuri was not ready for an all-out war with the Rockefeller pirates. Only those who have truly understood the Rockefeller pirates know the horror of the Rockefeller pirates. This kind of terror is not reflected in the Captain Rockefeller Charlotte. It was experienced by the entire Rockefeller pirates. Whether it is the crew or the officers, they are all unmatched by the Big Mom pirates now. Katakuri went out. Immediately summoned all the cadres and ministers of the Big Mom pirates. Mom has agreed to this cooperation to deal with the Navy's invasion of the New World. Now it depends on when the Navy will launch the offensive, but we have to take action when the Rockefeller pirates are about to lose their hold, in order to achieve benefits. Maximize and limit the power of the Rockefeller pirates. Katakuri looked at the many older brothers, sisters and younger brothers, as well as some of the officers and affiliated captains who had joined the Big Mom pirates. Don't worry, brother Katakuri, we will listen to you in everything. After hearing the news, Owen and others patted their chests and said. The corners of Katakuri's mouth rose, but the mouth was hidden in the scarf and could not be seen. The new world fell into complete silence. Even the small pirate groups sandwiched between the three major pirate groups have recently stopped and watched the changes in the new world. The calm sea is like the calm before the storm. Everyone is waiting for the Navy to take action. And the Navy did not disappoint everyone. A large group of warships are constantly gathering from all four seas and the first half of the Great Route. There is a big move to gather all the strength of the Navy. But only the Navy itself knows that it is just mobilizing the elites of various branches. For the success of this operation, Navy Marshal Kong has basically staked everything in the Navy, including his own political career. If it fails, the Navy will no longer be able to enter the new world within 10 or even 10 years. Then there are only two ways waiting for him. One is to take all the blame and resign, and the other is to completely let the Navy sink under the world government and become a sharp blade of the world government. And he will make the Navy's 800 years of accumulation disappear. This is a gamble on politics. But from the outside, Sara didn't think he would lose. The entire strength of the Navy is obviously greater than that of the pirates. Today's new world is only supported by the three great pirates, Edward Newgate Whitebeard, Charlotte Rockefeller and Charlotte Lingling. This is the Navy's most promising opportunity to regain the new world, and Sara really doesn't want to miss it. Once he misses it, he will really be laid off with shame. Marshal, everything has been summoned. Warring States walked behind the Marshal worriedly and said. Chapter 504 Everyone's Thoughts Before the War. Sara breathed a sigh of relief looking at Sengoku's tired expression. Thank you for your hard work, Warring States. Sara patted Sengoku on the shoulder and said. We will do whatever it takes for the sake of justice. Sengoku immediately puffed up his chest and said. Okay, no matter whether you succeed or fail this time, when you come back, be ready to hand over the Navy. The Navy will still have to be handed over to young people like you. Even though Sengoku is already in his mid to late 60s, he still looks extremely young to Sora. Marshal. Warring States looked a little moved after hearing this. I've been sitting at the top of the Navy for a long time, and I can't sit down any longer, you know? Sora smiled softly. Starting from the Admiral of the Navy, Sora has always been the top leader of the Navy. As pirates become more and more powerful on the sea, the strength of the Navy continues to grow every year. Been the leader for so many years. Of course Kong knew what the above thought. If he sat down in this position again, wouldn't the Navy become his own? The higher-ups will never agree with this. For this large-scale naval operation, Kong was not completely prepared in his heart, but he had no time to prepare. I must make a satisfactory retirement report in the last few years. This war has been serving politics from the beginning. The Navy and the world government are fighting, and he is just a promoter. If you win, you will be laid off. If you lose, let it be left to the next generation of the Warring States period to solve the problem. Sora looked at the port of Marinefant. Warships are lined up neatly on the sea. The flag was flying, and the seagull flag representing justice was flying in the sky. Garp, Zifa, Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru stood on the port, commanding the scene. One by one, the sailors were carrying ammunition to the warship. Everyone's expression is so serious and serious. These are the last elite of the Navy. Sengoku stood behind Sora and watched this scene. Marshal, there is news from the New World. The Rockefeller Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates are showing signs of joining forces. However, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates have not made any move yet. They seem to be waiting. What? He walked over with the documents of the New World and said. Kong's face immediately darkened after hearing this. They had a good plan. They wanted to wait until we weakened the Rockefeller Pirates before they took advantage of troubled waters. But they made a wrong plan. This time, our Navy will completely wipe out all the seas in the New World. Thief. Sora's body immediately exuded the unique domineering energy of a Navy Marshal. Let he and Sengoku stand up straight immediately. Definitely. The two said in unison. And the voice spread quickly. All the Navy who heard the words must win shouted. Definitely. The shouts echoed through the sky, impacting the entire naval headquarters. Sora's fists clenched. Definitely. Two words slowly came out of his mouth. The Navy sprang into action. Large-scale warships headed towards the passage connecting the New World. With such a large scale, the Navy couldn't hide it even if it wanted to. Kong simply raised the banner with great fanfare. Reclaim the New World. On the Chambord Islands. Rayleigh was dressed in shabby clothes and held a coated tool in his hand. Looking at the warship in the distance, his eyes flashed slightly. Garp, who was standing on the Navy ship, seemed to sense something. Wei Wei looked at the defense line of Shampoo Islands, but didn't see anything. Garp, can the Navy succeed this time? Zifa walked over with his arms crossed and looked at the sea in the distance. Zifa, who was forced over by the Marshal, was not optimistic about this attack. It will be fine in a few years. When Akainu and the others have fully grown up and are reclaiming the New World, then maybe the chances will be higher. Ha 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 ha. How do I know? Never mind him. When I see the pirates, I will punch them one by one. Garp was obviously pretending to be stupid again. He kept stuffing the donuts in his hands into his mouth. Sigh, I don't know how many of them I can go back to this time. Zifa looked around. Zifa knew every general on the warship, and most of them were his students. If all the soldiers in the Navy headquarters are moving towards Garp, targeting Garp, the naval hero, then basically all the middle and low-level generals and even the top leaders of the Navy headquarters are branded with Zifa's mark. The title of master and disciple is not so easy to remove. The news of the Navy's large-scale entry into the New World instantly shocked the world. It turns out that the large-scale gathering of the Navy only made the New World a little nervous. The rest of the area had no idea what was going on. But the Navy's large-scale entry into the New World is not just about New World relations. As World Economic News reports, it instantly caused a sensation all over the world. Is the Navy preparing to take back the New World? Everyone's first reaction when they saw this news was that the Navy was going to take over the New World. After all, it has been decades since the Navy lost the New World. The appearance of the Rocks Pirates tore apart the Navy's weakness towards the New World. After the Rocks Pirates disbanded, Roger, Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Charlotte and others gradually defeated the Navy's important strongholds in the New World and eliminated the Navy's influence in the New World step by step. Although some were recovered along the way, they were taken back after the big pirates in the New World reacted. In the past 10 years, the Navy has given people all over the world the impression that it cannot defeat the pirates of the New World. This makes many people complain about it. Nowadays, the Navy has entered the New World on a large scale, which has given people all over the world great hope. The words Roger shouted before he died were not only uncomfortable for the Navy and the big pirates in the New World, but also for the civilians. Over the years, the number of pirates has increased day by day, and basically every place has been invaded and massacred by pirates. All ordinary people around the world hate pirates. He was also resentful of the Navy's incompetence. But now the Navy's actions give them hope of defeating the pirates. It must be successful. This time, countless people in areas that were in dire straits and devastated by pirates sent their blessings after seeing this news. From a civilian perspective, pirates are indeed bastards who do all kinds of evil and are disgusted by countless people. The existence of the Navy is precisely the protector of these civilians. Long, who was far away in the South China Sea, fell into deep thought when he saw this scene. Contrast this with the thoughts of the common people in the Four Seas and the Grand Line. The New World was in complete chaos. The merchants and nobles who were originally waiting on the sidelines packed up their property, found ships, and wanted to leave the powder keg of the New World. Only the innocent civilians were left, desperately waiting for their fate. At this moment, weakness is the most vivid manifestation of original sin, and war will not take care of these innocent people. Chapter 505 The War begins. The New World is spreading under this suffocating atmosphere. The rich are running away and the poor are waiting to die. Especially on the front lines of the war. The three major forces of the Rockefeller pirates have reached the forefront of the Rockefeller pirates' sphere of influence. On an island dotted with military forts. Isdeth stood on the highest point of the island and looked at the countless civilians who had been recruited to build various defense measures. Sister, Dad has already said that you can abandon this place and shrink the defenses if necessary. There is no need to continue building here. Caesar looked at the civilians who were forced to build the fortress. Everyone's face was full of exhaustion and numbness. After hearing this, Isdeth glanced at Caesar coldly. Even if we have to retreat, we will still have to deal a heavy blow to the Navy. There are so many islands along the way, and it is impossible to give them all to the Navy for free. If the Navy wants to continue the invasion without any worries, it must recover the islands one by one. This time we, the Rockefeller pirates, are going to take a bite out of the Navy, so put away your pity, we are pirates. Isdeth's words hit Caesar's heart hard, leaving Caesar speechless. Sister, all the islands have now formed island chains. There are 3 island chains in total to defend against the invasion of the Navy. Dad is preparing to fight the Navy on the 3rd island chain. Tesla walked over and looked at Isdeth and said, "Well, always pay attention to the Navy's movements. Once they get close, you have to bite a piece of flesh out of them. I want to make it easy for the Navy to come in. If I don't scrape a piece of flesh out when I go out, my surname is not Rockefeller." Isdeth held the hilt of the sword in his hand and looked at the sunset over the sea in the distance, and said with murderous intent. The intensity made Caesar and Tesla feel a little frightened. In these years, Isdeth was responsible for the Rockefeller pirates' external killings. Continuously leading the Rockefeller pirates to kill the forces that invaded the Rockefeller pirates' territory. He has already developed a decisive character. The strong killing intent solidified the surrounding air. Charlotte sent these 3 children out to build defensive positions one by one, waiting for the Navy to attack. Although the order was issued not to give up the position for no reason. But it was obvious that Isdeth would not give up the territory she had worked so hard to gain so easily. Time passed slowly. The Navy has fully entered the New World. As soon as they entered the New World, the Navy launched the most violent attack on the pirates in the New World near the Red Earth continent. The pirate groups that huddled in the first half of the New World near the Red Earth continent were wiped out one after another. He was not even qualified to enter Impel Down City and died in the sea. On an island filled with flames. Nearly 100 naval warships are densely arrayed on the sea. Marshal, the pirate forces close to the Red Earth continent have been cleaned up. Beyond that is the sphere of influence of the Rockefeller pirates. The adjutant walked up to the marshal to report. What's going on with the Rockefeller pirates currently? Kong looked at one side of the island, lava spewing out, and one side covered with ice, and asked his adjutant. Currently, Rockefeller Charlotte does not appear on the island at the front. Instead, Isdeth, Caesar, and Tesla from the Rockefeller pirates are leading a team to be stationed there, seemingly waiting for us. The adjutant said while looking at the latest intelligence collected. Where is Rockefeller Charlotte? Marshal Kong frowned and asked immediately when he heard that Rockefeller Charlotte was not around. It seems that the battlefield was chosen as the place for the decisive battle at the intersection between the first half of the New World and the center. The adjutant hesitated for a moment and said, "So what's going on with the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates?" Sora continued to ask. Since entering the New World, Sora's heart has been raised, and he has been observing the movements of the three major pirate groups in the New World. The Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates have concentrated their main forces at the junction with the Rockefeller pirates' sphere of influence at the same time. The movement is not yet clear, but the staff guesses that they want to wait until our navy has a handover with the Rockefeller pirates. After getting started, we will join forces. After all, the Rockefeller pirates' sphere of influence is much larger than the other two pirate groups. The adjutant said while looking at the news coming from the Navy headquarters. Huh, that's good. I'm not afraid that they have any tricks. I'm just afraid that they will join forces and have their own agendas so that our navy can take action. Sora said with a sigh of relief. The pirates are still scheming against each other even now, which makes Sora even more confident about winning this battle. During the time when Kong was listening to the adjutant's report, Akainu and Aoki have already led their navy back to the fleet, stationing only one team on the island to stabilize the navy's newly recovered territory. Let's go, target the Rockefeller pirates, let's set off. When Sora saw that all the navy had returned, he immediately issued the order. Yes. All the surrounding navy stood tall. Each fleet marched towards the Rockefeller pirates in an orderly manner. The bridgehead of the Rockefeller pirates. The navy is coming. Death said looking at the phone bug in his hand. Soldiers will block it, water will block it, and water will cover it. I want to see where the navy has the courage to invade the New World. When things came to a head, Caesar became determined. Being consistent with the outside world is what their father taught them since they were young. No matter what difficulties their brothers and sisters encounter, unity is the most important thing. Death nodded expressionlessly, staring at the sea. I do not know how long it has been. Suddenly the wind and waves on the sea stopped. Everyone felt the oppression of the air. Are you here? It's been a long wait. At the port, Tesla lazily put down his books and looked into the distance. His domineering aura spread instantly, and the sudden black spots in his mind made Tesla look serious. At the same time, Death, Caesar and others also looked over. On the distant sea, naval warships gradually appeared in everyone's eyes. That is, a navy warship. A worker stood on the port, holding a shovel in his hand and looking at the sea in the distance and exclaimed. The next moment, all the workers looked towards the sea. No, the navy is coming. Run. Suddenly the workers were in chaos and ran towards the back hill. They knew that neither the navy nor the pirates would take care of them in battle. If they didn't run away, they would become cannon fodder. Death let these people run towards the back of the mountain without stopping them. There are so many people coming. There must be 100 ships here. Caesar carried the sword and walked to Death and looked into the distance. I'll go meet him first. Caesar grinned. The body suddenly expanded. The next moment, a 1,000-meter giant dragon rose into the sky. Appeared in front of all the navy. Chapter 506 The War Begins. This is the dragon Caesar. Many navy soldiers exclaimed in shock when they saw the 1,000-meter-long dragon in the sky. Humph, he's just a pirate. Hearing the exclamations of so many navy soldiers around him, Akainu Sakazuki stood up. Lieutenant General Red Dog. After seeing that the person speaking was Akainu, all the Marines shut up. Akainu stood on the bow of the ship, looking at Caesar in the sky with his arms crossed. Caesar was also floating 1,000 meters in the air, looking down at Akainu, and the two looked at each other. Caesar suddenly grinned, and a smile appeared on his face. Sakazuki, we are still an old rival. Let me see if you have improved over the years. Caesar opened his mouth suddenly. A huge ball of fire gathered in the dragon's mouth. Hot breath. Powerful flames immediately spurted out from Caesar's mouth and attacked Sakazuki standing at the bow of the ship. Unbelievable. Sakazuki lowered his hands, his right arm turned into lava and looked at the flames shooting rapidly in the sky. Ming Dog. A similar giant pillar of magma rushed towards the rapidly shooting flames. The powerful explosive force instantly penetrated the giant flame pillar. Keep rushing towards Caesar. The giant pillar of flame that instantly swallowed up Caesar. You are just ordinary fire, and I am magma that can even burn out fire. Your flames and mine are simply not comparable. Sakazuki looked at Caesar in the sky and said. After hearing this, Caesar's dragon body floated in the sky with an indifferent expression. Caesar glanced at Sakazuki and then turned and flew towards the island. Kong, who was not far away, looked at what was happening after the fight on this side. Attack! Sara shouted while holding the communicator. All the warships approached the island in unison. Kuzan walked out. Looking at the island that is already close at hand. Jumped out instantly. Jumped into the sea. The sea froze instantly. A line of ice formed around the port. All the navy jumped off the ship after seeing this layer of ice. Kill the pirates, for justice. All the generals raised their weapons and shouted towards the island. Come on. Kill. The sound of shouting and killing was deafening. On the island. Isdeth drew out the holy sword sanction from her waist and pointed at the navy. Kill. An emotionless scream sounded. Next moment. The giant cannons installed on the island let out their own roars. Boom boom boom. The cannons roared continuously, and shells fell into the navy one after another. In an instant, the first batch of naval forces to attack were killed instantly. Well, it's really fierce. The Rockefeller pirates are really scary. A yellow light suddenly appeared over the battlefield. Porosalino waved his arms. 8-foot Cheongoyu. Porosalino waved his hands, and countless light spots headed towards the port position like cannonballs. Electric Chidori. A blue arc of light suddenly appeared, and the next moment a gentle voice sounded. Porosalino's 8-foot Magatama exploded in the sky after encountering this endless blue arc. Porosalino raised the corner of his mouth and looked towards the side of the hillside. Yo yo yo, the thunderfruit is really scary. Looking at Tesla standing on the hillside wearing glasses, Porosalino's brows fell into deep thought. Click. A crisp sword sound sounded. Bing Lon. A sword energy full of murderous intent came towards him. Porosalino's heart skipped a beat. Frozen time capsule. An indifferent voice sounded. Kuzan walked onto the harbor and held out a hand. The flying sword energy froze in midair and then fell down. Great swordsman. Kuzan looked at Isdeth's young face and said solemnly. Humph. Isdeth pointed her sword down. Seeing that he was knocked down with one blow, Isdeth looked at Kuzan. The two looked at each other for a long time. Humph, what are you doing standing there in a daze? Why don't you attack? The marshal is still watching from behind. Sakazuki walked over, the lava flowing slowly on his body. Caesar also walked up to Isdeth with a knife when Sakazuki came over. Kuzan glanced at Sakazuki and said nothing. Sakazuki obviously had no intention of stopping. Caesar was chosen immediately. Canine-toothed red lotus. A molten arm turned into a dog's head and attacked Caesar. Humph. When Caesar saw it, he immediately transformed into a half-animal and slashed with his knife without hesitation. The knife covered with armed domineering slashed Sakazuki's fist firmly. The huge force caused Sakazuki to slide back a step. Kuzan couldn't stand still when he saw Sakazuki taking action. He immediately looked at Isdeth, and an ice knife appeared in his hand. Although I really don't want to fight a woman, who makes you a pirate? After Kuzan finished speaking, his eyes changed instantly. He looked at Isdeth with a sharp gaze, and his feet moved instantly. The Shao in the 6th Marine style exploded fiercely and rushed towards Isdeth. Isdeth immediately narrowed his eyes and raised his knife to meet him. Clang. The contact between the long sword and the ice blade actually caused sparks to fly from their weapons. The two of them retreated as soon as they touched each other, and then suddenly jumped out again. The battle between Kuzan and Isdeth was so fast that one could not see clearly. Only the clanging sound of gold and iron delivery could be heard constantly ringing around. As well as the sword energy that Isdeth kept emitting. Two of the three monsters have already started fighting. Porosalino, who had been standing aside, couldn't continue paddling after seeing this. Look around. Tesla walked up. Uh-huh. Boy, are you my opponent? Porosalino asked, pointing at Tesla. Maybe we can get along. Tesla stretched out his hands and spread them out. Young man, you have some evil thoughts. How can I, a vice admiral, ignore the pirates when I see them? If the marshal sees this, I'm afraid my salary will be gone. Porosalino said as if he was scared of me. Tesla rolled his eyes after hearing this. Then we can only fight. As soon as Tesla finished speaking, Porosalino disappeared instantly. Young man, have you ever been kicked by light? The next moment, Porcelino appeared above Tesla, slashed his foot towards Tesla's head, and asked in a mean voice. But Tesla just shook his head slightly. The next moment, the sound turned into lightning. The foot that was about to land on Porcelino disappeared where it was. Appeared in the sky above Paulusaruno. Uncle, have you ever been kicked with electricity? Same words, same actions. One foot was about to hit Porcelino. Porcelino disappeared. Yo yo yo, young people today are amazing. Porcelino appeared a few meters away and looked at Tesla and said. Tesla's lightning flashed. With his hands in his pockets, he appeared above the ground. Chapter 507, The First Round of Confrontation. Don't forget that you are a monster too. Tesla said helplessly. Don't say that, I'll be proud. Porcelino's figure disappeared instantly. It's hard to catch with the naked eye. Tesla also sighed. Lightning flashed. The next moment, the two of them appeared in mid-air at the same time. The legs collided, fighting in the air, and they were deadlocked in the air. The light elemental legs and the thunder-wrapped legs kicked together, causing rumbling explosions. Electric light radiates. The figures of Tesla and Porcelino quickly shuttled around in the sky. Then there was another fierce battle in the sky. Yellow light and blue thunder and lightning flashed high in the sky. There is nothing anyone can do. Marshal Kong, the commander-in-chief of operations on the distant sea, watched the fierce battle on the island. He did not expect that before Rockefeller Charlotte appeared, just a few teenagers and 20-year-olds could resist the Navy. I really can't break through for a while. No, we can't delay it any longer. The longer it is delayed, the more detrimental it will be to the Navy. Every minute of delay is a massive consumption of naval supplies. It can also give the Rockefeller pirates enough time to build a defense line. Sara slowly lowered his arms, put his hands on the guardrail of the warship and said. Warring States, Garp, and Zifa stood beside the Marshal and watched the battle on the island. Marshal, Kuzan and the others are entangled. It may not be that simple to decide the winner. Also, the firepower on this island is too strong. These firepower points must be destroyed, otherwise it will just waste the lives of the soldiers. Warring States looked at the elite Navy soldiers who were constantly rushing to land on the beach, braving the hail of bullets, and rushed forward under the command of the officers as if they were dead. The Warring States period was a period of physical pain. When I think about the islands along the way from the decisive battle location chosen by the Rockefeller pirates. Wasting soldiers on these islands in vain is not what the Warring States period wants to see. But there was nothing the Warring States could do. If the obstacles on the Navy's path were not removed, no one could guarantee that they would have any logistical problems. This is unavoidable. Well, order all warships to aim their cannonballs at the fortresses on the islands and knock out these firepower points. Sara immediately ordered. Sara didn't give the order at first because he didn't know the layout of the island's firepower points. Otherwise, if one round of artillery fire is fired, all of them will be empty. Isn't this a waste of ammunition? Now relying on the Navy to land on the beach to test the enemy's firepower deployment, it is time to counterattack. The flag was waved, and each warship immediately issued the Marshal's order. Nearly 30 warships lined up on the sea. Cannons were launched one after another. Calibration. Following the officer's order. All gunners loaded their ammunition. Fire. With the waving of the flag. The cannon roared like a god of war. Rumble. Cannonballs were fired at the island one after another. Bang. Bang bang. Bang bang bang. When the artillery shell landed on the position, it was instantly filled with flames and explosions. For a moment, the originally majestic fortress was quiet for a moment. The battlefield actually fell silent for a moment under this round of shells. But then a shrill roar sounded. What? Countless Rockefeller pirates gunners in the fortress hugged their mutilated bodies and screamed in pain. Isdeath was observing the surroundings while dealing with Kuzan. Miss, there is no way you can stop the Navy. The ice knife slashed at the sword. Isdeath couldn't help but take a step back. If you want to break through here, thousands of people will die. I will be sorry for my arrangements these days. After hearing this, Isdeath swung her sword and a cold smile appeared on her face. Isdeath has already planned to use the personnel on this island to fight the Navy to death. Kuzan's face immediately darkened after hearing this. Pirate, you are really cruel, you are worthy of being the daughter of a pirate. Kuzan's expression darkened. In order to stop himself and others, he even sacrificed all the lives on the island. Don't hate? How can you survive in this big dive vat of the new world? Death smiled disdainfully. You will pay for it. After hearing this, Kuzan looked at Death with a chill all over his body. Then try it. Death looked at Kuzan with the same chill. The cold air released by the two people instantly turned the area 100 meters around them into an ice hell. Everything is frozen in this cold air. The pirates or navy who accidentally approached Death and Kuzan instantly froze into ice sculptures. Kuzan looked at the girl in front of him, and the chill radiating from her body actually made him feel a bit cold. And this coldness arises from within. I didn't expect it. Your frozen fruit doesn't seem as cold as my cold fruit. Do you still remember what you said about the inferior fruit? I remembered it for 6 full years. Death looked at the ice dew on Kuzan's face and smiled. The coldness in his body was released again. Kuzan felt like he was suffocating when he exhaled. This bone-chilling cold instantly cleared up Kuzan's mind, and he realized that he was no match for the girl in front of him when it came to coldness. He instantly blocked Death's long sword and quickly retreated. Death didn't give chase. With a swing of the long sword, dozens of icy cold sword energy headed towards Kuzan. Bing ling. Kuzan's pupils shrank, and several layers of ice shields instantly condensed around his body. Boom. The sword energy hit the ice shield and broke through 5 or 6 layers before the strength weakened. Kuzan, see you next time. Death looked at Kuzan in the cold air and said. Kuzan's eyes widened after hearing this. Looking at Death hidden in the cold mist. Death's figure actually became distorted in Kuzan's eyes. The domineering aura of seeing and hearing can't penetrate this thick cold mist. Gone Caesar, Tesla. Death flashed into the battle between Caesar and Sakazuki, and with one sweep of his sword, he forced Sakazuki back and said to Caesar and Tesla. Okay sister, it's time to leave. After hearing this, Caesar's body instantly expanded, and a ball of flames rose into the air and sprayed towards Sakazuki. I don't want to play with you anymore, my old sister asked me to leave. Tesla, who was competing for speed in the air, looked at Porcellino and panted after hearing Death's words. Sweat was on his forehead. Laying. Rushing towards Porcellino like an electric grid. Blink. Pirate, what do you think this is? Seeing Death, Caesar and Tesla are leaving. Sakazuki was instantly furious. Death stood on Caesar's dragon head and looked at Sakazuki with disdain. Suddenly there was a remote control in his hand. Goodbye, Navy. Death pressed the button without hesitation. Chapter 508 Death's Cruelty. Sakazuki's heart skipped a beat when he saw the remote control in Death's hand. He turned to look at the naval soldiers who had already occupied the position. Run. Sakazuki's anxious roar silenced the battlefield. But the next moment, a surging energy rose from the ground. Not good. The naval marshals and admirals who had been observing the battlefield realized something when they saw this scene. Boom. A mushroom cloud rose from the position. The fire instantly enveloped all the naval soldiers and generals on the island, including Sakazuki, Kuzan, Porcellino. Damn. Seeing this scene, Sora, Sengoku, Garp, and Zifa's eyes were splitting. Death, who was standing above Caesar, raised his lips when he saw this. Come on. Then he said softly to Caesar at his feet. Caesar's originally dazed expression immediately fled into the distance after Death's urging. Then I felt horrified. He didn't expect that his sister actually planted a bomb under the island. Looking at the scope of the explosion, there is definitely a lot of ammunition. Caesar immediately felt a chill coming over him. The cruelty towards my sister in my heart has reached a new level. Death ignored the shock in Caesar's heart and the surprise in Tesla's heart, and looked at the island that had turned into a black spot with the corner of his mouth raised. Sister, there are still many of us on the island. After enduring all the way and reaching a safe zone, Caesar couldn't help but say. Death was not angry after hearing this, nor did he show any expression. Our people? Those are just rubbish I caught on the sea. There are as many of these rubbish as there are. They are just a group of cannon fodder. Do you think it is worth using the lives of these cannon fodder to replace more than 3,000 elite Navy personnel? Not worth? Death said expressionlessly. After hearing this, Caesar felt chills in his heart again. Those were thousands of lives, disappearing in this moment. But Caesar didn't say anything else. Apart from sighing, he could only say sorry silently in his heart. What I said is right. It is indeed profitable to replace more than 3,000 elite Navy soldiers with the lives of some cannon fodder. No matter who you show this to, everyone will agree. The death of these cannon fodder is better than the death of one of our own. These people are just pirates captured by his death on the sea these days, not real elites. The real elite are the more than 3,000 swordsmen under Charlotte and the more than one well-trained elite crew members. And after his death and the others left, the fire on the island gradually extinguished. A chill instantly spread throughout the port. Kuzan stood in front of the port with his face covered in dust, a trace of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth, and his clothes were in tatters due to the impact of the flames. Kuzan also felt uncomfortable facing this explosion. At the last moment, Kuzan transformed into an element, avoiding most of the impact and not suffering much damage. The moment the explosion sounded, Kuzan immediately released the ability of the frozen fruit. But it didn't turn out well. Gradually, people stood up one after another in the interior of the island. But it was only the more powerful generals who stood up. And none of the navy on the high slope survived, and all died in the explosion. Not even the bones were left. Cough cough. Porcelino fell from the sky. After the explosion, he jumped into the sky at the speed of light. He didn't suffer any injuries, not even his clothes were damaged. Sakazuki was the furthest away from the explosion. His clothes were damaged and he was a little embarrassed. The Rockefeller pirates. Sakazuki clenched his fists after seeing this. The anger in his eyes wanted to devour anyone he chose. The Navy warship slowly approached the island. Quickly, search and rescue survivors. Zifa immediately organized a rescue. Sara stepped off the warship and stepped on the scorched earth. Marshal, I'm sorry, I was careless. Kuzan immediately lowered his head when he saw the empty space. Sara didn't speak, but held his hands tightly together. In this operation, he took advantage of all the Navy's assets, a total of Navy elites. As a result, we haven't encountered the main force of the pirates yet, and lost 3,000 to 4,000 elites on just one small island. This nearly 1/10 casualty made Hollow feel like a knife. Sara raised his hand, slowly placed it on Kuzan's shoulder, and patted it hard. It's not your fault, it's all the cunning of the pirates. After Sara said this, he went to check the casualties. Although this was a form of comfort, Kuzan and Sakazuki still felt uncomfortable. Marshal, we must be careful. If the next pirates do this, our navy will probably lose everything before the decisive battle. Sengoku walked up to Sara and said. Well, next time, you directly lead the team to attack the island. Sara glanced at Sengoku and said. Yes. Warring States immediately raised his chest and said. The first confrontation declared the Navy's defeat. This is even worse than just fighting against the children of the Rockefeller pirates. This made Kong feel very uncomfortable. He also didn't expect that the Rockefeller pirates would be so ruthless that they would even ignore their companions. But he was also stupid to think that pirates would care about their companions. After all, pirates are pirates. The news here spread instantly. After all, after the Navy entered the New World, almost everyone from all forces was paying attention to the Navy's movements. The Navy, which was originally unstoppable, did not expect to lose the first battle after encountering the Rockefeller pirates. And lost terribly. A marshal, 2 generals, and a naval hero. There are also more than a dozen Navy lieutenants, including the 3 monster lieutenants. It's ironic. After seeing this report, everyone laughed at the Navy's incompetence and secretly warned about the strength of the Rockefeller pirates. His death, Caesar, and Tesla were once again mentioned in the newspapers by major news. Became the most popular figure during this period. For a time, the news that the Navy was still attacking the islands of the New World was suppressed. Although this made the Rockefeller pirates famous. But the constant loss of territory still makes the entire Rockefeller pirates nervous. News from the front line comes every day. One after another, the islands were plucked out by the Navy. Especially the crew members who were captured on the island. The Navy seemed to be retaliating for the previous explosion. After capturing the crew of the Rockefeller pirates, it started killing them mercilessly. No Rockefeller pirates crew member has survived at the hands of the Navy. This also caused everyone in the Rockefeller pirates to launch a desperate resistance against the Navy. The Navy's pace of a decisive battle with the Rockefeller pirates has once again been slowed down. Chapter 509, the second line of defense. Dad, the latest information. The Whitebeard pirates aboard the Moby Dick. Hundreds of pirate ships flying the Whitebeard pirate flag docked next to the Moby Dick. Tens of thousands of pirates from the Whitebeard pirates gathered together. Marco flew past several pirate ships in the air and arrived at the middle one, the Moby Dick. Holding a newspaper in hand. Dad, the latest information is that the Navy suffered a big loss in the first battle with the Rockefeller pirates. Marco said, looking at his father. Whitebeard sat in front of his many sons, his tall and straight body sitting on the captain's throne, holding Song Yunxia in his right hand and reading the newspaper in his left hand. Ku la 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 la, it's really amazing to destroy 3,000 or 4,000 naval forces. Whitebeard exclaimed and looked at the newspaper in his hand. He was not marveling at the death of those 3,000 or 4,000 Marines. Instead, he was amazed that just 3 brats, Death, Caesar, and Tesla, could actually destroy these 3,000 or 4,000 navy in the eyes of Sara and Sengoku Garp. These brats are really brave. This was Whitebeard's first thought. The other party not only dared to think it, but also did it. Others were also surprised when they saw the newspaper. Is the Rockefeller pirates so powerful? Do they still need our support? Many crew members asked after seeing this news. They were all summoned by Father Whitebeard. When he learned that he was going to help the Rockefeller pirates deal with the Navy. In fact, they were not very willing, but Dad also explained the situation. If they don't go, after the Rockefeller pirates are wiped out by the Navy, it will be their turn for the Whitebeard pirates. In the new world, we must be consistent with the outside world. This made them reluctantly agree to support the Rockefeller pirates. Work with the Rockefeller pirates to deal with the Navy's invasion. Go, we must go. Even though the Rockefeller pirates destroyed these 3,000 to 4,000 elite Navy, the damage to the Navy was not great. It has not reached the point of breaking the muscles and bones. The Navy still has nearly, elite and. There are many generals, and the Rockefeller pirates are not without cost. I have heard that the reason why the Rockefeller pirates were able to destroy so many Marines was because they relied on themselves as bait, luring the Navy into a trap, detonating bombs, and killing their own people in the explosion in exchange for these 3,000 to 4,000 Marines. Elite casualties. Marco pushed up his glasses and looked at everyone and said. What? The Rockefeller pirates actually used their own companions as bait. What's going on? When the surrounding crowd heard that the Rockefeller pirates actually used their companions as bait, they all screamed in surprise. It was that Death who planned it. That woman is really ruthless. Marco sighed. When everyone heard that it was the crazy woman Death, everyone stopped talking. Who is the most terrifying woman in the new world? One is Charlotte Lingling, the captain of the Big Mom Pirates. The other one is Death of the Rockefeller Pirates. Both women are notoriously cruel people in the new world. Over the years, these cadres have dealt with the Rockefeller Pirates a lot. He is very familiar with Death, the sharp blade of the Rockefeller Pirates. Seeing so many people, Whitebeard stopped talking and raised his hand. Looked at Marco. What's going on with the Rockefeller Pirates now? Where has the Navy advanced? Whitebeard asked. The Rockefeller pirates are not feeling well now. Since that time, the Navy has launched a crazy revenge. Each island is led by a general to open the way. It is almost breaking through the second line of defense of the Rockefeller pirates, and is almost reaching the third line. The line of defense has reached a decisive battle. Marco said, looking at his father. Whitebeard's expression darkened after hearing this. Everyone around him said nothing, waiting for his father's orders. Whitebeard stood up slowly. His 6-meter body was so tall in front of his many sons. Boom. Song Yunxia knocked heavily on the deck. There was a dull sound. Sons, we can't let the Navy underestimate us. If you want to attack the New World, you have to ask us. Sons, set off and target the Navy fleet. Whitebeard looked at the many sons and said loudly. Can't wait any longer. Looking further, the Navy is about to enter the center of the New World. Once the third line of defense of the Rockefeller pirates is not supported, the Navy will have no chance of defending until it reaches the second half of the New World. The Whitebeard pirates will face the threat of the Navy fleet. Roar! All the members of the Whitebeard pirates shouted. Great morale. The Whitebeard pirates are on the move. At the same time, the Big Mom pirates also started taking action. After reporting to the mother who was eating cake in the Queen Mother hymn, the Big Mom pirates entered the original sphere of influence of the Rockefeller pirates unimpeded. No one stopped. Katakuri directed the major ships to sail towards the front of the New World. Densely packed pirate ships filled the sea area. There are hundreds of pirate groups of various sizes, most of which are small pirate ships under 50 meters, heading towards the predetermined battlefield. Target Edwall waters. That's right, it's the Edwall Sea area. The place for the decisive battle chosen by Charlotte was the Edwall Sea area. This sea area is large enough, and the islands are scattered and basically uninhabited. It is located in the first half of New World near the center of New World. The strategic location is very important. And in the second line of defense. Isteth, Caesar, Tesla, Barrett and others led tens of thousands of Rockefeller pirates prisoners from Impel Prison to block the Navy's actions. Damn, the firepower is so fierce, I can barely hear it. Robert looked at the chaotic battlefield around him with disgrace and said angrily. What did you say? Deidara on the side watched as Robert kept moving his lips up and down without making a sound and couldn't help but ask. I mean, are these Marines so powerful? Robert said loudly after hearing this. The two of them stood back to back, resisting the surrounding navy. You said I'm fierce? Isn't that what it should be? Deidara smiled instantly when he heard Robert complimenting himself. Robert actually spit out ivory from the dog's mouth, which is really rare. Robert rolled his eyes after hearing this. Don't talk if you are deaf. What? You actually said I'm handsome, ha ha ha. Deidara laughed. He immediately became brave. With one punch, the naval soldiers it touched exploded. Quick, kill them. A steady stream of naval forces rushed towards the second line of defense. The cannonballs behind him also continued to fall into the Rockefeller pirates' position. Chapter 510 Breaking through the first line of defense. Kill and seize this position. Lieutenant General Dalmatia transformed into a beast, transformed into a Dalmatian form, and rushed towards the position guarded by Robert and Deidara despite a hail of bullets. The bullet hit Dalmatia with a thud. It didn't cause much damage. This is obviously the use of iron blocks from Navy 6. Death to the pirate. Lieutenant General Dalmatia rushed to Robert and pointed his finger immediately. A wave of air flew out. Finger gun. Robert was immediately shocked. Robert almost didn't react to this sudden blow. The elemental instantly dodged the blow. Elementalization of nature. Dalmatia's pupils shrank and she looked at the body that was like smoke. An alarm bell rang in my heart. Jet black armed domineering color covers both arms. Ah. Go to hell. Dalmatia punched Robert fiercely. But this time Robert was prepared and wouldn't be in such a hurry as before. Gas punch. Robert's body turned into gas, and the gas's fist hit Dalmatia's fist. Boom. Fists intersect. Dalmatia remained motionless. Although Robert did not retreat, the gas in his body shook. He was obviously shocked by the punch. Vice Admiral. Looking at the half-animal turned Vice Admiral Robert, his pupils shrank. Met an opponent. Pirates, tell me your name. Dalmatia asked, looking at the brat in front of her. Rockefeller Robert, the man who took your life. Robert's energy surged all over. Gas fruit? Dalmatia immediately thought of this person's identity. Before the battle, the Navy headquarters conducted an investigation on everyone in the Rockefeller Pirates. I just didn't expect it for a moment. Now I remember it instantly after hearing the name. Robert waved his hands, and endless gas surged towards Dalmatia. Seeing this scene, Dalmatia did not dare to surrender and immediately launched a counterattack. He waved his fists rapidly, kept his feet on his feet, and quickly approached Robert. Want to get close to me? Robert saw a smile on his face. The body elementalized and floated into the sky. Dalmatia missed. I have no intention of fighting you one-on-one, let's talk about it later. Robert looked at the Navy soldiers who rushed forward without fear of death. The corners of the mouth rise. Welcome death, great world of gas. Endless gas emitted from Robert's body, covering the area ahead from the sky. No, hold your breath quickly, that gas is poisonous. Dalmatia yelled immediately upon seeing this. It must be said that Robert's gas fruit is very effective in killing enemies on a large scale. Ha 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 ha, if you want to hold your breath, let's see how long you can hold it in. Robert laughed wildly, completely ignoring the painful wails of the surrounding Navy. The situation here was quickly noticed by the Navy. I saw the area shrouded in gas again, and the figure of Lieutenant General Dalmatia who was constantly chasing the gas and attacking. Robert seemed to want to kill the Lieutenant General in front of him. Keep slipping, Dalmatia. At this time, the Dalmatian beast transformed into a Dalmatian dog and kept chasing Robert. This scene was seen by Warring States. Instantly his eyes widened. Pirate, you are courting death. I saw the golden light of the Warring States period shining brightly. A Buddha appeared on the battlefield. Instantly attracted everyone's attention. Robert, run. Seeing this scene, Death yelled. Big Buddha shock wave. A golden shock wave rushed towards Robert's gas area. The powerful shock wave carried huge wind force and blew away the gas area created by Robert. Robert panicked instantly when he saw the oncoming shock wave. Humph. A cold snort sounded. Barrett, who had been directing the battles everywhere, stood up. The same huge metal giant appeared in front of Robert, facing the palm of Warring States. He struck out with the same palm. Instantly neutralized the Sengoku attack. Isn't it too shameless for the Warring States period to take action against children? Barrett looked up at Sengoku, and a dull voice sounded from the giant's body. Humph, all pirates deserve to die. Warring States was not afraid of Barrett and he immediately said coldly. Then try it. Barrett said disdainfully. Sengoku and Barrett started to move. The huge aftermath of the battle instantly cleared the surrounding area of meters. Marshal Kong looked at Sengoku, who was taking action, as well as Garp, Zifa, and the large group of lieutenant generals who were also fighting fiercely. The resistance of the Rockefeller pirates is getting weaker and weaker. It has been a month since the Navy attacked the Rockefeller pirates, and Rockefeller Charlotte has not shown up yet. It's all these juniors who are taking action. I want to see what tricks you try again. As long as we capture this island, the new world will be half opened. Looking at this familiar firepower arrangement, Kong sighed slightly in his heart. This once lost important branch of the Navy did not expect to become the biggest obstacle to the Navy's entry into the new world. But this obstacle is about to be overcome. Looking at Garp, Zifa was attacking the fortress in the center of the island with 2 arrows as the main force. Sara breathed a sigh of relief. A day has passed. The Navy attacked for a full day and finally captured this once important naval branch. The Rockefeller pirates retreated on their own initiative as evening approached. If he doesn't retreat, he really won't be able to retreat. Kong couldn't help but sigh as he looked at the fortress that had lost nearly 1,000 people. In the month since the Navy entered the New World, it has lost more than 5,000 naval elites. These islands are important nodes in all major sea areas and must be controlled by the Navy to contain the pirates' offensive. If the Navy completely destroyed this place, then why would the Navy still occupy it? Wouldn't it be nice to just let Garp clash with his fists and sink the island? As for losing so many troops? If only it were that easy. The Navy wants an intact new world, not a new world without islands. The latest news from the Marshal, the Rockefeller pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, and the Big Mom pirates have met, and they are currently concentrated in the Edwall waters. Warring States said, taking the news from the undercover. Kong frowned instantly after hearing this. Let everyone rest for 3 days and replenish all supplies. The decisive battle begins. Sara looked at Sengoku and said. Yes. Warring States immediately took action. Is it finally a decisive battle? Let's see whose fist is stronger. Sara looked into the depths of the new world and clenched his fists tightly. The Navy began to rest and prepare for the next war. A naval battle of unprecedented scale is about to begin. Chapter 511 Meeting of the Four Emperors. Just when the Navy captured the most important stronghold in the first half of the New World. Edwall on the sea. The sky was overcast and dark clouds covered the sky. Hundreds of ships flying the Rockefeller pirate flag floated on the sea. The flag flapped in the wind. And opposite these hundreds of pirate ships, the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates appeared in this sea area one after another. The white-bearded Edward Newgate and Charlotte Lingling, standing on the bow of the ship, looked at the Rockefeller pirates who were waiting for them. Is this a show of force? Or is it welcoming us? Marco said after seeing the posture of the Rockefeller pirates. La, kids, don't let them underestimate our Whitebeard pirates, cheer up. Whitebeard Edward Newgate said as he looked at his many sons. Yes. All the crew members looked around in high spirits. Such a magnificent scene is not so easy to see. The three-party pirate group gave up all their wealth. In the waters of Edwall, nearly 400 pirate groups from 3 parties were assembled in neat formation. The presence of more than 400 pirate ships on the sea is majestic. Everyone is full of passion. But don't think it's amazing just because there are more than 400 pirate ships. In fact, the pirate group of more than 400 ships has a lot of moisture. Whether it's the Rockefeller pirates, the Whitebeard pirates, or the Big Mom pirates. There are less than 100 ships that can truly be considered battleships. Others are armed merchant ships or small ships. Most of them come with a few cannons mounted on the ship to act as a facade. There are very few that can truly be regarded as battleships. The Rockefeller Pirates have the most warships among the three major pirate groups. His pirate group owns 50 warships. As for the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates, only the ships under their captains and the minister's ships are truly capable. The others are all modified ships. Although they have a certain amount of firepower, it is not necessarily possible to actually compete with the Navy. But the Navy dispatched are all genuine warships. The ships of the captains of the three pirate groups sailed away from their own group and headed towards the center of the three opposing parties. The Poseidon of the Rockefeller Pirates, the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Anthem of the Queen Mother of the Big Mom Pirates break away from the large group and head toward the center. Three giant ships slowly approached. Welcome Captain Whitebeard. Meet Captain Rockefeller. Meet Captain Big Mom. Three shouts came from three directions, and the meeting of the three emperors officially began. Here we come, young people, please step back. Your bodies can't bear it. Marco looked at the oncoming Rockefeller Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling. This sentence made many people in the Whitebeard Pirates stunned. Many people did not move. And the same Big Mom pirate group. Tell the younger brothers and sisters to return to the cabin quickly, Katakuri said while looking at the person behind him. The children of the Charlotte family were stunned, but they still obeyed Katakuri's words and returned to the cabin. The three pirate ships came to a halt facing each other in a triangle shape. Three footsteps sounded slowly. Charlotte held the hilt of the seven-star sword and slowly walked towards the bow of the Poseidon, followed by Carter and others. Whitebeard walked towards the bow of the Moby Dick with a serious look on his face, holding the Tsung Yunxia in his hand, followed by Marco and others. Charlotte Lingling's heavy body walked on the bow of the Queen Mother's Anthem, followed by Katakuri and others. The three parties formally met at the bow of their respective ships. For a moment, the atmosphere became tense. No one spoke a word, they were all looking at each other. Including the opposite crew. Marco, Katakuri and the others couldn't help but frown when they saw that Rockefeller Charlotte was followed not by the most famous people like SD Caesar Tesla but by his former subordinates. But then he relaxed again. Charlotte, Whitebeard, and Charlotte Lingling looked at each other. Sudden. Three loud laughs sounded together. Ha 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 ha. Cola la la la. Well, well, well. Charlotte, Newgate, Lingling, long time no see. The three said in unison. Then the three of them burst out with a fierce momentum. Overlord-colored domineering energy emerged from the bodies of three people at the same time. Red-green, black-red, pink. Three waves of overlord-colored domineering energy impacted the three parties and instantly enveloped the entire sky. Boom. Bang bang. Countless crew members behind the three forces fell on the deck after being unable to withstand the impact of this strong overlord-colored domineering force. Many ships even creaked, and cracks appeared on their hulls. Such a powerful overlord's domineering spirit. Is this the three emperors? The pirate braced himself and looked at the three tall figures leading the group. Although there is a figure who is not that tall. But in their hearts it is still like a big mountain, which is difficult for people to cross. Three waves of overlord-colored domineering energy collided with each other. Release without reservation. They were entangled with each other in mid-air, neither letting the other go. After a moment of stalemate, three strands of energy actually surged toward the sky. It instantly broke through the dark clouds in the sky. The sunshine came. The overlord-colored domineering energy dissipated instantly. The pressure on everyone disappeared instantly. Countless people breathed in the fresh air and seemed to be alive. Ha 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 ha. Cola la la la. Well, well, well. Rockefeller Charlotte, Edward Newgate, and Charlotte Lingling laughed at the same time. Laughter resounded through the sky. Charlotte took out 2 bottles of fine wine from her bracelet and threw them towards Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling. Come and taste the wine of our Rockefeller pirates, it is absolutely the best in the world. Charlotte looked at the two and said. The wine bottle, which was half a person's height, was lifted up and thrown by Charlotte. Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling caught it easily, and not a trace of wine spilled. The two immediately started drinking heavily. Whoa! Good wine, really good wine. Wine-tasting Master Baybeard's eyes suddenly lit up and he praised. Well, 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 it's really good. Charlotte, tell me how much you want. I'll take as much as I want. Charlotte Lingling also licked her tongue and said, "Ha ha 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 ha, you can have as much as you want. After you defeat the Navy, you can drink whatever you want." Charlotte looked at the two and said. But when they talked about defeating the Navy, Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling stopped smiling at the same time. The atmosphere was silent for a long time, and Charlotte Lingling spoke first. Well, Charlotte, I'm here to help you this time. I don't know what price you can pay. If you are not sincere enough, I will leave." Charlotte Lingling's greedy face made Charlotte's originally smiling face darken. Chapter 5:12 Dividing the Sight. He glanced at Whitebeard again. Although Whitebeard's face was expressionless, Charlotte could still see the teasing in his eyes. They are all waiting for their statement. Charlotte immediately understood what was going on. They are all millennium-old foxes. What kind of liaojai are you playing? Charlotte slammed the wine bottle in her hand to the ground. A click. The atmosphere at the scene froze instantly. The smile on Charlotte Lingling's face did not change and she still looked at Charlotte. Whitebeard also looked at Charlotte expressionlessly. The surrounding members looked at each other nervously and put their hands on their weapons. "Charlotte Lingling, I can tell you clearly that this time you have to help even if you don't. There is no room for bargaining. If you want any benefits and want to cut a piece of flesh from the Rockefeller pirates, let me tell you clearly, this is impossible." Charlotte looked at Charlotte Lingling and said slowly, and then looked at Whitebeard. "The meaning is very clear." Whitebeard's eyes flashed. But Charlotte Lingling was instantly furious. "Charlotte, do you want your Rockefeller pirates to be wiped out?" Charlotte Lingling asked angrily. Our Rockefeller pirates have been wiped out, and your Big Mom pirates will be next. If you don't believe me, give it a try," Charlotte said without showing any weakness. He put his hand on the hilt of the 7-star sword and looked at Charlotte Lingling. Both sides looked at each other, neither giving way to the other. A long time. "I don't think we should mess up our position in front of a powerful enemy. We can talk about any needs we have." Whitebeard took a sip of wine to ease the tense atmosphere and looked at Charlotte. Whitebeard also expressed his stance. After hearing this, Charlotte's eyes showed deep helplessness. The battle on the front line has shown that even if all members of the Rockefeller pirates are dispatched, they still cannot shake the pace of the Navy's advancement. From the beginning of this meeting, Charlotte was in a difficult position. Well, Whitebeard is right. We cannot mess up our position in the face of a powerful enemy," Charlotte Lingling echoed. This is obviously siding with Whitebeard. Faced with the persecution of the two men, it was useless even if Charlotte felt all kinds of reluctance in her heart. After all, this world is ruled by fists. And who is the biggest fist in the world today? Definitely the Navy. Now that the Navy has broken through the second line of defense, it will appear in front of them at any time. If Charlotte is still quarreling over this matter, then it may be true that the Navy's wishes have been fulfilled. The expression on Charlotte's face was noticed by Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling. They looked at each other with smiles in their eyes. "You are awesome, keep on being awesome, the Iron Wall pirates are so majestic. We don't have to beg us when facing the Navy. Anyway, the first person the Navy wants to eliminate when it enters the New World is you. We are not in a hurry." Charlotte's expression kept changing and she waved her hand. Everyone behind Charlotte retreated. Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling looked at each other with raised corners of their mouths. It became. Then he waved his hand. Everyone from the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates retreated. Only Rockefeller Charlotte, Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Charlotte Lingling were left. Charlotte took out a map of the New World with a gloomy face. The three of them had a heated discussion around this map. Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling are not ignorant people. Didn't know it was good to push Rockefeller Charlotte too hard. Otherwise, this kid, Xiaoluo, would be really annoyed. If he really wanted to fight to the death, they would be out of luck. By then it will become a joke if the Navy really catches them all. But even so they still quarreled. Charlotte refused to give up an inch of her core territory in the center of the New World, and was only willing to give some of the islands in the first half of the New World to Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling. But this is obviously impossible as Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling intended. The three of them quarreled over several pieces of territory in the center of the New World. The argument continued until dawn the next day with no results. Barrett and others, who had withdrawn from the second line of defense, returned. Several people had some scars on their bodies and were in a state of utter disarray. Charlotte became even more anxious after seeing them. Not only Charlotte was anxious, but also Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling. Several people discussed the location of the New World Center for a long time but to no avail. The Whitebeard pirates were stuck in the second half of the New World and desperately wanted to establish themselves in the center of the New World. And Charlotte Lingling's base camp, Totland Sea area, is in the corner of the New World Center. They all want the land in the New World Center. But these are the core areas that Charlotte has been developing for 5 or 6 years, and they are all rare and good places. The three of them couldn't agree at all. At the end, Whitebeard sighed. In this way, how about I exchange some islands in the second half of the New World with you for the islands in the center of the New World? As for Charlotte Lingling's needs, give her the islands near the Totland Sea. As for the first half of the New World, how about each one taking it according to his ability? Whitebeard looked at Charlotte with sharp eyes and said. It seems to be saying that if you still disagree, then there is no need to talk. Charlotte's face became gloomy when he saw that 1/3 of the land on the map was suddenly gone. But after seeing his child come back covered with injuries, Charlotte gave in. Okay, but the island you want must be here. Charlotte pointed to the island near the center of the New World near the Big Mom pirates and said. This is obviously a bad intention. Whitebeard glanced at it and nodded. Can. After Whitebeard nodded, Charlotte Lingling also nodded with a smile. Well. I have no problem either. The three of them have finished discussing the next division of the territory. Charlotte also breathed a sigh of relief. Judging from the map, the territory of the Rockefeller pirates has shrunk from more than 40% to about 30%. The Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates both maintained around 30%. Now the three pirate groups equally divided the New World. Among them, Charlotte Lingling took the biggest advantage. The Whitebeard pirates haven't changed, they just exchanged territory. Okay then, our three pirate groups have officially formed an alliance. Charlotte asked people to serve wine and sit together. Form an alliance and jointly deal with the Navy. Whitebeard said with a smile. Charlotte Lingling also laughed. This was the first time I had taken advantage of Charlotte, how could I not make Charlotte Lingling feel happy? Whitebeard looked at Charlotte's expression and sighed in his heart. This time he didn't grab a piece of land from Charlotte, it was all a trade. Without adding insult to injury, it can be regarded as repaying the friendship back then. I'm afraid from now on you will walk your Yangguan road and I will walk my single plank bridge, and there will no longer be any friendship to talk about. Chapter 513 Three Emperor Alliance. The three of them drank the wine together that represented the alliance. At this moment, the three emperors of the New World formed an alliance to contain the naval invasion. This is unprecedented. This news instantly shocked the entire New World. Such a big news about the meeting of the three emperors could not be hidden from anyone at all. The three major pirate groups gathered in the waters of Edwall. Such a big movement was noticed by all forces early on. The conversations between Rockefeller Charlotte, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and Charlotte Lingling were learned by countless spies from powerful forces. This meeting was arranged intentionally by Charlotte. Just to let everyone in the New World know that Rockefeller Charlotte is not someone to be trifled with. As soon as this news comes out, the ambitious pirate groups entrenched in various places in the New World have suppressed their patience. Pirate groups that wanted to attack the power of the three emperors, such as the Moria pirates, and those that planned to take a bite out of the Navy's operation, all fell silent. The three emperors' alliance officially begins. Rockefeller Charlotte, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, and Charlotte Lingling began to establish the three emperors' alliance in the New World. Let's face the naval threat together. At this time, the three major pirate groups in the New World have completely changed. The pirates who used to roam around now sit in territories all over the New World like emperors. In the past, the three emperors were all said by people outside the three great pirate groups. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Rockefeller Charlotte, and Charlotte Lingling did not admit it to the outside world. And after the three emperors' alliance treaty officially started, the three great pirate groups will officially face the entire world as the three emperors. The New World officially ushered in the three emperors pattern. After this alliance ends, the three pirate groups put aside their past grievances and formally formed an alliance to deal with the threat from the Navy headquarters. Charlotte, where did the Navy invade? After the alliance is completed, Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Charlotte Lingling, and Rockefeller Charlotte sat together. Rockefeller Charlotte was obviously in a bad mood and did not give the two of them a good look. We have captured an important military fortress near the center of the New World in the first half of the New World. It can be said that the first half of the New World has been basically lost. After speaking, Charlotte raised her head and drank a glass of wine. In just 1 month, the crew under his command could not resist the full-scale invasion of the Navy headquarters. Originally, Charlotte planned to persist for 3 months or 6 months, so that the Navy would think that the Rockefeller pirates were tough, temporarily give up the encirclement and suppression of the Rockefeller pirates, and focus on the Big Mom pirates or the Whitebeard pirates. On the group. But the facts are obvious. Charlotte overestimated the strength of the Rockefeller pirates and underestimated the Navy's determination to fully attack the New World. Without Charlotte taking action, the Rockefeller pirates could only resist the Navy's advance for a month. The Rockefeller pirates had no intention of threatening other pirate groups. Let Charlotte's plan to occupy the leadership position of the alliance failed. Whitebeard turned serious after hearing this. The first half of the New World was lost, which meant that their core interests would be directly threatened by the Navy. Currently, the Navy is urgently trying to regain the first half of the New World. It seems that it plans to integrate the first half of the New World before fighting with us. Charlotte couldn't help but smile when she said this, and said with disdain. There are many kingdoms in the first half of the New World, all left behind by the Sky Pirates. By paying protection fees to the major pirate groups, he traveled among the major pirate groups. The original Golden Lion Shueisha didn't know how to manage, let alone how to organize the territory under his command. Also lazy to manage. A direct copy of the world government's heavenly gold system. All islands under his command are required to pay a protection fee to maintain the operation of the Sky Pirates. After the failure of the Sky Pirates, the Rockefeller pirates occupy many of the Sky Pirates' territories. He also took over many kingdom forces. With the advent of the Age of Discovery, the Rockefeller pirates had no intention of doing anything to the kingdom forces under their command. They had been letting it go and only focused on collecting taxes. As a result, those kingdom forces still exist. For them, no matter who rules here, they will give a sum of money to protect their safety. There is no loyalty at all. It is simply impossible for them to unite to deal with the pirates. Whitebeard and Charlotte Lingling also laughed after hearing this. The Navy's approach is obviously lagging behind. At this time, it is really stupid not to step up the pursuit of victory and to integrate the forces of the New World Kingdom in a whimsical way. The rule of the New World is always whoever has the biggest fist listens. Edwalsea area, when Whitebeard and the others were talking. Sarah is indeed integrating the forces in the first half of the New World. Especially those kingdom forces. Sarah didn't waste any time and asked the major lieutenants to lead their fleets one by one. Speak with force. After seeing so many warships, many kingdoms still hung the Rockefeller, Whitebeard, and Big Mom pirate flags throughout the book. Immediately and decisively changed to a world government flag. Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel came to a palace hall. Your Majesty the King, this is a summons from the world government, ordering all countries in the New World to cooperate with the Navy's actions to regain the New World. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel said expressionlessly, with a hint of threat in his tone. The king looked bitter and nodded. He had no right to refuse. The fleet had arrived at his doorstep, so he could only agree without any right to bargain. Scenes like the one here are everywhere in the first half of New World. The Navy commandeered the naval forces of various kingdoms in the New World and formed a coalition centered on the kingdom's forces. The Navy, which was originally at a disadvantage in terms of military strength, suddenly felt like it had taken a big tonic. It suddenly expanded from a fleet of 100 ships to a huge naval fleet of 500 ships. The total number exceeds 15. Although most of them were sent out by the kingdom to make up the numbers, they were simply not comparable to the 100 warships in the Navy. But it's already very good. Those kingdoms are willing to send fleets to help, which means that their hearts are still towards the world government. It's not like the world government's influence will decline just because the New World has been lost for 20 years. After receiving this huge amount of power, Marshal Kong did not dare to delay. You must know that every second wasted will have to provide rations for more than extra soldiers. He wants the first battle to be the decisive battle, to decide the outcome in one battle, and to resolve the Three Emperors' alliance in one fell swoop. At this time, the news of the Three Emperors' alliance was on his desk. Warring States period. How are the troops sent by the kingdom integrated? Sarah sat in the conference room and looked at Sengoku, Zifa, and Garp. Chief of Staff, he was sitting at the Navy headquarters and did not attend the meeting. This big wave of events is weighing on Sarah and Sengoku. Chapter 514 Kingdom Alliance. In the short month before the Navy regained the New World, the Navy had accumulated a large number of problems waiting for Sarah to solve. These are all arranged one by Sarah and Sengoku. As for Zifa and Garp, after thinking about it for a while, I might as well forget it. Letting them arrange it will only make things more chaotic. Marshal, the strength of the kingdom's forces that have been reinforced this time is uneven. A large part of them are cannon fodder troops without combat capability. It is difficult to integrate a combat force. Once they are sent out to fight like this, it is very likely it will be a drag on the navy. Warring States looked at the air report with a hint of worry in his eyes. The closer the decisive battle came, the less confident Sangwa felt. After hearing this, Kong just waved his hand. When there are difficulties in the Warring States period, we must overcome them. The fact that those kingdoms are willing to support our navy is already the greatest progress. As for these armies, we must first integrate them into an army that can fight, and then put some armies that are just faked together to serve as cannon fodder. Don't what a waste of this power. Sara looked at Sengoku and said. Warring States smiled bitterly after hearing this. Yes, I'll arrange it now. The meeting ended quickly, it was just a routine meeting. Warring States followed the marshal's arrangement and came to the coalition camp. As soon as I arrived at the camp, I heard a burst of chaotic sounds. There seems to be some commotion ahead. Zhangguo's face immediately sank after seeing it. He was already in a bad mood and became even more depressed after seeing this scene. What happened? Sengoku walked up to him and asked. The expression of a marine who was watching the show immediately changed. General of the Warring States. A shout made everyone look over. What happened here? Warring States actually saw Kuzan in the crowd. Kuzan came over after seeing what happened here, and people quickly gathered. The surrounding generals also came over after seeing this. General, they fought over a little food. Kuzan walked over with a face full of shame. Kuzan was ordered to manage this camp. Unexpectedly, something happened on this level and the Warring States general happened to see it. A fight over food? Sengoku asked with a look of disbelief on his face. General, most of the soldiers in these kingdoms are malnourished. They were sent here without even having a full meal. When they saw the food, they all rushed to grab food and did not obey orders at all. Kuzan said with a wry smile. Kuzan's words immediately received the approval of many generals who gathered around him. They were ordered to manage these coalition forces, and problems arose one after another. After Warring States heard this, his brows immediately sank, and murderous intent emerged between his brows. If something like this happens, we must not tolerate it. We must kill it to serve as a warning, otherwise it will only become more and more chaotic. Warring States looked at Kuzan and many generals and said. Kuzan couldn't bear it after hearing this, but he nodded after seeing Sangwa's murderous face. Although he has also led troops, many times. But those soldiers are all elites of the navy, and at worst they are soldiers of a branch. There is no such thing as today's mob. For a while, I was in a hurry. Kuzan immediately returned to the camp and saw a group of people frantically grabbing food with a cold glint in his eyes. A wave of the right hand. A light blue cold light lit up. The fighting soldiers turned into ice sculptures. If you want to eat, come to me one by one and line up. Kuzan looked at everyone with murderous intent and said. For a moment, everyone did not dare to move, looking at the hundreds of ice sculptures in the center of the camp with horrified eyes. Kuzan stood aside and watched the team gradually become more organized before returning to Sengoku. General Warring States, why do you want them to act with us? Most of these are just a mob. Cooperating with the Navy to act together is completely holding the Navy back. Even once the battle starts, our Navy has to protect them. Kuzan asked, looking at Sengoku in confusion. His words attracted the nods of several generals around him. The coalition troops were not taken seriously by the Navy at all. If these coalition forces are enemies, their Navy only needs one lieutenant general to lead 5,000 elite Navy to kill them easily. But if they are allies, their Navy will send elite Navy and many generals to protect and maintain them, so that they can maintain their remaining combat power on the battlefield. This greatly limits the entire strength of the Navy. Warring States sighed after hearing the complaints from the generals around him, and then his face became serious again. This is the order of the Marshal. Not long ago, the three great pirate groups in the New World formed the Three Emperors Alliance. Facing the threat of our Navy, they united together. The power of the three emperors expanded to 100,000. If we only rely on the more than 4 soldiers of our naval headquarters to destroy them, the casualties will definitely be high. We must unite all forces. Our support from all over the world and the Great Sea Route cannot come to the New World, so we can only rely on the power of a new world. Warring States looked at all the generals and said. I heard that there were as many as pirates. All the generals were stunned. They never expected that the number of pirates would be so large. I thought it would be about the same as their navy, but I didn't expect it to be twice as many. This is the difference between the three emperors and the pirates. With territory and order under his command, everything will prosper. With the support from the territory, the three big pirate groups can easily recruit 100,000 people. Even without considering the combat power, 20 people can easily gather. Their continuous financial resources are enough for their pirate group to support the war. Of course, once the war drags on for a long time, it will be different. Fortunately, the navy is more difficult than the pirates. Once the war drags on, the navy will face a lack of supplies and opposition from the world government. You must know that the navy has no income at all and relies entirely on the support of the world government. Once the world government discovers that the war has reached a stalemate, it will consume massive amounts of supplies every day. Even if the world government supports it, the celestial dragons will be unable to bear it. These flowers are all their heavenly gold. This naval expedition relied on the navy's accumulation over the years and the support of the world government. Once there is a stalemate on the battlefield and the navy's accumulation is used up, it can only rely on the world government. At that time, it will be up to the world government to decide whether to fight or not. Kuzan fell silent after hearing the general's words. Now that things have reached this point, Kuzan can't say anything else. Although the top management also attached great importance to his opinion, after all, the strength was there, but that was all. After all, he is just a lieutenant general, and his right to speak is not that important. Let's organize the army well. The decisive battle is only in these few days, and the navy cannot afford it. Warring States patted Kuzan, the junior he was optimistic about, and said. Chapter 5:15 Arrangements before the war. Yes. After hearing what Sengoku said, Kuzan understood that time was running out. It is still difficult to complete the army formation in just a few days, but fortunately, these kingdom armies have some foundation, and they can go to the battlefield with a little maneuvering. There is no problem in simply firing off the gun. It is already rare to be able to contain even a portion of the pirate force. Time passed quickly. The navy and pirates quickly integrated their teams. It's not just the navy that's consolidating. The pirates are also cooperating with each other. Edwall Sea Territory. All members of the Whitebeard Pirates, Rockefeller Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and the Tripartite Pirates gathered together to discuss how to attack the navy. I think we should focus on defense. This can greatly reduce casualties. As time goes by, the navy will not be able to sustain it for long. Marco crossed his arms and looked at Isdeth and Katakuri in front of him. Boom. Isdeth slapped the table. What's the use of defense? There are so many of us, more than, pirates gathered here, just for defense? Such an empty sea area is suitable for naval battles. A vigorous naval battle will let the navy know that the new world is our three pirate groups. The world. Isdeth looked at Marco and Katakuri and said. The tone is very radical. The dispute between the two started right from the beginning of the discussion. The two men have different perspectives. One advocates defense and the other advocates offense. Everyone has their own reasons. Marco naturally hopes that the defense can reduce the casualties of the Whitebeard Pirates after all. Isdeth wanted to take this opportunity to eliminate more Marines so that the Rockefeller Pirates could reduce the pressure when facing the navy in the future. After all, among the three major pirate groups in the New World, the Rockefeller Pirates have the most connections with the navy. But what she didn't know was that after the battle, Charlotte divided part of the border between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates. Work together to counter the naval threat. I think it's better if each one is responsible for an area. At this time Katakuri spoke. He has different ideas about joining forces. Cooperation is okay, but everyone has to manage their own affairs. This was Katakuri's idea. And as soon as this idea came up, Marco smiled and nodded after hearing this. I also think it's better to each be responsible for an area. Our three pirate groups have never cooperated with each other. It is almost impossible to complete the cooperation in just a few days. It is better to each be responsible for an area, so that we will not be in a hurry. The reason why Marco did this was because he did not want the Whitebeard Pirates to become a knife in the hands of the other two pirate groups. Especially the Rockefeller Pirates. Isdetha's radicalness shocked Marco. Counterattack the navy, how is this possible? According to what he learned these days, in order to solve the problem of insufficient troops after occupying the first half of the New World, the navy frantically transferred troops from the kingdoms in the first half of the New World to act as cannon fodder. In just a few days, it expanded from less than 15 to, more than them all. If such a large scale wants to take the initiative to attack, how many people in the Whitebeard pirates will die? In order to cope with the invasion of the Navy this time, the Whitebeard pirates have removed all affiliated pirate members of the Whitebeard pirates. With a scale of more than 4, no one knows how many people will die after experiencing a big war. Look at the Rockefeller pirates and the Big Mom pirates. The Rockefeller pirates also have a size of 4 people, most of whom were urgently transferred recently. Only one of them are the real elite of the Rockefeller pirates. The other, are just make-up, and Marco doesn't think they can achieve anything big. As for the Big Mom pirates, it's not that Marco looked down on them. Except for the children of the Charlotte family, those minions were completely ignored by Marco. It's a complete rabble. Cooperate with them to resist the Navy, but they are afraid that they will be disbanded before the Navy comes. It's better to each be responsible for an area. Death looked at Marco and Katakuri, the two of them obviously had their own agenda. The support is fake, and getting benefits is their real goal. Such a great opportunity. The Navy went on an expedition, and the 3 pirate groups gathered together as never before. What a terrifying force. Look at the sea around you. The sky-blocking ships covered the surrounding sea. Densely packed. With such a good opportunity, they didn't work together to deal with the Navy, and they all wanted to preserve their strength. Sure enough, pirates are just pirates without any sense of the overall situation. You must know that the Navy is the biggest threat to pirates. The Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates quickly reached a consensus. Death's objections were useless. Immediately arrange the area responsible for the Rockefeller pirates. The Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates must not be allowed to choose a good location. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Rockefeller Charlotte Lingling. The 3 of them had been sitting together drinking since they signed the covenant. Leave everything in hand to your subordinates. After seeing his subordinates doing something good, Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Charlotte Lingling both smiled. Only Charlotte looked a little bad. Death's expression clearly showed that he had suffered a loss in the discussion just now. But now is not the time for the enemy to care about this. Now that the children have discussed it, we adults cannot slack off. There are many senior generals dispatched by the Navy this time. Whitebeard held up the wine bowl and looked at Charlotte and Lingling. Well, let's each find an opponent. I want Sengoku's head. Charlotte Lingling had murderous intent in her eyes when she talked about the Warring States period. This guy had targeted her Big Mom pirates in the past, and Charlotte Lingling has not forgotten this enemy. Whitebeard nodded after hearing this. Leave it to me, Marshal of the Navy. He and I are old rivals. Charlotte followed closely and said. The Marshal of the Navy was directly selected. Whitebeard also nodded. Then leave it to me, Garp. As for Zifa? Whitebeard hesitated. Leave Zifa to me. Barrett walked out and looked at Whitebeard and said. Whitebeard's pupils shrank, and he nodded as he watched the fearful look in Barrett's eyes disappear. Then leave the remaining generals to our cadres. Whitebeard arranged. Here, Whitebeard's qualifications, strength and power are at the top. No one will question his arrangement. Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling nodded in agreement. The decisive battle is about to begin, and a large-scale naval battle is about to begin in the waters of Edwall in the New World. Chapter 516 The War Begins. G6 Branch. This maritime fortress, which had just been conquered by the Navy, was designated as a branch of G6 by Navy Marshal Cyborg Kong. In front of the fortress, more than 100 Navy warships with a length of meters were lined up at the front. Standing on it were tens of thousands of elite soldiers from the Navy. Behind more than 100 warships, there are nearly 400 ships of various types neatly lined up behind them. It's just that compared to the Navy warships in front, these more than 400 ships appear dilapidated, and some ships don't even have a cannon on them. The air station looked down at the surrounding warships from a high platform. He looked around again at the general standing in front of the warship. The faces of each general were extremely determined as they looked at Navy Marshal Cyborg Sara on the high platform. All the soldiers also stood upright and looked at the marshal on the high platform. Let's set out with the goal of destroying all pirates in the New World. Marine Marshal Cyborg Sky faced the crowd and shouted loudly. Kill, 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 destroy the pirates. A chorus of roars. 15 people looked up to the sky and roared. The voice broke through the sky. The spies hiding in the dark turned pale when they saw this scene. He kept taking pictures of the scene in front of him with the camera in his hand, and conveyed it to all parts of the world. The Navy was mobilized. More than 500 ships were heading towards the waters of Edwall in the New World. The 3 major pirate groups waiting in the waters of Edwall also received news of the Navy's dispatch. In an instant, everyone in the 3 pirate groups looked serious. Coming. Isteth put her right hand on the hilt of the sword, standing at the front of the Rockefeller pirates and looking at the empty sea in the distance, and said. Behind him stood Caesar and Tesla. Red Earth Continent. Mary Joa, Pan-Ancient City. Are you dispatched? Success or failure depends on this move. Woloxing said while looking at the image from the Navy. Get ready. Maz Shang said. Saint Nazho Lang glanced at him and said nothing. The Navy was dispatched, and the news was immediately known to everyone who cared about the trends in the New World. They all looked in the direction of the New World, each with a different expression. After one day, the Navy sailed on the sea for a day. Finally arrived at the Edwall Sea area. Looking at the calm sea ahead, all the generals clenched their weapons. An unprecedented battle is about to begin. Report. Found the Whitebeard pirates, Rockefeller pirates, and Big Mom pirates. A loud roar came from the communicator. The lookout looked at the 3 pirate groups that appeared in front of him through the telescope in his hand. Nearly 400 pirates came towards the Navy. The leaders are the Moby Dick of the Whitebeard pirates, the Poseidon of the Rockefeller pirates, and the Anthem of the Queen Mother of the Big Mom pirates. 3 big pirate groups have been discovered, and everyone is ready to fight. Sengoku stood behind Sara and shouted. A loud roar made the Navy soldiers who were a little excited or panicked calm down and looked at the pirate phalanx that had gradually become visible with the naked eye. Marshal Kong looked at the 3 pirate groups approaching quickly with a red light in his eyes. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Rockefeller Charlotte Lingling, your time has come to die. Kong lowered his hands and clenched his fists tightly as he looked at Sanlai, who was speeding towards him. Approaching. The 3 pirate groups stopped one after another. White-bearded Edward Newgate stood up holding Song Yunxia, one of the 12 skills of the Supreme Sharp Sword. Kulalalala, the Navy won't just stay in the paradise and come to the New World to die? Kulalalala. Whitebeard's laughter spread in all directions. It caused countless pirates to chuckle. Even Rockefeller Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling had sneers on their faces. Pirates, today is the day when your 3 pirate groups will die. If you don't want your entire army to be annihilated, you should capture them immediately. Marine Marshal Cyborg Kong would not let Whitebeard damage the morale of the Navy and shouted immediately. Come on. More than 4 naval soldiers roared in unison. It caused the heaven and earth to shake. Ku-la-la-la-la, if you have the ability, then give it a try. Whitebeard held Song Yunxia's hand in his right hand and knocked it down slightly. Song Yunxia was inserted on the deck. He clenched his fists fiercely. Everyone looked at the tall figure standing in the middle. The corner of Whitebeard's mouth raised. The space seemed to be torn apart. Empty shock. He clasped his hands forward fiercely, and an earth-shaking vibration surged up. Layers of space are broken. It was broken layer by layer towards the Navy. Charlotte narrowed her eyes when she saw this scene. This Jinjin fruit is worthy of the title of the strongest devil fruit and can be called the engine of team battles. The destructive power of pure range is much stronger than his own. Charlotte thought to herself. Just marvel at the destructive power of the shock fruit. Whitebeard is out. It is earth-shattering as soon as it is shot. The sea water rolled back, the sky tore apart, and the space shattered. Whitebeard, don't be arrogant. Warring States roared when he saw it. In a flash of golden light, a huge Buddha figure appeared on the warship. Big Buddha shockwave. Lift your right palm. A huge golden Buddha light shone on everyone. Everyone who was illuminated felt a peaceful breath rising from the bottom of their hearts. Many people actually showed peaceful expressions on their faces, and the murderous intent on their faces slowly disappeared. Humph. Seeing this scene, Charlotte let out a cold snort that was fused with Overlord's domineering aura. Instantly awakened those weak-minded people. After reacting, they all looked at the tall figure standing on the warship with fear. The giant Buddha's shockwave met Whitebeard's air shock in the air. A powerful impact exploded instantly. The 2 impact forces clashed in mid-air. The space is no longer fragmented layer by layer, but directly distorted. Boom. A huge energy rises. The aftermath spread instantly and filled the whole place. The sea became rough. The seawater kept lapping at the surrounding ships, causing many ships to become chaotic. Ku-la-la-la-la, Warring States period, you still like to use some little tricks. Whitebeard's eyes widened at the end. The powerful overlord-colored domineering energy rises. The red and black domineering aura pressed towards warring states. The greeting has been given, and now the testing begins. Not only Whitebeard's domineering spirit, but also Rockefeller Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling have displayed their own domineering qualities. We can't always let Whitebeard take the limelight alone. Red-black, red-green, red-pink. 3 distinct streams of overlord-colored domineering energy pressed toward the naval formation. The breath in the sky suddenly suffocated. The originally rough sea actually calmed down under the impact of these 3 overlord-colored domineering auras. It was as if the sea had surrendered to these 3 kings. Chapter 517 Whitebeard vs. Garp. Lightning rises. Click. Lighted up half the sky. Dark clouds covered the sky over the sea. 3 waves of overlord-colored domineering energy rushed towards the navy with a momentum as powerful as breaking bamboo. The 3 overlord-colored domineering energy actually merged together on the way. Like a dark black dragon, it engulfed the navy. Humph. A heavy cold snort sounded. As for the navy, the faces of the owners of the overlord-colored domineering sank. Navy Marshal Cyborg Sora, Navy Admiral Sengoku, and Navy Hero Monkey D. Garp all stood up and released their overlord-colored domineering energy. A time. Overlord color and domineering energy meet in the air. Touch each other. No one will let anyone. Crazy impact on the opponent's domineering aura. But the intersection of these 2 domineering forces clearly means that Whitebeard's side has the upper hand. Ah! Whitebeard shouted loudly. Once again, the output of the overlord's domineering energy was increased. Seeing this, Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling also increased the output of their domineering energy. After the emergence of this new force, the navy's overbearing domineering attitude was immediately destroyed. 2 waves of overlord-colored domineering energy exploded instantly. Little stars were scattered on the sea. Kola la la la. Whitebeard laughed when he saw this. Kill me. Whitebeard mentioned Song Yunxia and pointed at the naval phalanx and shouted. The battle officially started. Fire. After Whitebeard's order, the 3 pirate groups launched artillery attacks on the naval formation at the same time. Cannonballs were fired toward the naval formation in an overwhelming amount. The electromagnetic gun also continuously emits strong current. Fire. The naval phalanx also did not hesitate. The admiral immediately issued all orders. There was a constant stream of shelling, but very few actually hit. All were shot down or blocked by the officers or generals on their respective ships. Little ones, kill. Whitebeard took the lead in launching the attack, commanding the Moby Dick to move forward. Kill. Kill the navy, long live the Whitebeard pirates. Countless Whitebeard pirates crew members shouted in the direction of the navy with weapons in hand. Sora glanced at Sengoku and Garp after seeing this action. Hey, let me know how to beard. Garp took the initiative to stand up and said with a fist. Be careful. Kong warned. Don't worry, Marshal, there is no one who can kill me. Cap said confidently. Then he jumped on his dog-headed warship and headed towards the Whitebeard pirates. Lieutenant General Garp is out, follow me. Seeing Garp leading his ship forward, many generals followed and headed towards the Whitebeard pirates. After Kuzan saw many people rushing up after Garp, and then looked at Sakaski and Porcelino, he also ordered the attack. He broke away from the large navy and headed towards the Whitebeard pirates. Sakaski was unmoved after seeing this. Porcelino curled his lips after seeing it, and glanced lazily at the indifferent Sakaski. Ha 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 ha, Whitebeard, you don't stay in your own territory and wait for death, and you come here to die. Are you tired of living? Garp stood on the bow of the ship bordering the Whitebeard pirates. More than 4 Whitebeard pirates instantly surrounded the fleet brought by Garp. Garp, you are so old and you still dare to appear in front of me. Do you want to taste my iron fist? Whitebeard Edward Newgate said without any sign of weakness after seeing Garp. Really? Then let me see whose fist is stronger. Garp's eyes flashed red. Red and black lightning wrapped around his fists. Death. Garp instantly jumped up and attacked Whitebeard. Rumble. Powerful energy gathered in mid-air. Ku la 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 la, just let me see it. Whitebeard raised the clouds high, and the red and black lightning twined around the clouds. He slashed hard at Garp in mid-air. Garp also punched Whitebeard with his fist downward. The 2 of them were fighting each other in the air, several meters apart. The collision of domineering colors pitted the two against each other. Above the sky, the clouds split and the sky rent. A doomsday scene formed. People who had never seen this scene exclaimed in surprise. The sky. It's broken. They all raised their heads and looked at the sky. Gotcha. At the intersection of attacks, the space was shattered layer by layer, and restored to its original state layer by layer. Even the space couldn't withstand the attacks from the two of them. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Monkey D. Cap. The two bodies were facing each other, and the red and black domineering aura around them continued to wrap around their bodies, attacking each other crazily. After seeing the stalemate, Marco of the Whitebeard Pirates immediately set his sights on the rest of the navy. His body burned with blue-yellow flames. His arms slowly turned into a pair of wings burning with flames. Animal-type phantom beast-type bird fruit phoenix form. Marco flapped his wings and flew into the sky. Brothers, kill! Marco shouted and killed Kuzan in the naval phalanx. The biggest threat to the Whitebeard Pirates here is Aoji Kuzan, one of the three monsters of the navy. King, to generals. This is the eternal truth. Kill. The Whitebeard Pirates were all heading toward the navy. Interesting. Kuzan looked at Marco, who rushed over quickly. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, has a bounty of 11 billion berries, and is the right-hand man of Whitebeard Edward Newgate. Kuzan said, looking at Marco. Marco flew over Kuzan, blue and yellow flames burning. Navy, die. Marco jumped over in the air, kicked down, and attacked Kuzan with his huge phoenix claws. Ice shield. Kuzan waved his hand, and an ice wall appeared a few meters in front of him. Boom. Marco crushed the ice shield with his claw and attacked Kuzan. Click. Kuzan's body shattered and turned into ice shards that scattered around. Marco only felt that the kick was empty. Looking at Kuzan, who kept flying upside down. And Kuzan's body quickly reorganized. 2 thorn spears. 3 ice spikes quickly appeared while flying upside down and stabbed towards Marco. Marco narrowed his eyes. The wings keep flying. Took this attack. The flames kept spreading. Tough. This was Marco's first thought after the fight. But no matter how difficult it is, he must be restrained. When Dad and Garp fought, Marco had been observing the navy. He found that except for Garp and this Akiji, the other generals did not pose the slightest threat to the Whitebeard Pirates. As long as he can contain this Akiji, it will be a matter of time before the Whitebeard Pirates win. The navy didn't know Marco's plan. After the fight between Akiji and Marco, the navy also took action. The sound of shelling continued. The sounds of fighting continued to fill the battlefield. The outcome was unclear for a while. And on the other side of this battlefield, the Rockefeller Pirates and Big Mom Pirates are still confronting the navy. Chapter 518, Charlotte Lingling vs Warring States period. Well. I've taken action too, but we can't let the Whitebeard Pirates think we're paddling. Charlotte Lingling jumped on Thundercloud Zeus and headed towards the navy. Well. Warring States period, get out of here. Once out. Charlotte Lingling's broken gong-like voice sounded. Napoleon pointed directly at Sengoku, who was standing behind Kong Kong in the navy. Warring States was stunned and looked at the marshal in front of him. Sara just nodded slightly and agreed to Sengoku's participation in the battle. Warring States immediately jumped into his warship and pointed forward. The adjutant immediately understood what it meant. Attack the Big Mom Pirates. A loud roar sounded. The navy immediately detached a fleet to kill the Big Mom Pirates. Well, the Warring States period will die. Charlotte Lingling didn't say any nonsense. She jumped directly onto the Thundercloud Zeus and raised a sword wrapped with pink lightning to slash at Sangwa, who was standing at the bow of the ship. Humph. Warring States snorted coldly, and the Golden Buddha rose. Death to the pirate. The big golden handprint fiercely greeted Charlotte Lingling in the sky. The big golden palm struck like a broken bamboo. Charlotte Lingling's broadsword also struck hard. This blow contains Charlotte Lingling's happy mood these days. This will defeat the navy, and the Big Mom Pirates will gain nearly a third of their land. How this didn't make her happy and desperate. Sweeping away all her emotions of failure over the years. Boom. The powerful aftermath of the battle immediately caused the sea water around the two people to roll. Charlotte Lingling's huge power made Zhang Guo couldn't help but take 2 steps back. His footsteps dug several deep holes in the deck. Charlotte Lingling laughed loudly when she saw this and carried Napoleon on her shoulders. Well, Warring States, you can't do it. Charlotte Lingling looked at Warring States condescendingly and said. After hearing this, Warring States turned dark. Charlotte Lingling didn't say anything, but the golden light on her body shone brightly again. The Buddha's face became angry. Well. Elbaf spear Wegwa. Charlotte Lingling fiercely waved the knife in her hand towards Warring States below. The lavender sword energy shockwave enveloped the position where Warring States was. Upon seeing this, the Warring States period made the golden Buddha grow bigger again. Big Buddha shockwave. He pushed forward with both palms. The golden shock wave hit the slash. The attacks collided and exploded immediately, creating a huge aftermath. Porcelino, who came over, saw this and immediately turned into a flash of light and jumped towards the sky. Is this the Three Emperors? It's really scary. Porcelino looked at Charlotte Lingling and the Warring States general in battle inside. Then Porcelino turned his eyes and looked at the Big Mom pirates. The corner of his mouth raised. The figure jumped immediately, arriving in the sky above the Big Mom pirates. The crew of the Big Mom pirates suddenly became nervous when they saw a yellow stream of light suddenly appearing in the sky. Katakuri looked at the figure that suddenly appeared. He knew this man. Although this person rarely appeared in newspapers, Katakuri could still recognize him immediately. The opponent is Kizaru Porcelino, one of the three monsters of the Navy, a natural type and a user with the Shining Fruit ability. Suddenly, there was a bright yellow light in the sky. No, be careful, Nian Yao Guardian. Katakuri's right hand turned into a ball of rice cakes and covered the sky. And a lewd voice sounded in the sky. Bachi Kiangu Yu. Kizaru jumped in the air, waving light particles with both hands to attack the many pirate groups below. But unfortunately, Katakuri had foreseen all this and defended against the attack in advance. It's such a pity. Did you just predict the future through seeing and hearing? It was really scary. Kizaru looked at the shrunken rice cake and the exposed face. Charlotte Katakuri, the highest masterpiece of the Charlotte family. Huang Yuan said slowly. You just don't know that your future prediction can be faster than that of light? Have you ever been kicked by light again? Kizaru's annoying voice sounded. When he appears again. A shining leg appeared above Katakuri's head. A scene appeared in Katakuri's mind. He tilted his head slightly. Kizaru's leg brushed against Katakuri's scalp. Boom. Kizaru swept his leg, piercing the ship like a laser. Quick, get out of here. Katakuri immediately shouted. Get the surrounding crew off the ship. You react so quickly. I hate fighting with people like you who react so quickly. It's so boring. When Kizaru said this, he couldn't help but glance at a person standing in the distance. Tesla's perception was so sharp that he immediately felt a strong aura looking at him and immediately turned his head to look over. I saw the yellow-skinned monkey from before looking at me with an incomprehensible look. There's something wrong. Tesla muttered. Death. Katakuri watched Kizaru distracted for a moment, and turned his right hand into rice cake spikes to attack Kizaru. Whoosh. The blow missed, and Kizaru just tilted his head. Sneak attacks are not a good habit. Kizaru's body turned into a stream of light and disappeared. Only Katakuri was left tense and alert. The scale of the battlefield is getting bigger and bigger, and the Navy and pirates are fighting fiercely. The pirates are planning to divide the battlefield. Now only Zifa is left standing behind Kong. Zifa said after seeing what was happening in front of him. Sara looked at the battlefield between Garp and Whitebeard in the distance. The Whitebeard pirates intend to lure the fleet led by Garp away from here. This scene made Sara frown. Then he looked at the direction of Sengoku and the Big Mom pirates. The situation is somewhat unfavorable. The troops led by Garp and Sengoku only have troops. They are at a disadvantage when facing nearly 3 times the enemy's strength. We immediately ordered the coalition forces in the rear to send troops to support Lieutenant General Garp and General Sengoku. Sara picked up the phone and gave the order. The coalition soldiers watching the battle at the back were confused for a moment under this order. It's not like they didn't see the battle ahead. It's not like people with small arms and legs like them can participate in such a large-scale battle. A commotion broke out. But this commotion was quickly suppressed by the Navy. A huge fleet was detached to support Sengoku and Garp. This scene was seen by the Rockefeller pirates, who had been reluctant to take action. The Navy has divided its forces. This means that we, the Rockefeller pirates, are not being taken seriously. Caesar, standing beside Charlotte, said meaningfully. Charlotte glanced at Caesar, who was eager to try. Then he took out the 7-star sword from his waist. Swish. It's our turn, kill. Charlotte raised her sword high and shouted. Kill. The Rockefeller pirates shouted in unison. Chapter 519 Barrett vs. Zifa. Be careful, the Rockefeller pirates are moving. Sarah said while looking at Rockefeller Charlotte standing in the distance with his sword drawn. More than 100 warships headed straight towards the admiral's ship. Marshal, I'm on board. Zifa, who was standing next to Sarah, said when he saw the Rockefeller pirates approaching with great momentum. Sarah nodded. Zifa immediately got on his warship. Teacher. Seeing Zifa's arrival, his students all gathered around. Attack and stop the Rockefeller pirates. Zifa immediately gave the order. The warship immediately left the Navy and headed towards the Rockefeller pirates. Charlotte, suffer death. Zifa looked at Charlotte standing on the bow of the ship and immediately jumped into the air, his fists covered with dark-armed domineering energy. Charlotte looked slightly disdainful at Zifa, who rushed forward in a daze. He ignored Zifa's intention. Even though Zifa has already rushed to the sky above him. Just when Zifa's fist was about to fall. A powerful aura locked Zifa. A shadow fell over Zifa's heart. A tall figure suddenly appeared in front of Zifa. General Zifa, your opponent is me. Douglas Barrett's voice sounded slowly. The jet-black armament-colored domineering energy covered both fists, and purple-black lightning was faintly wrapped around the fists. Not good. Barrett's sudden appearance caught Zifa off guard. He watched helplessly as the fist struck his face. Boom. Zifa blocked with both arms at the critical moment. Blocked this powerful and heavy punch. But his body in midair also flew out upside down. Zifa quickly performed the moon step, taking several large steps in the air. There were loud explosions. Finally it landed firmly on the deck. Teacher Zifa. Seeing that Teacher Zifa was blocked, the students around him quickly stood in front of Zifa. Back off, I'm fine. Seeing how brave these students were, Zifa felt a little uncomfortable and a little ashamed. We haven't seen Zifa for several years, and all the bones in his body are rusty. Charlotte's voice came from afar, looking at Zifa standing among the students. They are all reduced to relying on students for protection. Charlotte said disdainfully. You. Zifa's face turned red after hearing this, and he hurriedly pushed away the students around him. Be careful, the opponent is the Rockefeller pirates, so cheer up. Zifa looked at the students around and said. Yes. Teacher Zifa. The students around them looked at the pirate fleet heading towards them with determined expressions. Kill. As he approached, Isdeath drew out his sword and shouted. Kill. Other crew members also drew their weapons and attacked the Navy. Kill. The Navy also showed no sign of weakness. Then I saw a young soldier, surrounded by smoke, rushing towards the Rockefeller pirates. Smorg, be careful. Seeing Smoker being so impulsive, the companions around him shouted. After Zifa saw his reckless student, he immediately took action. But Barrett, who has been keeping an eye on Zifa, will not let Zifa act. Boom. Barrett stepped on his foot and rushed towards Zifa like a cannonball. Where do you want to go? Barrett stopped in front of Zifa and punched him. Zifa also punched back. Boom. The collision of flesh produced a considerable aftermath. Under this blow, Zifa only felt a slight numbness in his right fist. The other party's power exceeded his imagination. Barrett retreated with one blow, looking at Zifa with excitement in his eyes. A strong physical warrior, Barrett's favorite is head-to-head combat. Death. Barrett's eyes flashed red. Overlord looked soaring into the sky. Purple-black lightning traveled around the body. Wrapped around both arms. With one simple punch, he went straight to Zifa's vitals. Zifa saw this. Pirates, they should all die. Zifa also started to get serious. He swung his arms, armed and domineering, covering his arms. Get started. One move caught Barrett's punch. It felt like his fist hit a sponge. The corners of Barrett's mouth couldn't help but rise. Ha 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 ha, this is interesting. Use all your strength, Navy Admiral Black Arm Zifa. Barrett roared and attacked Zifa with his fists continuously. Attacks like raindrops appeared in front of Zifa's eyes. Iron block. Zifa's body muscles were tense, and his armed domineering aura covered his entire upper body. He actually wanted to use a piece of iron to withstand this torrential attack. Bang bang bang. Barrett bombarded Zifa with punch after punch. Zifa stood still. Barrett narrowed his eyes. Navy 6 iron block. Barrett was not surprised by Marine 6, but by the fact that the iron block in Marine 6 had such strong defensive power. Attack stopped. Zifa's body sank, and an invisible momentum rose. Pirate, physical skills are not as simple as you think. Seeing Barrett's expression, Zifa knew what he was thinking. Ha! Physical skills? Then let's see whose physical skills are stronger. Barrett had the idea in his mind that he wanted to test his physical skills with Zifa. According to the captain, there are only a few experts in physical skills in this world, and even fewer who have reached the pinnacle. And the Zifa in front of me is one of them. Barrett wanted to verify his years of physical training and his physical skills. Then he raised his fists. Get started. Look at Zifa. The corners of Zifa's mouth raised slightly. Boy, if you want to compete with me in physical skills, you're too young. Zifa immediately raised his foot and stepped forward with a powerful and heavy kick. Barrett ducked out of the way. Then he punched Zifa fiercely. Seeing this, Zifa suddenly leaned up and lowered his waist, using an iron bridge to avoid the blow. Both sides began to fight with the purest physical skills. Barrett gave up his best domineering power and used his body and physical skills to fight Zifa in the most primitive way. Charlotte glanced in the direction of Barrett and Zifa. Seeing that Zifa had nothing to do with Barrett, he looked at Navy Marshal Cyborg Kong not far away. This old opponent that he had beaten to death many years ago. The 7-star sword in his hand was pulled out fiercely. A jingle sounded. Swish. It instantly attracted Sora's attention. This strong murderous intention made Kong look at Rockefeller Charlotte solemnly. Xia Luo saw Kong looking towards Joe and grinned. Red and green lightning wrapped around the 7-star sword. Slowly raised his right hand holding the sword. He shouted in the air. Demon sword? Badian. He directly waved his hands and used his overlord-colored domineering slash to split the sea, heading towards the warship where Sara was. After seeing such an overwhelming attack, Sara's whole body tensed up. But he suddenly relaxed. A red figure suddenly jumped into the air. The surrounding temperature rose sharply by dozens of degrees. Canine-toothed red lotus. A giant lava dog formed by magma suddenly appeared in front of him. Chapter 520 Charlotte vs. Sora. Pfft. The slash easily split open the giant lava dog, and it continued to kill Sora's ship without stopping. Upon seeing this, Akainu immediately flew in front of the slash. Boom. The slash struck Akainu mercilessly. Akainu blocked with his fist. The lava fist continued to consume the power of the sword energy. Magma kept sputtering all around. Boom. The magma exploded and the sword energy dissipated. Akainu panted and looked at Charlotte, with murderous intent filling his eyes. Heh, can a little lieutenant general like you handle my sword energy? Looking at Akainu's embarrassed appearance and sweating profusely, it has been proved how much effort Akainu put in to receive Charlotte's blow. Akainu immediately stood up straight after hearing this, wanting to fight Charlotte again. Akainu, leave this to me. You are still too reluctant now. Sara took off the navy cloak of justice wrapped around his back. He loosened the tie at the collar and walked in front of Akainu, blocking Akainu's progress. Akainu looked at the marshal who was blocking him and glanced at Charlotte unwillingly. And Charlotte looked at Sara who came out. Ha 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 ha, Sora. I finally stopped being your coward. Charlotte looked at Kong full of sarcasm. Sora ignored Charlotte's sarcasm. Instead, he clenched his fists. Armed domineering color covers both arms. Suffer death, Charlotte. Kong Na's violent shouts resounded through the sky, and he punched Charlotte like a meteor. Charlotte shook her head slightly, and then a ray of red light appeared in her eyes. You are not qualified to kill me. Demon slash. Xia Luo struck out with his sword. The crescent-shaped slash flew out and flew towards the sky in an irregular route. After seeing it, Sara immediately changed his attack movements in mid-air. A punch struck the crescent-shaped slash. Click. Crackling sounded. The slash was shattered by Sora's punch. But the next moment it was shattered. A black shadow appeared in the sky. Death, Admiral. Charlotte appeared above Sara, holding the 7-star sword high in his hand, with red and green domineering energy wrapped around the sword body. Lightning crackled. Boom. A powerful and heavy slash enveloped the sky above Kong. Kong looked up at the fierce sword energy. Damn. Sara had no time to react. Boom. Sword energy enveloped Kong's body. Sara's body was sent flying by this overlord-colored domineering slash. Boom. Whoa. Marshal. Seeing this scene, the surrounding navy shouted. Akanu's eyes were about to burst. Charlotte, I want you to die. Big fire. The huge magma fist hit Charlotte in midair. Charlotte didn't even look at it and kept staring at the sea. Magma man, have you forgotten that you still have me? Caesar's voice sounded. A beast-like aura suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Caesar strode in front of the great Spitfire's attack. The guandao in his hand slammed into the magma fist. Boom. The magma exploded and fell into the sea, making a gurgling sound. Sakazuki, my old rival, I'm here again. The smoke cleared, and Caesar's figure appeared in Akanu's eyes. Caesar looked at Akainu and said with a grin. Akainu frowned. Without saying a word, he punched out. Wanting to defeat Caesar and go to rescue the marshal. But how could Caesar fulfill Akainu's wish? The broadsword blocked Akainu directly. Akainu, the marshal who wants to save you must get through me first. After Caesar finished speaking, he picked up the sword and swung it fiercely. The powerful shock wave instantly destroyed the ship under Akainu. Let Akainu quickly jump onto another ship. When Caesar saw this, his eyes suddenly lit up. The body expanded instantly. 1,000-meter-long dragon rose into the sky. Hot breath. Huge flames rose and shot towards the naval warships. Akainu, who originally wanted to dodge, saw this. Immediately transforms both arms into magma. A punch pierced the flames. When the flames dissipated, a large knife emerged from the flames. 10,000 tons thunder half-moon slash. The sword wrapped with lightning struck Akainu's arm. Seeing this, Akainu also raised his left arm sharply. He firmly blocked the knife. Akainu, who was obsessed with Caesar, couldn't care about the marshal. We can only defeat Caesar first and then see the situation of the marshal. Thinking of this, Akainu no longer cared about the marshal's life or death, and punched Caesar's sword fiercely. Caesar clearly felt the difference from the previous professor. Are you serious? Then let's have a hearty battle. Caesar raised his sword and looked sharply at Akainu. The large sword wrapped in a domineering and armed color, the cold light emitting from the black blade frightened everyone. The destructive power of the battle far exceeded everyone's imagination. During the battle between Caesar and Akainu, basically after more than 10 rounds, a warship would be unable to hold on. Damn. Akainu watched as there were fewer and fewer ships around him, and gnashed his teeth in anger as he watched Caesar flying in the sky. This bastard has been deliberately destroying the warships at his feet. He has no way to do it. There are no islands near the sea area. Ao Pheasant. Create a battlefield. Akainu, who couldn't bear it anymore, immediately looked at Kuzan who was fighting Marco back and forth and shouted. After hearing this, Kuzan looked at the embarrassed Akainu and then at Caesar who was fighting with Akainu. Then he waved his hands. Ice Age. Light blue air conditioning instantly enveloped the battlefield. The water quickly turned to ice. The sea was frozen. The ships on both sides that were still shelling were suddenly immobilized. Everyone was stunned for a moment, but after seeing the opponent's stopped battleship. Fire! Fire me! The pirates reacted instantly and roared. The stationary ships were like targets, being picked off one by the gunners on both sides. Little ones, follow me. After the cannonballs were fired, the pirates jumped off the ship and stepped on the solid ice, killing the navy who had gathered like them. The sea was frozen. Akainu also has a place to stay. Pirate, your death is not far away. After Akainu finished speaking, the lava on his arms continued to flow, and then his steps moved a little faster. Caesar in midair narrowly avoided this blow. And not far away. When Akainu and Caesar just fought. A figure broke through the water, and Sara rushed out soaked. The powerful overlord-colored domineering fluctuations rushed towards Charlotte like a shooting star. The blow just now had no impact on the air at all. Except for some disordered breathing. The clothes on his upper body were torn apart, revealing his bronze skin. As expected of Steel Skeleton, I only gave him the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. The ancients sincerely did not deceive me. It's another difficult war of attrition. Xia Luo's eyes turned cold, and he flipped the 7-star sword in his hand. Charlotte slashed with his sword. A sword that was also wrapped in Overlord's Haki and a fist that was wrapped in Overlord's Haki struck together. The battle for the world's most powerful men has begun. Chapter 521 The Anxiety of the Battlefield. Charlotte, you must die. Kong looked at Charlotte with his face covered in blood. The aura on his body continued to rise. The Red Earl could defeat you back then, but I am going to kill you. Charlotte's eyes flashed red. The long sword kept moving towards Sara's vital points. The sword energy flew vertically and horizontally, slashing around Kong's body. But Kong's whole body was tense, and his whole body was tightly protected. He didn't give Charlotte any more chances. The fight between the two broke out with their own powerful fighting power. The ice shattered wherever it passed, and a huge plume of smoke erupted. Call. Charlotte's forehead was covered with sweat. After all, he is Marine Marshal Cyborg Sara, a strong man at the same level as them. It is not that easy to deal with such strong men. It is even more impossible to kill him as quickly as possible, unless the opponent reveals some flaws. But this is obviously impossible. If you have reached this level, the flaws exposed are likely to be the flaws used by the other party to seduce you. If you are not careful, you will fall into the other party's trap. If you want to determine the outcome, you can only exhaust the opponent. It's another time competition. Charlotte glanced around. There was chaos on the battlefield. The battle between the three pirate groups and the Navy did not immediately determine the outcome. Not even the scale of victory was revealed. Still fighting each other. Compete against time, this is a new world. Charlotte looked at the fighting crowds around her and raised the corners of her mouth slightly. The long sword flicked. It stabbed straight into the air. The longer this battle drags on, the greater the chance that their three pirate groups will win. Clang. The long sword struck Kong's bronze arm. Only a shallow white mark was drawn. The opponent's physical development has reached its peak. Charlotte glanced at the attack she had caused and couldn't help but roll her eyes. I thought about how the Red Earl dealt with Sara and how he defeated him. Could it be that the other party learned from the pain after their last failure and strengthened themselves? The more I think about it, the more likely it is. Charlotte only felt difficult for a while. It's not just the battlefield in Charlotte. A battlefield divided into three parts. The Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates are not so easy to deal with their respective opponents. Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Monkey D. Cap are already making a real splash. The two of them attacked expressionlessly with swords and punches. No one spoke, it was just a clash of fists and weapons, leaving both of them with different injuries. The Navy uniform on Garp's body has been scratched with wounds by Whitebeard. The turban on Whitebeard's head also disappeared in the battle just now, revealing the thinning white hair. If you look carefully, you can see that there are staggered fist marks on Whitebeard's exposed chest. It was obviously caused by the battle just now. The two people leaned together and kept exchanging swords and fists, so that no one within a kilometer range dared to come close. The cadres of the Whitebeard pirates are also fighting desperately with the Navy. The cadres of the Whitebeard pirates headed by Marco held back the Vice Admiral who was supported by the Navy and started a battle on the ice. The Vice Admiral headed by Aoji Kuzan was fighting crazily against 16 cadres of the Whitebeard pirates. Many weaker cadres or rear admirals have died. It has been half a day since the battle started. So far, no generals at the lieutenant general level have died. But the number of injuries has continued to increase. Except for the cadres, the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates seemed a little helpless when facing the elites trained by the Navy headquarters. Low-level members of the Whitebeard pirates continued to die at the sword of the Navy, without any resistance. And their cadres also seemed a little feeble in the face of admirals who were fewer in number than him. Facing a vice admiral, it would take 3 members of the Whitebeard pirates to join forces to defeat a vice admiral. It greatly restrained the leaders of the Whitebeard pirates. Facing the steady retreat of the bottom class, the Navy is advancing steadily on a large scale. Damn. After Marco struck a blow, he flew into the sky and felt heartbroken as he watched his companions being killed one after another. Phoenix Seal. Marco kicked towards Kuzan. The blue and yellow phoenix claws locked Kuzan. Kuzan did not choose to take it hard, but dodged it. Everything that happens around him is in Kuzan's eyes. The Navy still has all its advantages when facing the pirates under the Whitebeard pirates, so it just needs to play it slow and steady. In fact, even Kuzan was a little surprised that the Whitebeard pirates' combat power was so weak. In Kuzan's view, The reputation of the other party's Whitebeard pirates was entirely supported by Whitebeard alone. Except for Marco, the Diamond Josie and the Foilbista in front of me. It seems that the other cadres of the Whitebeard pirates are not as strong as their reputation. And this scene was seen by Whitebeard. What Whitebeard was most worried about happened. Facing a large-scale battle, especially after he, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, was restrained. His sons did not bear their burdens. Facing the attack of the elite of the Navy headquarters, they retreated steadily and were actually killed. This is the last thing Whitebeard wants to see happen. In comparison, the situation of the Big Mom pirates is much better. The children of Big Mom, headed by Katakuri, gathered in their respective fleets and appeared to be able to face the Navy's attack with ease. Although the ship was frozen in the sea. The ships were unable to move, but the children of the Big Mom pirates immediately used these stopped ships as fortresses to face the attack of the Navy's elite. The firearms on the ship kept swallowing fire snakes. The children of the Charlotte family who are young and have little fighting ability are even armed with Gatling guns. If the Rockefeller pirates were here, they would definitely be shocked. Because almost all the weapons in the hands of the crew members of the Big Mom pirates came from their Rockefeller pirates. Those Gatling guns were manufactured by Rockefeller Charlotte. Then take it to the black market and sell it. Charlotte strictly controls the quantity of this kind of machine gun sold, and every time it is sold, it will cause a rush of people on the black market. A machine gun has already fetched 34 million berries on the black market. Now, we are facing a war that affects the life and death of the Big Mom pirates. Katakuri didn't even care about hiding anymore, he took them all out and handed them over to his weaker brothers and sisters. Let these younger brothers and sisters have the ability to protect themselves on the battlefield. These machine guns were collected by Katakuri over the years. Bought it from the black market at a huge price. As the pirate group that has the biggest conflict with the Rockefeller pirates, Katakuri has always had a strong sense of crisis in his heart. Chapter 522 The Anxiety of the Battlefield. This feeling is the fear of the Rockefeller pirates. Although his mother was supporting him from the front, Katakuri still stared closely at every move of the Rockefeller pirates. Whatever happens to the Rockefeller pirates, Katakuri will be very alert. Katakuri would also order people to buy anything launched by the Rockefeller pirates and then study it. The appearance of Gatling made Katakuri instantly see how terrifying this weapon was. Maybe it doesn't pose any threat to you, but facing ordinary people with swords, the Gatling is definitely a harvesting artifact on the battlefield. After understanding the power of this weapon, Katakuri quietly collected such weapons from major black markets. And also ordered people to make these weapons. As the highest-ranking person in the Big Mom pirate group besides Charlotte Lingling, Katakuri's authority is still very large. With Charlotte Lingling's no-nonsense style, Katakuri takes care of almost everything in the Big Mom pirates. This gives Katakuri a lot of room to display. While observing the Rockefeller pirates, he was subtly transforming the Big Mom pirates. The transformation over the years has also produced great results. I am afraid that Charlotte Lingling does not even know how terrifying the strength of her pirate group is. The emergence of the Gatling gun completely changed the Navy's perception of firearms. After experiencing round after round of death charges, the bodies scattered across the ice told the Navy behind them the horrors ahead. Quick, attack, whoever dares to take a step back will die. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider looked at the ship spitting out fire snakes in front of him and shouted, urging these Kingdom Coalition forces, whose legs were weak with fear, to continue moving forward. These troops are cannon fodder units launched by the Navy, and they are brought here to be consumed. On this battlefield, when the Gatling gun appeared, the Navy immediately changed its strategy after paying a heavy price. The senior Navy generals headed by Lieutenant General Ghost Spider drove a large number of Kingdom Coalition forces to open a gap. The Big Mom pirate ship is surrounded by the corpses of the Kingdom's Coalition forces and Navy elites, compared to the Whitebeard pirates. The Big Mom pirates seemed much more relaxed. Sister, nothing will happen to my brother. A group of children of the Charlotte family looked at a cover made of rice cakes not far away, covering a space. Smoothie looked at the faint explosion in the distance and shook his head. No, Brother Katakuri is the strongest. A mere vice admiral can't hurt Brother Katakuri. I believe Brother Katakuri will win soon. We don't have to worry. Let's deal with these people who are coming up now. The Navy needs to pay attention, the next wave of attacks from the Navy is coming. Smoothie said looking around. The Gatling gun in front of them gave them full confidence. Having repelled 2 waves of naval attacks, leaving thousands of corpses behind, this was Smoothie's confidence. After hearing this, the other children looked excitedly as they were about to touch the Navy. Fire. After seeing this, Smooji gave an order, and the fire snake spat out again. Another large piece of cannon fodder fell to the ground. But the Navy did not flinch this time and continued to press forward despite the hail of bullets. Fight back from time to time with the weapon in your hand. But the damage done was minimal. The impact of Rockefeller Charlotte's crossing has already begun to play out. The Big Mom pirates are developing towards the scale of thermal weapons. It's ridiculous to say that the Rockefeller pirates are the inventors and owners. But the Rockefeller pirates don't like these thermal weapons. Compared to these rifles and machine guns, the Rockefeller pirates still prefer to use primitive swords. Perhaps it was influenced by Rockefeller Charlotte. After all, this is an extraordinary world. Rifles and machine guns may have great advantages against ordinary people, and will also make many people rely on firearms. But against the truly strong, firearms are powerless. As for the Rockefeller pirates, a pirate group that gathers swordsmen, the people in it regard the sword in their hands as more important than their own lives. Even if Charlotte tried to promote his own firearms troops, not many people were willing. This gave the Big Mom pirates a taste of the sweetness. Damn. Ghost Spider looked at the Navy, who was pushed back again. He saw the panic on the soldiers' faces. What kind of weapon is this? Ghost Spider asked as he looked at the Gatling placed on the ship and emitting white smoke. Apparently Ghost Spider doesn't understand this weapon. After all, this kind of weapon has only been around for 2 years. It has not had any impressive achievements before, and it is not well known to people. But I believe that after this war is over, Gatling's reputation will spread all over the world. It fascinates countless people. I have to say that Charlotte did another immoral thing. The fighting here did not affect Katakuri and Kizaru not far away. To be precise, they don't know what is happening in the outside world. Katakuri and Kizaru were now enveloped in a barrier made of rice cakes. This barrier is formed by Katakuri, just to limit Kizaru's speed of light. At this time, the two stood opposite each other. Kizaru stood there and looked at everything happening around him. Yo yo yo. It's really scary. How old are you when your devil fruit is awakened? Despite Kizaru's nonchalant look, his heart was already in turmoil. Devil fruit awakening, this is devil fruit awakening. How many people are so poor that they cannot do anything in their lives? Even he has not developed the awakened form of his shining fruit. And the kid in front of me did it. Katakuri raised his arm. The arm instantly turned into glutinous rice, and a trident appeared in Katakuri's hand. Seeing this scene, Kizaru's eyes were shocked again. I remember the Nua fruit seems to be superhuman, right? Kizaru was once again shocked when he saw the opponent's methods that were similar to those of the natural system. Navy, if you want to get out, kill me first, and I will kill you second. There is no third way. Katakuri said while looking at Kizaru while holding the trident. After hearing this, the obscene expression on Kizaru's face slowly disappeared. It seems I can only ask you to die. After Kizaru finished speaking, his figure immediately disappeared. A ray of golden light appeared behind Katakuri. Whoosh! The light falls. As if Katakuri had predicted it in advance, he turned around and knocked down the laser with a swipe of his halberd. Boom! The laser fell on the surrounding rice cake walls and exploded violently. Kizaru glanced at it. His attack only caused a slight ripple on the rice cake wall. The strength of this rice cake was more difficult than he imagined. Chapter 523 The Continuation of the War, 1. Katakuri looked at Kizaru flying in the air, and then stretched out a hand. Aim at Kizaru's position and grab it with 5 fingers. The surrounding rice cake walls seemed to come alive. A series of spikes covered with armed domineering energy quickly stabbed towards Kizaru. The appearance of this scene caught Kizaru off guard. No matter where Kizaru dodges, the rice cake spikes will wait in advance, and then burst out with a violent attack. It's really difficult to predict the future by seeing, hearing, and coloring. For the first time, Kizaru felt that speed might not bring him any advantage. The kid in front of him was very slippery. No matter how he acted, he could always react 1 second in advance. Don't give him a chance to get close at all. Kizaru looked at the rice cake tentacles wrapping around him and the shrinking rice cake walls. Difficult to deal with, this was the first time since his debut that he felt aggrieved. It was even more uncomfortable for him than that Thunderbolt boy. I want to see how long you can last. Kizaru dodged left and right, flying in midair as he looked at Katakuri and gritted his teeth. Katakuri showed no expression or reply. With his eyes fixed on Kizaru, the tentacles stretched out from the surrounding rice cake walls stabbed at Kizaru. The dark-armed domineering energy covered this awakening space, and the rice cake suddenly stabbed Kizaru. Hateful. Kizaru is a little crazy. Lasers were continuously fired at the surrounding walls. The wall was like water, and the laser shot on the wall and bounced away easily. It has no impact on the surrounding rice cake walls. Kizaru punched down at the speed of light, and the rice cake wall was as hard as iron, making a dull sound. No matter how hard Kizaru attacks, he can't shake the rice cake wall. He also had to deal with Katakuri's attack at the same time. Just when Kizaru was at his wit's end. The battlefield outside has changed. On the originally stalemate battlefield, the Rockefeller Pirates were the first to break the original stalemate. The cadres of the Rockefeller Pirates led by Isdeath, the team leader, broke through the phalanx formed by the Navy. Kill. Not one left. Isdeath knocked back a vice admiral with a sword and cut a long wound in front of Huashishin's chest. Lieutenant General Luokai. The surrounding Navy soldiers shouted after seeing Luokai being chopped down. Lieutenant General Luokai fell to the ground, with blood constantly flowing from his body. He wanted to struggle, but the wounds on his body made him unable to do anything. It's time for the Navy to go to hell. Isdeath looked at Luokai, who fell on the ground expressionlessly, and turned the sword in his hand. Cold light flashed. The blade appeared in Luokai's eyes. Pirate, I will wait for you in hell. Luokai watched helplessly as Isdeath slashed his throat with a sword. The death of the first high-ranking general on the battlefield occurred. This was the first high-ranking general to die since the war began. The death of the vice admiral completely shocked the surrounding naval soldiers. Kill me. Isdeath flicked a trace of blood from the tip of the sword and looked at the dazed naval soldiers around him and shouted. After saying that, he plunged into the Navy and started ruthless killing. The Rockefeller Pirates' war weapons revealed their amazing power at this moment. Wherever Isdeath passed, the Navy was frozen in ice, maintaining the same movements as in life like ice sculptures. Kill. Quick. Follow eldest sister quickly. Isdeath's bravery inspired countless members of the Rockefeller Pirates, and they all rushed towards the Navy with their weapons raised high. And Isdeath immediately locked the direction with Robert Deidara. Go to support Robert and Deidara. Deidara, watch your back. Robert and Deida pulled out of the battlefield. Robert and Deidara team up to take on an elite Navy lieutenant general. However, it was still difficult for the two of them to compete against the elite lieutenant general in front of them. Although the two have just grown up, their strength has improved rapidly, and combined with their respective devil fruit abilities, they have already surpassed most of their peers. But it was still very difficult to deal with a senior Navy elite lieutenant general. Several times of danger made Robert and Deidara a little unbearable. Looking at the lieutenant general whose hair and beard were already white in front of him. Obviously it appeared in the same era as Garp. He is still active on the front line of naval battles, and his combat experience is much better than the two brats Robert and Deidara. You kid, it's time to go to hell. The long knife appeared behind Deidara, and the cold light on the blade made Deidara's back sweat drop. A death-like crisis loomed in my mind. Are you going to die? Deidara asked in his mind. The sound of a knife cutting through the air behind his back was heard. Deidara couldn't react at all. Robert wanted to step forward to support him, but he was too far away to intervene. Boom. An explosion sounded. Deidara's figure was thrown away more than 10 meters. Deidara. Robert from far away saw Deidara flying out and shouted. A figure suddenly appeared. The gorgeous long sword penetrated a body. What do you want to do to my brother? A voice full of murderous intent sounded, like a whisper from the abyss. The old lieutenant general did not speak but looked down at the sword tip that appeared in his chest. Then he gave a wry smile. Is this the end of my journey? A helpless sigh. Swish. Draw out the long sword. The old figure slowly knelt down and fell limply to the ground. Isdeath stood behind the corpse expressionlessly. There was a trace of blood on his face. Miss. Robert ran over and looked at Isdeath, who suddenly appeared. Protect yourself and the brothers around you. Isdeath swung his sword, and the blood on the sword was wiped clean, and he walked silently towards the distance. Robert looked at his eldest sister's back with some confusion. After reacting, he immediately ran to Deidara's side. At this time, Deidara had already stood up. As hurts. Deidara immediately rubbed his butt after standing up, and the pain in his butt made him moan. Just now, Isdeath kicked Deidara out in order to protect him from the knife. Kicked Deidara away. Haha. Just hope you're okay. Robert looked at the lively Deidara and said happily. What happened just now? Deidara looked at the lieutenant general who fell to the ground dead. 1 second he was fighting with himself and others, and the next second he was lying on the ground. Then he glanced at his sister who rushed into the navy. Watch your sister wander among the other siblings, helping them deal with their opponents. Let's go, the battle is not over yet. Robert patted Deidara on the shoulder, then pulled Deidara and said. Okay. Deidara nodded after hearing this, and immediately rushed into the naval formation with Robert. Chapter 524 The Continuation of the War, 2. Gas World. Endless gas spread and instantly enveloped an area. The navies enveloped in the gas seemed to have their throats strangled, suffocating to death. Art is a blast. Deidara also rushed into the crowd, and there was a violent explosion. All the surrounding navy exploded into pieces. The cooperation of the two brothers instantly opened up the battlefield situation in other places. This scene was seen by Zifa, who was nearby. Hateful. Zifa watched a large number of junior naval officers and commanders being killed. Especially the killing of the 2 vice admirals made Zifa furious. You pirates deserve to die. Zifa's anger rose again, and the muscles in his arms swelled. He punched away Barrett in front of him. Barrett shook his hand slightly as he felt the shock on his arm. Are you angry? Then let me see the strength of the admiral. Barrett raised the corners of his mouth, revealing 8 white teeth. He casually hugged it with his fists, and his body exuded a strange aura. Something like a ghost arose from Barrett's body. The combined fruit activates. The combination of armed domination and body made Barrett's momentum surge again. Admiral, go to hell. The sound of a punch bursting the air was heard. Sonic booms rumbled in Zifa's ears. A quick punch hit Zifa's fist. Creak. There was an obvious sound of bones breaking. Zifa quickly took a few steps back. Looking at the deformed left fist, he was a little shocked. But before he could react, Barrett's next blow was already in front of Zifa. Boom. There was a sound of bones breaking. Zifa flew out upside down. The powerful force directly flew Zifa hundreds of meters away. After landing on the ice, his body plowed a ravine more than 10 meters deep on the ice. Zifa climbed out of the rubble. Standing on the ice, the depression in his sternum made Zifa couldn't help but cover his chest. Cough cough. There was a cough. Zifa lowered his head and coughed violently. He coughed loudly, and Zifa couldn't help but cover his mouth. When I took my hand away, I saw the bright red in my palm. The blood in his palms made Zifa couldn't help but turn red. Barrett took 1 step forward. Isn't it possible, Admiral? Barrett asked, looking at Zifa's somewhat sluggish body. Zifa slowly raised his head after hearing this, and his body straightened up again. The depression in his chest and the deformation in his left fist are healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Barrett's pupils shrank when he saw this. Advanced applications for life return. The other party has really practiced his physical skills to the extreme. Looking at Zifa, who is recovering quickly, Barrett retracted the contempt in his heart. It seems that you are not simple either, but that's what makes it interesting, isn't it? Barrett showed an enchanting smile, and his aura suddenly exploded. It's the joy at the presence of prey. The pirate wants to defeat me, but you are still too young. Zifa looked at Barrett and said. The muscles on his body suddenly grew in size. Really? What about this blow? Barrett tiptoed, the ghostly aura wrapped around his body, the domineering aura rising into the sky, and purple-black lightning wrapped around his right fist. Attack Zifa. 6 types of mysteries, the largest will 6 king spears. Upon seeing this, Zifa immediately used his most powerful physical skills. 2 shock waves formed instantly. Collide in the air. Boom. At the moment when the shock wave collided, an explosion sounded. The aftermath instantly enveloped the entire place. Including Whitebeard, Loves, Edward Newgate and Garp at the very edge of the battle. The 2 of them pulled away and turned to look over. I saw that Douglas Barrett, the vice captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, actually beat up Navy Admiral Zifa Blackarm. This kid. Whitebeard couldn't help but express his surprise after seeing this. Zifa. Garp changed his mind after seeing it. He looked at Zifa and exclaimed. The situation on the battlefield changed. The originally stalemate situation seemed to be opened up at this moment. Charlotte Lingling, Warring States period, Rockefeller Charlotte, Kong. These people all looked at the battle between Barrett and Zifa. After seeing what happened in the field, Charlotte Lingling and Rockefeller Charlotte both looked happy. The key to this battle will most likely be the outcome between Barrett and Zifa. Although Zifa did not clearly reveal his defeat at this time. But in the eyes of Whitebeard Edward Newgate and Charlotte Ringling and Rockefeller Charlotte, Barrett had the upper hand. As long as they fight steadily, Zifa will undoubtedly be defeated in less than 3 days, and by then the balance of victory will tip to their side. How could this not make the three of them happy? In contrast, the Navy is on the side. Garp, Sengoku, and Sara all looked at Zifa with worried expressions. They knew very well the dangers their navy would face if Zifa was defeated. Once Barrett frees his hand, the pirate will undoubtedly win this battle. This is not what their navy wants to see. But at this time, they had no solution at all. Their opponent was no less difficult than the Barrett Zifa faced, or even more difficult. It would be impossible to determine the outcome without a battle lasting more than 7 days. What happened here was quickly seen by other admirals. After seeing General Zifa, teacher, being beaten out, all the Navy generals felt their hearts sinking. A pessimistic mood emerged in my mind. Is the Navy going to lose? Cough cough. Zifa stood up and coughed slightly. His clothes were in tatters, exposing his bronze upper body. There are various scars on the body. The most obvious thing is the sword mark on his chest. This sword mark was caused by Charlotte 12 years ago. It has never been restored to its original state. It is forever engraved on Zifa's upper body. Old guy, you seem to be dying. Barrett naturally recognized the sword marks on Zifa's body and looked at Zifa and said playfully. Pirate, let me teach you a lesson. You will never know the outcome until the last moment. Zifa rushed forward. He knew that there were countless eyes looking at him at this moment. If he does not show the courage to move forward, the blow to the morale of the military will be unparalleled. So he must move forward bravely and use his courage to enhance the courage of everyone present. Seeing this scene, the surrounding soldiers and generals were shocked. Justice shall prevail. I don't know who shouted. It instantly aroused the roars of countless navy. Justice shall prevail. The roar that reached the sky instantly aroused the blood of countless navy. Fierce confrontation broke out again, and countless naval forces tried to tear apart the enemy in front of them regardless of their lives. Chapter 525 The Continuation of the War, 3. An inconspicuous place on the battlefield. An inconspicuous figure is hidden among the Whitebeard pirates. His chin was unshaven, a few teeth were missing in his mouth, and he had a pair of claws on his hands, looking at the navy nearby. Does justice always win? No. It should be the winner who is just. The future captain of the Blackbeard pirates, Blackbeard Marshal D. Teach looked at the navy around and murmured in a low voice, ignoring the sounds of killing around him. Tiki, are you okay? Suddenly a voice came from behind. Tiki immediately regained his honest expression and turned to look at the visitor. It turns out to be Sachi. It's okay, I just feel a little uncomfortable. As he spoke, he revealed a stab wound on his arm. This was deliberately left behind by Teach during the previous battle. Sachi, who was holding 2 kitchen knives, looked at the injured Tiki and his expression immediately changed. Tiki, you're hurt. Who did it? I'm going to kill him. Sachi expressed concern, then looked around with a murderous look on his face. It's okay, Thatch, he's dead. I accidentally caused it. Tiki looked at Sachi's concerned look and said casually. That's good, why don't you go back to the Moby Dick for treatment first? Don't worry, you can leave it to me. Thatch looked at Teach's bleeding arm and expressed concern. How can this be done? How can I go back when everyone is fighting? Don't worry about this minor injury. Let's go and support other teammates. As he spoke, Tiki ran towards a battlefield nearby. Seeing Tiki fighting bravely even though he was injured, Sachi was deeply moved. Teach is not afraid of death, so why would I, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, give up? Brothers, I'm here to kill the navy. Thatch raised 2 kitchen knives and shouted at the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates around him. This roar instantly aroused the morale of the surrounding Whitebeard Pirates crew. The originally demoralized formation gradually stabilized. Started to resist step by step. But it still doesn't help the overall battle situation of the Whitebeard Pirates. The members of the Whitebeard Pirates, more than 4 crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates, are facing more than 1 elite Navy soldiers and more than 4 Kingdom Coalition forces. Especially when more than 4 Kingdom Alliance troops rode in the water, they were beaten back by more than 1 elite Navy soldiers. From the very beginning of the war, the members of the Whitebeard Pirates faced the most violent blow from the Navy. Whether it's cannons, firearms, or advanced combat power, the Navy crushes the Whitebeard Pirates. If it weren't for the small number of people and barely gaining the upper hand, the Whitebeard Pirates would have been taken away by the Navy in a wave. If the Navy and the Whitebeard Pirates had the same strength, the Whitebeard Pirates would not be a match for the elite Navy at all. Any elite soldier here can defeat 2 crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Coupled with the advantage of weapons, it is even possible to exchange 1 for 3. The terrifying strength is simply not something that rookies like the Whitebeard Pirates, who rely on the protection of Edward Newgate the Whitebeard, can resist. The Whitebeard Pirates, who have lived in the second half of the New World for a long time, rarely break out in large-scale battles. The Rockefeller Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates were blocking the way, but the crew of the Whitebeard Pirates were still too immature. In addition, white-bearded Edward Newgate usually neglects discipline. Most of the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates are very weak, and the weapons are lagging behind. Although some weapons owned by Rockefeller were also purchased, but the proud crew of the Whitebeard Pirates disdained to use their opponent's weapons. This resulted in the weapons on the ship being very backward. It's okay to fight in a small way at ordinary times, but when faced with elites like the Navy, they will collapse at the first touch. If those kingdom troops hadn't held back the Navy's elite, the Navy's results might have been even greater. Akiji's premonition before the war started came true. Once these Kingdom Coalition forces enter the battlefield, they are just delivering food. They just disobey orders on the battlefield and run around, affecting the morale of the elite Navy soldiers. It also resulted in many navies killing many people in order to protect these Kingdom Coalition forces. Although these Kingdom Coalition forces really helped a lot in the initial naval battle, after the close combat, the fear of death overcame their reason and chaos arose. In addition, the generals who commanded them were restrained by the cadres of the major pirate groups and were unable to command, which further aggravated the confusion of these soldiers, caused many senseless casualties. This is the reason why the Whitebeard Pirates can persist until now. Compared with the teamwork and fire suppression of the Big Mom Pirates, and the powerful strength of the Rockefeller Pirates, the Whitebeard Pirates are indeed much weaker. The heavy casualties of the Whitebeard Pirates brought the Whitebeard Pirates to the verge of collapse, and they were all supported by Whitebeard Edward Newgate. As long as Whitebeard Edward Newgate does not die, the Whitebeard Pirates can still persevere. It doesn't matter even if the casualties are heavy. Compared to the Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates is much more relaxed. Although Katakuri was restrained by Kizaru, he fought in the space under the awakening of the Nua fruit, unable to command the many younger brothers and sisters of the Big Mom Pirates. But the battles fought by the Big Mom Pirates over the years were not in vain. Fight the Rockefeller Pirates, fight the pirates who opened the Age of Discovery, fight the Sky Pirates, and fight the Navy. It can be said that the Big Mom Pirates are more experienced than the Rockefeller Pirates. Ever since the Big Mom Pirates officially left the waters of Totland in 1494, the Big Mom Pirates have been active in the war. Nearly 10 years of fighting have allowed the entire Big Mom Pirates to still face the war in an orderly manner, without the panic of the Whitebeard Pirates or the fierce attacks of the Rockefeller Pirates. Some just rely on favorable terrain or timing to suppress the Navy's attack by relying on various firepower. The war continued late into the night. The Big Mom Pirates are still spitting fire in all directions, defeated wave after wave of naval charges. The Navy has never broken through the fire blockade of the Big Mom Pirates since the war began. Those waves of charges accomplished nothing except leaving corpses on the ground. After the Navy experienced the initial violent impact, the corpses of Navy elites were left on the ground. The temporary commander, Lieutenant General Ghost Spider, immediately changed his tactics. The opponent's firepower layout was very perfect, equivalent to a textbook-level layout. Ghost Spider dared to believe that even their navy could not arrange such a perfect formation. This made Ghost Spider a little tired, but the fierce fighting on the battlefield would not make him angry anymore. Chapter 526 The Continuation of the War, 4. After organizing several tentative attacks, Ghost Spider understood that if he continued to send elite soldiers from the Navy headquarters to charge, he would be risking his own death. Their Navy does not have the luxury to use the lives of their own people to add bullets to the other side. Then the Ghost Spider gave an order that made the people around him feel horrified. Ordered to drive the kingdom's coalition forces to break through the pirates' fire blockade. Whoever issued this order was so frightened that he broke into a cold sweat after seeing this order. They knew very well that if this order was carried out, thousands of people would die. The previous charges had demonstrated the strength of the opponent's firepower. The Navy abandoned more than 1,000 corpses and ran back in despair. And now they have to charge again. Although the main force this time is the useless Kingdom Coalition forces, they are also living people. At this moment, the justice in many people's hearts was shaken. But when the ghost spider said something, either you go, or they go, you choose. What I want is to break through the pirates' fire blockade. After the ghost spider's emotionless words appeared, all the admirals and soldiers were silent. Then they immediately commanded the nearly Kingdom Coalition troops following them. And these Kingdom Coalition forces are not stupid. Although they are all cannon fodder, all of them have the idea of doing work but not doing anything, just hide behind and wave the flag and shout. But I didn't expect that the Navy actually wanted to use their lives to fill bullets, and some people immediately became unwilling. But the person who jumped out also met a tragic end. The head was chopped off on the spot by the ghost spider and hung on the flagpole. Tens of thousands of Marines around them took out their bayonets and pointed them at the more than 3 kingdom soldiers. If they refused, you can imagine their fate. Faced with the threat of death, these people succumbed. Everyone held weapons in their hands and launched a death charge towards the Big Mom pirates under the command of Ghost Spider and other generals and school officers. Everyone trembled at death from the beginning to numbness at the end. By late at night, a mountain of corpses had been piled up on the path of the Big Mom pirates. In a day and night of attacks, nearly 2 kingdom soldiers died. Even so, there is still no reduction in the firepower of the Big Mom pirates. It's as if the firepower on the opposite side is unlimited. Boom. Inside the Navy's temporary command headquarters, Vice Admiral Ghost Spider sat on the main seat, surrounded by 3 vice admirals and several rear admirals sitting on both sides. It has been a day and a night, and we have only advanced 100 meters. We are still 300 meters away from the Big Mom pirates. Will our Navy be blocked from these 300 meters? The roar of the Ghost Spider made all the surrounding generals lower their heads and show no expressions. Ghost Spider took over Kizaru's temporary command, and the scars on his face were beading. Continue to organize the kingdom's coalition forces to charge. Even if the Kingdom Coalition forces are wiped out, we must break through the opponent's fire network at all costs. As for the report, there are not enough manpower. The Ghost Spider was silent for a while when he said this. After more than 2 deaths, they now have only more than 1 Kingdom Alliance forces left in their hands. With the current consumption, it is very likely that all the Kingdom Alliance forces allocated to them will not last until dawn. Go and ask the generals on other battlefields to allocate some Kingdom Alliance troops to us. We must gather, Kingdom Alliance forces to consume the opponent's firepower in one fell swoop. Ghost Spider looked at everyone and said, after saying that, he hit the table with his fist. Yes. All the generals, including the 3 lieutenant generals at the same level as Ghost Spider, all said in unison. The Navy immediately took action, detached some manpower, and went to the 2 nearby battlefields to ask for reinforcements. After entering the battlefield of the Rockefeller Pirates, the naval general who came to ask for reinforcements was shocked. The Navy in this battlefield is being divided and surrounded by the Rockefeller Pirates, and then they are killing, and they are completely being killed. There are even fewer generals. The messenger watched for a while before he saw a general with the rank of lieutenant general surrounded in the middle. The messenger ran over immediately after seeing it. After explaining your intention. What are you talking about? I can hardly hold on anymore. Where can I find reinforcements to support you? I want to ask you for reinforcements, come on. The vice admiral, who was obviously grumpy, immediately drove the messenger away and continued to command the battlefield. But the situation on the battlefield is no longer optimistic. A large number of generals were killed, and only a few generals were left to rely on their strength to resist desperately. If it wasn't night, some of the Rockefeller Pirates' soldiers would have rested. After all, most of the Rockefeller Pirates' combat power is currently a bit young, and the long battle has made them exhausted. As darkness falls, the Rockefeller Pirates gain the upper hand. Is death let them go back to rest? Among the 3 main battlefields, the Rockefeller Pirates are relatively easy. Of course, this is for the lower-level combat forces, and the high-level combat forces are still fighting. Is death, Caesar, Tesla. Is death directed the soldiers who continued to fight to launch attacks against the Navy again and again. Caesar dealt with Sakaski in front of him. Tesla was entangled by a female major general. This female major general is none other than Commander He's sister, Major General Peach Rabbit. The 3 small battlefields where fighting was still continuing have gradually brought the situation under control. When the messenger returned, another messenger arrived at the battlefield of the Whitebeard Pirates. It was different from the battlefield of the Rockefeller pirates. When Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel learned of the messenger's intention, he immediately agreed to Lieutenant General Ghost Spider's request for help, and flew out some of the Navy's elite soldiers with more than 3 Kingdom Alliance troops to rush to the battlefield of the Big Mom pirates. With less than 1 people left, the Kingdom's coalition forces continued to attack the Whitebeard pirates, although more than 3 active forces were lost. But when these more than 3 Kingdom coalition forces left the battlefield, an incredible scene happened. When the Navy soldiers no longer had to take care of these Kingdom coalition forces and had no worries, the Navy once again unleashed its potential. Killed the Whitebeard pirates once again. This was something the Flying Squirrel didn't expect. Even the Whitebeard pirates were confused. The cadres of the Whitebeard pirates gathered with their scattered subordinates and looked at the crew of the Whitebeard pirates who were in chaos not far away, and they were a little stunned. Did the Navy take the wrong medicine? Josie watched as the crew of the Whitebeard pirates fell into chaos and watched all this with their few remaining cronies. Captain Jaws, what should we do? The crew member beside him swallowed his saliva and asked as he looked at the chaos in the distance. Chiaozi gritted his teeth after hearing this. Chapter 527 The Continuation of the War, 5. Come in, stabilize the Whitebeard pirates, don't let Dad down. After speaking, Josie immediately turned into a diamond and rushed in. Seeing this, the others gritted their teeth and rushed in with weapons. When Josie, a new force, joined in, he quickly stabilized the order of the Whitebeard pirates. Gradually, a tug-of-war began with the Navy. But in the chaos just now, the Navy killed at least thousands of pirates. The war has been going on for a day. The Navy has broken through the Whitebeard pirates' camp many times and killed at least 10,000 Whitebeard pirates crew members. The Navy's losses were only about 1,000 people. Casualties were nearly 5 to 1. The Navy of more than 1 man firmly suppressed the Whitebeard pirates of more than 4 men. This result greatly exceeded all the Navy's expectations. Before the war started, all navies think that the only tough ones are the Whitebeard pirates and the Rockefeller pirates. The fact is the same, the Rockefeller pirates deserve the title of the Iron-Walled pirates. The navy that was killed could only resist step by step. But what happened to the Whitebeard pirates? The expected resistance never happened. The Navy was defeated in 1 strike, and could not match up to the huge reputation of the Whitebeard pirates. Thinking of this, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel glanced at the battle between the white-bearded Edward Newgate and the naval hero Monkey D. Cap in the distance. Perhaps the only person who is truly terrifying in the Whitebeard pirates is Whitebeard. Thinking of this, the Flying Squirrel turned his head and continued to stare at the battlefield. He wants to destroy the Whitebeard pirates and then support the Navy on other battlefields. The people in the Big Mom Pirate Group battlefield just said it. The intensity of the resistance of the Big Mom Pirates is very high. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider has already consumed more than 2 Kingdom soldiers, which can be known without breaking through the fire blockade of the Big Mom Pirates. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel still knew about Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. The opponent's talent was no less than his own. Even he was helpless to know how strong the opponent's resistance was. So what will happen to the battlefield of the Rockefeller Pirates? Flying Squirrel doesn't know, but he feels that the Rockefeller Pirates are definitely not parallel imports like the Whitebeard Pirates. The messenger quickly led more than 3 Kingdom Alliance troops to Lieutenant General Ghost Spider. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider was immediately overjoyed when he saw these more than 3 new troops. But then I thought of the battlefield of the Whitebeard Pirates. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel can give him so much support, which shows that the opponent's attack is very smooth, and he has enough confidence to dare to fight the Whitebeard pirates with only more than 1 people. Although Ghost Spider didn't know where Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel got his confidence, the other party had already sent it, so there was no reason why Ghost Spider wouldn't want it. The next wave of attacks was immediately arranged. And the situation here of Vice Admiral Ghost Spider cannot be hidden from the inspection of the Big Mom Pirates. Sister, the Navy has sent over 3 more reinforcements. Our situation is not good. The children of the Charlotte family frowned and looked at the crowded group of people and said, "Damn it, what are the Whitebeard pirates doing? How can they let the Navy allocate so many troops to deal with us? Do they want to tear up the alliance?" Smoothie could clearly see that this group of people came from the battlefield of the Whitebeard pirates to support them. After all, they were fighting on the sea. Although the sea was blocked by ice, it was still endless and the battlefield of the Whitebeard pirates could be vaguely seen. Sister, now is not the time to talk about this. Our ammunition may not last much longer. The Navy attacked regardless of casualties. Although we killed many people, we also consumed a lot. If the intensity is still the same as before, I'm afraid the ammunition won't last until tomorrow. On the side, Paraspiro took advantage of the truce and said worriedly when news came from his subordinates. What are you talking about, brother? We're running out of ammunition? Smoothie couldn't sit still after hearing the news. The reason why the Big Mom pirates suffered so few casualties was because they relied on massive amounts of ammunition. Now tell her how to keep her from being low on ammunition. Paraspiro smiled bitterly, pointed at the pile of corpses, and then pointed at the Gatling gun. This guy is simply a gold-eating beast. He can shoot 600 rounds of bullets in 1 minute. No matter how big the logistics are, he can't handle it. Complained Paraspiro. Smoothie was silent for a while. Let your men use it sparingly. Smoothie waved his hand and said, in the end, we still have to fight. Thinking of this, Smoothie grabbed the hilt of the sword with his hand and glanced in the direction of the Rockefeller pirates in the distance. Through a faint glow of fire, I saw a cold girl slashing out with a sword, taking away countless lives. Smoothie sighed. The Navy has launched an attack, everyone, be careful. The lookout suddenly shouted. Smoothie's expression immediately changed. All ready to fight. Following Smoothie's orders. All firepower points were staring at the vague figure of a human head in the dark night. Fire. Smoothie ordered. De. The fire snake kept swallowing and swallowing, harvesting the dense life under the dark night. Lives continue to be lost to bullets. Inside the naval headquarters at the rear. Ghost Spider clearly felt the difference in the hockey coming from the sight. The pirates' firepower seems to have weakened. Ghost Spider asked uncertainly. It's weakened. The 3 lieutenant generals around also nodded. Great. Once the firepower of the pirates disappears, we will immediately arrange for the elite of our Navy headquarters to come on stage. This time I want to catch them all. Ghost Spider punched the palm of his left hand. Unexpectedly, Ghost Spider, had to wait so long to face a Big Mom pirate group, and even went to ask for reinforcements, which made Ghost Spider feel extremely embarrassed. The heads of the Big Mom pirates must be used to wash away this shame. Time passed slowly. Under the dark night, countless lives fell on the way forward. The sky gradually became brighter, and wisps of fish belly white appeared in the sky. The road that Ghost Spider has paved with countless lives has finally been opened. Click. A machine gunner pulled the trigger, but the expected click didn't come. What's going on? Stuck? The machine gunner was a little confused. But after the other machine gunners around him couldn't fire bullets. They figured out they were out of bullets. Smoothie, we're out of bullets. Paraspiro came to Smoothie's side and said. Smoothie didn't say anything after hearing this, but just drew out the long sword from his waist. We have no bullets, but we still have swords. The Big Mom pirates attack. Smoothie shouted looking at everyone. Chapter 528 The Continuation of the Battlefield, 6. In Katakuri's absence, Smoothie took over the command of the Big Mom pirates. After Smoothie's voice spread, the cadres who had been waiting for the moment came forward one after another. Ha ha ha. I've been waiting all day, and my hands are already itchy. Cracker and Owen had not appeared because of Smoothie's order. Now Smoothie immediately became happy after giving the order to attack. And on the Navy side. But when the Ghost Spider heard the sound of bullets gradually disappearing, the corner of its mouth immediately raised. He drew out the 2 swords from his waist. Soldiers, guardians of justice, the pirate has lost his sharpest fangs, follow me and kill the pirate, for the sake of justice. Ghost Spider shouted loudly as he looked at the tens of thousands of Navy elites who had rested all night and were ready for action. Kill. 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 For justice. 3 loud roars completely boosted the morale of all the Navy. The soldier, who was originally a little sleepy because of the early morning, suddenly became excited. These 3 thundering roars made everyone in this sea area pay attention to the main battlefield of the Big Mom pirates. Well. Charlotte Lingling also took the time to take a look at her pirate group. When she saw the corpses in front of the pirate group, Charlotte Lingling smiled unkindly. It was obvious that the Big Mom pirates had the upper hand, as the number of corpses piled up exceeded. Warring States also looked over, but just that one look made his face darken. What did Kizaru do? So many people died. Although the dead were all soldiers of the Kingdom Alliance, it would be difficult to explain after so many people died. Kill. Ghost Spider did not see the bad look on the Sengoku general's face, but excitedly rushed towards the Big Mom pirates. And Smoothie also rushed towards the Navy with Cracker and many brothers, sisters, and affiliated forces. Although Smoothie's strength is not as strong as Cracker or even just as strong as a swordsman. But the reason why she was able to command these people was because of Katakuri's last instruction, asking them to listen to Smoothie. The second reason is that Smoothie is calm enough and has enough strength. Katakuri is more reassured by handing it over to Smoothie than to Cracker or Perispero. The two armies formally fought against each other. Cracker immediately focused on the ghost spider rushing at the front, and the surrounding biscuit soldiers immediately surrounded him. Want to cut off the connection between Ghost Spider and this navy. This was Smoothie's plan too. After fighting for a day and a night, Smoothie knew very well who he was fighting, and the other party's command was also very clear. Before the war begins, immediately ask Brother Crick to entangle the Ghost Spider and hold back the main force. As Cracker surrounded Ghost Spider, Smoothie, Perispero, and Owen also surrounded the other 3 lieutenant generals. It directly cut off the control of the senior Navy generals over the lower levels. Of course, Smoothie and the others had no way to contact their own people. But all this is under Smoothie's control, and they are moving forward steadily according to the orders given by Smoothie. The Ghost Spider looked at the biscuit soldiers surrounding him and immediately waved the long knives in both hands. The long knife struck the biscuit as if it were struck on steel. The shocked Ghost Spider's hands were numb. Cracker grinned after seeing it. Roll pretzel. The long sword in his hand was rotated at high speed, covered with armed color and domineering, and thrust forward. Upon seeing this, Ghost Spider immediately raised his knife to block. But what Ghost Spider didn't expect was that the cookie soldiers around him also stabbed him with their swords like crackers. Ghost Spider quickly turned over to block, but his clothes were still torn by the sword. Hey, feel what it's like to be beaten by a group of people. Clark smiled slyly, raised his sword and continued to attack. The cookie soldiers around him also attacked the Ghost Spider. It is difficult for 2 fists to defeat 4 hands, which makes Ghost Spider extremely uncomfortable. Facing the attack of the 3 desert generals of the Big Mom Pirates, it seemed extremely difficult. The Ghost Spider that kept dodging was thinking about how great it would be if it had 2 more arms. Facing the attack of Cracker, although the Ghost Spider is in danger many times, it can still hold on, waiting for reinforcements to attack or the opponent to reveal weaknesses. The Big Mom Pirates are proceeding according to Smoothie's plan, but it is obvious that the result cannot be achieved immediately. When their respective high-level combat capabilities were contained, the battle at the bottom also began. More than 3 soldiers of the Big Mom Pirates and more than 1 Navy elite started a battle. The scale and resilience of this battle exceeded the Navy's imagination. The constant fighting between the 2 sides made it difficult to win or lose, and the battlefield was at a stalemate at this moment. Facing the Whitebeard Pirates' steady retreat, the Big Mom Pirates are in a stalemate. The balance of this battle has moved to the Rockefeller Pirates. With his death leading the team, and a new force entering after a night's rest. The Rockefeller Pirates stormed into the Navy's last resistance formation. Hold on, persistence is victory. But no matter how the Vice Admiral shouted, chaos still arose in the surrounding Navy. Facing the waves of attacks with his death as the arrow penetrated one Navy after another. The Navy's formation collapsed instantly. Kill. Upon seeing this, his death immediately pursued the victory and rushed towards the unfamiliar Vice Admiral in the naval formation with the gorgeous holy sword sanction high. This is obviously another old lieutenant general. Being of the same generation as Sengoku Garp, they were about to retire but were dragged to the battlefield by Navy Marshal Sara. Die. The sword was swung out, and the sword was as fast as light and slit the lieutenant general's throat. Sorry, Lieutenant General Dillon was killed. The Ice Queen is coming to kill us. Run. I don't know who shouted, and the Navy soldiers who had been able to gather together dispersed one after another the next moment. Help, don't kill me. Countless defeated troops died under the sword of the Rockefeller Pirates. Kill. Is Death roared and rushed towards the defeated army. At this moment, the battlefield of the Rockefeller Pirates was full of defeated troops, countless people were wailing, and countless people were crying. But facing them were Rockefeller's ruthless long sword and his Death's cold blade. The killing was over quickly. The unorganized defeated army was like scattered sand and was killed by the Rockefeller Pirates. Damn it, Rockefeller. Seeing this scene, Sora slammed his fist towards Charlotte. Seeing this, Xiao Luo raised the corner of his mouth and did not choose to force the attack, but dodged away. Only a fool would take that angry punch at this time. Song, just watch your soldiers being slaughtered. You will become an empty marshal. Of course, I don't know if you can go back to being a marshal safely. Charlotte's arrogant voice sounded in Sora's ears. Chapter 529 The Balance of the Battlefield. After hearing this, Kong was furious, and his aura became crazy again. He waved his fist angrily and hit Xia Luo. But Charlotte remained calm and sarcastic. Use words as much as possible to capture Sora's attention. Let Sora's brain maintain an angry mood at all times, buying time for his death and the others. Kill. Support the Big Mom pirates. His death broke through the last Marine standing in front of her with a sword and shouted in the direction of the Big Mom pirates. The top naval officers on this battlefield have been driven back by the Rockefeller pirates, and many generals have died. Only a small number of generals escaped. Sister. I'm going to support my eldest brother. You can take your brothers there. Tesla landed next to his death like a bolt of lightning and looked at his death's eyes full of murderous intent and said. Be careful. His death nodded and then warned. Don't worry, sister, don't you know my speed? Tesla smiled, and his body immediately turned into electricity and headed towards the island full of magma in the distance. The battle between Caesar and Eiichiro had gone so far without even realizing it. Perhaps Eiichiro was not used to fighting on the ice and moved to the island. On the island, the half-animal dragon man stood in the center of the island, with a look of indifference on his face. Caesar raised the guando in his hand and slashed it. Eiichiro raised his lava-burning fist and struck Caesar. Boom. As soon as they fought, lava splashed everywhere and flames shot into the sky. The fight between the two was filled with explosions. The volcanic eruption-like impact made Tesla, who came for support, unable to help but stop. Feeling the heat wave coming on the island and the two sides fighting on the island. Brother, I'm here to help you. Thunder God is shining brightly. Click. Thunder and lightning pierced the sky, lighting up the entire island. Countless thunders flashed and converged on Tesla in mid-air. The huge rumble made Caesar and Eiichiro raise their heads at the same time during the fight. Caesar smiled slightly when he saw the figure in the thunder. And Eiichiro's face looked a little ugly. Navy, it looks like you are going to lose. When Caesar saw Tesla arriving, he immediately understood what was happening. If you come here at this time, you must have defeated the Navy, otherwise Tesla would not be able to spare the time to come here. After Caesar finished speaking, he took advantage of Eiichiro's dazed moment. 10,000 tons thunder. Caesar raised his sword high. There was a trace of thunder wrapped around the blade. It blasted violently. The white thunder headed straight towards Eiichiro. Tesla in the sky will also raise a ball of thunder and lightning and slam it down from high altitude. Two thunderbolts fell at the same time, lighting up the entire island. Eiichiro's pupils shrank when he saw it. Before I had time to react. Boom. Thunder and lightning fell. Eiichiro's entire body was enveloped in thunder and lightning. Click. Boom. After the thunder and lightning fell, the electric snakes swam wildly, forming a thunder pool. Intense high temperatures formed, and streams of magma flowed out. Caesar and Tesla stared closely at Eiichiro's position. The thunder and lightning dissipated. The situation inside was slowly revealed. A large area of magma flowed slowly, and Eiichiro disappeared. But Caesar and Tesla stared intently at the pool of flowing magma. The magma slowly gathered after the thunder and lightning disappeared, and it once again returned to its human form. Pirates. An angry sound filled with murderous intent sounded. Sakaski looked at Caesar and Tesla with blood all over his body. His body was charred black, and a bloody mess was left on his neck. It's really ridiculous to think that the dignified natural-type rockberry fruit was actually burned by lightning. If he hadn't turned sideways at the last moment, the blow just now would have landed on his head. Ming Dog. Sakaski punched out, and the huge magma fist struck Caesar. Caesar immediately dodges when he sees this. When he wants to fight back. Only to find that Sakaski had disappeared. Caesar glanced above his head in confusion. Tesla pointed into the distance. Caesar looked in the direction of Tesla's finger. He found that Sakaski had already crossed his arms and ran towards the Navy. This. Caesar was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, Sakaski, who had just exploded with momentum, actually ran away. This is not like his character. Brother, let's go over and help. Tesla fell down and stood next to Caesar and said. How are you doing there? Caesar asked. Our Rockefeller pirates have almost solved it. My sister is taking her brothers to support the Big Mom pirates. This battle will be over soon. Tesla said. So soon? Caesar asked incredulously. Is the battle going to end so soon? He thought it would take 3 or 4 days or half a month. After all, it is not easy to end such a fierce battle. Where is my sister? Don't you know her strength? It's more than enough to deal with some miscellaneous fish. Tesla spread his hands and said. If Sister Estetha's strength is not restrained by high-level combat power, her killing will be like massacre. Well, you're right. Kesha nodded, and he was very familiar with this sister. Let's go, don't delay here, you are delaying the end of the battle. Tesla patted Caesar on the shoulder and said. Well, let's go. After Caesar finished speaking, his body suddenly expanded and turned into a giant dragon and flew out. The huge dragon body instantly enveloped the sky, and a shadow that covered the sky and sun shrouded the lower part. Tesla followed closely, and the lightning flashed, turning into a stream of electricity and rushing towards the battlefield. Big Mom Pirates. The battle between the Big Mom Pirates and the Navy is entering a fierce stage. Since dawn, the Big Mom Pirates' ammunition has been exhausted, and the battle with the Navy has turned into a hand-to-hand fight. More than 1 Navy elites led more than 2 Kingdom coalition forces, and more than 3 Big Mom Pirates launched a fierce fight. Under the command of Smoothie, although the Big Mom Pirates lost their high-level command, under Smoothie's advance arrangements, they still continued to fight the Navy in an orderly manner. But the strength of the Navy's elite exceeded Smoothie's expectations. It also greatly exceeded the expectations of other members of the Big Mom Pirates. The Navy's madness caught everyone by surprise. When surrounded by the Big Mom Pirates, he actually burst out with powerful power and broke through the pirates' siege. And caused a large number of casualties. Of course, the Navy also suffered. The desperate breakout also caused 1/3 of the Navy's casualties. But the remaining 2/3 still launched an attack on the Big Mom Pirates without fear. With more than naval elites, they were able to compete with the nearly Big Mom Pirates. Chapter 530 The Scale of War. Kill. Suddenly a loud roar sounded. Far away. Esdeath rushed over with the Rockefeller Pirates and started a fierce fight against the Navy from behind. Esdeath rode forward, waving the long sword in his hand continuously. No one in the Navy around him was Esdeath's opponent. Faced with the addition of the Rockefeller Pirates, a powerful force, the Navy collapsed quickly. They never expected that the enemy would come from behind them. What's going on? What happened next? Seeing this scene, many generals looked to the rear while commanding the team and maintaining the Navy's formation. But when I saw a blue and white tall figure behind me, the general turned pale instantly. This, Luo. Why did the Rockefeller Pirates appear here? Doubts emerged in their hearts, but there was no time for them to think on the battlefield. Quick! Gather up quickly! Facing the scattered Navy, the general immediately yelled. Rear Admiral T. Dolphin, the Navy in charge of the Rockefeller Pirates has been wiped out. The Rockefeller Pirates are moving towards us to cover up the enemy. A major ran over and shouted anxiously. What happened? Why was the entire army wiped out? Where is Lieutenant General Akainu? Where is General Zifa? Where is Marshal Kong? The T-Dolphin was hugged by his subordinates and kept running towards the empty territory of the battlefield. They were still stably strangling the pirates, but the next second they became the targets of being strangled. This huge gap prevented many navies from reacting. The Big Mom Pirates are different. First, they noticed the chaos behind the Navy, and the Big Mom Pirates, who didn't know what was going on, were stunned for a moment. But then there was joy. Because they saw a figure that both pleased them and hated them. Estetha's figure darting from left to right appeared in their eyes. It's the Ice Queen, it's the Ice Queen, brothers, the Rockefeller Pirates are here to support us, kill me. After seeing Estetha, everyone reacted and raised their weapons to kill the Navy. To avenge the killing just now. Quickly. Surrounded by 2 big pirate groups one after another. The Navy was massacred due to lack of command. Thousands of sailors died at the hands of the 2 great pirate groups. Countless Kingdom Alliance troops also fell to the pirates' butcher's knife. Estetha's merciless killing aroused the desire to kill in all pirates. With scarlet eyes, he wielded a butcher knife and killed the surrounding navy. Kill them all regardless of whether they laid down their weapons or not. This moment. Rivers of blood flowed across the ice. Let the surrounding ice be covered with blood. The senior generals who saw this scene no longer wanted to continue fighting with the pirates in front of them. The pirates' one-sided killing forced them to retreat. What's going on? Why are the Rockefeller Pirates here? The ghost spider who had escaped urgently asked angrily after seeing his death. This. The Navy was hesitating and speechless. He was also confused at this time and had no idea what was going on. If he hadn't been clever enough to retreat with a general. Otherwise, they will fall into a pool of blood like the dead Navy. Withdraw. Ghost Spider yelled unwillingly. Leading more than 1,000 soldiers under his command, he ran towards the battlefield of the Whitebeard pirates. The Navy's large-scale defeat was also seen by the Navy's top generals. Bastard, damn it. Saw what was happening right under my nose. Warring States was instantly furious and wanted to get rid of Charlotte Lingling. But at this moment, Charlotte Lingling was stuck to Sangua like a dogskin plaster, and she didn't give Sangua a chance to get away at all. Well. Rockefeller did a great job. Charlotte Lingling laughed when she saw the bloodied Navy being killed all around. I didn't expect that the battle would start so quickly. No one expected that the first to collapse would be the Navy of more than people. The Rockefeller pirates' crazy killings actually killed the entire Navy in just one day. Then he supported the Big Mom pirates and caught the Navy off guard. They were attacked from behind and quickly defeated. Of course, this is also due to the small number of people. Even though only more than 2 Rockefeller pirates were consumed at this time, they had such a huge advantage facing the Navy with less than and there were top masters like his death. The Navy's defeat was also expected. However, this defeat still allowed the Navy to retain its strength. Many of the lower-level Navy were killed, but not many of the middle and high-level generals were killed. After seeing that something was wrong, they retreated decisively, preserving the combat power of these middle and high-level troops. Fled towards the battlefield of the Whitebeard pirates. Go away. Warring States swung out his palm fiercely. Hit Charlotte Lingling. Even if Charlotte Lingling is closely guarding, there will be times when she is negligent. Not to mention that she was feeling happy now when she was suddenly hit. It also made her physically take a dozen steps back. That is the distance of more than 10 steps. The success gave Warring States a chance to escape. Warring States immediately ran in the direction of Marshal Whitebeard. Whoa. Warring States, get back here. Charlotte Lingling was furious and immediately chased towards Warring States. The huge and heavy body ran on the ice, making a rumbling sound. But how could Warring States be in the mood to continue fighting? The brats from the Rockefeller pirates and the brats from the Big Mom pirates joined forces to kill Navy soldiers like chopping melons and vegetables. If they continue to kill like this, their Navy will be completely broken. Warring States didn't run towards the group of brats, he knew it would be useless even if he went there. At most, it would attract their attention. When Charlotte Lingling arrives, it will be another endless battle. The most important thing now is to meet up with the Marshal and the others, and then go together to support the Navy. Otherwise, he alone would not be able to stop it. Soon. Charlotte, who was concentrating on fighting Sara, had a picture flash in his mind. Then he stepped back urgently, backing dozens of meters. He distanced himself from Sara. A golden wave of palm landed at Xiao Luo's original feet. Boom. The explosion sounded. Ice cubes flew everywhere. Charlotte immediately turned to look at the person who made the attack. Warring States. Seeing that the attacker was Warring States, Xiao Luo became furious and swung his sword. Upon seeing this, Warring States raised his palms to block, and then came to the Marshal side. Marshal, the Navy is about to lose its hold. Sengoku's roar made Sara regain his consciousness and look at Sengoku. Then he took another look at the battlefield. But just this glance made him, a naval marshal, feel cold. Chapter 531 The Scale of War. Of the 3 major battlefields that were originally distinct on the battlefield, only the Whitebeard pirates' battlefield was still holding on. The Rockefeller pirates and the Big Mom pirates have now eliminated their respective opponents, and are steadily advancing towards the battlefield of the Whitebeard pirates under the leadership of his death. What's the matter? Seeing this situation, Sara was heartbroken. Only about of the more than naval elites he brought to the New World were killed at this time. Marshal, now is not the time to lose your mind. The Navy is still waiting for your command. Cheer up. Sengoku shouted while holding Sora's shaky body. Just when Sengoku and Sara were talking, Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling surrounded them at the same time. Charlotte Lingling, what did you do? Why did Warring States appear here? Charlotte looked at Charlotte Lingling with an unkind expression and said that she wanted to ask Charlotte Lingling for an explanation. If he wants to leave during the Warring States period, It's not up to him whether his legs will grow on him. Charlotte Lingling is worthy of Charlotte. Charlotte's expression darkened after hearing this, but she did not argue too much with Charlotte Lingling. The main goal now is to kill as many naval forces as possible. Demon Slash. Waigwa. Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling launched attacks at the same time. Two powerful slashes struck at warring states and Air Force. Upon seeing this, warring states immediately stepped forward. A huge Buddha figure appeared in front of Sara. Golden light shines. Faced with these two fierce slashes, Zangwa clasped his hands together and opened his eyes suddenly. The Buddha's light shines. Sengoku pushed forward with both hands. A strong Buddha light lit up. Shockwaves appeared from Sengoku's palm. Quickly collided with the two slashes of Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling. Boom. Bang. The powerful shock wave instantly overwhelmed the side of both parties. Marshal, leave quickly. Warring states had no intention of fighting with Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling, so he took Sara and headed towards Zifa. Go and get Zifa back from the restraint. Zifa's current state was filled with heat. This is the effect of life returning. The contest between boxing and physical skills is unparalleled in terms of consumption for both parties. And the damage caused during melee combat also requires the recovery of one's own energy. Zifa, don't bother. Let's go. Warring states brought Marshall to Zifa's side and together they repelled Barrett's attack. When Barrett saw warring states, Sara and Zifa did not dare to attack. Warring states. Charlotte's roar sounded. Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling caught up at the same time. But warring states didn't stop at all. He ignored Zifa, who was still in a daze, and pulled Zifa towards Garp. The Navy's bottom-level battle has been lost, and the warring states period will never allow the top-level combat capabilities to be damaged. Both Zifa and Garp are rare high-end combat capabilities for the Navy, and absolutely no losses are allowed. Barrett reacted, and when he saw the captain and others approaching quickly, he immediately stood up and stepped forward to stop Sangwa and the others. But faced with the determination of the three Sengoku men to retreat, Barrett could not stop them at all. Boom. Barrett was knocked away, and his huge body flew towards Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling. Upon seeing this, Charlotte immediately stretched out her hand to catch Barrett's flying body. Are you okay? Charlotte was concerned. It's okay, Captain. I was not careful and allowed 3 people to attack us secretly. Barrett fell silent after speaking. Looking at the 3 people from the warring states period who had run away. Forget it, the Navy has no hope of winning anymore, go support the Whitebeard pirates. Charlotte said immediately. The 3 of them immediately headed towards the Whitebeard pirates without hesitation. And when they fought against the warring states period, Isdeath and Smoothie are integrating the pirate troops of the 2 pirate groups, totaling more than 4 people, to attack the navy of the Whitebeard pirates. However, with advance notice from Lieutenant General Ghost Spider and others, they were not attacked from behind by the Rockefeller pirates like just now. When Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel saw Ghost Spider and others evacuating in embarrassment, the Flying Squirrel couldn't believe his eyes. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider was actually defeated. Last night, he also supported Kingdom Allied forces to go to support. Why did it collapse in one night? And this is the time for Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel to launch an attack on the Whitebeard pirates. Seeing that the Whitebeard pirates were about to be repulsed again, something happened behind the scenes. The Flying Squirrel could only give up the attack and fully deploy the cooperation between the Rockefeller pirates and the Big Mom pirates. As for the Whitebeard pirates, after this day and night of fighting, the Navy has completely figured out the details of the Whitebeard pirates. The other party is basically strong on the outside but weak on the inside. There is no strength at all. In addition to being stronger in toughness, it can quickly gather after being scattered. It has no fighting power at all. Quick, build a defensive position. The Flying Squirrel can only rely on ships embedded in the ice to serve as temporary positions. Ghost Spider, what happened? Why did the Rockefeller pirates and the Big Mom pirates appear here? After issuing the order, Flying Squirrel came to Lieutenant General Ghost Spider and questioned him. I don't know. The Rockefeller pirates suddenly appeared behind our attack and caught us off guard. We were defeated without even being able to react. Ghost Spider also shook his head. God knows what happened. He was still fighting fiercely with Cracker, but as a result, the Rockefeller pirates branched out from behind, and the Navy was directly defeated. When he saw that the people around him were about to surround him, he ran out while Cracker was also stunned. No matter what happens, you quickly lead your generals to stop the attack of the Rockefeller pirates and the Big Mom pirates and buy us time. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel immediately ordered as the temporary commander here. Yes. The Ghost Spider immediately responded and walked out. The Rockefeller pirates and the Big Mom pirates are also approaching. And on the original battlefield of the Big Mom pirates, Katakuri and Kizaru are still fighting in Katakuri's Fruit Awakening space. The scarf around Katakuri's neck had fallen off somewhere, revealing those penetrating fangs. The sweat on his forehead and the rise and fall of his chest showed that Katakuri was in a state of exhaustion at this time. After all, it maintains the awakening of the fruit's ability as well as the armed color hockey and the knowledge color to predict the future battle. The consumption has increased exponentially. And on the periphery of space, Isdeath stood on this wall made of rice cakes. In the past 3 years, the reason why Isdeath's strength has improved so much is due to the battle with Katakuri. And of course Isdeath is no stranger to this awakening space. Isdeath tried many times to break this shield from the inside, but all failed. Chapter 532 The Balance of War, continued. No matter how Isdeath attacks Katakuri's rice cake space, she can't break it. But this time Isdeath planned to attack from the outside. Although he knew that Katakuri was fighting against the natural-type shining fruit Porosalino, one of the 3 major marine monsters. But Isdeath still wanted to give it a try. His right hand was on the hilt of the sword. The aura on his body is ready to go. A chill appeared all around. Those who watched Isdeath's movements felt cold in their hearts. Mo Kawulyang. The sword light flashed. An icy blue slash struck at the rice cake shield in front of him. This light blue slash hit the rice cake shield without any momentum. But the next moment, in the center of the name, blossoming ice flowers emerged. Keep spreading in all directions. There was a clicking sound. The rice cake shield enveloped the area at a speed visible to the naked eye. Click. When the ice flowers covered the entire rice cake shield, there was a crisp cracking sound. The rice cake shield is crumbling. Ice chips kept falling. Katakuri, who was inside the rice cake, turned pale instantly. He felt that he had lost contact with this rice cake space. He immediately looked up to the sky. Kizaru also noticed something unusual and looked up at the sky where the strange noise was coming from. I saw that cracks appeared violently in the rice cake space that was originally tight. Kizaru's eyes lit up when he saw this. Can't you keep it? Kizaru looked at Katakuri who was standing on the ground. Ever since he was dragged into this rice cake space by Katakuri, he has been restrained in every way. The speed all over the body cannot be used at all. We also have to face attacks from all over this space. He fought for a day and a night, spending most of his time hiding. But the opponent is still a domineering master who predicts his own actions in advance, which makes it even more difficult for him to attack. I can only keep dodging around. Kizaru felt that he must be careful with Katakuri's move in the future because it was too restrained for him. But the opponent's endurance is a bit lacking. Originally, he thought that the other party could still hold on for another day, but he didn't expect that this would not work. This little brother, it seems you can't trap me anymore. After Kizaru finished speaking, his body turned into a stream of light and headed towards the gap that appeared above his head. The ray of sunlight shining through the gap made Kizaru very friendly. But wait for the moment he emerges from the gap. Cold light flashed. An icy long sword was pressed against Kizaru's throat. Cold sweat rose on Kizaru's back. No matter how low the surrounding temperature is, it can't resist the cold sweat on my back. Kizaru slowly raised his hands. Miss, it's easy to hurt someone by pointing your sword at them. Do you want to put it down before we talk? Kizaru's obscene voice sounded. Isdeath, who was holding the sword, looked at Kizaru expressionlessly, and the coldness in his eyes became strong again. Kizaru saw this. Okay, I surrender. You can tie me up and exchange it with the Navy for a generous reward. Kizaru's words stunned Katakuri who had just come out. Katakuri also walked out and saw the scene in front of him. Estes. Katakuri was surprised. But then he looked at the debris around him. Silence fell. It was Estes who broke his fruit awakening. Katakuri, who was about to say something, closed his mouth again when he saw Estes holding Kizaru hostage. And when Kizaru still wanted to say something. To shut up. Estes' impatient voice sounded, interrupting Kizaru's attempt to speak. After hearing this, Kizaru put his right hand on his mouth to show that he understood. Estes then looked at Katakuri. The two looked at each other. Katakuri's heart suddenly twitched, he lowered his head and looked around. The scene that appeared around him made Katakuri feel a little strange. Is the Navy defeated? Katakuri was a little unbelievable that it was like this just one day after the war started. Then he glanced at his death and quickly averted his gaze. It should have something to do with her. Katakuri guessed in his heart. Kizaru also reacted at this time and looked around. What's going on? Where are the marshal and the general? Kizaru was a little confused. Could it be that they abandoned him and ran away? Canine-toothed Red Lotus. A fierce attack suddenly appeared from a distance. Istetha's original look at Katakuri changed. He dodged the magma projectile by turning sideways. But it was this hiding that allowed Kizaru to seize the opportunity. Immediately his body became elemental, and he instantly flashed 100 meters away. Let Istetha's sword fail. You. It's all thanks to you, old classmate. If it hadn't been for you, I would have been killed by that young lady's sword. Kizaru came to Akainu and waved his palms. Akainu glanced at Kizaru's body that had no scars at all. You don't look like you're going to die. Akainu's voice sounded without any warmth. Don't be so heartless, okay? We are the best partners. Kizaru said nonchalantly. Then he looked at Akainu. I found that the other party was quite miserable. His clothes were in tatters, there were large burns on his neck, and blood was flowing on his body. What a miserable look. What the hell has he been through? At this moment, Kizaru became a little curious. Let's go, we can't stay here anymore, go find the marshal. Akainu has no intention of fighting Istetha and the others. Although Istetha and Katakuri have surrounded them, Caesar and Tesla are still chasing them. Akainu and Kizaru retreated, approaching the battlefield of the Whitebeard pirates. At this time, a large number of soldiers from the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates had already flocked to the Navy. But the Navy relied on the weapons on the ship to resist frantically. But the Rockefeller pirates and the Big Mom pirates are not vegetarians either. The Rockefeller pirates removed countless cannons from the ship and operated the electromagnetic cannon on the Poseidon. One after another, their guns were aimed at the naval phalanx and they launched an attack. By the time Istetha and the others came over, countless pirates had fallen on the way forward. Katakuri took a look and found that those who were charging were all the Big Mom pirates, and those who died were all his own, and he immediately couldn't sit still. Flashed to Smoothie's side. Elder brother. Seeing Katakuri, Smoothie and the others shouted happily. Well, leave this to me and you follow me. Katakuri took over the command and waved the trident in his hand. The incoming cannonball was chopped away by him and detonated in mid-air. Kill with me. Katakuri raised his trident and charged forward. Countless pirates swarmed behind Katakuri and rushed towards the Navy. And just when the Rockefeller pirates and the Big Mom pirates supported the Whitebeard pirates. Chapter 533 The Whitebeard pirates were severely damaged. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates finally took a breath. The Navy continued its frenzied attack day and night. Although it did not defeat the Whitebeard pirates, it still frightened the Whitebeard pirates. Nearly half of the more than 4 members of the Whitebeard pirates died here. The people left behind were also panicked. The support from the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates gave the Whitebeard pirates a breath of relief. Brother Josie, these are the Rockefeller pirates and the Big Mom pirates. They are here to support us. The sharp-eyed pirate pointed at the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates who were attacking the naval formation in the distance. Josie looked up and saw the flags of the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates, and their cadres had already launched an attack. Brothers, come together and attack the Navy with the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates. Seeing this scene, Josie immediately shouted. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. While the Navy is putting all its attention behind them, the Whitebeard pirates can finally feel proud. As Josie yelled. The Whitebeard pirates began to gather together again, and the teams that had been scattered all gathered around Josie and Bista. With Chiaozi leading the way, a large group of pirates attacked the Navy's butt. But how could the Navy not defend the Whitebeard pirates when they knew they were surrounded from behind? Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel's arrangement was successful. First, the Ghost Spider and other high-level combat forces led some of the defeated troops and the Rockefeller pirates to start a battle with the Big Mom pirates. Successfully attracted the attention of the Whitebeard pirates. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates who were originally scattered all over the place were lured out. Let the Whitebeard pirates attack the Navy and officially fall into the trap of Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel. After the Whitebeard pirates touched the feet of the naval phalanx. The sporadic attacks did not have the slightest impact on the Whitebeard pirates. This greatly increased the confidence of the Whitebeard pirates. Kill. Avenge your former brothers. I don't know who shouted, and the crew members of the Whitebeard pirates around them rushed towards the naval formation as if they had been given a shot of blood. He even rushed faster than Josie. No one noticed anything unusual about the naval formation ahead. Even the cadres raised their weapons and shouted excitedly. The flying squirrel hiding in the command room showed disdain after seeing it. Lieutenant General, half of the pirates have fallen into our trap, do you want to fire? The adjutant asked excitedly as he looked at the sounds of fighting outside. Fire, fire immediately. Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel did not hesitate at all and immediately issued the order to fire. It is impossible to expect to completely annihilate the Whitebeard pirates. It would be good to eliminate half of the two people. His purpose now was to open a retreat route for the Navy. Compared to the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates who stormed the naval formation in front, the Whitebeard pirates' formation is easier to break through. Even after Ghost Spider escaped with his men, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel was no longer optimistic about the next battle. He must save this group of elite Navy soldiers and lead them back to a safe area. The Whitebeard pirates, who were all charging, suddenly felt that the ice beneath their feet suddenly shook. What happened? Seeing this situation, some wary people stopped and looked at their feet. But there are still countless people charging towards the naval phalanx ahead. As a result, this alert person saw a sudden burst of fire in front of him. I haven't waited for him to respond. There was a huge rumbling sound. Boom. There were continuous explosions, and the cannons originally hidden in the hull were pushed out. Light the fire, fire the cannon. Countless cannonballs shot out of the muzzle and blasted towards the excited-looking pirates of the Whitebeard pirates. Boom. The ice beneath my feet shattered. The pirates who rushed at the front disappeared on the sea without even making a scream. This. The pirate who stopped to see the scene opened his mouth wide. This is a trap. The pirate seemed to react. Run, this is a trap, this is a trap. There were shouts. But the blast of shelling just now made the ears of countless pirates ring. He stared blankly at the cracking ice that was spreading in the distance. Fire. The naval bombardment did not stop, and Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel roared with his face still red. The sea that had been frozen by Lieutenant General Akiji now became a stumbling block in the Navy's retreat. If Vice Admiral Flying Squirrel wants to ensure the safety of these naval forces, these ice layers must be broken. But it is easy to break, but the pirates will see the purpose immediately. Lieutenant Flying Squirrel used Ghost Spider and others as bait to plot against the three major pirate groups including the Rockefeller pirates, Big Mom pirates, and the Whitebeard pirates, and successfully opened a retreat towards the sea. Rumble. The ice continued to break, and the pirate fell into the sea. But the cannonballs falling from the sky made a rumbling explosion after hitting the sea. The shock wave of the explosion caused the pirates who fell into the sea to bleed from their orifices. He was shocked to death in the sea. Run. When Xiaozi saw the broken ice that was about to spread to his feet, he turned around and ran away. Jaws yelled as he ran. At the same time, I was constantly glad that I didn't run so fast. But the ice beneath my feet had cracked. Josie could only rely on his flexible movement to jump onto the ice floes and head towards the distance. The explosion here also attracted the attention of countless people. Protect the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates who are attacking the naval formation. What are the Whitebeard pirates doing? Death said dissatisfied when he saw the formation of the Whitebeard pirates blocking the Navy's retreat. Sister, it looks like Whitebeard is going to be seriously injured. Tesla walked up to Death and said. There was a bit of gloating in his tone. These days, the three major pirate groups have been staying here for nearly half a month in order to fight against the Navy. During this period, there was no commotion among the three pirate groups. But in the face of a powerful enemy, the three pirate groups were very restrained. Even if there are any conflicts, they are discussed or complained in private. But these complaints have nowhere to hide under Tesla's domineering attitude. Especially the outspoken words of the Whitebeard pirates, as well as the disdain and abuse in their tone towards the other two pirate groups, were all clearly heard by Tesla. Especially the look of contempt in his words made Tesla furious. Chapter 534 Whitebeard's Fury. Tesla was also a boy, only 20 years old. The arrogance in the boy's heart did not allow any pirate to slander their Rockefeller pirates. But Tesla is not ignorant of the seriousness of the enemy, so he can only endure it and choose to turn a blind eye. But in my heart I am still very dissatisfied or disgusted with the Whitebeard pirates. The other party seemed to be superior to others. The first one who wears a white beard all day long, they are the strongest in the world. This arrogant look disgusted Tesla. Now I feel quite happy to see the Whitebeard pirates suffer such heavy losses. Isdeath glanced at Tesla, and Isdeath was still aware of this younger brother's petty attitude. Tesla, as the person with the most outstanding knowledge and domineering power among them, almost nothing about him could escape his eyes within the scope of his knowledge and domineering power. This also makes him particularly sensitive. For example, some people who say bad things about him are even more sensitive. During the battle with the enemy, anyone who slandered him would have a bolt of thunder falling from the sky and a bolt of lightning falling. Now is not the time to worry about this. The Whitebeard pirates cannot stop the navy, we must contain them. Isdeath will not give up the pursuit of the navy. He will kill everyone he can and must not let him go. Tesla's sister's words made Tesla shake his head helplessly. He immediately dodged towards the Whitebeard pirates. But the moment he started, a yellow light appeared. Tesla, who was flying in mid-air, had a look of helplessness on his face. He immediately raised his leg and kicked it backward. And the same leg kicked out from behind. Boom. The collision of electricity and light. Uh-huh. I knew this move wouldn't work on you. Alas, I hate fighting with people like you who have quick reflexes. That annoying sound sounded to Tesla. Kizaru appeared in front of Tesla. It makes me want to face you. Tesla rolled his eyes. Young man, I can't let you pass. The marshal can tell me to stop you. Kizaru floated in the air and looked at Tesla and said. Then it depends on your ability. Tesla shrugged, thunder and lightning flashing beneath his feet. It turned into a ray of lightning and rushed out. Kizaru raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and his body immediately turned into a stream of light and followed him. The two sides immediately collided quickly under the sky. The competition between electricity and light made both of them very energetic. Especially the smile on Kizaru's lips. He really liked this feeling. Under this sky, his speed showed his full strength. It was much more fun than playing with Katakuri in that hood. Just after Kizaru restrained Tesla, the Whitebeard pirates completely lost their reinforcements. Facing the naval bombardment, they retreated steadily. Especially after Akainu arrived. Meteor volcano. Akainu raised his arms to the sky and fired magma bombs one after another. It is still difficult for the cannonball to explode the ice. After Akainu arrived, he directly used magma to open a path. This caused the Whitebeard pirates to suffer a second injury. With the magma bomb opening the way, large tracts of ice shattered. Magma bombs falling from the sky killed group after group of members of the Whitebeard pirates. After these pirate groups fell into the sea, the temperature of the seawater rose sharply as the magma continued to fall. It's hot. It's hot. It's hot. It's so hot. Countless pirates who fell into the sea screamed crazily. At this moment, the pain belongs to the Whitebeard pirates. The scene that happened here was seen by Whitebeard. In fact, it was as early as the first round of the war. In addition to the cadres, I saw the Whitebeard pirates again after facing the most elite soldiers of the Navy. More than 4 pirates were suppressed and beaten by more than 1 Navy elites. Whitebeard was heartbroken and secretly anxious. But the Garp in front of him didn't give him a chance to take action. Like a mad dog, Garp ignored his own damage and rained down fists. This can only happen when Whitebeard goes all out to deal with it and has no time to manage the Whitebeard pirates. But this time is different. In that short moment, the Whitebeard pirates experienced the double attack of cannonballs and lava. Lost half of it at once. Whitebeard went completely crazy. What? Ignoring Garp's iron fist. Whitebeard threw away the Tsong Yunchi in his hand, grabbed Garp's neck, and raised Garp with blood-red eyes. Damn you Marines! Whitebeard held up Garp, who had a bloody head, and smashed his fist into the ice. Boom! Garp's head hit the ice hard. The ice surface was broken layer by layer with Garp as the center. The powerful vibration force acted on the ice, causing the sea surface that was completely frozen to appear broken. And spread at an extremely fast speed. Sea water continued to break through the gaps. Cap! A roar full of anger sounded. Whitebeard threw Garp into the sky. The vibrating power accumulated on the right fist made a buzzing sound. Boom! Whitebeard punched Garp in the stomach. Garp's eyes bulged, and a powerful vibration acted on Garp's whole body. Garp's whole body was trembling, and the aura of armed domination on his body had faded. Garp's forehead was covered with blood, and there was blood hanging from the corners of his mouth, forcing himself to hold himself up. Raise your right fist in the air. Fist clash. Overlord colored domineering energy wrapped around his fists, and he blasted towards Whitebeard with the inertia of falling. He picked up Song Yunxia beside him and struck it with his knife. Two powerful waves of overlord colored domineering energy collided. Boom. Garp's figure flew out upside down. Damn you Marines! Whitebeard did not choose to chase him out. Instead, he roared while looking at the cannonballs and lava that kept falling on the Whitebeard pirates' formation. Both arms were raised with the knife in hand. The power of the shaking fruit covered Song Yunxia. The space suddenly became distorted. With Whitebeard's knife falling, the universe is reversed, heaven and earth lose color, space is distorted, seawater flows backwards, and ice cubes float. A blow that cut through the space like a world-destroying blade struck towards the naval phalanx. If this move hits the target, the Navy will probably be completely wiped out. Damn. Asshole. For shocked and angry sounds sounded. Sarah and the Warring States period. Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling. A burst of roars broke out one after another. Kong and Sengoku quickly appeared in front of Whitebeard's attack and used all their strength to block the attack. Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling also came to their phalanx and stood ready. Fortunately, Admiral Sarah and Admiral Sengoku teamed up to block this devastating blow. The attack dissipated and the surrounding space fell into silence. Charlotte breathed a sigh of relief. Asshole, Whitebeard, don't you have eyes? Charlotte looked at Whitebeard and said angrily. Chapter 535 The End of the War. The Rockefeller pirates are right behind the Navy. If they were hit by Whitebeard's devastating blow, the whole army would probably be wiped out. If there is no strong person of the same level to block the power of Whitebeard's blow, except for his death and a few others, it is estimated that the entire Rockefeller pirates will be destroyed. Whitebeard's attack power and attack range are obvious to all. Charlotte Lingling also stood beside Charlotte, holding a big knife and looking at Whitebeard with an unkind expression. Charlotte was right. If he hadn't been blocked by the Navy, they wouldn't have been able to react to the attack just now. I'm afraid all the people under his command would have been buried with the Navy in the hands of Whitebeard. Whitebeard looked at the Navy coldly after hearing this. He simply ignored the unkind looks on Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling's faces, and the hostile looks of the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates. Click. The sound of breaking layers of ice was heard. The people standing on the ice floe reacted one after another. No, the ice is going to break. Run back to the ship. When the Chi, one of the Whitebeard pirates, saw this, he immediately pulled Teach and ran towards the remaining ship of the Whitebeard pirates. This run also directly drove other members of the Whitebeard pirates to run towards the pirate ship. When Marco, who had been entangled with Kuzan, saw this situation, he no longer cared about continuing to fight Kuzan. He flapped his wings and flew in front of the many crew members of the Whitebeard pirates, wary of the Navy. When the Navy saw this, how could they let them run away with the prey they had obtained? Immediately turn the muzzle. But the next moment, a murderous intention emerged. The navies who were about to turn their guns felt a chill in their hearts, as if they were being targeted by wild beasts. Sengoku and Kong both took a step forward and looked at Whitebeard warily. Whitebeard took a fierce sip from the Song Yunxia in his hand. Boom. A crack instantly opened in the ice. Spread over. It directly opened the distance between the Whitebeard pirates and the Navy. Those who cross this line, die. The emotionless voice sounded. The suppressed anger made everyone's heart sink. Whitebeard was angry. Sarah and Sengoku looked at the Whitebeard pirates who were leaving quickly and the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates that were constantly surrounding them. Sarah was confused. But the longer the struggle lasts, the more people the Whitebeard pirates will evacuate. Gradually ran out of the Navy's attack range. This made Kong's heart sink even more. Their Navy was actually frightened by Whitebeard. If you tell this, what dignity does their Navy have? When Kong thought of this, his heart suddenly became angry. I just wanted to give the order. But he was stopped by Sengoku, who was always paying attention to Sarah. Marshal, we can't continue the fight. If we continue the fight, the Navy's foundation will be gone. Sengoku grabbed Sora's arm and looked at the scarred marine behind him and said. Only about one of these remaining naval forces survived, and there were countless wounded among them. It is estimated that not even one people could return to the Navy headquarters alive. How can we continue to fight in this situation? Moreover, fighting day and night, even if the Navy is elite, it is still only slightly stronger than ordinary people. If such a high-intensity battle continues, the entire army will probably be annihilated. After hearing what Sengoku said, Sara glanced at the serious-looking navy behind him. Although everyone's face showed a spirit of resignation, the fatigue on their faces could not be deceived. Give up? Sara asked himself in his mind, were he willing to give up like this? We have been preparing for an action for more than 10 or 20 years. Do we want to give up at this moment? Looking at the generals around him, Garp and Zifa looked at the Whitebeard pirates and the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates behind them with vigilance. Warring States looked at himself with a worried expression. The other generals and soldiers looked at the pirates with murderous intent. Then he looked at the white beard in front of him who was blocking him, and behind him there were Rockefeller Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling looking at him eagerly. Do we really want to continue fighting in this situation? Do you want to sacrifice hundreds of years of Navy heritage for the sake of the knot in your heart? Sara hesitated. But reality will not give Sara time to hesitate. Kill. Seeing the battlefield suddenly stopped strangely, how could Charlotte tolerate this? He pulled out the 7-star sword in his hand and pointed it towards the navy. Hear Charlotte's shout. The Rockefeller pirates instantly became energetic. Carter, Isdeath and the others led the Rockefeller pirates to attack the navy. The situation on the battlefield instantly became chaotic again. Charlotte Lingling, who was next to Charlotte, was stunned for a moment, but when she saw Charlotte rushing forward with her men, she hesitated for a moment and then rushed towards the naval formation with a broadsword raised. It directly led the Big Mom pirate group to also launch an attack on the navy. The navy's rear simply didn't have much resistance. Lieutenant General Ghost Spider and others had barely resisted Katakuri's wave of impact before. This time, all members of the two pirate groups pressed forward, and the navy's rear immediately collapsed. Marshal can't hesitate any longer. Retreat quickly. Warring States shouted immediately after seeing it. Withdraw. Kong shouted. He was hesitant at first, but was immediately forced to retreat by Charlotte's actions. After hearing this, the navy didn't know why, but everyone breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately hoisted the sails and prepared to retreat. Sakazuki and Kizaru also returned to the navy ship. Meteor volcano. Sakazuki immediately fired an unknown number of magma bombs into the sky. As the magma bombs fell, large areas of the crowd were hit. The charging momentum of the Rockefeller pirates and Big Mom pirates paused fiercely, but only stopped for a few seconds. After reacting, they followed their respective cadres and rushed forward. Bachi Kyongu-yu. Kizaru also released his skills and resisted for a moment. And this moment of resistance gave the navy enough time to launch the ship. And because of the abilities released by Sakazuki and Kizaru, the crumbling ice surface completely fell apart. The water continued to gush out, and many of the chasing people fell into the sea. Frozen. At the critical moment, Isdeath took action and thrust a sharp sword into the sea. The cold air released instantly spread. Gradually the ice sealed the sea and stabilized the ice beneath our feet. But the navy still took advantage of the spread of time to sail away from the range of Isdeath's release. Newgate, why don't you stop the navy? Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling missed the mark. Charlotte glared at Whitebeard and asked for an explanation. Whitebeard looked at Charlotte and Charlotte Lingling, especially Charlotte's face, which stayed for a moment longer. The navy has failed. This alliance is officially over. We, the Whitebeard pirates, have withdrawn from the battlefield. After finishing speaking, he didn't give Charlotte a chance to speak, and walked straight to the dilapidated Moby Dick. Chapter 536 The End of the War. Charlotte looked at Whitebeard's back, unable to vent the anger in her heart. He looked at Charlotte Lingling again. Charlotte Lingling rolled her eyes. Now that the alliance is over, our Big Mom pirates will go back. Charlotte, see you later. Charlotte Lingling also didn't give Charlotte a chance to speak, and led the Big Mom pirates away in the opposite direction of Whitebeard. Watching the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates leave one after another, Charlotte couldn't bear the anger in her heart anymore. Damn, damn, damn. Charlotte said damn it 3 times in a row. With such a good opportunity, the navy was let go just like that. Pirates will be pirates and they will never be able to get on the stage. Charlotte's angry voice reached the ears of the gathered Rockefeller pirates. Everyone in the Rockefeller pirates looked at the furious figure of Charlotte standing in the middle. Barrett, Isdeath, Caesar, Tesla. When have these people ever seen such an angry Charlotte, Dad? But they were also very angry. This is indeed a very good opportunity. As long as we unite to destroy the navy, it will not be a problem. But at this last moment, Whitebeard actually allowed the navy to leave, which no one expected. Is it just because the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses? Shouldn't this be more about avenging those dead crew members? Why retreat? Almost everyone in the Rockefeller Pirates was dissatisfied with the Whitebeard pirates at this moment. There is a depression in my heart that cannot be released. Charlotte vented for a while and exhaled slowly, looking at the ice-covered sea all around. Let's go. Chase the Navy. We must not let the Navy withdraw from the New World so easily. When Charlotte's order came out, all the Rockefeller pirates immediately returned to their respective battleships. Because there is ice blocking it. It took a lot of time for Rockefeller trunks to use the reef route to open a channel. 3 days later, the Rockefeller pirates hurriedly arrived at the most important stronghold in the first half of the New World near the center of the New World. This is the branch newly named G6 by the Navy. This military fortress had just been lost to the Rockefeller pirates for half a month. Half a month later, it returned to the hands of the Rockefeller pirates. When the Rockefeller pirates arrived at this military fortress, the Navy was already empty. Only a piece of ruins was left. Before leaving, the Navy did not forget to set fire to this most important military fortress in the first half of the New World. The Rockefeller pirates cleaned up for a while and briefly set up a camp. All the officers of the Rockefeller pirates gathered around Rockefeller Charlotte. The meeting room was extremely quiet. Charlotte didn't speak, and everyone else lowered their heads quietly. A long time. How many men we have lost? Charlotte looked at Carter on her left and asked about the losses in the battle 3 days ago. In the past 3 days, Charlotte was blinded by anger and had been chasing the Navy force non-stop. He had no time to pay attention to anything else. Now that it has stopped, we have begun to count the losses of the Rockefeller pirates. After hearing this, Carter took a few pieces of paper and stood up. There was a pause in the tone, and the numbers above made Carter a little frightened. Captain, our losses this time are not small. Our Rockefeller pirates originally prepared more than 4 people for this battle. After the battle, 5,000 people died and 1 were injured, for a total of 7,000 injured. Among them, the Swordsman Regiment suffered 560 casualties. Carter knew who Charlotte cared about. Among the 4 people, what Charlotte cares most about is the group of 3,000 swordsmen. Each of these people has a fighting power that is stronger than ordinary people. Being relied on by Xiaoluo would never care about the other casualties. No matter how many of those people died, they were just numbers. There were plenty of such cannon fodder in the New World. So Carter directly reported the casualties of the Swordsman Regiment that Charlotte was most concerned about. In one fell swoop, the Swordsman Corps lost 1/6 of its combat strength. Charlotte sneered and looked at Isteth. Isteth lowered her proud head after hearing this. In this battle, Isteth still displayed her usual fierce attacks, leading the crew under her to launch a non-stop charge. Most of these swordsmen died under gunfire. Before the battle, our Rockefeller pirates dispatched a total of 72 warships. After the battle, there are still ships that can continue sailing. After Carter finished speaking, he glanced at the captain. I don't know what the captain is thinking. Charlotte said nothing to signal Carter to continue. There was just a slight coldness in his eyes. All the cadres present were speechless and continued to listen to Carter's report. A long time. Carter finished speaking on a few pages and sat down. Charlotte closed her eyes and leaned on the chair, with no expression on her face. There is no disturbance in my heart. Charlotte probably still had some idea of the casualties and losses in this big battle. Generally speaking, it was pretty good. There were only over 5,000 people who died in the First World War. Most of them were just injured. A large number of them could continue to fight after recovering from their injuries. Although 36 ships were lost, Charlotte didn't care. He can have as many boats as he wants, and Charlotte hasn't been fooling around all these years. The pirates must have lacked ships when they went to sea, so they ordered the maid to build 6 docks, so that they could build a large number of ships for the Rockefeller pirates every year. As long as the Rockefeller pirates are not wiped out all at once, there will be no shortage of ships. Except for Whitebeard letting go of the Navy at the last moment, Charlotte had nothing to be dissatisfied with in this war. Compared to the Rockefeller pirates, the Big Mom pirates and Whitebeard pirates suffered greater losses. Especially the Whitebeard pirates. Didn't you see that Whitebeard just let go of the Navy in order to stop the Whitebeard pirates from suffering any more casualties? If it weren't for Whitebeard's strength, Charlotte would have turned against him on the spot. Thinking of this, Charlotte clenched her fists. How long has it been since you trained? When did you start slacking off? Have you become stronger? Have you achieved this goal? Charlotte looked at the night sky outside the camp. It's time to pick up that heart that has grown stronger. This battle taught Charlotte a truth. Allies are unreliable. People, you must rely on yourself. Charlotte's heart changed. The aura exuding from his body made everyone around him look at Charlotte, who was sitting in the main seat. Take a day off and regain lost ground tomorrow. Charlotte looked at the crowd and said. Yes. 3 or 4 days of non-stop fighting and pursuit had already made many weak cadres unable to hold on. The only people who can still hold on are Barrett, Is Death, Caesar, and Tesla. Chapter 537. People like Robert, Deidara, and Sif already yawned several times during the meeting. They are not too strong yet and cannot sustain such a high-intensity battle. The meeting was over, the sky was gradually getting dark, and the fire was rising in the camp. The camp was illuminated, and most of the crew members had fallen asleep. But some still continue to patrol. But we can't be killed by the Navy at this time. I have watched so many historical dramas in my previous life, and there are countless examples of how many times I was killed by the enemy because of my carelessness, resulting in direct defeat. Charlotte didn't want to make this mistake. Late at night, a naval fleet came over quietly. General, the pirates are very tightly guarded. There are many patrol posts around, making it difficult for us to get close. A major general came over with a group of people. The dust on his face, the tattered military uniforms, and the grass stuck in his body all showed that he had just returned from a mission. Sengoku held a telescope and looked at the islands in the distance. Alas. Let's return. Sengoku sighed helplessly, and the marshal ordered him to bring a fleet over to harass the Rockefeller pirates who were pursuing behind them. By time for the Navy to retreat. I didn't expect the Rockefeller pirates to be so cautious. There are hidden patrols all over the island. The Navy was not given the slightest chance. The Navy returned with a hint of regret. At the port, Tesla looked at the sea under the dark night. There was a slight sigh at the corner of his mouth. It's such a shame that he's gone. Tesla, known as the humanoid radar, looked at the dark sea in the distance and said regretfully. Silent all night. The next morning, there was a rapid gathering sound. A large swath of the Rockefeller pirates assembled aboard their battleship. With a command, the sails were raised. Heading towards the first half of the New World. A chase will occur in the first half of the New World. World Government Marijo Apengu. A snap. A document was thrown on the table. The Navy has failed and is retreating to the Navy headquarters. What do you think? Maz Sheng looked at the other 4-5 old stars and asked, the corners of his mouth raised slightly, and a trace of a smile appeared in his eyes. After hearing this, Nazho Langsheng, who was holding the knife, didn't even look at him. He turned his head and didn't want to speak. When the other 3-5 old stars saw this, they didn't want to make the atmosphere too tense. Just follow our previous arrangements to block the pirates in the New World, allow the Navy to return to the Navy headquarters safely, and preserve the foundation of the Navy. Saint Wycherley said. Wouldn't it be more satisfying to see the entire Navy wiped out? After hearing Saint Wycherley's words, Saint Nashalang sarcastically said. Everyone turned a blind eye to Nazho Longsheng's angry words. The islands close to the Red Continent cannot be occupied by pirates, especially the kingdoms on some islands. Many alliance countries have already protested, saying that we have abandoned our allies. Peter Saint also said. Well, these must be resolved. Let the God Guard take action. Don't start a conflict with the 3 big pirate groups in the New World. We just need to ensure that the islands near the Red Earth continent belong to us. Let the New World be given to those pirates. Maz Sheng said. Now let's talk about what we should do if the Navy fails. Saint Maz looked at everyone and said. The other 4-5 old stars did not speak, but looked at Maz Sheng and waited for him to continue. The news of the Navy's failure has spread. This cannot be concealed. The sea is turbulent again. Those careerists will not be able to control their ambitions and choose to take action at this time. At this time, relying on the Navy cannot suppress the turmoil of the sea. Yes, it's time to launch the King's Shichibukai plan mentioned earlier. Saint Maz looked at everyone and said. Except for Saint Nazho Lang, everyone else had no expression, waiting for the next step. Choose 7 great pirates recognized by the sea from the sea. What are your goals? Saint Maz looked at everyone and said. It's time to divide the cake. The reason why no one opposed Maz Sheng's plan was because he was waiting for this moment to get his own piece of cake. Saint Pitt, Saint Wycherley, and Saint Satan all sat up straight, and even Saint Nashowling, who had been in a bad mood since the beginning of the meeting, also sat up straight. It has been 5 years since Roger started the Age of Discovery. During these 5 years, pirates have swarmed in from all over the world. Only a few have made a name for themselves. They were either killed by the Navy or died in the New World. In the hands of the 3 emperors, the only one who has great hope to fight against the 3 emperors is the hero from the West Sea, Moonlight Moria. St. Peter was the first to name his candidate. Moonlight Moria, captain of the Moria pirates, has a bounty of 2,000 million berries. This bounty is considered unremarkable in the New World. But don't underestimate Moonlight Moria just because of the bounty. Those who underestimated him became the dead souls under his hands. The reason why the bounty is not high is because neither the Navy nor the world government pays much attention to him. And Moonlight Moria is also very honest. Unlike other pirates, he did not directly challenge the 3 emperors after entering the New World. Instead, he continued to annex the surrounding small forces and gradually grew among the 3 major pirate groups. With the constraints of the 3 big pirate groups, they did not attack Moonlight Moria rashly, which gave Moonlight Moria an opportunity to develop. And the reason why he was not despised by everyone was also for this reason, when Moonlight Moria continued to annex other forces. Those who had seen Moonlight Moria's strength were all amazed by Moria. This is why more and more people say that Moonlight Moria is most likely the 4th emperor of the New World. Before the Navy was defeated, Moria might have been inconspicuous and did not appear in the eyes of the big shots. But when the King's Shichibukai appears, Moonlight Moria will be the most dazzling presence on the candidate list. Don't forget that the Moria pirates in the hands of Moonlight Moria have a scale of at least 1 people. This is also a powerful fighting force in the New World. Molia. The other 5 old stars were slightly startled when they heard this name. But after seeing Moonlight Moria's introduction, the 5 old stars relaxed their frowns. This is indeed a good choice, but will Moonlight Moria agree? The information says that he is a proud man. Will he surrender to the world government? Maz Sheng asked after seeing the content on the information. Peter shrugged after hearing this. Who knows? Give it a try. If the other party joins, it will be equivalent to the world government driving a nail in the New World. Peter Saint said. Chapter 538. Seconded. 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 Peter's proposal was approved by the others. It is true that if Moonlight Moria joins the Goge Shichibukai, then the world government will be equivalent to planting a nail in the New World. This can only be good for world government. Well, Moonlight Moria will be added to this candidate list. Who else has anyone to say? Maz Sheng, the promoter of the plan, naturally became the host of this meeting. Besides Moria, are there any other candidates? Maz Saint asked. Maz Sheng's words caused the others to fall into deep thought. Not just any cat or dog can join the King's Shichibukai. To have a big enough reputation, as well as to have catastrophic destructive power and huge combat power to match the country, is to be able to compete with the 3 emperors of the New World, and to divide the power of external unity among the pirates. This time the 3 emperors' alliance gave the world government a huge impact. Individual pirates may not be taken seriously by them. But when united, the world government is full of pressure. Therefore, this candidate must meet the above conditions. Originally, I had 2 candidates, Shaw Crocodile and Hawkeye Joricole Mihawk. These 2 are famous pirates on the sea. Crocodile challenged Whitebeard, and although he failed, being able to survive Whitebeard and even tie the knot with Douglas Barrett, the vice captain of the Rockefeller Pirates, he is definitely qualified to join this candidate list. As for Joricole Mihawk, a swordsman who challenged Rockefeller Charlotte and was personally recognized by Charlotte, he is also qualified to join, but now they are both the vice captains of the Bucky Pirates. It's a subordinate of that One Piece crew member, so this is going to be a bit difficult. Seeing that everyone was deep in thought, Maz Sheng directly spoke out his choice. Saw Crocodile, Joricole Mihawk. Seeing these 2 candidates, others also fell into deep thought. Baki Pirates, the crew of One Piece, where is he currently? Saint Wycherley asked. In the South China Sea, the other party wandered around in the North Sea for 3 years and suddenly went to the South China Sea. Satan said. South China Sea? Holy Wycherley murmured. Actually, the Bucky Pirates can also join, but I have some concerns about the identity of the Pirate King crew. Wycherley said. Fame and power are not lacking in the Buggy Pirates. The only thing about the other party that gave the 5 old stars a bit of a headache was the identity of One Piece's crew. Worried? Why should we be scrupulous? Isn't it that we created the Shichibukai to split the pirates? Even the crew of One Piece have joined the Shichibukai. What better opportunity to split the pirates than this? Peter Saint said suddenly. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes suddenly brightened. Yes, didn't they create the Shichibukai just to split the pirates? Even the One Piece crew is joining in, what could be more shocking than that? It will definitely deal a heavy blow to the pirates' arrogance. Seconded. Someone immediately seconded the proposal. Agreed on this choice. As the proposer of this candidate, Maz Shang naturally nodded immediately. After seeing everyone else nodding, he immediately decided on this candidate. There are already 2 candidates, who else can I recommend? Maz Saint asked. The meeting fell into deep thought here. A long time. No one can propose a candidate. The age of discovery has only passed 5 years, and those influential figures have not yet appeared in the eyes of the world. In this case, let's discuss it after a suitable candidate appears. At present, the Shichibukai is still in its infancy stage. Nezushiro say, I will let you inform the Navy. Don't let the Navy ruin the arrangements of the world government. Saint Maz turned to look at Saint Nashaleng, who was resting with his eyes closed, and said. Saint Nazho Lang opened his eyes and looked at Saint Maz, then nodded helplessly. I will not allow the Navy to thwart the world government's orders. Nasi Shilangshing said. The meeting ended, with the orders given in the meeting. The world government immediately started functioning. The first is to preserve the last remaining force of the Navy. This time's defeat would be impossible to recover from in less than 10 years. Within this 10 years, the Navy will not have the strength to continue attacking the New World. This will have a huge impact on the future world structure. The Navy will turn defensive in the next decade, giving countless careerists the opportunity to realize their ambitions. When Morgan's News reported the latest news about the New World War situation, the world was shocked. The Navy that had stood for 800 years was defeated. The entire Navy attacked, more than 5 elite and generals, and even the Marshal personally took action. It turned out that they had just fought for a day. He was defeated by the 3 emperors of the New World. What does this mean? The Navy will no longer be able to suppress the sea. At time. Everyone who saw the newspaper became speechless. But after reacting, the careerist burst into laughter after seeing this news. Hey he 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 he. Phew fur 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 fur. Ya ha 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 ha. Countless laughter fills the world. That means the shackles on your head are loosened. The sword of Damocles hanging above their heads had disappeared. In the New World. Rockefeller Pirates. Aboard the Poseidon. Dad, the Big Mom Pirates took advantage of our Rockefeller Pirates' pursuit of the Navy and stole some of our Rockefeller Pirates' territory in the first half of the New World. Isdeath walked over with the information and said. Charlotte took the information expressionlessly, looked at it again, and then threw it down. Where is the Navy now? Charlotte looked at Carter and asked. Carter immediately reported the collected information. At present, the Navy Marshal has returned to the Navy headquarters and has taken away a large number of generals. Currently, only the Warring States period is stationed on the islands near the Red Continent in the first half of the New World. It seems that he does not intend to abandon the islands near the Red Continent. After hearing this, Charlotte sat on the main seat and closed her eyes. Return. The sudden words caught everyone present off guard. Return, we don't want the islands close to the Red Continent for the time being. We will use all our strength to deal with the invasion of the Big Mom Pirates. Fight back the Big Mom Pirates. Charlotte opened her eyes and said murderously. Charlotte Lingling did not comply with the terms of the agreement. Then don't blame Charlotte for being unkind. Yes. All the cadres stood up and said. A conflict is about to begin again. On an island in the first half of the New World. A flag of the Big Mom Pirates flies on this war-torn island. Chapter 539. Mom. Is it okay if we do this? Katakuri asked, looking around at the soundless Marines lying on the ground. Katakuri is not worried about the Navy, but the Rockefeller Pirates. You must know that this island had been clearly assigned to the Rockefeller Pirates before the war. By invading this place so blatantly, isn't this a slap in the face of the Rockefeller Pirates? Will the Rockefeller Pirates ignore it? The Big Mom Pirates have just experienced a big war, are they going to have to go through another big war? Well. That guy Rockefeller is chasing the Navy right now. It doesn't matter if I take over a few islands. If you have any objections, just let him come over. Charlotte Lingling was obviously dazzled by the victory. After taking over the territory that belonged to her, she then moved on to get more islands. Directly pushed the scope to several islands. Seeing her mother's greedy face, Katakuri already knew in her heart that her mother would not give up this good opportunity. No matter how much I tried to persuade him, it was useless. It seemed that a war was inevitable. Katakuri looked at the tired-looking people behind him. Not only the Rockefeller pirates are exhausted, but the Big Mom pirates are also exhausted. After separating from the Rockefeller pirates, the Big Mom pirates, led by Charlotte Lingling, wanted to take over her territory non-stop. We sailed on the sea for 3 or 4 days. Until occupation. As Charlotte Lingling continues to invade the center of the New World. After receiving the news, Charlotte immediately led the Rockefeller pirates to meet the Big Mom pirates. Rough sea. More than 40 warships from both sides lined up in sequence. Charlotte Lingling, what do you mean? Didn't the Alliance already divide their respective territories before? So what do you mean by invading my Rockefeller Pirates Island now? If you don't give me an explanation today, you can't even hope to come back alive. Charlotte stood on the bow of the boat and shouted angrily at Charlotte Lingling, who was 1,000 meters away, with a large loudspeaker. Well, I'm a pirate, and as we all know, pirates don't talk about credibility. Well. Charlotte Lingling held Napoleon and looked at Charlotte and laughed. Damn. After hearing this, Charlotte's forehead veins popped out in anger. Kill me. Charlotte didn't talk nonsense. With a wave of his hand, the Rockefeller pirates rushed over. For an instant, a battle broke out between the two sides, and cannonballs were continuously fired and landed on the other side's warships. The electromagnetic guns fired one after another. A conflict breaks out. 2 days later, the fighting Charlotte Lingling and Rockefeller Charlotte stopped at the same time. The Big Mom pirates returned to their original sphere of influence. In these 2 days of fighting, the Big Mom pirates suffered heavy losses. Under the impact of a group of Rockefeller pirates, they retreated steadily. But the casualties at the bottom of the Rockefeller pirates were also quite high. Both sides calmed down after this battle. Each returned to licking his wounds. The New World temporarily calmed down. But the calmness of the New World seems to be brewing for the next war. This battle between pirates and navy. The navy returned with a great defeat. The 3 pirate groups suffered varying amounts of damage. The Whitebeard pirates suffered the heaviest losses. When Whitebeard Edward Newgate led the Whitebeard pirates out of the battlefield, the casualties were counted. Whitebeard was instantly heartbroken. Before the expedition, there were more than 4 Whitebeard pirates. After returning, there were only about left. The deaths of nearly 3 people cast a shadow over the entire Whitebeard pirates. And of the remaining 1 people, half were wounded. In this war, Whitebeard lost nearly 3 people. So many sons died in one day. It made Whitebeard feel a little heavy. Dad. Marco called as he walked up to Whitebeard. But Whitebeard didn't react at all. The wine in his hand kept pouring into his mouth, and the wine scattered on the floor. Marco was also heartbroken when he saw his father like this. But he still held on to the casualty report in his hand. In this war, the Whitebeard pirates lost more than 12 people, 5 of their officers died, and captains of the affiliated pirates died. Currently, there are 8 members of the Whitebeard Pirates headquarters, 3 of whom were injured, 14 of the affiliated pirate groups survived, 10 of them were seriously injured. Marco suppressed the sadness in his heart and reported it. The death list on the white paper made Marco heartbroken. These people had been drinking together a few days ago, but within a few days they were separated from each other. Whitebeard closed his eyes silently after hearing the death toll. Take it back to the island and bury it with the other brothers. This time our Whitebeard pirates are severely weakened. Don't break out into conflicts with anyone during this period. Whitebeard looked at Marco with a sad expression and said, Yes. Marco sighed and walked out. Dad is in a sad state right now and needs some quiet time. When the Whitebeard pirates learned of the casualties in this battle, everyone fell silent. The arrogance and arrogant expression in the past have disappeared. The words clamoring to unify the New World have also disappeared. Some are just silent. Some just lick their wounds silently. The Whitebeard pirates definitely suffered the most losses besides the navy. Next is the Big Mom pirates. After a conflict broke out between the Big Mom pirates and the Rockefeller pirates, they calmed down after returning to Cake Island. Charlotte Lingling seemed to be shocked by Charlotte. She returned to Cake Island and ate the cake without saying a word. Leave all the affairs to Katakuri and his children. And Katakuri finally had time to count the casualties of the Big Mom pirates. Katakuri was a little surprised by the casualties statistics. It's not that the Big Mom pirates suffered heavy losses. Before the battle, Katakuri had already predicted that the number of deaths in this battle would definitely be high. But after seeing the above statistics, Katakuri was a little surprised. Mom, this is the loss of the Big Mom pirates in this battle, take a look. Katakuri gave the report to Charlotte Lingling. But Charlotte Lingling had no intention of looking at this thing. She just kept stuffing cakes into her mouth and hesitating. Katakuri sighed slightly when he saw this. Mom, the losses of the Big Mom pirates this time are relatively small. Except for some low-level cadres, not a single child of the Charlotte family is missing. The soldiers only lost more than people, which is negligible for the Big Mom pirates. Chapter 540. After hearing this, Charlotte Lingling swallowed the cake in her mouth. How does it compare to the Rockefeller pirates and the Whitebeard pirates? Charlotte Lingling is most concerned about this, as long as she is lower than these two pirate groups. Then Charlotte Lingling said she was very happy. There is no way to compare the Rockefeller pirates, but they are definitely much lower than the Whitebeard pirates. In the final battle alone, the Whitebeard pirates lost at least over 1 people, and the death toll is expected to exceed Katakuri reports. Well. That old man with white beard suffered a big loss this time, well. Charlotte Lingling didn't know why she felt so good after hearing that the Whitebeard pirates suffered heavy losses. Whitebeard is probably heartbroken to have so many of his sons die at once. Do you think we have a chance to seize some of his islands? Charlotte Lingling looked at Katakuri and asked. When Katakuri heard this, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. If you still provoke Whitebeard at this time, isn't this giving Whitebeard eye drops? Katakuri still remembers the power of Whitebeard's move. Facing that blow, he felt as if he was facing the power of heaven and earth. Well, Mom, it's better not to provoke the Whitebeard pirates now. Whitebeard has lost so many sons and is almost in a state of emotional collapse. It's not worth the gain to provoke Whitebeard at this time. Katakuri looked at Charlotte Lingling and said. While speaking, his eyes looked at Charlotte Lingling's expression from time to time. Fortunately, Charlotte Lingling has not been dazzled by greed for the time being. She may have just been pushed back by the Rockefeller pirates. Is that so? If that's the case, forget it, but what should we, the Big Mom pirates, do now? Charlotte Lingling obviously had nothing to do and was a little bored. The most important thing now is to accumulate strength and wait for the next war to come. Only when we are fully prepared can we resist all risks. Katakuri said hastily. Don't look at it. They are the winners in this war and have taken a lot of advantage. The consumption is also very large. All the wealth that Katakuri had saved over the years was completely consumed in this war. The whole Big Mom Pirates team probably can't even afford 1 billion belly right now. Compared with the Rockefeller Pirates, who relied on a large amount of minerals under their banner, the only thing the Big Mom Pirates could get away with was food. But now because of the war, food cannot be exported at all. Those food merchants did not dare to come to the New World because of the war between the Navy and the pirates. This naturally cut off the Big Mom Pirate Group's financial resources. Okay, then just accumulate strength and wait for the next war. Damn Rockefeller Charlotte, I will kill him sooner or later. Charlotte Lingling said angrily at the end. Katakuri retreated to make arrangements for the aftermath of the battle. After the war in the New World, the Rockefeller pirates also returned to Kame Island. Except for some people stationed at some important military bases, all personnel returned to Kame Island to await deployment. Inside Rockefeller Castle, Rockefeller Charlotte sat at the head of the long table. Carter and Barrett sat on the left and right hands respectively, followed by Wolf, Paul, and Isaac. Then came young cadres such as Esteth, Caesar, and Tesla. There are also children such as Robert, Sif, Deidara, Eve, Logan, Julie, Philip, Trunks, Kakarot, and Gilberta who participated in this war. They were sitting on both sides of the long table, excitedly waiting for this meeting. This was their first time attending a high-level meeting of the Rockefeller Pirates. This means that they have slowly begun to participate in the affairs of the Rockefeller Pirates. Of course, this also involves Charlotte's cultivation. Among the group of people, Robert is already the oldest. The younger one is already 15 years old and can now work alone. And it also has certain strength. For example, Robert and Deidara, although a little immature, can already participate in the battle of the Rockefeller Pirates. This meeting has officially begun. Carter, please report our losses during this period. Charlotte said, looking at Carter on her left. Yes. Carter immediately stood up and took out a report. In addition to the losses of more than 5,000 casualties during this period, our Rockefeller pirates lost 1/3 of their territory in this war, most of which were in the hands of the Big Mom pirates. As for the Whitebeard pirates, the exchange of territory proposed by the pirate group has not yet been implemented by the Whitebeard pirates. In addition, our Rockefeller pirates consumed and damaged more than 200 billion in materials during this war. After Carter mentioned that more than 200 billion in supplies had been lost, everyone took a breath of cold air. 200 billion, what a concept! The Revolutionary Army has only accumulated so much after working hard for 2 or 3 years. As a result, the Rockefeller pirates were wiped out after a great battle. After hearing this, Xia Luo's face turned ugly. Not long ago, 200 billion was made from the Revolutionary Army, but it was all wasted on this battle before it was even warmer. Carter saw that everyone looked unhappy, but he did not stop making the report. Due to this war, the business of the Rockefeller pirates was greatly affected, and the goods sold all over the world and the first half of the Grand Line were discontinued. Those merchants did not dare to approach the New World because of the war, which resulted in the backlog of countless commodities. The daily consumption was hundreds of millions, and it will be difficult to recover in this period. It is expected that this year's income will be cut in half. If the previous 200 billion only made the Rockefeller pirates feel a little bit sad. The economic impact of this war is what really hurts them. As we all know, which pirate group receives the best treatment in the New World? There is no doubt that they are the Rockefeller pirates. As a pirate, it is really the first time that I pay wages to pirates. What can support all of this is the trade under the Rockefeller pirates. Once the trade is interrupted, the Rockefeller pirates will be self-defeating. It is difficult to maintain the huge consumption of the Rockefeller pirates. Charlotte waved her hand. These are all small things. Now that the war is over, the Navy is unable to suppress the sea. Trade will slowly recover. Those merchants will swarm in like sharks smelling blood and resume the previous trade, said Charlotte. After Charlotte finished speaking, the others breathed a sigh of relief. Anything else to report? Charlotte looked at Carter and asked. After hearing this, Carter shook his head and sat down. His report was over, and it was Charlotte who spoke next. Chapter 541. In this battle against the Navy, we successfully resisted the Navy's ambitions for the New World. Although the ending was a little imperfect, it was generally good. You also successfully proved to the world the power of our Rockefeller pirates. Charlotte gave a rare compliment. Many young children present looked proud. Especially Robert and his group, they held their heads high. But there are many problems in this battle. For example, there are too few command layers. Most of the cadres just focus on fighting and rushing on their own. They don't even estimate the soldiers under them. It is difficult to organize effective due to the scale. It is clear that we are the victors, but our damage is the same as that of the Big Mom pirates. Charlotte said this and looked at everyone. Everyone also put away the smiles on their faces and became serious. I have decided to expand the cadres of the Rockefeller pirates and establish 3 divisions. Some of you will serve as captains of these 3 divisions, and the others who have not been handed over will serve as the deputies of those 3, said Charlotte. As soon as this word comes out, Robert and the others immediately looked at their father with joyful expressions. This is going to make them independent, which is great. Many people sat motionless in their seats with their backs straightened, trying to attract Charlotte's attention. After seeing the actions of these brats, Charlotte smiled slightly and shook her head. Robert, Sif, Deidara, Charlotte shouted. The person called by Charlotte subconsciously stood up. Yes. Now I declare that Rockefeller Robert will grant you the position of captain of the 4th Division and establish the 4th Division of the Rockefeller Pirates, Charlotte announced as she sat in the main seat and looked at Robert, who stood up. Although he was prepared in his heart, Robert still couldn't help but get excited when he heard his father say it. Yeah. Looking at Robert's funny movements, Charlotte shook her head. You have grown up. It's time to be more stable and stop acting like a child. Charlotte looked at Robert and warned. Yes. Robert immediately put away the smile on his face and said. Deidara next to him curled his lips in disdain. Sit down. Charlotte waved his hand and said. Then he looked at Sif. Rockefeller Sif, grant you the position of captain of the 5th Division and establish the 5th Division of the Rockefeller Pirates. Yes. Sif didn't show much emotion after hearing this and said calmly. Sif's character is largely influenced by his death. From the time his death formed the first squad, Sif has been following his death to fight with his death and help his death manage the squad. She was not surprised that she became the fifth team. His death looked at Sif, nodded and smiled happily. This sister who is 5 years younger than me is also going to show her claws. Sif also smiled. Charlotte nodded in satisfaction. After Sif sat down. Only the last list remains. But everyone basically already knows who is on this list. Rockefeller Deidara, I grant you the position of captain of the 6th Division and establish the 6th Division of the Rockefeller Pirates. Charlotte announced directly. There is no doubt that these 3 people are the most diligent people in the Rockefeller Pirates over the years, besides his death, Caesar, and Tesla. Every day he was either fighting or helping the Rockefeller Pirates deal with some internal matters. Liang Ren's combat prowess was also shown in this battle, and no one would have any objections to Xiao Luo's promotion. Some people are happy and some are worried about the 3 newly established divisions. Robert, Sif, and Deidara must be happy. Those children who were not promoted were somewhat disappointed. And one of them is particularly obvious. That was Eve, who was of the same age as Robert, Sif, and Deidara. All 3 of them were assigned positions by their father, but she was not mentioned. But Eve also knew why. Compared to the 3 older brothers and sisters in front of her, she doesn't like fighting and rarely takes the initiative to participate in battles or manage some affairs, so her performance in front of these older brothers and sisters is somewhat unremarkable. Compared to fighting, Eve prefers to raise flowers and plants. She is a quiet girl. Because of this, Charlotte did not grant Eve any position. Don't be disappointed. When you make great achievements, I will also promote you to become division captains. Today's Rockefeller Pirates only have 6 divisions, which is too few. The Whitebeard Pirates have 13. We, the Rockefeller Pirates, can't be any less powerful than him. Charlotte said, looking at those who were not chosen and therefore disappointed. Look at my memory. The Whitebeard Pirates suffered a lot of casualties this time. I heard that 5 division captains died, which means there are only 8 now. You have to work hard. Charlotte looked at Julie, Logan, those young and immature teenagers and said. Yes, Dad, we won't let you down. Logan, Julie and others said in unison. Ha ha ha. Charlotte smiled. Okay, that's it for today's meeting. Let's go do what you should be busy with. Let the Rockefeller Pirates return to their previous trajectory. It is estimated that there will be no major wars in the past 2 years. Charlotte clapped her hands and said. After the battle ended, the boulder that was weighing on his heart completely fell away. Charlotte felt relaxed both physically and mentally. The officers and children of the Rockefeller Pirates slowly walked out. Only Xiao Luo was left sitting on the main seat and did not move for a long time. Xiao Luo raised his hand, and the 7-star sword appeared in his hand. Can I protect these people with my strength? Charlotte murmured. In this battle, Charlotte also felt his own shortcomings. I now seem to be in a stage where I am more than I am less than I am more than I am. No one can kill him. And he couldn't kill anyone. It seems that he lacks the means to deliver a fatal blow. Great swordsman, top 3 color domineering, and perfect physique. What do you still lack? Could it be a devil fruit? Charlotte recalled the final moments of the battle. Whitebeard's angry blow. A punch that tears apart the sky and the sea. It still pops up in Charlotte's mind. Charlotte could feel the threat to herself from that blow. But that was just a threat. At his level, it was difficult for any attack to kill him with one blow, or even injure him. And if you want to go further, it will be as difficult as climbing to the sky. His strength seemed to have reached a limit. If you want to break through, you will have no clue at all. It was as if heaven and earth restricted him. I believe Whitebeard and the others feel the same way. Xiao Luo looked at the 7-star sword in his hand, the eerie green color was breathtaking. Maybe I have to cheat myself too. Charlotte stroked the 7-star sword and murmured. Chapter 542 Loss of the Navy. Marine Headquarters Marine Fando. The entire naval headquarters was extremely quiet. There is a depressing atmosphere in the air. Everyone's faces showed sadness and hatred. Inside the office of the Marshal of the Navy headquarters, many naval generals gathered together. Including Admiral Sengoku also returned from the New World. Everyone's face was expressionless and their heads were bowed. Listening quietly to the phone call on the side. Yes. 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 I will arrange it immediately. Kong didn't dare to resist at all when listening to the orders on the phone, and he obeyed them all. Hang up the phone. Sara sighed and walked back to his seat. Look at all the generals present. The pupils shrank slightly. The number of generals who came was less than half that before the expedition. Are they all here? Sara asked in a hoarse voice. He sat nearby and glanced at the general behind the long table, then nodded. It's all here. A trace of helplessness flashed in his eyes. This time the Navy's casualties were indeed greater. Half of the generals alone were dead. After hearing this, Sara closed his eyes silently. I will bear all the responsibility for this failure. I will submit my resignation to the world government and recommend the Warring States General as my successor. Sara opened his eyes and said. As soon as these words came out, the entire conference room was instantly shocked. No, Marshal, the Navy is in crisis now, how can you leave? Sengoku immediately retorted. Just kidding, now that you are gone, who will solve the mess you left behind? It could be him. The current situation in the Navy is all because of your orders. It would be best if you left and let me clean up the mess for you. At this time in the Warring States period, even if he wanted to become a marshal, he had to hold back. After hearing Sengoku's words, Sora's eyes flickered slightly, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. But he quickly hid it. Sengoku, you don't need to persuade me. This time it was all because of my willful actions that caused so much harm to the Navy. I cannot absolve myself of the blame. Sara said with a painful expression. He has been a marshal of the Navy for nearly 20 years. If you add in the years when the position of marshal was not established before, he was an admiral. Having been the leader of the Navy for a total of 30 years, he is obsessed with power. From the original work, he still holds power even after retirement, as the Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces can see. The phone call just now was actually not just about the accountability of the world government. It's more of a confrontation of power. Kong knew that the failure of this operation had greatly affected the Navy's recognition of him. The distrust of the soldiers and the eager gaze of the generals. It all made him feel stuck in his throat. His position was in jeopardy. After 30 years in charge of the Navy, it is definitely impossible for him to hand over the power in his hands. But if you don't hand over your power, there will be countless pairs of eyes staring at you. I was just talking to Woloaxing. Sara also made his request vaguely. Woloaxing only hesitated for a while and then agreed. But the condition is to support the world government's Shichibukai plan. But Kong agreed without hesitation for the sake of his own status. Marshal. When Warring States was about to say something, Sara interrupted with a wave of his hand. Now is not the time to talk about this, let's report our losses in this battle. Sara said with a tired look, rubbing his brows. After hearing this, Warring States swallowed what he wanted to say. Picked up the report. In this operation, the Navy dispatched a total of more than 6,000 elite Navy personnel, and 5,000 people died in battle. Warring States first reported the dead. And as soon as the death toll of 5,000 people came out, even if I was prepared for it, my heart became cold. With the death of 5,000 people, the Navy could declare its entire army annihilated. These are the elites of the Navy, not the trash from the branch. When the other generals heard this, they clenched their fists, and the rise and fall of their chests showed their inner unrest. A total of 150 generals participated in the expedition, including 72 brigadiers, 52 major generals, 23 lieutenant generals, 2 generals, and 1 marshal. The number of generals killed was 80, including 43 brigadiers, 32 major generals, and 5 people will die. When Warring States said this, the hand holding the paper started to tremble. Half of the generals died in that battle. This is the Navy's foundation and the main force of the Navy in suppressing the sea. When Kong heard this, his face turned dark. More than half of the lower-level generals were killed or wounded, the Navy is broken. Although generals at the level of brigadier general and major general are not at the level of senior generals. But they are also the mainstay of the Navy. The mission of major generals and commodores is to patrol the sea and hunt down pirates on the sea. With so many people dead at once, it's no wonder that the Navy was unable to suppress the sea. Do we just rely on those dozen lieutenant generals to patrol the sea? Isn't this overkill? The role of the lieutenant general is more like sitting on one side, and the tasks of going out to capture pirates are basically done by the brigadier general and major general levels. And it is enough to patrol the sea all year round instead of just turning around. After speaking, Warring States sat down. Everyone in the conference room felt their hands and feet were cold. If we can't pass this level, I'm afraid the Navy will be in danger. Once the garbage on the sea knows the reality of the Navy, they will definitely flock to the sea. By then, due to the chain reaction, the Navy will completely lose control of the sea. This matter must not be reported out, it will rot in my stomach. Kong said while looking at the more than 70 generals on the field. Yes. All the generals present stood up and looked at the marshal. Sara waved his hand for them to sit down and rubbed his brow with his hand. This Navy's failure has resulted in the loss of too much combat power. I have proposed a naval recruitment campaign to the world government and selected outstanding soldiers from various branches to supplement the Navy headquarters. I believe it will not take long for the Navy to return to its peak. Sara said after seeing so many generals looking downcast. As soon as this word comes out, all the generals, including the warring states period, were impressed. The world government is like guarding the Navy against thieves. Even if it sits back and watches the new world pirates become stronger, it refuses to strengthen the Navy. I didn't expect that the world government would be so easy to talk to this time. Has it seen the reality clearly? But Sara's words were far from over. However, this is not without cost, because the Navy's nearly annihilated losses have caused the sea to turmoil again. The world government will implement the King's Shichibukai system to suppress the growing number of pirates in the sea. When Kong said this, he carefully watched the reactions of many generals. Boom. A loud bang. Zifa stood up. Marshal, I will never agree to recruit pirates to deal with pirates. Zifa slapped the table with an angry expression and looked at Sara. Boom. Sara also slapped the table. Zifa, please sit down. This is an order from the world government and your consent is not required. Sara said with a blushing face. Other generals were also confused by this plan. Chapter 543 Zifa's opposition. But after they react. Marshal, I cannot agree to this. Your Majesty, the Shichibukai, to put it nicely, isn't it just to recruit pirates and let the pirates carry out the justice of the Navy? Is this still justice? Immediately, several vice admirals stood up to object. Kong looked at the generals who stood up one by one and the dissatisfaction on the faces of those generals. Let Sara only feel that his authority has been challenged. It seems that this defeat has destroyed his prestige in the Navy. Sara lowered his head and said nothing. Sengoku on the right saw this and waved his hand. Everyone sit down and listen to the marshal. These generals still listened to what warring states said. Although they were a little dissatisfied, they still sat down and the expressions on their faces did not change at all. Looking at the marshal, he wanted the marshal to give an explanation. Call. Sara took a deep breath. I know everyone is dissatisfied, but I am not the same. The failure of this operation caused the Navy to be injured. All of this was caused by my wrong decision-making, and the impact of this was that the Navy lost control of the sea. It will take time to restore the Navy to its past glory, and the world government cannot wait for such a long time. During this period, King Shichibukai is the way the world government came up with to assist the Navy in suppressing the sea. Kong looked at the many pairs of eyes looking at him and said sincerely. But it's obviously useless if it's empty. Everyone is now angry and their faces are extremely ugly. Boom. When did our Navy need pirates to assist us? Zifa punched the table and asked with his head down. The suppressed anger in his heart made Warring States sitting next to him look a little sideways. Warring States put his hand on Zifa's shoulder and pressed it, signaling Zifa not to get too excited. Then tell me what to do. What does the Navy rely on to suppress the sea? Is it the 5,000 or 6,000 defeated soldiers in the port? Or can you clean up the garbage on the sea? If you can, I will give up the position of Marshal of the Navy. Sara was obviously angry. This Zifa had been refuting him from the beginning, which made him very angry. What are you saying, Marshal? Calm down, Zifa is also thinking about the Navy. Hearing what the Marshal said, he quickly tried to smooth things over. He is thinking about the Navy, shouldn't I think about the Navy? I have been working hard to fight for it, but this is the order of the 5 old stars of the world government, and this order was proposed by the world government as early as 3 years ago. I opposed it at the time, but now the situation in the Navy is not optimistic, and our Navy has no right to choose. Sara slapped the table and roared every word. Sara's words silenced everyone. He, Warring States, Zifa, and Garb all lowered their heads and said nothing. Akiji, Akainu, Kizaru and others were not even qualified to interrupt, so they all listened silently from behind. The conference room was quiet for a long time. No one spoke or made any move. Zifa lowered his head and looked gloomy. Sara looked at the faces of everyone present. Except for Zifa and a few more radical generals who were struggling, the other generals had no expressions on their faces. This made Sara breathe a sigh of relief. Zifa, I know you are dissatisfied, but our navy is also in trouble now. I bear full responsibility for the failure of this operation. I have submitted my resignation to the world government. What the navy needs at this time is recovery and stability. Wait, after accumulating enough strength, the king's Shichibukai is nothing more than a chess piece that can be discarded at will, and the world government is also a temporary solution. Kong looked at Zifa earnestly and said. Zifa looked up at Sora's expression and nodded slightly. Zifa compromised. There was nothing he could do if he didn't compromise. The navy no longer has any say in this matter. Rather than coming to see everyone's opinions, it is better to inform everyone to be mentally prepared. After Zifa compromised, Kong breathed a sigh of relief. As for the unhappiness of some generals, he could ignore it. In the face of the overall situation, personal opinions can be ignored. The meeting ended quickly. The navy began to lick its wounds for this war. Sara can also explain the navy's intentions to the world government. When Woloxing received the message from Navy Marshal Kong, the navy agreed, but this Zifa is a little ignorant. Maz Shang looked at the information in his hand and said. Zifa? He's just a washed-up old guy. Don't worry about him. Just let him train the new recruits and let the navy quickly regain its strength. Nashu Langsheng did not care about Zifa's objection in the meeting. Okay. Saint Maz nodded and did not discuss Zifa too much. By the way, in this report, Sora submitted his resignation. Do we want to approve it? Nezushiro Sage asked, taking out the resignation Sora submitted. Huh? Why did Sora submit his resignation at this time? Now is the time when the navy is at its weakest, and people like Sora are needed to stabilize the navy. Resigning is something he can't think of. Maz Shang said doubtfully. Huh? It's not because of the failure of this war that his position as marshal is shaky. He wants to use the help of our world government to stabilize his position as marshal. But that's fine. The plan of the King Shichibukai has just begun. To implement it, we need a marshal who will obey the orders of the world government, and I believe Sara will agree. Although we are all optimistic about the Warring States period, now is obviously not the time. Saint Satan said with a sneer. He still doesn't know what little Jiojio is in Kong's heart. After controlling the navy for 30 years, he would give up power so easily. It's good to be greedy for power. I'm not afraid that he won't be greedy, but I'm afraid that he will have no desires or demands. I'll reject this resignation in public and tell him that the world government needs him and the navy also needs him. Give him enough face. Peter Saint said. Okay, then I'll reject it. Nasi Shilangxing said. But it has indeed been too long for Sara to serve as the navy marshal. Once the Shichibukai system is stabilized, let him retire from the post of navy marshal. Saint Wucheli said. Will he quit honestly? Peter St. asked. When the time comes, just give him the empty post of Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces. I believe he will not be ignorant of what is good and what is good. Maz Shang said. Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces? What a good title. Saint Satan smiled. The other 4-5 old stars also smiled. The discussion ended quickly. A letter of rejection was sent from Woloxing's office. Sent to Navy headquarters. In front of all the naval admirals, the rejection of Navy Marshal Cyborg Sara was announced. Marshal Cyborg Kong has devoted himself to the Navy for more than 30 years. He has worked hard and achieved great results. He cannot be discouraged by a temporary defeat. The Navy needs you, the world government needs you, and the people of the world need you to lead the Navy to suppress the sea. This is hereby rejected. Your request to resign is to continue to lead the Navy and contribute to world peace. Chapter 544, King 7 Wuhai Invitation. In front of the Marshal, Admiral, Vice Admiral, and many generals and soldiers. This order from the world government confirms the status of Navy Marshal Cyborg Sara as rock solid. It was clear that Sora's leadership position was clear, and it was also clear that Sora's position as Marshal could not be questioned because of the failure of this war. Once this rejection was issued, everyone's thoughts were racing. Many people looked at the Warring States general standing behind Kong and didn't know what they were thinking. Warring States listened to the rebuttal with an expressionless face, without any thoughts in his heart. The battle of naval power came to an end at this moment. Sara accepted this rejection and turned to look at everyone. My mistakes caused heavy losses to the Navy. This is an indisputable fact. I am sorry to everyone. When Sara said this, he bowed deeply in front of everyone. Seeing this situation, the generals standing in front of Kong turned sideways and did not dare to accept the marshal's bow. The soldiers are also very handsome. But a temporary failure does not mean anything. Our navy has not yet been defeated. As long as our navy has a breath of life, our mission of executing justice will never disappear. We may be silent, but we will not be discouraged. When we regain our strength, the sea will usher in peace again. Kong looked at everyone and said decisively, "Justice shall prevail." After hearing this, Warring States immediately raised his right hand. Justice shall prevail. Seeing this situation, everyone, whether they were generals or soldiers, looked up to the sky and roared angrily. The voice broke through the sky, and everyone gathered up the anger in their hearts and burst out. Seeing this, the world government personnel handed over the appointment to Sara and left. Sara smiled slightly as he looked at the renewed morale. He nodded towards Sengoku. Warring States also nodded slightly. The navy fell silent. The naval branches scattered across the four seas and the Grand Route also fell silent. On the contrary, pirates went to sea one after another. All over the world, along the great sea routes, those careerists who had given up their efforts under the shock of the navy have emerged one after another. Countless pirates held a piece of wood and headed towards the sea. No one can stop them. 5 years after Roger launched the Age of Discovery, another wave of pirate carnival began. Pirates all over the world rioted. Not only pirates, but also the careerists in the dark world, the revolutionary armies scattered all over the country, and those non-franchised countries full of ambitions. They all started rioting in unison. And the navy was powerless to stop all this. South China Sea. A group of men in black stood on a warship and looked at a large pirate fleet in the distance. Weird things happen every year, especially this year. The world government actually cooperates with pirates one day. A masked man in black looked at the pirate fleet in the distance and said lazily, "Shut up, M.O. Crow, this is not your place to discuss, just carry out the order." The man in black wearing a lion mask said next to him. After the words fell, no one spoke. The warship flying the flag of the world government sailed towards the buggy pirates. What, let me join the world government and become one of the 7 warrior seas under the king? What the hell is this? Bucky put his feet on the table, and 2 beauties around him squeezed Bucky's shoulders. Bucky asked, holding a glass of red wine in his hand and looking at the man sitting in front of him wearing a lion mask. Behind Bucky. Crocodile and Jorokol Mihawk sat behind Bucky. Crocodile smoked a cigar and looked at the men in black in front of him, his eyes twinkling slightly. Kalakal Mihawk was holding the red wine in his hand, looking at the color of the red wine in his hand. The black knife Yi, one of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword, was placed next to him. Yes, Mr. Bucky, our world government has recently established a department called the Shichibukai. It invites 7 recognized pirates in the sea to join the world government. As long as you join the Shichibukai, your bounties will be revoked immediately, there will be no more naval pursuits. The man in the lion mask said very patiently. Bucky rolled his eyes upon hearing this. By joining the world government, aren't you asking me to betray the pirates? Bucky said looking at the lion man. The tone was quite unkind. The lion man laughed after hearing this. Mr. Bucky, isn't betrayal common among pirates? The lion man's words silenced Bucky. Mr. Bucky, why don't you listen to our conditions? The original bounty for joining the Shichibukai will be revoked, the world government will no longer pursue all the crimes committed before, and the members of the Shichibukai will be punished by the world even if they engage in privateering. The government acquiesces, but if discovered, it will have to pay tribute, which only requires a small amount. The Leo man said in a seductive voice. It's a pity that he is not that woman, Bucky is not so easily tempted. But what the Leo man just said also shocked Bucky. They can plunder openly and openly. This king's Kibuhai is very capable. After hearing this, Bucky did not make an immediate decision but looked behind Crocodile and Jorokol Mihawk. As a result, the 2 of them were staring at him intently. I immediately understood what the 2 people meant. Wait a moment, we need to discuss this. Bucky stood up and looked at the lion man and said. Then he led Crocodile and Jorokol Mihawk into the cabin with a look of death on his face. This puzzled the Leo man sitting on the chair. Come to the cabin. Jorokol Mihawk and Crocodile sat at the table thinking about each other. Bucky stood beside the 2 of them, not daring to move. What do you 2 think? Bucky asked cautiously. Crocodile glanced at him. Bucky was so frightened that his body immediately fell into pieces. Sounds like a good idea, Jorokol Mihawk said while holding red wine. Bucky's eyes immediately lit up when he heard this. I also think that by joining the Shichibukai, you can rob and don't need to be chased by the Navy. It's much better than those pirates who work for nothing. In the future, we can sail on the sea openly and do things in the future. It's a lot more convenient. Bucky was already thinking about the future. When Crocodile and Mihawk heard that they were above board, their eyes lit up slightly. Mihawk's goal is to become the world's greatest swordsman, and his current goal is to challenge all swordsmen in the world, accumulate his own swordsmanship concepts, and accumulate enough strength to enter the new world and challenge the mountain in his heart. Joining the Buggy Pirates is just for convenience. The same is true for Crocodile. If you want to become the Pirate King, you must have enough strength, and some of the secrets Bucky Pirates and Bucky know are what Crocodile wants to know. It is not impossible to join the King's 7 martial arts, but this matter requires more consideration. Chapter 545 To Dahua Baki. You can join, but why haven't I heard of this so-called King's Shichibukai? Mihawk's nod made the other two people make up their minds. But the next sentence was like a bucket of cold water poured on their heads. Yes, this king, Shichibukai, has never heard of it. What if it is a conspiracy by the world government against them? Bucky and Crocodile were both lost in thought. Since Roger's death, they have been forced to join this broken ship to deal with the Navy's roundup. In the past 5 years, you have chased me and you have fled, and you have become very familiar with the virtues of the world government and the Navy. If this was a conspiracy against them, it wouldn't be that simple. Hey. Who cares? If we join us, can't we just verbally agree to it when the time comes? Then we'll see what the world government does next. If it's good for us, we'll give it a try. If it's not good, we'll give it a try. But what if it's not good for us? Bucky said with his head up to the sky and his hands on his hips. This made Mihawk and Crocodile look at Bucky. Bucky suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Mihawk and Crocodile looked at each other. Then nodded. Okay, you are responsible. Mihawk and Crocodile said at the same time. After the discussion, Bucky walked in front, followed by Mihawk and Crocodile. The 3 people walked out of the cabin and sat in front of CP0 sent by the world government. The man in the lion mask looked at the 3 people sitting in front of him and smiled. How did you guys discuss it? Said the lion man. Bucky thought for a moment. Why haven't I heard of the King's Kibukai you just mentioned? How can you guarantee that this is true? Bucky's question made the lion man stunned. Perhaps he never imagined that anyone would question the authenticity of the world government. Mr. Bucky, you don't have to doubt this. The King's Shichibukai was discussed only recently. His appearance is to deal with the 3 emperors rising on the sea today. Your mission is also to cooperate with the Navy to attack pirates and pirates in the world. The 3 emperors of the New World, said the lion man. After hearing this, Bucky got angry. He now knew why the world government had good intentions. It turned out that he wanted them to be used as cannon fodder to deal with the 3 emperors of the New World. As a member of the Roger Pirates, how could he not know how terrifying the 3 New World emperors were? This moment made Bucky hesitate. Even Mihawk and Crocodile sitting behind Bucky sat up straight. The Leo man was also shocked when he saw these people making such big moves. Are you using us as cannon fodder? Bucky asked fiercely. How could it be? You are just assisting the Navy and there is no need for you to face the 3 emperors directly. The Leo man immediately understood what was wrong and waved his hands quickly. His mission this time was to recruit the Baki pirates and lay the foundation for the establishment of the Shichibukai. As the first invited Buggy pirates, the world government will give you a face-saving invitation. Originally, the world government wanted to invite Moonlight Moria, but Moonlight Moria believed that she was powerful and had enough strength to compete with the 3 emperors of the New World, and she simply disdained the world government's King Shichibukai. Directly killed the CP0 who invited him. This made the world government focus on Bucky. No way. Today, apart from the 3 emperors, only a few pirates such as the Buggy pirates and the Moria pirates are famous on the sea. The world government can only follow the invitation with the greatest reputation. The Buggy pirates are undoubtedly a good choice. Although the Buggy pirates have never entered the New World. But the name of Buggy pirates is famous enough. Newspapers every 3 days. Their captain is a member of the Roger Pirates. The political significance this identity brings is immeasurable. Even the members of the Roger Pirates have joined the world government, which is shocking to the world for the propaganda of the king's Shichibukai. Bucky breathed a sigh of relief after hearing the Lion Man's words. Just help, just help. Although it will offend the three emperors of the New World, the Navy and the world government are there to support it. Then it doesn't matter to him. Bucky wanted to join because he was fed up with being pursued by the Navy. God knows why the Navy followed him like a mad dog. He just wants to find treasures in peace around the world. Seeing that Bucky seemed a little loose, the Lion Man quickly pursued the victory. As long as you agree, tomorrow's newspaper will announce all this, and at the same time, the system of King Shichibukai will be announced to the world. There is no need for you to go to the Navy headquarters or Mauricio, we will declare it directly to the outside world. The Lion Man's words could be said to have dispelled Bucky's last vigilance. Bucky looked at Leo Man. Okay, I accept your invitation, and I will accept it, Your Majesty Shichibukai. Bucky stood up and clapped his hands. The Leo Man was overjoyed when he saw this. Welcome. Leo Man said, holding out his hand. Bucky shook it. Holding hands. The camera flashed. A new era has begun. The three emperors, the Navy, and the king of the Shichibukai. The three parties officially appeared to compete on this rough sea. Moses. Lord Five Old Stars, the Bucky Pirates have accepted the title of King Shichibukai, and it will be published in the newspaper tomorrow. Mary Joa. Really? Then proceed as planned. This will be the headline tomorrow. The King's Shichibukai plan, which had been planned for 3 years, was implemented, and Maz Shang was very happy in his heart. The other 4-5 Old Stars also nodded and said nothing. The next day. A piece of news that shocked the world spread to everyone. The Qianliangdio transformation of the King's 7 martial arts Baki. The world government promotes the King's Shichibukai system. The obligations of the King's Shichibukai. Newspapers with headlines on them. Appeared in the eyes of the world. Nanny? The pirate has been recruited? Those who got the newspaper were instantly shocked by the content in the newspaper. Asshole, once you are a pirate, you will always be a pirate. How can a pirate be recruited? Where is the justice? This is the first time in 800 years. This is the first time in 800 years. How could the world government be so insane? A series of surprised exclamations sounded. The doubt in that tone made everyone oppose the world government's decision. All kinds of complaints were submitted one after another. Most of them are from countries that are members of the world government. Many nobles and kings were dissatisfied with this. In particular, they were dissatisfied with the legal plunder in the Wuxia Shichibukai mission. Navy headquarters. I didn't expect that the buggy pirates would actually become the King's Shichibukai. What a twist of fate! Sengoku said while looking at the newspaper in his hand. Sara glanced at Sengoku and then at the others. This is an order from the world government to cancel all bounties on the buggy pirates. Chapter 546 to Dahua Baki. Kong looked at the crowd and said. Since that exchange with the world government, Sara is becoming more and more like the mouthpiece of the world government. Controlled by the world government. Indirect management of the Navy. Yes. Crane said. This matter is irreversible. The promotion of the Shichibukai system is no longer something the Navy can control. The only thing the Navy can do now is to restore its strength and train the middle and lower ranks of the Navy. Avoid naval faults. Then the news spread about the suspension of bounty orders for all members of the buggy pirates. This time, everyone faced up to the King's Shichibukai system. After understanding the benefits brought by the King's Shichibukai system, many pirates were moved. As long as you join the King's Shichibukai, the reward order will be stopped immediately, the Navy will no longer arrest, and you can still plunder freely. As long as you are not discovered, even if you are discovered, you only need to hand over %. This is simply that's a huge benefit. In the New World, countless pirate groups who were oppressed by the 3 emperors have shown some interest in this. Choose a famous pirate on the sea to become the 7 kings of the Shichibukai, and now there is only 1. That means there are still 6 candidates. This made many people excited. Especially those pirates who lived between the 3 emperors seemed to see hope. But it's not that simple to join. And once you join, you will be despised by all pirates. Just like the Bucky pirates now. After the Bucky pirates agreed to join the Shichibukai, they only discussed it with Mihawk and Crocodile. But other cadres still had no idea. The moment the newspaper is released, Bucky was blocked by dozens of confused cadres. Explain it to them. Crocodile looked at those people with doubts and admiration in their eyes, and his expression was very bad. Over the years, although Crocodile joined the Bucky Pirates, he never forgot to cultivate his own power. But over the past 5 years, Crocodile has discovered that he cannot pry these pirates from the Bucky Pirates at all. The other party followed Bucky wholeheartedly as if he had been drugged. No matter how hard Crocodile tried, he could only recruit a few dozen people. The entire Bucky Pirates group has a size of nearly 3 people. Crocodile couldn't figure this out. If Bucky hadn't eaten the split fruit, Crocodile would have believed that the other party had eaten some kind of hypnotic fruit. Bucky smiled upon seeing this. "What are you doing?" "Master, you are surprised to become a Shichibukai, ha 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 ha." Bucky looked at everyone and smiled. "A bunch of idiots. I didn't ask for it. The world government begged me, crying and shouting. I had to do it, so I had no choice but to agree." Bucky looked at everyone's puzzled looks. "This is just the beginning. No one can stop my expansion. I will become the 3 emperors in a few years. No. It's the Pirate King, the Clown King Bucky." Bucky opened his arms and looked at everyone and said loudly. All the crew members looked at Bucky in a daze. Upon seeing this, Bucky immediately raised his head and chest, and stepped out confidently. "Little ones!" Bucky yelled. "Captain Bucky, Captain Bucky!" Countless crew members immediately looked at the tall and upright figure with shining eyes. "Little ones, I know why you are confused, why you want to join the Shichibukai, and why you want to become the dog of the world government, but I want to tell you, this is all for your own good." Bucky opened his arms and looked at everyone seriously. Everyone, including the cadres, stared blankly at the man shrouded in red robes. Even Mihawk and Crocodile looked at Bucky, wanting to see what Bucky wanted to do. "Lord Bucky!" Someone shouted softly. "Young men, we, the Bucky Pirates, have been established for 5 years. We traverse the Grand Route. The 4 seas, the East China Sea, the North Sea, the South China Sea, except for the West China Sea, the 4 seas are at our feet, and the Navy cannot stop us." At this point, Bucky stepped on the barrel with 1 foot. This moment. Bucky looked so tall and brave. This is Bucky in the eyes of all pirates. "Captain Bucky, Captain Bucky! Captain Bucky! Captain Bucky!" All the crew members shouted. The sound of more than 3 pirates overturned the clouds in the sky. Bucky pressed his hand downward. The whole place was silent for a moment. This scene made Crocodile even more envious and jealous. But little ones. Bucky changed his tone. "After sailing across the 4 seas, where is our goal?" Bucky asked, looking at everyone. At this moment, all the pirates began to lower their heads in thought. But then there was a loud bang. "It's a new world, conquer a new world." A shout from someone unknown immediately made everyone react. New world, conquer new world. At this moment everyone has a goal. Bucky clenched his fist, and the surrounding voices became quiet again. "That's right, kids, it's the new world. However, it's still too early for you. As a member of the Roger Pirates, I know how terrifying the new world is. The weather there is it's ever-changing and extremely bad. The pirates there are cruel and ruthless, and the most powerful 3 emperors are standing at the top of the world. And what about our Bucky Pirates?" Bucky scanned the room. "You are too weak." This sentence instantly aroused dissatisfaction among all members of the Bucky Pirates. "Captain Bucky, we are not afraid." "Yes, we are not afraid." Many pirates were not convinced by Chi Dao. "Yes, you are not afraid, but I am. You are all my brothers, my beloved relatives and friends. Every loss of one of you makes me heartbroken," Bucky said with slightly sore eyes. And those who heard this sentence had tears in their eyes. "Master Bucky actually cares about me so much. I secretly hid a berry yesterday. I really shouldn't." Many pirates burst into tears. "So, I have to wait until you all grow up before I enter the new world and fight for the throne of the Pirate King. All of this will take time. Becoming the king of the Shichibukai will certainly bring some notoriety to me, but it will also bring you some infamy. Fight for that little bit of time to become stronger." Bucky looked at everyone and said in a deep voice. "What? The reason why Captain Bucky became King Shichibukai is because of us." Many pirates exclaimed. "Captain Bucky is so great that he has to bear such a big reputation for us. No, from today on, stop drinking." One pirate even dropped the wine bottle in his hand. A click. The sound of a wine bottle breaking was heard. Then they sounded one after another. Many people threw away their drinks. Captain Bucky, we will definitely become stronger, and we will definitely make you the Pirate King. Almost everyone shouted. Tears welled up in his eyes. Chapter 547-7 The Influence of Wu Hai. Mihawk and Crocodile were stunned at this scene. Some cadres were even more stunned. Bucky was relieved to see this. The cold sweat on the back came out. Qianliang Daohua. Qianliang Daohua. Qianliang Daohua. With bursts of shouts, all members of the Baki pirates accepted the title of King Shichibukai, and also accepted the title of Baki from the world government. King Shichibukai Qianliang Daohua Baki is online. Bucky smiled crookedly as he listened to the shouts around him. Young ladies, let's have a party. Bucky shouted looking at the crew. A disagreement leads to a banquet. This is what Bucky and Captain Roger learned. Oh. Countless people cheered. This crisis of confidence was simply lifted by Bucky. It eliminated everyone's dissatisfaction and put aside their concerns. The incident of Baki becoming a Shichibukai is still unfolding. From the Grand Line it spread to the Four Seas, and then to the ears of the New World. Kame Island. Charlotte held a newspaper in her hand and looked at the information on it. Damn it, this Bucky actually became the first king of the Shichibukai. Has history changed beyond recognition? Then do I still have the advantage of foresight? Who is the most surprised when Baki becomes King Shichibukai? That must be Charlotte. Charlotte was able to defeat the Rockefeller pirates across the sea with just one man and one sword without any system. He relied on his foresight of the plot. At every critical moment of choice, Charlotte can always choose the situation that is most beneficial to him. Whether it is the age of rocks, the age of legendary pirates, or the current age of discovery. Charlotte can accurately step on the turning point of the times. This also created the impression that the Rockefeller pirates were slippery during their early development. Those who want to target the Rockefeller pirates will find that the Rockefeller pirates always give them nowhere to attack at critical moments. Slippery autumn. Until the Rockefeller pirates really developed. Everyone discovered that the Rockefeller pirates had grown to a giant. Dad, is there anything wrong with this Bucky pirates? Klein asked, looking at his father's surprised face. His brothers and sisters all went out to do errands, leaving only the younger ones at home with their father. Nothing, I'm just a little surprised that members of the Roger Pirates would join the world government. Charlotte lied casually. But it is. The Buggy Pirates have been traversing the Great Sea routes for so many years, and they have become famous despite being a crew member of the Pirate King. Everyone was surprised by Baki's choice after seeing the Baki Pirates become the King's Shichibukai. After all, you are a member of the Pirate King's crew. A pirate that couldn't be more authentic. One can imagine the impact that the Buggy Pirates will have if they become the lackeys of the world government. Humph, as a pirate, I actually associate with the world government. I am ashamed to associate with this person. Simon said after seeing the photo in the newspaper. Charlotte looked at the expressions on the faces of these children and smiled slightly. Well, this is also his choice. Everyone has the right to choose their own destiny. Don't worry about him. As long as he doesn't come to the New World and cause trouble to the world, let the world government have a headache. Legal robbery, haha. Charlotte smiled meaningfully. Xia Luo knew very well what the King's 7 martial arts was. How could a group of people with evil intentions be aligned with the world government? The existence of the King's Shichibukai is to contain the increasingly sophisticated pirates on the sea. If all the pirates are cleared out, the cunning rabbit is dead and the lackey is cooked. Once the pirates are eliminated, the next one to die is Wang Xiaokubukai. As long as you are a little smart, you will know what the King's Shichibukai is. Think of this. Xia Luo let go of his thoughts about Wang Xiaokubukai. Pick up your newborn baby. These 3 years. Charlotte gave birth to 3 more children. Now Charlotte is getting further and further away from breeding pigs. These 3 children are. Rockefeller David was born on September 1502, 23, the 20th son of the Rockefeller family, and his mother was Secretary General Susan. Rockefeller Walker was born on November 1502, 20, the E-th son of the Rockefeller family, and his mother was the maid Selina. Rockefeller Dillon was born on January 1503, 19, the second son of the Rockefeller family, and his mother was a maid named Jennifer. With the birth of 3 children, the Rockefeller family has a total of 36 people. 22 sons and 14 daughters. This is the result of nearly 30 years since Charlotte came to this world. Charlotte held her youngest son Dylan in her arms, rocking him gently, watching the children under her knees splashing around in pairs. Then he looked at the many women beside him. There are 36, which is enough, and there won't be any more in the future. Charlotte thought silently in her heart. Elena and the other girls seemed to be feeling something and looked at Charlotte, who was bowing his head in thought. The women looked at each other and smiled. This rare moment of warmth made the girls cherish it very much. They know what their men are capable of. It occupies nearly 1/3 of the new world. Every day they are either fighting and killing or on the road to fight and kill. They are afraid that one day they will suddenly lose their husbands and their children. But fear is useless. You cannot avoid this world by being afraid. You can only face these crises head-on. Strength is always the greatest guarantee. In comparison, the Rockefeller pirates felt relaxed after the war. The Whitebeard pirates seemed a lot quieter. After the war, the Whitebeard pirates returned to their base camp. This war really transformed people. All the personnel who have experienced this war and survived are no longer clamoring to rule the new world as before, and there are not so many bad tempers. They are calmer, more reasonable, and even take the initiative to start training. All of this was impossible to see among the Whitebeard pirates before the war. And this happened right before Marco's eyes. This all seems so weird. Dad, this is the latest news. The world government has created a Shichibukai system to check and balance us. Marco handed the newspaper to Whitebeard and said. Whitebeard sat on the chair he used to sit on, stretched out his hand and took the newspaper handed by Marco. The Bucky pirates seemed to be the red-nosed kid behind Roger. I didn't expect that in the blink of an eye, the other party has grown to this point. Whitebeard murmured, looking at the introduction to the Bucky pirates. The Bucky pirates are captained by Chirio Wadu Bucky, vice-captains Hawkeye Joricole Mihawk, Crocodile, dozens of cadres, and more than, crew members under their command. It really shouldn't be underestimated. Chapter 548-7 The Influence of Wu Hai. Whitebeard lost his previous arrogance and became cautious. The world government created this thing not only to check and balance us, but also to balance the Navy. As an old gangster, Whitebeard could tell something was wrong at a glance. Combined with everything that happened before. Dad, what do you mean? Marco was a little confused when he heard the inexplicable words his father said. After hearing this, Whitebeard lowered his head and looked at Marco. The son he was most optimistic about was also the child most likely to become the next captain of the Whitebeard pirates. They looked at each other for a long time. Whitebeard shook his head slightly in his heart. Compared to Charlotte Katakuri of the Big Mom pirates and Esteth of the Rockefeller pirates, Marco is still a bit inferior. Not only is there a difference in strength, there is also a gap in wisdom. Can Marco really succeed the Whitebeard pirates after his death? Whitebeard asked in his heart. At this moment, Whitebeard felt a slight chill in his heart. This time the battle allowed him to see the weakness of the Whitebeard pirates. That means they rely too much on themselves, their father. Once he is gone, can the Whitebeard pirates continue to survive? Whitebeard had a question mark in his mind. He shook his head slightly and got rid of this thought. It was better to think about the heir slowly. It can be seen from the system of the Shichibukai under the king that the other party cannot have any impact on the new world. The new world will always be the new world of pirates. Whitebeard said loudly, looking towards the sky. Pirates and the Shichibukai coexist. Whitebeard looked at Marco and said. After the words fell, Whitebeard was silent, watching Marco lower his head in deep thought. Let's go and see off those brothers who died in the war. Whitebeard stood up and said. The Whitebeard pirates gathered together for a reason. They all came to pay homage to those who died in this war. With the sound of gunshots. Flowers fall. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates was immersed in sadness. Big Mom pirates. When Baki became the Shichibukai, it had no impact on the Big Mom pirates. Baki pirates, Kienliangwadu Baki? Choose a daughter to marry him and make him a member of the Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Lingling said subconsciously when she heard about the Bucky pirates. After hearing this, Katakuri's forehead was covered with black lines. Mom, this Buggy pirates is not simple. The opponent is the former subordinate of Pirate King Roger. After Roger died, he established the Buggy pirates to travel across the 4 seas and the Grand Line for 5 years. Now he has joined this king's Shichibukai. Will this have any impact on the Big Mom pirates? Katakuri said. What? They're the crew members of that thief Roger. Wow, destroy this Bucky pirates for me. Charlotte Lingling didn't hear anything else, but she heard that he was a member of the Roger pirates, and she instantly became furious. In her opinion, if Roger hadn't secretly imprinted her stone tablet, it would have been impossible for Roger to become the Pirate King. The one who could become the Pirate King would be Charlotte Lingling. So this joke has always been in Charlotte Lingling's heart. As time went by, Charlotte Lingling's hatred for Roger only grew deeper. Katakuri felt her mother's strong mood swings and immediately shut up. If I continue talking, I'm afraid my mother will go crazy. Gradually, Charlotte Lingling calmed down and continued eating cake, ignoring Katakuri. Katakuri looked helpless and could only retreat silently and deal with it himself. The Baki pirates became the king's Shichibukai, and the system of the Shichibukai had a great impact on the world. Especially those who have an in-depth understanding of the king's Shichibukai system. He even started to look at this King Kawaii with eager eyes. North Sea. Fufuro Furfur. Your Majesty's Shichibukai is really interesting. Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in his hand, his eyes flashing. The surrounding cadres of the Don Quixote family looked at Doflamingo. And in the lobby, there was a figure sitting in an inconspicuous corner. He had short blonde hair, a red hood, a black feather coat, clown makeup on his face, and sat there quietly with a cigarette in his mouth. His eyes scanned everyone in the lobby. South China Sea. A battle-torn position. Long looked at the newspaper in his hand. The King's Shichibukai has recruited catastrophic destructive power and huge combat power to rival the country, as well as well-known pirates on the sea. The world government is really getting back on its feet, but it seems that the King's Shichibukai can be operated. Long murmured while looking at the newspaper in his hand. Long, what are you looking at? This city has been occupied by our Revolutionary Army, and the Rockefeller brand weapons are really powerful. Ivankov said happily as he shuttled to Long's side holding a Rockefeller 98K. Long glanced at Ivankov and handed him the newspaper. Baki pirates, isn't this near us? Ivankov was stunned. After all, the Baki pirates are now in the South China Sea and are in the same place as their Revolutionary Army. Ivankov will definitely be concerned. After Long heard this, his heart sank. Their Revolutionary Army is here, so will the Baki pirates turn a blind eye? The dragon immediately turned his head to look at the sea. The sea was extremely empty without a single ship, and all the seagulls in the sky were flying towards them. No. Let's retreat quickly and notify all revolutionary teams to evacuate. Long shouted anxiously. As predicted. Several ships actually appeared in the originally empty sea. As time passed, more and more ships appeared in the dragon's eyes. Are the damn Baki pirates so willing to be dogs of the world government? Ivankov was also furious and quickly arranged for the evacuation of his personnel. It is impossible to fight. Once entangled, subsequent reinforcements from the world government arrive, and the losses of their revolutionary army will only become more severe. A strong man cannot hesitate when it is time to cut off his wrist. Ahahaha. Is this the revolutionary army? The world government can't wait any longer. As soon as he became King Shichibukai, he issued an order, boys, fire. Bucky stood on the bow of the boat arrogantly and shouted while looking at the smoke-filled battlefield in the distance. Several world government CP-0s stood aside and watched the Bucky pirates launch an attack on the revolutionary army, then nodded and looked at each other silently. Mihawk and Crocodile looked at a green figure in the distance with serious expressions. Very powerful. Mihawk pulled out the black blade knight, and Crocodile also raised the golden hook on his left hand. Suddenly, a gust of wind appeared. The expressions of the two men changed drastically in an instant. Chapter 549-7 The Influence of Wu Hai. The wind howled. A violent storm suddenly appeared on the sea. Several tornadoes gradually formed. Damn. The boat under Bucky swayed from side to side, and he quickly hugged the surrounding railings and watched the wind and clouds surging around him. Mihawk stuck his knife on the deck to resist the roar of the wind. Crocodile also held up the golden hook and narrowed his eyes slightly at the figure floating in the air in front of him. Several CP-0s of the world government also crouched slightly to resist the strong winds. He's getting stronger again. CP-0, wearing a lion mask, stood in the strong wind, staring at the figure in the sky. Whoosh. The sound of a sword sounded. Everyone turned their heads to look. Mihawk pulled out the long knife stuck on the deck and swung it down. The green chopping wave slashed towards a tornado with incomparable force. The slash touched the tornado and was torn apart by the howling wind. Mihawk's eagle-like eyes shrank when he saw this scene. Gave up and continued the attack. Time passed slowly. The hundreds of ships of the Bucky pirates were swaying left and right under the raging tornadoes around them, just like a small boat in the rough sea. It could sink at any time. The dragon floats in the air, its green robes whirring, quietly looking at the Bucky pirates' fleet in the distance. His eyes glanced slightly backward. After seeing all the people of the Revolutionary Army evacuate, Long's figure flashed and disappeared into the air. The ups and downs of the sea gradually stopped, and the ship stopped rocking. The sea became calm again. But no one breathed a sigh of relief because of the silence. They all looked seriously at the smoke-filled island in front of them, but there was no one there. Except for the sound of burning flames, it was extremely quiet. Mihawk and Crocodile stood together and stared straight ahead without saying a word, not knowing what they were thinking. The death of the dragon allowed the Revolutionary Army to retain a large amount of combat power. Dragon did not sink any of the Buggy Pirates' ships. The Buggy Pirates are intact. This level of control alone surpasses 90% of people in the world. Bucky watched the Revolutionary Army leave without pursuing them. He is not a fool, there is no need to offend such powerful people for the sake of the world government. The other party has already given himself a lot of face without causing him any losses. It would be a bit unwise to pursue it again. Return. Bucky waved his hand and turned back to the cabin. After hearing the order, the Buggy Pirates immediately acted as if they had found their backbone. This should be regarded as the first time that the Bucky Pirates have encountered such a big scene in the 5 years since their establishment. It's much better than being hit by Garp with a cannonball in the East China Sea. After Long returned to the Revolutionary Army's ship, he lowered his head and began to think. Long, they didn't come after them, did they? Ivankov said worriedly. No, the Buggy Pirates don't seem to care about the world government's orders, said the dragon. Then I kept thinking about it in my heart. What do you think about letting Xiong become King Shichibukai? Dragon suddenly looked at Ivankov and said. Bear? Your Majesty Shichibukai? Is this okay? Ivankov asked in surprise after hearing this. Why not? Xiong is also a pirate. Apart from our own people, only a few senior Rockefellers know that Xiong is a revolutionary soldier. Now Xiong is in the New World. As long as he makes some big noise, the world government can pay attention. Until he reaches it, there are still a lot of places left for the King's Shichibukai. Long Yi said pointedly. We, the Revolutionary Army, need to bury a nail in the world government. Dragon's words made Ivankov suddenly realize. It does work, it just depends on how the bear does it. Ivankov nodded. I'll notify the bear. Dragon nodded. The Revolutionary Army successfully escaped this crisis, but the hasty retreat left a lot of weapons behind. West Sea. Captain, that little boy of yours has done something extraordinary recently. He actually became King Shichibukai. This means he has joined the world government. Beckman said while looking at the newspaper in his hand. Shanks also read the newspaper after hearing this. Haha, Bucky will not join the world government. He probably wants to hunt for treasure under the banner of the world government. Shanks, who grew up with Bucky, could see Bucky's plan at a glance. He smiled slightly and didn't take it seriously. Captain, you are getting better and better as a little bastard. We followed you and you still starved for 9 meals in 3 days. It's too bad. Lucky Lu said. Ha 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 ha, there is no way, who makes us the freest pirate group? Shanks smiled. His hand was placed on the handle of the long knife at his waist. This is a supremely sharp knife that he found after stealing Bucky's treasure map. Griffin, one of the 12 skills of the Supreme Sword. Bucky would definitely hate himself if he found out. Shanks thought as he touched Griffin's blade. Let's continue our voyage and find our partners. Shanks said while standing on the bow of the newly built pirate ship. Captain, when are we going to the New World? Asked Jesus. After hearing this, Shanks touched Griffin. It's too early. This is not our time. Shanks said meaningfully. All the members of the red-haired pirates looked at the captain wearing a straw hat standing on the bow of the ship. The world is continuing on its original trajectory. Chambord Island. Xia Chi's ripping bar. Alalala, that red-nosed kid on your boat is awesome. He made another big noise. Xia Chi said while lying on the wine table looking at Lele who was drinking. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that the world government would actually invite Baki to become the king of the Shichibukai. Rayleigh said with a carefree smile. The emergence of the Shichibukai means that the pirates have lost control again. You don't know when the person you are waiting for will come out. Xiaoqi took Lei Li's wine glass and wiped it. I don't know, but prophecies can't be wrong. Riley was convinced of this. Shaki shrugged. Bang. The door was slammed open. A figure anxiously appeared at the door, panting and looking at Xiaoqi sitting in front of the wine table. The appearance of this figure made Xiaoqi stunned. I never expected that the other party would appear here. Grandma knew. Xiaoqi said in surprise. Something bad happened to Xiaoqi. 3 children from our 9 Snakes Island were captured by the slave team. Granny Nu looked at Xiaoqi and gasped. After hearing these words, Xiaoqi and Lei Li's expressions instantly became serious. Xiaoqi immediately closed the door of the bar and brought Granny Nu to the table. Granny Nu didn't bother to drink water and immediately explained what happened to Xiaoqi. A long time. I'm going to investigate this matter. Generally, slave-catching teams will send their prey to the auction house. Riley finished his drink in one gulp, put on his coat and walked towards the door. Be careful. Xiaoqi said from behind. Chapter 550 Human Traffickers. Xiaoqi and Granny Nu were waiting quietly in the bar. It wasn't until dawn the next day that Riley came back with a heavy look on his face. How's Riley? Have you found the 3 little guys? Xiaoqi asked quickly. Found it, but the situation is not optimistic. Riley said with a heavy expression. What happened? Xiaoqi immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. It was the slave-catching team that did it, but that slave-catching team was affiliated with the Celestial Dragons and was specifically designed to capture slaves for the Celestial Dragons. Riley said looking at the 2 of them. As soon as this word comes out. Granny Nu and Xiaoqi's faces immediately changed. How can that be? Granny Nu said in shock. Now those 3 children have most likely been sent to marry Joa. Riley said looking at the 2 of them. The hall instantly became extremely quiet. A long time. Leave this matter of Granny Nu to us, we will rescue them. Xiaoqi took a puff of cigarette and looked at Granny Nu and said. Riley also nodded. Xiaoqi and Lei Li looked at each other and felt the difficulty of this matter. Marie Joa is not joking, forcing her way in. Riley doesn't have the courage yet, so he can only use some special means. Just as Xiaoqi and Lei Li were thinking of ways in their minds. A giant dragon appeared from the sky and plunged into the bottomless ocean. Caesar transformed into a blue dragon and swam quickly towards the Dragon King's palace under the sea. The target is the Fishman Island under the meter deep sea. And at the port of Fishman Island. Fires shot into the sky, and there were constant sounds of fighting. There were cries of children and cries of women everywhere. Wahahahahaha, after this job, I will make a lot of money, ha. A one-eyed pirate looked at the mermaids and fishmen looted from Fishman Island and laughed. Captain, this mermaid is worth at least 8,000 million berries at the shampoo auction house. We have made a fortune. The surrounding pirates looked at the mermaids in the cage with greedy eyes. Ha, that's right. If there hadn't been an increase in the number of mermaids on the market recently and the depreciation in value, they would have cost at least 8,000 million a year ago, but we can still make, million. The one-eyed pirate captain looked at the mermaids huddled together and smiled. Ha. Everyone laughed when they heard it. Okay, let's go quickly. The guards from Fishman Island will be here soon. We'll be in trouble if we get caught up with them. The one-eyed pirate looked at the many crew members and said. Yes. The expressions of the surrounding pirates also changed and they began to set sail. But the next moment, a huge black shadow enveloped the sky above the pirate ship. The one-eyed pirate instantly broke out in cold sweat and raised his head with difficulty to look up at the sky. Big Neptune type. The one-eyed pirate looked tremblingly at the huge figure in the sky. It's even too big to see the whole thing clearly. Caesar appeared above Fishman Island and looked at the fire at the port. His eyes flickered slightly. Is this an invasion? It's so audacious. Caesar instantly locked onto a position. Human traffickers? I hate human traffickers the most. When Caesar said this, his eyes turned cold. The body shrinks rapidly. A figure slowly fell down and hit the land of Fishman Island. Smoke rises. The traffickers at the port swallowed their saliva. The scene just now had a great sense of oppression on them. Snapped. A scaly hand stretched out from the hole. Next moment, the figure flashed. Caesar's 6-meter-tall half-animal body appeared in front of everyone. Demon, dragon Caesar. The trafficker was so shocked that he was speechless after seeing Caesar. As human traffickers, they are very aware of the huge wealth this industry possesses, and the corresponding crisis is also caused behind it. Among them, the most feared by traffickers is the Rockefeller pirates. None of the human traffickers encountered by the Rockefeller pirates survived. This is the reputation that Rockefeller Charlotte of the Rockefeller pirates has spent nearly 20 years building. Committed to fighting slave traders. Run away. The next moment, the human traffickers scattered and fled in all directions, trying to spread out and avoid Caesar's revenge. Caesar held the guandao and raised the corners of his mouth slightly as he watched the traffickers running around. I'll give you 1 minute to escape. Caesar's voice sounded. The traffickers were even more frightened and fled in all directions. These human traffickers have no desire to fight Caesar, and they don't even have the will to resist. The other party is the great pirate in the New World, with a bounty of over 15 billion. Caesar quietly looked at the human traffickers running around, as if looking at a prey waiting to be slaughtered. When the time comes. Caesar's eyes flashed red. The figure rushed out as fast as lightning. That huge 6-meter-tall body doesn't feel sluggish at all. Almost in the next second, numerous human traffickers appeared behind them. The sword is raised. Heads flew out of the body. It landed neatly on the port of Fishman Island. In just a few minutes, the heads of hundreds of traffickers piled up in the port of Fishman Island. After doing all this, Caesar quietly leaned against the knife and waited quietly. Soon, there was a sound of neat footsteps. A big fat blue fishman ran over with a large group of armored fishmen. Caesar looked at the blue fishman at the head and looked slightly familiar. Jinbei hurried over with a group of soldiers. His face was very anxious. But when they approached the port of Fishman Island, a strong smell of blood appeared. Jinbei immediately frowned. The pace slowed. Slowly arrived at the port of Fishman Island. The first scene I saw was hundreds of heads piled together. The scene was terrifying. Jinbei's heart skipped a beat. The large group of murlocs behind them were fighting with each other. Human head. Many fishmen soldiers screamed in surprise. After hearing this, Caesar rolled his eyes and continued to lean against guandao. I thought I had a cool pose. Jinbei suppressed the discomfort in his heart and looked aside. Only then did he see Caesar, who was still moving. The moment I met Caesar, Jinbei immediately smiled. It's Mr. Caesar. Mr. Caesar is here to support us. Jinbei was overjoyed and shouted to the people behind him. Mr. Caesar. The other fishmen also cheered after hearing this. In fact, their Fishman Island has suffered too many invasions during this period. Caesar listened to the cheers of the crowd, stopped posing, stood up straight, and walked out with the sword. I came late, but I just happened to meet these traffickers. Caesar shrugged and pointed his thumb at the head behind him. The head behind seemed to be describing the bloody battle just now. Chapter 551 The Fishman Island and #039's Rescue. Jinbei glanced at the heads of those traffickers and sighed slightly in his heart. He led hundreds of his men to arrest these human traffickers, but was tricked by these human traffickers. As soon as Mr. Caesar arrived, he eliminated these human traffickers. This made Jinbei once again intuitively feel the gap between himself and Caesar. Looking at the mermaids who were still imprisoned in the cage, they looked at Caesar with curious expressions. He waved his hand and asked his men to open the cage. After the cage was opened, the mermaid and fishman inside quickly ran out and quickly ran back to the Fishman Island. Jinbei looked a little embarrassed. He didn't come to say thank you, which made Jinbei a little embarrassed. Caesar seemed to have read Jinbei's thoughts. Waved. Fine. Caesar's disinterest made Jinbei relieved. The people on Fishman Island actually rarely have contact with humans, and they are both curious and afraid of humans. Curiosity is naturally the feeling of curiosity when seeing human beings, and fear must be because they are afraid that humans will hurt them. These mermaids had just experienced human kidnapping, and they would subconsciously be afraid of Caesar, a human being, and stay away. Mr. Caesar, please, King Neptune has been waiting for a long time. Jinbei extended his hand and invited Caesar to come to the palace to discuss. Caesar also followed Jinbei towards the Fishman Island palace. Inside the palace, the lights are feasting and the sound of drinking wine is endless. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, King Neptune. With me here, Fishman Island is absolutely safe. I will kill every one of those human traffickers I catch. Caesar ate the fruit sent by the mermaid lady and patted his chest as he promised. The reason why Caesar came to Fishman Island was at the invitation of Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. Caesar has had nothing to do since the war. He was called to Fishman Island by a request for help from Fishman Island. After the original battle, Charlotte also began to recuperate. The 3-month war between the New World and the Navy ended. Don't look at it. The decisive battle only lasts for 1 day. But this war has been going on since the Navy showed its traces. The Navy and pirates each prepared for a month. After the Navy entered the New World, it took another month to pull out pirate strongholds one after another to ensure the safety of its rear. Then it took another half a month to organize the army, plus some consumption on the road. 3 months is considered a short time. When Charlotte finished solving the day's affairs, a letter asking for help suddenly appeared in front of Charlotte's desk. The reason is that there are a large number of human traffickers on Fishman Island, capturing fishmen and mermaids. Taking advantage of the battle between the Rockefeller pirates and the Navy, when they were unable to take care of themselves, they launched a massive attack on Fishman Island. Charlotte will definitely not sit idly by after receiving the news. But it's hard for him to leave the New World. After all, the war has just ended and he still has some things to arrange. In addition, his goal is too big, and countless pairs of eyes will be watching him every move. Once he arrives at Fishman Island, who knows if those who have evil intentions towards the Rockefeller pirates will take advantage of his absence to take action. Especially the Big Mom pirates. Ever since she took advantage of Charlotte last time, Charlotte Lingling has been eyeing the island close to the Big Mom pirates. If Katakuri hadn't stopped them, they would have been fighting for 3 days. In today's New World, apart from the relatively quiet Whitebeard pirates, neither the Big Mom pirates nor the Rockefeller pirates are stable masters. Charlotte Lingling of the Big Mom pirates wants to find trouble every day and seize some territory from the Rockefeller pirates. The Rockefeller pirates are the children of Rockefeller, especially those who have just been promoted or have not been promoted. They want to make meritorious service and get promoted. They are waiting for the war to break out and take the credit. If Charlotte hadn't suppressed him, he would have ended up with the Big Mom pirates long ago. Charlotte didn't want to fight. Once the war begins, it will be beyond Charlotte's control. In the last war, the Rockefeller pirates were lucky enough to have the protection of Estes Tesla and other high-level combatants. None of the Rockefeller children were injured, so they were lucky. Much better than the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Charlotte didn't want the tragedy of the Whitebeard pirates to happen to her children. Charlotte grew up watching them all. Losing one person would make Charlotte feel heartbroken and blame herself. Therefore, Charlotte must sit in the New World, firstly to warn those who have evil intentions, and secondly, to suppress the war mentality within the Rockefeller pirates. When Fishman Island asks for help, Charlotte will definitely help. After all, he had promised to protect Fishman Island, and even put his own flag on it to warn the slave-catching teams. Now that these slave-catching teams have ignored his warning, they can only use blood to warn future generations. Fishman Island is his Rockefeller-Charlotte territory. I originally wanted to send his death there, so as to disperse some radical elements in the pirate group, but when I thought about his death if she went to Fishman Island, who knows what unnatural things she would do. What if this daughter saw this darkness and became murderous? She would go to the Chambord Islands and kill people. Charlotte doesn't want to fight a Rockefeller pirates version of a war on top. We can only send the lazy Caesar to help. This kid won't stand if he can sit, and won't sit if he can lie down. Although this kind of character caused Charlotte the most headache when he was young. But when she grew up, it was Charlotte who felt most at ease. What a trick. Caesar, who received the order, agreed without saying a word. Going to Fishman Island is much easier than dealing with matters in the Rockefeller pirates. His second team was directly handed over to Klein to take care of, and he came to Fishman Island alone. As soon as I arrived at Fishman Island, I encountered a group of human traffickers who were robbing me. Mr. Caesar, I wonder how long you plan to stay? After drinking and drinking for a while, Neptune asked as he sat on the throne and looked at Caesar, who was sitting with his left hand down, eating and drinking. Princess Odoheim on the side was also looking at Caesar expectantly. After hearing this, Caesar drank the wine in the glass. My dad directly asked me to come over to protect Fishman Island. He didn't say how long it would take. In other words, if Dad doesn't ask me to go back, I will stay here to protect Fishman Island. Caesar looked at King Neptune with a smile on his face and said. Neptune was overjoyed when he heard this. He waved immediately. A large group of mermaids with hot bodies and beautiful faces swam over and came to Caesar to drink with him. Haha, don't worry, Mr. Caesar, coming to our Fishman Island will feel like coming home. Our Fishman Island will definitely make you feel the enthusiasm of the mermaids. Neptune said with a laugh. This period of time made him anxious. The Navy dealt with the pirates, and as a result, Fishman Island was the first to suffer disaster. Chapter 552-7 Candidate under 1 Wu Hai. In just 3 months, human traffickers took advantage of the New World War. They have all blatantly entered the Fishman Island and plundered it wantonly. A large number of mermaids were plundered and taken to land to become slaves, and all of this was seen in Neptune's eyes. As the king of Fishman Island, he has no ability to stop it. Even if he reports it to the world government, he will be fooled by the world government. Didn't pay attention at all. This can't help but make Neptune suspect that all this is caused by the Draco. You must know that since the year 1496 of the Hyuan calendar, after Fishman Island was named after the Rockefeller pirates, no pirate dared to plunder the mermaids. This is the evil reputation brought about by the Rockefeller pirates. After Charlotte returned to the New World and arranged all the affairs, he would send some cadres to patrol the Fishman Island from time to time and kill everyone they encountered. The human traffickers were killed abruptly. As a result, it was just reported that the Navy is going to fight the pirates of the New World. Fishman Island was invaded by various pirates or human traffickers. It is difficult not to make Neptune suspect that these pirates and human traffickers are the white gloves of the Draco. It was precisely after understanding this that Neptune sent a letter asking for help. Mr. Caesar, stay here temporarily on Fishman Island and wait for Mr. Rockefeller's order. Princess Odoheim also said. She must also hope that Caesar can stay and help Fishman Island deal with the human traffickers. Over the years, Princess Odoheim has not given up on that signature plan and has been pursuing peace between fish and humans. Does it work? Obviously not. Caesar looked at Odoheim and thought of what his father had said to them before. After all, this world is a world for the strong, and the weak have no right to speak. And this sentence seems so realistic when it comes to Fishman Island. Caesar was silent for a moment. Caesar admired Odoheim's perseverance, but he admired him. Caesar still disagrees with Odoheim's approach. This is deep. The law of survival in this world is that the weak eat the strong. This is something Charlotte has often said when raising her children since childhood. It was also deeply engraved in Caesar's heart. The dinner is over. The captain of the 2nd Division of the Rockefeller Pirates and the eldest son of the Rockefeller family could not hide the news that he had settled on Fishman Island. This piece of information was immediately summarized into the information of the major forces. When people from the world government saw this news, they all ordered the white gloves in their hands to end the 3 months of capture. A time. Fishman Island became quiet. 3 months of white terror have made every fishman on Fishman Island tremble with fear. But after Caesar's arrival, the mermaids on Fishman Island will no longer be captured by human traffickers. A few days later, Fishman Island has once again returned to its prosperity 3 months ago. Correspondingly, the price of mermaids in the Shampoo Islands increased again, returning to the level 3 months ago. Mary Joa. Boom. The Rockefeller pirates have stretched their hands too far. Saint Satan said angrily as he looked at the information coming from the Fishman Island in his hand. Mishman Island seems determined to be bound to the Rockefeller pirates. Nezushiro Saya looked at the information and said. The next meeting of the world government's participating countries is about to be held. Do you want to invite Fishman Island to participate? Maz Saint asked. Yes, Fishman Island must participate. Our world government has no reason to prevent any world government member country from participating in the World Government Conference, especially the member countries of Tianshangjian. Peter Saint said immediately. Then he looked at the other 4 people. Nowadays, the world government's finances are very tight. If nothing unexpected happens, the Navy's military expenditure will increase in the next 5 years. This item alone will cost half of the world government's finances. Our world government's financial budget is simply not enough. At this time, we cannot if we add a few more countries to join the franchise and expand it to other countries, who will pay for it? Saint Pitt asked as he looked at everyone. The other 4-5 old stars were silent after hearing this. The increasing number of pirates is matched by the increasing military expenditure. The increase in military spending means that other departments will lose some profits. And these interests are closely related to their lives. Pulled around and moved the whole body. If the funds are not enough, then open source. Saint Wycherley looked at everyone and said. Open source? Is it so easy to open source? Is it possible that we hope to increase the gold in the sky? If so, then I guess the Revolutionary Army will be very happy. Peter Saint looked at everyone with a sneer and said, "It's definitely not possible to increase the amount of gold in the sky. When it's not so urgent, let's think of other things." Saint Satan also stopped him. The intelligence department he is in charge of has been fighting the Revolutionary Army, and he is very aware of how attractive the Revolutionary Army is to the people at the bottom who can hardly afford to eat. Once the Revolutionary Army rises, it will definitely be a nightmare for the world government. The world government is not afraid of the fighting power possessed by the Revolutionary Army. Even if the Revolutionary Army has a few more battles with the same strength as dragons, the world government will not take it seriously. What the world government is afraid of is the ideas of the Revolutionary Army. Thought is the most terrifying thing. It can easily defeat the dominance of the world government. If that doesn't work, let His Majesty Shichibukai contribute some. Just one Baki pirate group is still too few. Please add a few more as soon as possible. Maz Shang said. I want to urgently let Wang Xia Shichibukai exert its influence. That Moonlight Moria is so ungrateful. He invited him and actually killed our people. It's simply unreasonable. Nazha Langshang said suddenly. Speaking of this, several other 5 old stars fell silent. The candidate they all saw at the beginning was Moonlight Moria. As a result, the other party ignored them at all, which gave them a headache. I have a candidate here, what do you think? Saint Wycherley said suddenly, and then took out a reward order. Tyrant Bartholomew Bear, with a bounty of 600 million berries, the former king of the kingdom of Sorby. Isn't this the king who offended the celestial dragons? Saint Peter recognized Bartholomew Bear immediately. Well, this year's supernova ran from the South China Sea to the New World. In less than a year, it occupied an island in the New World. In the New World, apart from the 3 emperors, it is also considered the top force. There are enough great strength and fame. Saint Wycherley looked at everyone and said. The meaning is obvious, this person is qualified to join the king's 7 martial arts. Maz Shang hesitated for a moment and then nodded. I agree, you can send someone to communicate first. Seconded. 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 Others have nothing to object to. Right now, Salome Bear is indeed the best candidate besides Moonlight Moria. Chapter 553 Killing God Bear. And in the New World. Xiang, who was in the New World, was silent after watching the order issued by Long, the top leader of the Revolutionary Army. Join the king's Shichibukai? Xiang put down the document and smashed it into pieces, looking at the sea in the distance. If you want to become the king's Shichibukai, you must have strong strength and prove yourself. Thinking of this, Xiang slowly walked out of the island where he was. Look at the restoration of life on this dilapidated island. It's time to leave. The bear stretched out his palm and patted his chest slightly. He disappeared into the island in an instant. Appeared on a ship. Slowly sailing towards the sea. A few days later. The tyrant Bartholomew Bear went on a killing spree, destroying the Whitebeard Pirates' islands and their squads, killing the Big Mom Pirates' fleet, and defeating the Rockefeller Pirates' cadres. Killed tens of thousands of pirates. The exposure of this news instantly shocked the New World. What is this Bartholomew Bear doing? Going on a killing spree? Provoking the 3 emperors at the same time. Countless pirates were in disbelief after seeing this news. Crazy, crazy. I thought he would be quiet for a while, but I didn't expect him to be a murderer. Many pirates thought the bear was crazy. As expected, he only gave him the wrong name, not the wrong nickname. This is not a tyrant, he is clearly a god of murder. Asshole. The Whitebeard Pirates, Big Mom Pirates, and Rockefeller Pirates all became angry. Almost all the forces of the 3 emperors are dispatched to find the tyrant Bartholomew Bear. Dad, we can't let him go. He killed so many of our brothers and we want revenge. Many crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates were furious. Having just experienced a tragic war, those who survived were holding their breath. They may not be able to do anything against the Big Mom Pirates or the Rockefeller Pirates. But a newcomer who had not even been in the New World for a year dared to ride on their head. When did the Whitebeard Pirates ever get this angry? Whitebeard looked at the newspaper in his hand. Notice to go down and hunt down the tyrant Bartholomew Bear. It's not just the atmosphere of the Whitebeard Pirates crew. Even Whitebeard himself was furious. If you can't do anything about the Navy, the Big Mom Pirates, or the Rockefeller Pirates, why can't they do nothing about you? If he doesn't take action, his white beard will never be able to survive in the sea. Following Whitebeard's order, tens of thousands of people in the Whitebeard pirates gathered their strength and frantically searched for traces of the tyrant Bartholomew Bear in the New World. Not just the Whitebeard pirates. When Charlotte Lingling learned that one of her ships filled with desserts had been destroyed, she became furious. "You bastard, how dare you provoke me? Kill him." With Charlotte Lingling's roar, the Big Mom pirates were forced to pursue her. The Rockefeller pirates learned that Rockefeller Robert and Rockefeller Deidara were beaten. They all became furious. This is simply a slap in the face of the Rockefeller pirates. Don't they just have a reputation as pirates in the New World? Except Charlotte. Almost all officers and crew members took action. Came Island. Charlotte looked at her two sons with bruises and swollen faces. "Tell me? What's going on?" Charlotte asked, looking at Robert and Deidara. Robert and Deidara looked at their father aggrievedly. "Dad, we don't know either. The two of us were sitting on regular patrols according to the route. This tyrant Bartholomew Bear suddenly appeared and destroyed the two ships of Deidara and I with one palm. If it weren't for Deidara and I, Darla reacted quickly enough and hugged a wooden board, and now you can't even see us." Robert looked at Charlotte and cried. Everyone in the hall looked gloomy upon hearing this. Esteth held the sword at her waist tightly. He walked out without saying a word. "Estes," Charlotte shouted. "I'm going to meet Bartholomew Bear and ask him what confidence he has to dare to challenge the Rockefeller pirates." After Esteth finished speaking, she turned around and walked out of the hall. Charlotte put her hand on her forehead and looked at Esteth's back. Then he looked at the two people crying. "Go down, I'll make the decision for you." After Charlotte finished speaking, he took out a phone. Called over. "Hello? What do you mean by the Revolutionary Army? Do you want to start a war with the Rockefeller pirates?" After Xia Luo answered the call, he cursed directly. The other end of the phone seemed to have known it for a long time and listened quietly until Charlotte stopped talking. "Mr. Rockefeller is very sorry. This bear's actions have indeed hurt you and your family. Our Revolutionary Army will compensate you for this. We hope that this trivial matter will not damage the harmony between our two families," Long said humbly. In fact, Long also had some complicated feelings. He asked Xiong to find a way to join the King's 7 martial arts, but he didn't expect Xiong to directly make such a big noise. The 3 emperors of the New World dared to provoke them directly, and they all provoked them in one go. Especially the Rockefeller pirates. Doesn't Xiong know that the Rockefeller pirates are partners of the Revolutionary Army? Can this be solved by compensation? How can I, the Rockefeller pirates, still hang out in the New World? You Revolutionary Army must give me an explanation," Charlotte said unceremoniously. Long was silent for a moment when he heard the voice on the other end of the phone. He was wrong about this matter. "Mr. Rockefeller, our Revolutionary Army needs to purchase a batch of materials from you, with a scale of 300 billion. What do you think?" Long's voice fell. I could clearly hear the heavy breathing on the other end of the phone. Charlotte's words also stopped abruptly. Pursed his lips. "I'll give you some face this time. Also, my daughter has been dispatched. Do you understand what I mean?" Charlotte said to the dragon on the other end of the phone. "Thank you," Long said briefly and hung up the phone. All the cadres in the hall looked at Charlotte. Charlotte put down the phone and sat back down, looking at the pitiful expressions of Robert and Deidara. He raised his forehead slightly. "Robert Deidara, don't worry, your eldest sister has already gone to find that bear. This is 1 billion belly to compensate you. You can split it in half." Charlotte took out a bankbook and handed it to Robert and Deidara. Robert and Deidara stood up immediately after hearing 1 billion berry, and the pity on their faces disappeared instantly. Instead, there was a look of surprise. Million. Cent. Robert immediately pocketed the bankbook without mentioning the experience of being beaten. Seeing this, Charlotte rolled her eyes and ignored the little thoughts of these two people. Charlotte has no plans to fall out with the Revolutionary Army yet. With the Revolutionary Army causing trouble for the world government in the front, wouldn't it be nice for him to sell arms behind the scenes? Chapter 554's Death vs. Bear. And in the South China Sea. After Long hung up the phone, he was silent for a while. Then he picked up the phone and dialed. Wait a while. The call is connected. Dragon could obviously hear the sounds of fighting from the phone bug. And on a sea area in the New World. Kill the brothers, unless we kill him, none of us can escape. A pirate rushed towards the bear's position with a big knife. Xiang held the phone and picked up the phone slowly. Hey, is something wrong? Bear asked softly. Long frowned and said directly, ignoring the fighting sounds from the bear. Why do you want to offend the three emperors? Long asked straight to the point. Join the king's Shichibukai and let the world government see my value. Xiang said simply. After hearing this, Long rubbed his eyebrows. Then why do you want to provoke the Rockefeller pirates? He is our partner. Long couldn't help asking. The bear in his memory was not such a careless person. There's no reason. I've already said hello to the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. I can't leave the Rockefeller pirates alone. It's easy for people to see the loopholes. The bear slapped away an approaching pirate and said softly. The dragon was immediately speechless upon hearing this, and was rendered speechless by the bear's excuse. Okay, the work has been done, and our revolutionary army has nothing to fear. I have already taken care of the Rockefeller pirates. Pay attention to the movements of the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates. They are not people who give up easily. Be safe, and by the way, there is one more thing. Rockefeller's death of the Rockefeller pirates may come to trouble you, you have time to deal with it. After Long finished speaking, he immediately hung up the phone. The Revolutionary Army has a lot of things going on every day, especially when the Revolutionary Army has just started for 3 or 4 years and has established a firm foothold. There are so many things to do that Long alone can't handle them all. It seems it's time to find a chief of staff. Long remembered the days when he was in the Navy and handled documents beside staff officer he. Reminiscing about those few peaceful times. Long shook his head and continued to deal with things with his head down. And after the bear in the New World hung up the phone. After putting away the phone bug, he looked at the swarming pirates. Xiang slapped his hand fiercely. The huge shock wave instantly destroyed the ship under their feet. The pirates on the ship were all bleeding to death from the shock wave of this palm. Xiang silently picked up the Bible in his hand and patted his chest lightly. Disappeared in this sea area. After a while, a fleet carrying the flag of the Whitebeard pirates rushed over. Watching ship debris floating on the sea and corpses floating quietly on the sea. Everyone in the Whitebeard pirates gritted their teeth. Asshole, you're too late again. The flames burned on the sea, burning the last traces of the ship. The time has come to 1504 in the Hyuan calendar, and 4 months have passed since the battle between the Navy and the 3 emperors. And a month has passed unknowingly since the bears made a big splash in the New World. The tyrant Bartholomew Bear fought for a month on the sea. Let all pirates in the New World be in danger. Even the pirates under the 3 emperors trembled subconsciously when they heard the name of the tyrant Bartholomew Bear. In fact, the other party has a bad reputation. A month of fighting. The Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates searched for each other on the sea for a month, but still couldn't find each other. The other party seemed to be teleporting. It's always a step late after the bear commits a crime. Let the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates be led by Xiang alone for a month. The same goes for his death. After sailing on the sea for a month, not even a bear was seen. Sister, this tyrant Bartholomew Bear is clearly avoiding us. How long should we pursue him? The 2 victims, Robert and Deidara, also followed Estetha's boat and said while looking at the boundless sea. If you still can't catch up after 2 days of pursuit, go back and call Tesla. If you dare to provoke my Rockefeller family, you will never let it go. Esteth punched the armrest of the boat and said. After hearing this, Robert and Deidara had no choice but to sail for 2 days. In fact, a month had passed, and Robert and Deidara no longer cared about the beating a month ago. Moreover, the 2 of them had long forgotten that the beating had cost them 1 billion belly. What's more, after Robert and Deidara returned, they went to check their bodies because of their injuries. As a result, an incredible scene was discovered. All the negative injuries on Robert and Deidara's bodies disappeared. All the hidden injuries that had been caused by training since childhood were gone. When Robert and Deidara reported this matter to Charlotte. Only then did Charlotte realize that he had misunderstood the Revolutionary Army. I also misunderstood Xiang, but after letting the words out, Charlotte couldn't take them back, so she could only continue to misunderstand. It was impossible for Charlotte to apologize. Esteth stood on the bow of the ship and looked ahead. He was overwhelmed with thoughts and was in a daze. Don't know what to think. Are you looking for me? Suddenly a voice sounded from behind. The hair on the backs of Esteth, Robert, and Deidara stood up. They all turned to look at a figure that suddenly appeared on the boat. Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. Swish. The surrounding crew members of the Rockefeller pirates drew their knives and pointed them at Esteth. I heard that you are looking for me for a month. The bear put the Bible in his hand back into his pocket, raised his feet and moved forward slowly. Nearly 7 meters tall walked forward. Turn away from the sun. A shadow enveloped Istetha's head. Swish. Isteth drew her sword. Without saying a word, he slashed with his sword. When the bear saw this, he stopped in his tracks. Next moment, the bear appeared behind Isteth. Where do you want to travel if you want to travel? The bear's palm was pressed against Istetha's back. Isteth was stunned, not understanding what Xiang's words meant. The next moment, Isteth felt her body fly up uncontrollably and flew towards the distance at an extremely fast speed. When Isteth saw this, he still didn't understand what happened. In mid-air, he slashed quickly. It was like the sound of breaking glass. Isteth immediately stopped. The body fell quickly until it landed on the sea. The sea is frozen. Isteth stood on the ice and turned to look at the tyrant Bartholomew Bear standing at the bow of the ship. He frowned. Pointing his toes, he quickly exploded and rushed towards Bartholomew Bear. In a few blinks of an eye, Isteth arrived in front of Bartholomew Bear, jumped up, raised his sword and struck down on Bartholomew Bear's head. As expected of the Ice Queen, Bartholomew Bear praised. Chapter 555. No one has ever dared to grab my sword. The bear retreated slightly and split the powerful sword. He raised his palm and pressed it against Isteth. Isteth turned around and stabbed out with her sword. The tip of the sword collided with the palm of his hand. Isteth could clearly see that the opponent's palm was like a bear's paw, with raised fleshy balls. Boom! The shockwave in the bear's hand exploded. The two retreated at the same time. Isteth was blasted away and did a somersault in mid-air to stabilize her body. He pointed his sword and stabbed the bear in the heart without hesitation. The bear's right palm suddenly moved forward, his armed domineering energy covering it, and he grabbed the long sword struck by Isteth. When Isteth saw this, a sneer appeared on her lips. No one has ever dared to grab my sword, you are the first. Isteth finished. The bear's hand that grabbed the sword suddenly froze. The bear immediately let go of his hand and backed away quickly. He looked at the coldness on his right palm that was spreading towards his arm. The bear could no longer feel the touch on his right palm. The bear's expression finally changed. He raised his left palm and slapped his right palm fiercely. The meatball fruit ability is activated. A burst of elasticity appeared from the right palm that was sealed by ice. The ice cubes continued to fall off from the right palm, gradually returning to its original shape. But the trembling right palm told the bear that he was injured. Is it really interesting? You actually played tricks on a meatball fruit. You are the most powerful person I have ever seen in developing fruits. Isteth sheathed her sword and did not pursue the victory, but looked at the bear's right hand with interest. It was the first time that Isteth had encountered someone who was frozen by her ice but could still be untied. Since her devil fruit was developed to its limit, she has been vaguely aware of the devil fruit's awakening. But he never completed his devil fruit awakening. But even so, she's cold. There is no solution. Even the Vice Admiral of the Navy, who is a natural type person with frozen fruit abilities, cannot break the ice she releases. The ice she releases is just conceptual, and without the most advanced armament and domineering energy, it is impossible to resist. But now Isteth met a hockey who didn't need to be armed and just relied on the development of devil fruit to thaw her ice. The bear looked at Istetha's proud expression expressionlessly. A momentum gradually gathered around him. Seeing this, Isteth raised her sword. Are you serious? You'd better be serious, otherwise you'll die without knowing how. After Isteth finished speaking, she tiptoed and rushed towards the bear like lightning. A sword swept across. The light blue slash almost touched the bear's face. The bear's body leaned back slightly, watching the sword energy streak across his face. Then he stood up and struck away with a palm. Isteth tiptoed and jumped into the air. The shock wave instantly shattered the ship beneath their feet. Isteth stared at the bear's movements in mid-air. Don't know what bear means? But the next second. Sister, help, we can't swim. The ship sank, and the two devil fruit users, Robert and Deidara, ran desperately towards higher ground. The ship under my feet kept sinking, and was about to sink into the sea. Help, sister. The other crew members who followed also shouted while holding the planks. Isteth saw this and swung his sword. The ice blue sword energy slashed at the sea. The surrounding sea was frozen in ice for an instant. Stopped the ship from sinking. Goodbye, ma'am. An indifferent voice sounded. Isdeth turned her head sharply. The bear was found to have disappeared long ago. Hateful. Isdeth said angrily. She was very angry when the bear fled without a fight. Looking at the damaged ship. We're not done with this. After saying that, Isdeth immediately called the rescue phone number and sent a ship over. And the figure of the bear appeared on a desert island. Looking at his right hand that was still slightly trembling. He picked up the phone with his left hand. Hey, I had a fight with Isdeth. I was careless and lost. The bear calmly reported to the dragon on the other end of the phone. The dragon on the other end of the phone was stunned after hearing this. You actually lost. I remember Isdeth is only in her 20s, right? Long said in disbelief. The chess move was just one move away. My right palm was frozen by Isdeth and was temporarily disabled. Xiang was silent for a moment and reported. What, is your right hand okay? After hearing this, Long quickly expressed concern. It's okay. I'll recover after a few days of rest. The bear shook his head slightly and said. Then don't go out these days. I've heard the news. The world government intends to recruit you to become the king of the Shichibukai. Your plan has been successful. Long said on the phone. The bear nodded after hearing this. I understand, I won't take action in the next few days. After he finished speaking, he hung up the phone. Sitting on the beach watching the sunset in the distance. With his left hand, he took out the Bible from his clothes and flipped through it. After hanging up the phone, Long and Nanhai sat speechless for a long time. Finally, he breathed out slowly. The bear actually lost to Isdeth, which the dragon did not expect. But once he heard that Xiong's right hand was useless, Long felt confident. Basically, % of Xiong's strength lies in those palms. Coupled with the meatball fruit developed by him. Even the dragon himself would find it difficult to defeat the bear in a short time. The right palm is useless, and half of the strength is lost. It was understandable that he lost to Isdeth. What Long couldn't figure out was how Isdeth destroyed the bear's right palm. The bear didn't make it clear either. Long thought for a while and shook his head. This matter has passed and the world government has taken the bait. Start the next step. The next day. A piece of news appears. Ice Queen Isdeth versus Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. After this news appeared in the New World, it instantly attracted the attention of countless people in the New World. How is this possible? In the newspaper, a photo appeared in front of everyone. The ship flying the flag of the Rockefeller Pirates was broken into pieces. Isdeth stood in front of the broken ship, looking furious. Did the Ice Queen lose to the Tyrant Bartholomew Bear? Countless people have come to this conclusion inconceivably. How can that be? No one dares to believe it. One is a great pirate who is famous in the New World and even the whole world. The eldest daughter of Rockefeller Charlotte, Ice Queen Isdeth. One is a newcomer who has just come from the South China Sea and has entered the New World less than a year ago. The bounty is so pitiful that it is only a fraction of Isdeth's bounty. He actually defeated Isdeth. How could this be accepted by the world? Almost everyone who saw the newspaper questioned the credibility of the news. But the photos in the newspapers can't be fake. This made many people interested in this Tyrant Bartholomew Bear. Want to know how he defeated this Ice Queen. Chapter 556 The King 7 The Tyrant of the Marshall Sea Bartholomew Bear. When Isdeth's old rival Katakuri saw the news, he subconsciously felt that the news was false. Look at the furious woman in the newspaper. Are you really defeated? Katakuri muttered while sitting at the banquet table, reading the newspaper. Well, Katakuri, don't be so unhappy at my birthday party. Eat a cake and be happy. Charlotte Lingling stood in the middle of the banquet, surrounded by sounds of celebration. Much to Charlotte Lingling's delight. Looking around, I found that my most capable son had no smile on his face. He immediately came over with a cake, and a childlike smile appeared on Charlotte Lingling's fat face. Thanks, Mom. Katakuri thanked him immediately. Charlotte Lingling took the newspaper in Katakuri's hand and took a look. Well, it's really interesting that Charlotte's daughter actually lost. But son, why do you care so much about this Isdeth? You must have fallen in love with her, but you don't care. If you like it, tell me, and I will propose marriage to you personally. Charlotte Lingling looked at Katakuri and said with a smile. Katakuri's expressionless face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. Mom, you misunderstood, Ace. Isdeth often provokes our Big Mom pirates. As a member of the Big Mom Pirates, of course I must always pay attention to the enemy's movements. It is not as you said. Katakuri looked at Charlotte Lingling with a blushing face and said. Well, that's it. But if you really like it, I don't have any objection. I will propose marriage for you then. Even if that boy Charlotte doesn't agree, I will tie that little girl over, okay? Well. Charlotte Lingling burst out laughing at the end. In Charlotte Lingling's view, her son and Charlotte's eldest daughter were a match made in heaven. Charlotte rejected her 20 years ago. Although it made Charlotte Lingling very angry, Charlotte Lingling still did not give up. They have been targeting the Rockefeller pirates for many years, and many of them have this reason. If his death married this son of hers. Charlotte Lingling said she could forgive Rockefeller Charlotte. The two families can even become in-laws and be completely tied together. Thinking of this, Charlotte Lingling's eyes suddenly brightened. He felt this was very possible. Ignoring his son's shyness, he returned to the throne and ate the cake while thinking about what to do. And when his death also saw this newspaper. Swish. The sword light flashed. Newspapers were chopped into pieces. Morgan's. Isteth looked at the debris in front of him and was filled with anger at Morgan's random report. Isteth, who was in a rage, didn't want to care about that much at all. Check it out for me. Find out where Morgan's is hiding. I will pluck out all his hair. Isteth said angrily. Several younger brothers and sisters huddled together behind him. It's over. It's the first time I've seen my sister so angry. That Birdman is dead. Robert said looking at his sister Isteth. TCH, who asked him to report randomly? Sif put her right hand on the handle of the knife and said while looking at her sister's angry figure. For Morgans, they are very familiar with the Rockefeller pirates. They are also considered old friends. Over the years, Morgans often went to Charlotte. Keep in touch with each other, send some money, etc. There are even many printing houses on Kame Island or other islands belonging to the Rockefeller pirates. Of course, someone as cunning as Morgans couldn't put all his eggs in one basket. While making good friends with Charlotte Rockefeller, Charlotte Lingling also did not let go. He played both sides and figured it out. Isteth looked at the debris on the ground. The angle of the photo was obviously taken when the bear was leaving. If she didn't understand at this time, all these years would have been in vain. You like fame, don't you? We'll see. Isteth turned and returned to the cabin. The first half of the New World. On an island near the Red Continent. A group of masked men in black came to a bar. Except for Xiang, there was no one in the bar. There were only a few men in black walking over. The bear sat quietly on his seat, looking at the Bible in his hand, and turned a deaf ear to the footsteps around him. The footsteps came to a stop in front of the bear. Mr. Xiang, we are members of the world government. Under the order of Master Wu Laoxing, we invite you to become the king of the 7 warlords. CP0, who was wearing a dove mask, looked at the bear who lowered his head and said nothing. Okay, I agree. Xiang put down the Bible and looked up at CP0 and said. CP0 was stunned. Before he could finish speaking, the other party agreed. Before he even finished explaining his conditions, the other party agreed without hesitation. This surprised CP0. You know, 2 groups of people have already invited them. A group of people were completely killed by Moonlight Moria. A group of people were troubled by the conditions proposed by the Bucky pirates. He thought that this meeting would be troublesome, and he was even prepared to die. After all, the man in front of him is the tyrant Bartholomew Bear. There are only wrong names and not wrong nicknames. But before he said a few words, the other party actually agreed. This caught him off guard. He was stunned for a moment and swallowed. Congratulations on becoming the king of the Shichibukai. This is the appointment of the king of the Shichibukai. The obligations and rules of the king of the Shichibukai are described in detail. In addition, the news that you have become the king of the Shichibukai will spread throughout the world tomorrow. CP0 said respectfully. He couldn't afford to offend the person in front of him. It can already be seen that he was sent out to invite Bartholomew Bear. He was just a chess piece for the higher-ups to test the Shichibuka-sama in front of him. The bear nodded. Then enjoy your meal. After CP0 finished speaking, he left. After leaving the tavern, he wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and immediately reported the mission. The next day. A piece of news shocked the world again. His Majesty, the tyrant of the Shichibukai, Bartholomew Bear. The news immediately spread at an extremely fast speed, and it took less than a day to spread throughout the world from the New World to the Four Seas. The content on the news instantly reminded countless people of what the tyrant Bartholomew Bear had done in the past month. Damn it, you are a lackey of the world government. What can I say? In the past month, you have provoked the Whitebeard pirates, the Big Mom pirates, and started a war with the Rockefeller pirates. It turns out that you are showing your loyalty to your new master. Almost all the pirates in the New World commented on the bear in the newspaper. The other party's behavior is completely provoking the entire pirate world. Chapter 557 The Losers Riot. They felt betrayed by what they did to the bear. To be honest, they were also very excited about the system of King Shichibukai, but it just didn't meet the above requirements. Don't look at the fact that there are so many pirate groups in the New World condemning these pirates who joined the King's Shichibukai. That's because they just wish they didn't become a member of the King's Shichibukai. The various pirate groups in the New World live in the cracks of the Three Emperors. While guarding against the annexation of the Three Emperors, we must also guard against the rise of newcomers. It can be said that he is dancing on the edge of a knife. After many pirate groups failed to challenge the Three Emperors, those who survived had the idea of muddling along and began to mess around. In fact, the emergence of the King's Shichibukai system also gave them a way out. But now Xiang's approach has officially triggered the covetousness of the losers in the New World. If they did what the tyrant Bartholomew Bear did, would the Shichibukai also have their share? At this moment, the losers rekindled their desire for power. Kill. I want the Shichibukai. The pirate groups living in the cracks all waved their butcher knives at the nearby pirate groups. For a time, in addition to the forces of the Three Emperors, a bloody storm broke out in the New World. The tyrant Bartholomew Bear has made a bad start in the New World. The most powerful force in this war is undoubtedly the Moria pirates. It gave Moonlight Moria the opportunity to annex surrounding forces. The Moria pirates have become more and more famous since the year 1503 of the ocean calendar. But then came the attention of countless pirates. When the Moria pirates wanted to annex surrounding forces, those pirate groups who were in a bad situation couldn't sit still. Damn it, I finally came from all over the world and the Grand Line, established a territory in the New World, and was ready to enjoy it, but you guys came to beat them. Isn't this a riot? From 1503 onwards, once the Moria pirates made any offensive move, it would trigger a backlash from the surrounding pirate groups. This makes it difficult for the Moria pirates to annex the New World. But this time the riot gave the Moria pirates hope. Kill, kill, the more you kill, the better, let the New World become chaotic. Moonlight Moria stood on a battleship, looking at the rough sea around her. The broken ships floating around on the sea were slowly sinking. The flames burned the entire sea. Red Earth continent. Mary Joa. I never expected that a move by a bear would cause riots in the New World. It was really unintentional. Maz Shang looked at the information in his hand and said, if a few people can really be killed in this riot in the New World, it will also be of great help to our King Shichibukai's plan. Saint Wycherley said while holding up the red wine. Ha 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 ha. Everyone laughed after hearing this. This riot by the losers in the New World detonated all the forces in the New World. For reputation, for face, for money, for power. The rioters are no longer just a riot of losers. It's more about the final madness after the Age of Discovery began. Half-year later. On an island. Robert waved his hand, and endless gas filled the port. The red-eyed pirates suffocated to death in the gas. Are these little Karamis going crazy? How dare they come to our Rockefeller pirates? Robert looked at the pirates who had invaded for an unknown number of times and said speechlessly. The riots in the New World also attracted great attention from the Three Emperors. There is no way, this battle is getting longer and longer as time goes on, it has been half a year, but there is no sign of ending. Instead, it became more intense. And as the pirates from all over the world and the first half of the Grand Line entered the scene one after another, it was like adding fuel to the fire, and the blood flowed into the New World. Hundreds of thousands of pirates are fighting each other to determine the final king. Because the Navy is unable to suppress the sea, there are so many pirates this year. Almost every day, countless pirates enter the New World from all four seas and the first half of the Grand Line. Some characters familiar to Charlotte also appeared. Avalo Pizarro, the Evil King. Xianyue Hunter Katrin Daime. Big Wine Basque Chote. Wait for the familiar characters. As the riots continued, the weak were eliminated one after another. The corrupted pirate groups were cleared away immediately. The rules of survival in the New World are vividly reflected. The weak will eat the strong, and if you don't advance, you will retreat. The fighting lasted for the whole year of 1504. It was only after 1505 years in the Hyuan calendar that the new world calmed down. The weak exit. Those who can survive the riots in this year are the strong. Among them, Moonlight Moria's power is the well-deserved overlord. There are more than pirates under his command, occupying % of the New World's territory. It became the strongest pirate group after the three emperors. This also made Moonlight Moria's reputation rise again. The title of the four emperors has once again pushed the Moria pirates to the forefront. Whitebeard pirates. White-bearded Edward Newgate saw the victory of the year-long riot and looked at the arrogant Moonlight Maria in the newspaper. He threw down the newspaper. Didn't pay much attention to it. There were many nurses standing beside Whitebeard. As time went by, the hidden wounds on Whitebeard's body gradually erupted. It has reached the point where a doctor is needed to nurse him back to health. Totland Sea. Kingdom Cake Island. Well, the four emperors, not just any cat or dog can be called that. I am waiting for his challenge. Charlotte Lingling threw down the newspaper and said disdainfully. Then a playful look flashed in his eyes. I remember that the Moonlight Moria pirates seem to be bordering on the forces of the Rockefeller pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Well, there is something good to see. Charlotte Lingling had a big belly and leaned back with a smile. If she hadn't been pregnant, she would have definitely gotten involved. Damn it, I want to give birth to a top-notch combat power like his Death and Caesar. Charlotte Lingling suddenly said with a hateful expression. As the children of the Rockefeller pirates grew up one by one. It also made Charlotte Lingling extremely jealous. They are all giving birth, why is her child so much weaker than the Rockefeller pirates? It's all these children who are dragging me down. Charlotte Lingling thought so. Continue your career of having children. On the island of Kame Island. Charlotte looked at the newspaper in her hand. Moonlight Moria, hero of the West Sea, your last glory is about to end. Charlotte looked at the newspaper and murmured. Then the corners of his mouth rose, as if he thought of something. Inform Caesar that after playing for a year, it's time to come back. Charlotte said without looking back. Yes. A charming female voice sounded. Far away on Fishman Island, Caesar was feeling the passion of the mermaid lady and was forced to climb out of the pile of women. Chapter 558 Recalling Caesar. Caesar was seen naked to the waist, with sleepy eyes and countless lip marks on his body. Oh. Caesar dozed off. I have to leave too, and my dad called me to urge me. Caesar looked at the white flowers all around and said. No. Sir Caesar, do you want to stay? I don't want you to leave. After hearing this, a charming mermaid sat up, not minding the large spring light on her body, and hugged Caesar's neck and said coquettishly. Yes. Could it be that our sisters didn't take good care of you? Another innocent mermaid also rubbed her sleepy eyes and lay in Caesar's arms and said pitifully. Hey, I can't bear to leave you, but I have to obey Dad's orders. Come back as soon as I finish handling the matter, okay? Caesar watched these two coquettish and innocent mermaids hugging him one after another. It's like being in two heavens of ice and fire. Caesar couldn't help but be ready to take action. Then you have to come back soon, don't keep us sisters waiting too long. The two mermaid sisters didn't bother Caesar too much. They got up and helped Caesar tidy up his clothes, then kissed Caesar on the face. Goodbye. Caesar waved his hand and left the gentle country where he had stayed for a year. This year is definitely the most comfortable year for Caesar. No one cares about it, and no one dares to care about it. He can do whatever he wants, it is simply a paradise of freedom. It's a pity that these days must pass eventually. Caesar wandered to the port. When the port guard Jinbei saw Caesar's appearance, he couldn't help but twitch his lips. Mr. Caesar, are you going back? Jinbei couldn't help but ask when he saw Caesar coming to the port with his sword on his back. Yes, my dad told me that it's time to go back. Fishman Island will be left to you. He has trained you for a year, and it's time to test your results. Caesar patted Jinbei on the shoulder and said. Caesar was not locked in a pile of women every day this year. He also trained some fishmen at the request of King Neptune. Hundreds of fishmen who were talented in Caesar's opinion were selected from the fishmen for training. Among them, the fishman named Jinbei is the most talented. He is the most powerful of all fishmen. There is another one named Aaron. But Caesar didn't like Aaron very much. The other party seemed to hate human beings, and he also hated them, and he never gave Caesar a good look. If it weren't for the sake of King Neptune and Jinbei, Caesar would have killed him with a knife. Mr. Caesar, don't worry. I have fought off many human traffickers this year. There will be no chaos on Fishman Island. Jinbei immediately puffed up his chest and said. The other fishmen also stood up straight after hearing this. Well, if you have any trouble, remember to call me. I will arrive as soon as possible. Caesar nodded, and without too many greetings, he immediately transformed into a green dragon, plunged into the sea, and swam toward the surface. Watching Caesar's leaving figure, Jinbei pursed his lips and tightened his grip on the spear in his hand. It seems like there has been no news from Brother Tiger for a long time. For some reason, Jinbei thought of Brother Tiger who was traveling. Jinbei lowered his head and pondered. And in the corner of Fishman Street, a long-nosed fishman looked at the departing behemoth with a trace of hatred in his eyes. If it weren't for you, how could I not be as good as Jinbei? This fishman is Aaron, one of the two masters of Fishman Island. In Aaron's opinion, the reason why he can't compare to Jinbei is all because of this human being. No effort was made to teach him. Brother Aaron, now that he is gone, what should we do next? Asked a fishman behind him. Find Brother Tiger and let him lead us out to sea. I want all humans around the world to know that fish people are the most noble. Aaron's expression turned ferocious at the end. Several fishmen around him took a few steps back in fear after hearing this. A few days later, Caesar flew back to Kame Island. Charlotte was stunned when she saw Caesar's appearance. Why have you lost weight? Didn't that guy Neptune take good care of you? Looking at the thin figure in front of him, the 6-meter-tall body was actually a little thin, and his complexion was slightly sallow. No matter how you look at it, this looks a bit hollow. No, have you lost weight? After hearing this, Caesar looked at his body and saw that he was still so tall and handsome. Then he touched his face. Maybe I'm tired from cleaning up human traffickers on Fishman Island day and night. Caesar lied and said without drafting. There was no trace of the blush on his face when he was lying. Forehead. After hearing Caesar's words, Charlotte had a dark look. If I hadn't had an informant on Fishman Island, I would have been deceived by you. Charlotte thought in her heart. But Charlotte didn't care about this kind of thing. Ahem, pay attention to your health, young people must know how to exercise moderation. It was hard for Charlotte to say anything, after all, her butt was not clean either. Caesar nodded indifferently after hearing this. Dad, what's the matter with calling me here in such a hurry? Caesar got down to business. After hearing this, Charlotte sat at a table and picked up a pot of tea. He poured himself a glass, and poured another for Caesar. Caesar also sat down next to his father. You on Fishman Island should also be aware of the trends in the New World in the past year. The losers and challengers in the New World are about to decide the winner in this year's fighting. If nothing else, it's M.O. The Leia pirates have the last laugh. Your mission is to kill Moonlight Moria, do you understand? Charlotte picked up the tea and said. When Caesar heard the first sentence, he felt guilty and quickly lowered his head and took a sip of tea to cover up his guilt. Then I heard that I was going to take action against Moonlight Moria. He immediately patted his chest. Don't worry, Dad, I'll deal with him right away. After Caesar finished speaking, he was going to talk to Moria. Return. See the frizzy Caesar. Go and beat him. What do you want the Whitebeard pirates to think? It was agreed upon at the beginning. It is a buffer zone and no one can take the initiative to attack. But you took the initiative. Isn't this giving the Whitebeard pirates a handle? I want you to keep an eye on the Moria pirates, lure them to us and eliminate them in one fell swoop, do you understand? Charlotte said angrily. Why have you been sitting back and watching the Moria pirates grow? Charlotte, was not blind. What Charlotte was worried about was the Whitebeard pirates behind him. The Moria pirates are active between the Rockefeller pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. That place has been agreed upon and no one can touch it. Leave a buffer. This is what made the Moria pirates so arrogant now. In addition, the Moria pirates have not provoked the Rockefeller pirates for so many years since they entered the New World. Chapter 559 Spacegate. Charlotte has always let the other side go. But it's different now. The Moria pirates' territory has become bigger and their ambitions have become bigger. Naturally, Charlotte couldn't just sit back and watch this threat always be around, like a time bomb. But it's not easy to do it directly. So as not to irritate the Whitebeard pirates. It would be better to let Caesar keep an eye on Moria. All right. When he heard that he was just staring at the Moria pirates, Caesar felt a little downcast. I don't know how long I'll have to keep an eye on this. He had promised the two sisters to go back early. If I had known, I would have brought them both back. A somewhat listless Caesar led the second team, which he had not seen for a year, towards the direction of the Moria pirates. Looking at the second team that he has not managed for a year, it is still in good order at this time. And all of this is thanks to myself, Klein's younger brother. This year, Klein helped him manage the second team. Dad also said that he was cultivating Klein's management skills so that he could skillfully pull up a team in the future. Elder brother. After Klein saw Caesar, he immediately closed his book and looked at Caesar and said hello. Caesar's eyes flickered slightly. The Life of a Fool. A book with a title that Caesar had never heard of, but Klein read it with gusto. 10th brother, long time no see. This year has been thanks to you. Caesar immediately waved his hand and patted Klein on the shoulder. The 15-year-old Klein is already 1.9 meters tall. But in front of the 6-meter-tall Caesar, he still looked like a little kid. Cough. After being slapped by his elder brother, the gravity on his shoulder made Klein couldn't help but bend down. Brother, have I offended you? Klein asked as he looked at Caesar with a wry smile. Ahaha. Sorry. Caesar quickly let go and touched the back of his head. Klein rolled his eyes. Let's go and accompany my brother to keep an eye on the Moria pirates. They are not stable these days. Caesar looked at Klein and said maliciously. Looking at Klein was like seeing a thug. Okay. Klein agreed immediately without hesitation. Anyway, he had nothing to do on Kame Island, so he just went out to relax. Nor did he see the little thoughts in Caesar's mind. Come immediately and the second division of the pirate group sails away from Kame Island in a mighty manner. All 2,000 people left Kame Island. Many people looked at the traveling second team with thoughtful expressions in their eyes. Well known. The Rockefeller Pirates' Kame Island is undefended. There may be more spies from all parties than islanders. There was no way, Charlotte was too lazy to clean up. Cleaned up one wave after another. And the methods of hiding are becoming more and more sophisticated. Charlotte lazily took action and silently took note of these spies. It would be good to keep them. Sometimes it can also convey some wrong information. For example, the most shameful moment of the world government in the year 1500 of the Hyuan calendar. Push Forward City, which is said to never fall, was actually breached by Charlotte. Among them, the false information delivered by those spies is crucial. Charlotte also realized it later. Caesar sat on the dragon's head of his own ship. This is the startup capital of million that Caesar took from his father. Coupled with his own private money, it took 2 years to build the warship, which was only recently delivered. The ship is meters long and its entire body is made of steel, designed to match the firepower of Poseidon, the god of the sea. It is also equipped with an arc reactor and can fly. After all, Caesar can also unleash thunder and lightning. Named the Blue Dragon by Caesar. A very simple and instantly recognizable name. When you hear Qinglong, you will basically think of his name as Caesar. Nowadays, everyone in the New World basically knows that Caesar's devil fruit is the phantom beast, the blue dragon form. Caesar crossed his legs, lying on the dragon's head and looking at the blue sky. It's so slow. Since Caesar obtained the blue dragon fruit, he has basically flown by himself and rarely sat on a boat. That's because he disliked the ship being too slow, but Caesar was impatient. This is very painful for Caesar. Klein heard this. Brother, are you anxious? Klein turned around and asked. What do you think? This vast expanse of sea is nothing interesting to see. It's so boring. Caesar curled his lips and said. If you are anxious, tell me earlier, it's up to me. Klein immediately stood up after hearing this. Caesar looked at Klein curiously. Klein stretched out his hands and closed them violently. A translucent door suddenly appeared in the air ahead. Caesar knows this. After all, Klein is a superhuman gate fruit user. Drink. Klein shouted and opened his arms suddenly, as if there was a big mountain in front of him. Klein's veins popped out as the translucent door in front of him slowly opened. Call. Klein was sweating profusely and held up a space door. Quick, drive in. Klein gasped and shouted to the crew behind him. The crew was stunned for a moment, but they immediately acted and the ship sailed in steadily. These crew members have been exposed to this scene countless times this year. Caesar opened his mouth wide and watched as the ship under his feet slowly led to the space passage. The scenery on the other side of the space door had changed drastically. More than a dozen ships slowly came through the channel. Klein was sweating profusely as he watched the last ship sail in. Instantly, his whole body relaxed, and Klein's body fell to his knees, breathing heavily. The translucent door behind him has disappeared. "Brother, how is it?" Klein forced a smile and looked at his elder brother and asked. Caesar was stunned. "Have your gate fruit developed to this extent?" Caesar hasn't seen Klein for a year, and he can only vaguely feel about Klein's strength. "But I haven't seen it." "Ha ha ha ha." Klein laughed and said nothing. "Have we reached our destination?" Caesar looked around and saw the outline of an island faintly ahead. "Yeah. This is the border island between our Rockefeller pirates and the Whitebeard pirates." Klein looked around. "My coordinates are not wrong." Caesar gave a thumbs up. "Great. The journey that originally took half a month has now arrived in just an instant. What a terrifying speed this is. It's much faster than flying here from Kame Island. Even if he flew at full strength, it would still take a day or two." "Haha, it's nothing. The gate fruit is just like this. I haven't developed too many functions yet. It's just a simple teleportation. As long as I marked the coordinates, as long as it's not too far or the space door is open for too long, they can all arrive as soon as possible." Klein looked at Caesar and said. A look of pride flashed on his face. "Great." Caesar once again expressed his heartfelt praise. Chapter 560 Border Island. This year, I marked all the coordinates of our Rockefeller pirates. It can be said that any island of the Rockefeller pirates can be reached in an instant as long as I can support it with physical strength. Klein looked at Caesar and said. This is the result of 10 years of training since he ate the devil fruit. At present, except for the eldest brother Caesar, no one else knows. Even Charlotte didn't know anything about it. After all, in Charlotte, Klein is only 15 years old, how powerful can he be? Awesome, if Dad knew about this, he would definitely praise you. Caesar gave another thumbs up. This is the third time Caesar has given a thumbs up. Because he knows how helpful Klein's ability is to the Rockefeller pirates. This strategic value kills everything instantly. In the future, that blind pirate will invade the Rockefeller Pirates Island. Then all it takes is one phone call, and in the next second, the officers of the Rockefeller Pirates can bring justice from the sky. Destroy these blind pirates. Caesar has been fighting on the sea for so many years. But you know, there are so many blind pirates on the sea. Hey. Let's go, while it's still early, let's go to the island to play for a day, and then we'll deal with the Moria pirates tomorrow. No matter how happy Klein was, the 15-year-old still had a young heart. After leaving Kame Island, he immediately thought of playing. Just like Caesar back then. Caesar shrugged. Let's go, I also want to see the scenery of the border islands. To be honest, Caesar has never seen the scenery of the border islands. Over the years, I have either been fighting or on the way to fight. Except for a year of leisurely life on Fishman Island, I have spent most of my time killing. Otherwise, how did this title of Dragon Caesar come about? He hasn't shown his face for a year, and I don't know if the New World has forgotten him. Starting from the Moria pirates, he was recast as the Demon Dragon. The sudden appearance of a large fleet. This border island was shocked. This island is said to be a border island, but in fact the Rockefeller pirates have very few troops, with only a few hundred people stationed there. There was no heavy deployment of troops. If this is a tacit understanding between the three emperors. After all, you have deployed heavy troops on the border. What do you want to do? The real heavy troops are behind the border islands. That's where the main force is, usually the old men of the Rockefeller pirates. Just like those swordsmen. Having a certain amount of strength to take charge of one side is enough to calm the situation. There are many swordsmen in their Rockefeller pirates, more than a dozen of them over the years. These people were sent by Charlotte to various places to take charge. Generally not very proactive. For example, cleaning up some wandering pirates is usually done by children like Death and Caesar. Doesn't this look a bit familiar? That's right, Charlotte copied it from the Navy. After all, the Navy's 800 years of suppressing the sea is still useful, and those management regulations have basically matured. Charlotte copied it directly. Charlotte isn't the only one doing this. The same goes for the Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates. The affiliated pirate groups of the Whitebeard pirates are stationed around, and the captains are wandering around. As for the Big Mom pirates, the ministers sit on the island one by one and are responsible for protecting the safety of the island and surrounding waters. In fact, they are all carved from the same mold. This is why, during the battle with the Navy, it was clear that their headquarters only had a combat strength of 10 to 20,000, and the Rockefeller pirates only had an elite swordsman group of 3,000. There are as many as the D-pirates in the headquarters of the Whitebeard pirates. But when it comes to war, the number of Whitebeard pirates doubled instantly, as did the Big Mom pirates. The most terrifying one is the Rockefeller pirates. In one fell swoop, a force comparable to that of the Whitebeard pirates was assembled. Basically, they are mobilized from the islands surrounding the town. The advantage of this is that it costs less. Basically, each island supports its own men. Charlotte is not afraid of their betrayal either. What a joke, in this world where personal force is paramount, strength is everything. For the truly strong, numbers are just a number. The soldiers stationed at the border breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the flag of the Rockefeller pirates flying high. At least until now, no pirate dared to flaunt the banner of the Rockefeller pirates. The ship approaches. Caesar jumped down first. When the surrounding soldiers saw the people coming down, their hearts jumped. Little Lord. Immediately a leading runner came to Caesar's side. Caesar looked at this strange figure. I am stationed here under the captain's orders, and I take over here. Caesar gave the order directly without giving the squad leader a chance to speak. The team leader was stunned for a moment, but nodded immediately the next moment. Clear. Then he waved to the person behind him. Why don't you come over quickly to meet the young master? People around came to pay their respects. Caesar looked at the bending figures around him and was stunned. Are you from the country of Wano? Caesar asked, looking at the soldiers. Yes, young master, I was still your subordinate at the beginning. The squad leader was overjoyed when he saw that the young master seemed to recognize him. Caesar nodded after listening. This place is indeed not far from the country of Wan, and the country of Wan is ruined like that. Many Wano samurai have chosen to go to sea or join the Rockefeller pirates. When Wolf was in charge of Wano, he gathered many samurai as thugs. Now these years have passed, and they have all been promoted to squad leaders. Do a good job. I'm going for a walk, don't worry about me. Caesar patted the squad leader on the shoulder and said. Yes. The captain became happy when he heard the young master's praise. He immediately called on the surrounding warriors to evacuate, so as not to disturb the young master's wandering. Caesar took Klein into the town on this border island. Unexpectedly, this place is surprisingly prosperous. This was beyond Caesar's imagination. But Klein knows better. Brother, this is the border. Our Rockefeller pirates are not very strict. There are many border merchants doing business here, which drives the economy here. It is close to the Whitebeard pirates and the Moria pirates. It's hard not to get rich. Klein said while looking at the gorgeously dressed businessmen around him. Oh. Caesar had little interest in any of this. I found a random pub and walked in. Unlucky to say. I was hurriedly called back by my father, and before I could rest, I was ordered here without even having a bite of food. Seeing the tavern, Caesar's stomach growled. Come on, let us brothers have a drink here, I'll treat you. Caesar took Klein's arm and said. During this year on Fishman Island, Caesar made a lot of money. Chapter 561 Moria Pirates. After cleaning up the finances left by the human traffickers and the finances rewarded by the king of Fishman Island, Caesar can be considered to be worth more than $1 billion. He is considered a rich man among many younger brothers and sisters. Of course she can't compare to her sister Esteth. That guy Esteth wanders around the sea every day. When he encounters a pirate group, he will kill him without saying a word. After killing people, countless treasures were plundered. If you want to say who the rich woman of the Rockefeller pirates is, it must be Esteth. Came to a larger tavern. Caesar asked the bartender to serve some food. The two brothers sat together and listened to the discussion around them. Hey, business is hard to do now. The Moria pirates have almost wiped out all the territory around here. Those old customers in the past are either dead or running away. What can we do if there are no more customers? A wealthy businessman with a big belly said with a red face while drinking rum from his glass. That's not all. The Moria pirates stand between the Rockefeller pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. They shamelessly set up a blockade and directly levy tariffs. The tariffs are ridiculously high. I ship goods from the first half of the New World. In the second half, you need to pay a large sum from the Rockefeller pirates, and you need to sort out some odds and ends on the road. Then you have to pay another sum to the Moria pirates. After arriving at the Whitebeard Pirates, basically, I don't have to make any money, I can only earn a little hard money. Another businessman also complained after hearing the complaints from his companions. Hey, the Moria Pirates have been fighting for a year, and their finances have long been exhausted. If they don't set up a card, they have no source of income. Now the Moria Pirates are attacking everywhere every day. With the battle support war model, I see that sooner or later we will offend the two emperors, the Whitebeard Pirates and the Rockefeller Pirates. Another businessman drank wine and said some hateful words. It is estimated that it is not far away. The territory between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Rockefeller Pirates is almost clear. If he wants to continue to expand under the eyes of the three emperors, he will have to border with the Big Mom Pirates. When the three sides face enemies, the pressure on the Moria Pirates will only be greater, and the Moria Pirates will not be so unwise. A businessman walking around the New World shook his head and said, having offended three sea emperors at the same time, it would be impossible for Moria to hold back even if he wanted to. The three emperors will not allow another group of forces to exist outside their own sphere of influence. I see, the Moria Pirates can't survive for a few days. Is it so easy to challenge the three emperors? If it were so easy, the three emperors would have been defeated long ago. The people at the other table heard this and expressed disdain for the discussion of the Moria Pirates. This is hard to say. The Moria Pirates have been in the New World for 6 years and have not been eliminated, which already shows the opponent's ability. In addition, the opponent has two people. As long as Moria is not too weak, they will if it can collide with any of the three emperors' forces. We still don't know who will win in the end. Someone who had seen Moria take action said. If Moria's strength can really collide with any force, then it is estimated that the only thing waiting for him is the three emperors joining forces. The New World is big, but small, and the three emperors are already enough. Not far away, a man wearing a horn hat and a scar on his brow listened to the discussions of the people around him and interrupted. As soon as these words came out, many people fell silent. The Whitebeard Pirates, Rockefeller Pirates, and Big Mom Pirates. If there are any old people in these three pirate groups, they will know the connection between these three pirate groups very well. The Rocks Pirates, who brought a large group of pirates to conquer half of the New World, have gradually lost their reputation. Both the Navy and the pirates deliberately hide information about the Rocks Pirates. But many people still know about it. After all, it has only been 21 years, and there are still many people in the New World who know about it. These three pirate groups all broke away from the Rocks Pirates. There used to be a Flying Pirates, but the Golden Lion Shiki disappeared after losing to the Big Mom Pirates. Whitebeard Edward Newgate, Rockefeller Charlotte, and Charlotte Lingling are all members of the Rocks Pirates. Is there any friendship between them that they can work together to deal with the challenges from external forces? The tavern was quiet for a moment. Although there is no basis for what the person in front of me said, it is true that there is no guarantee. For a while, many people felt a little heavy in their hearts. Having been suppressed by the three emperors, they long for a strong man to break the rules set by the three emperors so that they can make more money. Caesar and Klein hid in the corner and listened quietly to the discussions of the people around them. Klein ate the food slowly, but he kept thinking in his mind. The thoughtful look made Caesar curl his lips. Klein, these are just words from the market. Don't worry about it. It's just the Moria Pirates. Brother, I can destroy them easily. Caesar said, stretched out his right hand and made a fierce fist. Okay. Klein nodded and didn't pay too much attention. The junction between the Whitebeard Pirates and the Rockefeller Pirates. The undercurrent here has focused the goals of almost all forces here. The 6 years of accumulation of the Moria Pirates were wiped out in just 1 year. All obstacles were eliminated, and all the territory at the junction of the Whitebeard Pirates and the Rockefeller Pirates was successfully captured. He. Hey guys, let's have a party. Moonlight Moria walked out under the eager eyes of everyone, opened her arms and roared at the more than 2 crew members under the high platform. Roar. More than, pirates looked up to the sky and roared. The sound broke through the sky and dispersed the surrounding dark clouds. After more than a year of fighting, all members of the Moria Pirates are full of evil spirits. The fierce look on his face makes ordinary people flinch. Moria sat on the high platform with red wine and looked at the cheerful appearance of the crew below. A smile appeared in his eyes. After 6 years of hard work in the New World, from the initial high spirits, to the expulsion of the Navy, and then to the rise, it took Moria 6 full years to build a large territory in the New World. But just this, Moria will not be satisfied. My consciousness returned to 7 years ago. In that small town, the man's last heroic moments before his death fascinated Mariah. 3 emperors? No, 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 I want the Pirate King. Ambition filled Moria's chest at this moment. Look to the east. My consciousness returned to more than 10 years ago. The little pirate you looked down upon at the beginning has grown to where he is today. I don't know how you feel. Thinking of the first time he became a pirate and that battle, the other party didn't even show his face. He just sent a few children to beat them and almost annihilated them. Chapter 562 The Moria Pirates Declare War. Moria's eyes exuded a cold light. Time passed slowly. Moria has captured 7% of the New World after establishing territory between the Whitebeard pirates and the Rockefeller pirates. Moria was not dazzled by the victory and did not immediately challenge the 3 emperors of the New World. Instead, they continue to integrate the strength of the Moria pirates. Train and conduct these crews. Get ready for the next battle. On the border island. Brother, this Moria pirates is really calm. We are already like this, and the other party can still hold back. I have to say, this Moonlight Moria is still something. Klein sat on the bow of the ship and looked at the destroyed ships all around. The ships also carried the flag of the Moria pirates. Who knows, I've been here for 2 months and there's been no movement from the other party. What the hell is Moria doing? Caesar was also quite upset. He was sent here by his father to keep an eye on the Moria pirates. Without actively entering Moria's territory, lure the Moria pirates to attack the Rockefeller pirates. In this way, the Rockefeller pirates also have reason to take the opportunity to destroy the Moria pirates. To prevent the Moria pirates from staring at him eagerly every day. During these 2 months, Caesar and Klein secretly destroyed some merchant ships owned by the Moria pirates, leaving the Moria pirates unable to keep up with their supplies and suffering heavy losses. Perhaps that's what Caesar and Klein didn't expect. It's because the 2 of them have been attacking the transport teams of the Moria pirates. As a result, Moria was not ready to start a war with the Rockefeller pirates and kept delaying it. Without complete preparations, Moria would not attack with all his strength. After all, if he loses once, he really has nothing. Inside the lair of the Moria pirates. Click. There was a sound of glass shattering. Damn Rockefeller, damn Caesar, sooner or later I will kill you. Moria received another transport fleet that was attacked by Caesar. The ship was destroyed and everyone was killed. No one was spared. This made Moria furious. Brother, we can't bear it anymore. Let's attack. The Rockefeller pirates are riding on top of us. The surrounding cadres also said indignantly. How prepared are you? Moria asked. Brother, everything is ready, enough to handle a big battle. The second in command next to him looked at Moria and said. After hearing this, Moria fell into deep thought, her hand holding the red wine hanging still. A long time. Moria seemed to have made up his mind. Click. Moria crushed the goblet in his hand. Okay. Notify brothers that you can't bear it anymore and declare war on the Rockefeller pirates. Moria looked at the more than 40 cadres under his command and ordered. Yes. In the hall, all the cadres' faces flashed with joy. They had already had enough of the past 2 months. When had the Moria pirates ever been so frustrated? They all took action. The news of the declaration of war spread instantly as if it had wings. Presa de Morgans. Ahahaha, Moonlight Moria finally can't hold it in anymore? It's really big news. Hurry, print it overnight and spread it to me throughout the New World. Morgan said as he handed the message in his hand to the editor-in-chief. Yes. The editor-in-chief was also very motivated and immediately arranged it. The next day. A piece of news that shocked the New World came out. The Moria pirates declare war on the Rockefeller pirates. What was in the newspaper caught almost everyone's attention. The Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates watched with great interest as to how the Rockefeller pirates would respond. Damn it, are the Moria pirates so awesome? Are they so brave to declare war on the 3 emperors? Since the battle with the Navy, the status of the 3 emperors was determined after the war. It also made the pirates realize the gap between them and the 3 emperors. Although there were still some short-sighted pirates who would challenge the 3 emperors, they were all eliminated by their cadres. There has never been a Rockefeller pirates who openly declared war on one of the 3 emperors like the Moria pirates. Kame Island. Interesting. Charlotte looked at the newspaper in her hand. I thought you were going to keep putting up with it. A smile appeared on the corner of Charlotte's mouth. Why, you are very interested in this Moria. The Red Earl, who was holding a fishing rod on the side, looked at Charlotte and asked. No, it's just that the Moria pirates have been entrenched between me and Whitebeard, which makes me a little uncomfortable. I just took this opportunity to eliminate him. Charlotte shook her head, looked at the fishing rod and said. The Moria pirates are considered the strongest pirate group under the three emperors. Are you so confident? The Red Earl smiled. No, I have faith in Caesar. Charlotte said proudly. These children are the pride of Charlotte's life. The Red Earl shrugged after hearing this. I heard that the Moria pirates have a scale of more than 2 people. The second team brought by Caesar only has about 2,000 people. Can they withstand it? It's a 10-fold difference. The Red Earl said, looking at the fishing rod. Charlotte frowned upon hearing this. He had confidence in Caesar, but he had no confidence in the more than 2,000 crew members under Caesar. After all, he is not an elite trained by himself, who knows what kind of combat power he has. You must know that no matter how weak the Moria pirates are, the opponent has been fighting for 6 years, especially the battle in the past year. Not everyone is a good player, but they are all elite. Such a comparison is really a bit uncertain. Think of this. Charlotte picked up the phone. Moses. The other end picked up the phone. Robert, take your people to support your brother. Charlotte ordered. Robert, who was on patrol, was stunned at first when he heard this, and then he was delighted. Since being appointed as the captain of the 4th Division, Robert's daily tasks are either on patrol or on the road of patrol. Floating on the sea every day made Robert uncomfortable. More importantly, the brother Deidara is not with him. This made Robert very boring. Okay, I'll go now. Robert sprang into action. He ordered all his ships to return and head towards the direction of the Moria pirates. After Charlotte made this call, she sent Deidara and other children who needed training to Caesar. After doing all this, Charlotte thought for a while and called Caesar again. Caesar, who was far away on the border, looked at the defensive positions and inspected them. Suddenly the phone in my arms rang. I saw it was my father. Hey, Dad, what's the matter with? Caesar asked. I sent some of your younger brothers and sisters to help you. You take good care of them. Charlotte exhorted. Chapter 563. What? When Caesar heard this, he was stunned for a moment. Didn't this dump the oil bottle on him? When Caesar was about to say something, the phone hung up. Caesar smiled bitterly. Dad is still as domineering as before. He shook his head, ordered his men to call Klein, and continued to inspect the position. The Red Earl watched Charlotte making phone calls one after another. Your children have grown up. After so many years of training, they are all good at sea. I want to know what your future plans are. The Red Earl asked meaningfully. Plan? I haven't thought about it yet. Today's world situation is developing towards stability. The Great Voyage has lasted for 6 or 7 years, and the sea has been fighting for 6 or 7 years. It is already exhausted. It is estimated that there will be no more in the next 10 years. Too many battles, and the Navy and pirates will maintain a balance until a stupid young man breaks this balance. Charlotte said thoughtfully. Oh. Don't you have any plans? The Rockefeller pirates, you, Barrett, is death, Caesar, Tesla, don't you plan to unify the New World? The Red Earl turned to look at Charlotte and asked. The Red Earl has always had a doubt in his heart. That is, the Rockefeller pirates clearly have so much combat power, and they are determined to annex the Big Mum pirates first, and then defeat the Whitebeard pirates to dominate the New World. This is what the Red Earl is puzzled about. Charlotte's hand holding the fishing rod paused, and then he let out a chuckle. Conquering the New World is as easy as you said. You also saw the battle with the Navy. When the high-level combat power is contained, it is the middle and lower levels that decide the outcome. Once I launch a protracted war against the Big Mum pirates, do you think the Whitebeard pirates will be able to sit still? Once Whitebeard joins the fight, our Rockefeller pirates will suffer heavy losses even if we win. What's more, there is a navy eyeing the New World at the door, and the world government is even less likely to let the Rockefeller pirates dominate the New World. Now is the time when the Rockefeller pirates are actually in the most danger. The war with the Navy has exposed most of the strength of the Rockefeller pirates. Not only the Navy and the world government are afraid of us, but the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mum are also afraid of us. The pirate group even vaguely wants to unite. If you look at the border between the Big Mum pirates and the Whitebeard pirates, you can see that the other side seems to have reached a tacit understanding. Both sides have gathered heavy troops at the border of the Rockefeller pirates. Can't I see such obvious targeting? Charlotte said while holding the fishing rod and looking at the Red Earl. Listening to what you say, you Rockefeller pirates are really walking on a tightrope. The Red Earl was filled with emotion when he heard these words. I stayed on Kame Island every day either fishing or drinking, and I was indifferent to the situation in the world. I didn't expect that the situation would turn out to be so bad in just a few years. How to break the game? Asked the Red Earl. Wait. Charlotte, just one word, wait. Wait? What do you mean? Asked the Red Earl. Charlotte raised her right hand, and a gold ring impressed the Red Earl's eyes. Charlotte sighed. Red Earl, you have known me for more than 20 years, and my appearance is no different from that of more than 20 years ago. Charlotte said looking at the sea in the distance. After hearing this, the Red Earl looked at Charlotte's side face, and his thoughts suddenly changed. The memory goes back to more than 20 years ago. The tall figure overlapped with the person in front of him. You. The Red Earl immediately realized something was wrong. He looked at Charlotte with a horrified expression. Ha ha. Charlotte smiled and tapped the Red Earl's right hand with his finger. Do you still remember the ring I gave you 5 years ago? Charlotte looked at the ring on the Red Earl's middle finger. After hearing this, the Red Earl immediately took off the ring from his right hand. This is pure gold, which can make people live longer and slow down aging. Charlotte told the Red Earl the most difficult truth to accept. Pure gold? Isn't this the legend of the South China Sea 200 years ago? The Red Earl, who has been walking the sea for decades, has certainly heard of the name of pure gold. I found it. Charlotte looked at the Red Earl and said. At this time, the Red Earl was not calm at all. Look at the ring in your hand. You gave me such a precious thing directly? The Red Earl looked at Charlotte and said. Charlotte nodded and waved her hand. I'll give it to you if I say I'll give it to you, you're welcome. The Red Earl looked at Charlotte in a daze. When my children grow up, the world will be ours. Charlotte looked at the Red Earl and said. The ambition in his eyes made the Red Earl feel as if he was meeting Charlotte for the first time. How long it takes? The Red Earl asked subconsciously. Do not know. Charlotte replied. What are you going to do? Asked the Red Earl. Build a country. Charlotte replied with 2 short words. The Red Earl's pupils shrank. Jangwo? You are secluded from the New World. The Red Earl said in surprise. So what, who can stop me in the New World? Charlotte asked back. The Red Earl was silent. Pirates cannot always exist, and I cannot always let the Rockefeller family bear the reputation of being pirates. I was forced to become a pirate, and I had no choice. Now I have the power to choose the fate of myself and my family. Charlotte put down the fishing rod and looked at the sea and said. When is it? Asked the Red Earl. Almost. Charlotte did not reply with an exact time. After dealing with the threat of the Moria pirates, our Rockefeller pirates will be silent for a while. During this time, I plan to maintain a stage of cooperation with the world government. Charlotte stood up and stretched. By cooperating with the world government, are you planning to seek skin from a tiger? The Red Earl knows the face of the world government very well. Who knows? We have never broken off the relationship with the world government. We do business every day, and the other party is quite honest. Charlotte looked at the Red Earl and said. Let's go, no more fishing, there won't be any fish. Charlotte said to the Red Earl. Then what are you going to do? The Red Earl was stunned. Practice your sword and become stronger. Charlotte took off her pure gold ring and said. After hearing this, the Red Earl shook his head and put down the fishing rod in his hand. Then let's have a thrilling battle. You will definitely lose this time. The Red Earl picked up his umbrella and followed. Then try it. Charlotte smiled. One dodged and ran towards the sea. Without using any tools, he stepped on the sea and ran towards an abandoned island full of rocks in the distance. A storm is about to begin. All eyes in the New World are focused on the border between the Rockefeller pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. The challenge of the new pirates to the Overlord is about to begin. Everyone is looking forward to the direction of this war. Chapter 564 Moria vs. Rockefeller. And on the island of the Moria pirates. Ever since the Moria pirates publicly declared war on the Rockefeller pirates, all the divisions of the Moria pirates were gathered by Moria. Boys, it's time to challenge the Rockefeller pirates. If we win, we will be the 3 emperors. If we draw, we will be the 4 emperors. Moria stood on the high platform and looked at the crew of more than 2 people under his command with high spirits. 3 emperors. 3 emperors. 3 emperors. The heart-rending shouts of more than 2 people broke through the sky. All the reporters were amazed when they saw this. Is this the strongest pirate group under the 3 emperors? Many journalists were also excited by this scene. Do you think the Moria pirates have a good chance of winning? The reporter asked his companion. I feel quite motivated. Although Moria's bounty is not high, our strength is obvious to all. I think it's 4 or 6, Moria pirates will be 4, and Rockefeller pirates will be 6. Said the companion. I heard that the Emperor of Kame Island did not send out any action. Facing the challenge from the Moria pirates, he only sent out his eldest son, the demon dragon Caesar. Do you think Caesar can stop it? The reporter asked. There has always been a rule in the New World, that is, the king versus the general. In their opinion, Moonlight Moria is on the same level as Charlotte. Is it humiliating Moonlight Moria by sending a son? Hearing this, companion fell silent. Who is better, Moonlight Moria or Dragon Caesar? It's really hard to compare. Moria is undoubtedly the most popular fried chicken in the past 2 years, sweeping almost all pirate groups and challenging the 3 emperors. This courage alone has surpassed everyone. The strength is also obvious to all, and many reporters are familiar with the scene of destroying the island with one blow. Since more than 10 years ago, Charlotte has publicly released a video of herself practicing boxing. Breaking a mountain with one punch is regarded as a sign of strength. In particular, in order to counteract Charlotte, the Navy sent Garp to smash the island with one punch, which dealt a blow to the pirates' arrogance. People are more aware that this is a sign of strength. And Moria can also crush the island with one punch. This made people subconsciously target Charlotte. I don't know, I have to fight to find out. The person next to him shook his head. The world of darkness has opened the gambling market, and now there are many people who win by buying Moonlight Moria. Suddenly someone spoke. As soon as these words came out, these reporters were like sharks smelling something and immediately recorded it. These are breaking news. After Moglia boosted his military morale, his expression immediately turned gloomy when he returned backstage. He received news about the Rockefeller Pirates movements. After he publicly declared war, Rockefeller Charlotte, the captain of the Rockefeller Pirates and one of the 3 emperors, remained silent. Is this looking down on him? The reason why Moria publicly declared war was because he wanted to expand his reputation. As a result, Charlotte ignored him at all. He is like a clown. Damn Charlotte, I will definitely make you regret this decision. Mariah secretly made up his mind to make Charlotte regret it. Caesar? Moria's eyes exuded murderous intent. The Moria pirates didn't stay long after integrating everything. Immediately rushed into the Rockefeller Pirates. Not even trying to cover it up. There was a lot of fanfare along the way. On the border island, Caesar sneered after receiving the news. How arrogant. Caesar murmured. Caesar stands on the island. Then let's have a real battle with swords and guns. Caesar was also excited by this emotion. All members of the Moria pirates were dispatched, and nearly 100 pirates destroyed various surveillance points. It only took less than 3 days to reach the hinterland of the Rockefeller pirates. Yo-ho! There are so many people. Robert said as he looked at the ships slowly appearing in the distance. It is indeed quite a lot. After so many years of accumulation, more than 2 people, and nearly 100 ships, no wonder Mariah dares to challenge our Rockefeller pirates. Deidara said, rubbing his hands. Be careful, the other party is not weak. Logan said while chewing his cigar. Logan's body turned into a half-animal, and he stood in the form of a saber-toothed tiger among many brothers and sisters. Use this battle to establish the reputation of our Rockefeller family. Julie said coldly, holding 2 knives in her hands. Moria in the distance looked at the quiet island in front of her. A sneer appeared on the corner of his mouth. When I saw the young faces on the island. After the face coincided with that of more than 10 years ago. The corners of Moria's mouth darkened. Attack. Moria raised his long knife and pointed at the island and shouted. Kill. Following Moria's order, the surrounding ships launched attacks one after another, and a round of shelling bore the brunt. Bang bang bang. Shells fell in front of the harbor. In an instant, all the defensive measures deployed by Caesar at the port were destroyed. Hey, I knew it. Caesar sighed when he saw it. Ever since Charlotte has been selling weapons and ammunition all over the world. In various wars, more and more guns are used. I also gradually figured out how to deal with guns in positions. Under a round of covering artillery fire. Caesar's position was inexhaustible. Sure enough, we still have to fight in close quarters. Caesar tightened his grip on the sword in his hand. The bombardment is over. The smoke dissipated. Brothers, go ahead. The leading troops of the Moria pirates have already landed on the beach and rushed towards the island position. Destroy them. Logan, Julie and other children also rushed towards the Moria pirates with their men. They immediately started fighting in an open space on the island. The vanguard has already taken over. Moria walked off the ship with his cadres. Moria looked at the fierce fighting all around. He immediately set his sights on Caesar in the center of the island. Little ones, follow me to kill. Overlord looked soaring into the sky. Moria shouted, pointing at Caesar with a long knife in his hand. That drake-like voice is very prominent. After Caesar heard this, he picked up the guandao stuck on the side. Kill. One word came out of his mouth. The overlord color and domineering energy also soared into the sky. Without a fight, the domineering auras of both sides clashed fiercely in the sky. Caesar rushed towards the oncoming Moria with Robert Deidara and other cadres. The two sides were running in the snow. Approaching. Go to hell. Moria shouted, raised the long knife in his hand and slashed at it. Caesar also shouted loudly, raised his guando and slashed down. Clang. Two swords meet. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky. It was draped between the two of them. Lightning was wandering wildly. Blizzard flew wildly under this momentum. Caesar and Moria stared at each other. The strength in his hands has not diminished at all. The overbearing and domineering collision made the two of them extremely excited. Chapter 565 Mariah vs. Rockefeller. Ha 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 ha. He hop ha 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 ha. Caesar and Moria laughed at the same time. The two of them took a step back at the same time, charging up a blow. Clang. The collision between the sword and the sword. Sparks fly. The clouds in the sky are billowing, and there is a faint tendency to split. The two people's domineering methods seemed so immature. Caesar looked at Moria with his eyes, and a feeling of joy from within aroused pride in Caesar's heart. Moria also stared at Caesar. As soon as they met, Moria felt the opponent's strength was unusual. But he was not afraid. Ha 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 ha, boy, do you still remember me? Moria looked at Caesar and asked loudly. Caesar tilted his head after hearing this and looked at Moria. There was a slight hesitation. Have we met? Caesar asked cautiously. He ha ha ha. Moria laughed meaningfully after hearing this. Ha 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 ha, don't you remember? We fought against each other in the West Sea 12 years ago. Moria looked at Caesar and said. Although it was just Moria's wishful thinking that he took Caesar's move and was set flying by Caesar. West Sea? Caesar thought for a moment in his mind. Finally shook his head. Do not remember. Caesar said. Moria's eyes flashed coldly after hearing this. Really? Then let me help you recall your memories. The broadsword in Moria's hand was covered with domineering force, and he slashed down with great force. Caesar also raised his hand to block with his sword. Clang. Sparks fly. The sound of weapons clashing echoed around. 12 years ago, in Shihai, I just joined a pirate group. The captain was very good to me. But after the auction, we went to join in the fun, and there were only 3 members left, including me. Moria looked at Caesar and said solemnly. Caesar frowned after hearing Moria's words. Recalling what happened in Shihai 12 years ago. It seemed that there was indeed a group of people who planned to rob them after the auction, but they were all killed. I remembered, you were the only person on the ship who escaped. Caesar pushed Moria away and pointed at Moria and said. Ha 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 ha, do you remember? Moria did not rush to attack but looked at Caesar and asked. Your captain brought you here to plunder, and we, the Rockefeller pirates, can't fight back yet. Caesar looked at Moria and said disdainfully. Moria's expression darkened after hearing this. You are right, so I don't blame you, but he is my first captain after all, and I want to kill you. Moria's domineering aura soared to the sky. Countless shadow bats appeared around Caesar. Seeing this, Caesar struck the ground with his sword. An invisible aura emanated from Caesar. The shadow bats scattered around. Then show your skills. Caesar is not Mariah at all. Lift the guando and cut it off with one blow. Ha 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 ha, I want to collect your shadow. Moria let out a weird smile. Shadow box. Countless shadow bats flew out from all around, jumping towards Caesar. Caesar swung his sword and shattered one shadow bat after another. But the number of shadow bats swooping over seemed endless. Caesar was quickly surrounded. A box is formed. Caesar was in the dark shadow space, and countless bats came from all directions to bite Caesar's body. But these shadow bats can't bite off Caesar's physique that he has trained over many years. Somewhat similar to Katakuri's fruit awakening, Caesar said solemnly. He and Katakuri had also fought several times, and he was confident that it would only take 3 days to break this cage. Ha 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 ha, Caesar, just enjoy the pain I've caused you. Moria's figure came out from the corner. Even in a pitch-black space, Caesar could still capture Moria's location. Tisk, you're just a little talented. You dare to do the same thing. Caesar said disdainfully. He kicked up the guando in his hand, lifting towards the sky. Wan Lei. A half-animal body emerged, and thunder and lightning crackled in the sword. And outside the shadow space, the sky was full of dark clouds. Click. Thunder and lightning flashed in the air. A web of thunder was woven in the sky. Moria, who was in the shadow box, felt something was wrong. Go to hell. Moria rushed over. And Caesar raised the hand of Guandao and made a sharp stroke. The thunder and lightning in the sky outside seemed to have received guidance. Boom. A giant thunder pillar reaching the sky fell and bombarded the shadow space. The falling thunder and the high temperature it carried instantly shattered the shadow space. Moria, who launched the charge, felt paralyzed all over his body. Thunder and lightning cut through the shadow space and fell straight towards Moria. Boom. Thunder and lightning fell from high altitude and struck Moria's head. But Caesar kept his previous actions. The sword in his hand shook and pointed at Mariah. Hey, you only have a few superhuman fruits. Do you think that creating a space is awesome? I have known the weakness of this ability for a long time. I originally wanted to use this technique to deal with the Big Mom pirates and get a kata its curries. I didn't expect you to use it first. Caesar retracted the guandao, held the guando and looked at Mariah, who was chopped into a charred ball, and said. Moria was paralyzed while holding the long knife, and slowly spit out a ball of black air from his mouth. Caesar. Voices full of anger sounded in this battlefield. Many people looked towards the center of the battlefield in unison. Mariah looked embarrassed and faced Caesar, who looked relaxed. Outside the battlefield, reporters who have been paying attention to the battlefield are always staring at the battle between Caesar and Moria in the center of the battlefield. When Caesar was wrapped in a dark space by a shadow, these reporters became angry. How can we report on it if we can't see the fighting inside? But unexpectedly, in less than a minute, a sky-reaching thunder pillar fell from the sky, easily breaking the shadow space. Hey, in a space like yours, it's basically unsolvable on the inside and easy on the outside. I've known this weakness for a long time. Caesar shook his head and looked at Moria teasingly. Caesar learned this trick from his sister Isteth. 2 years ago, Isteth easily broke Katakuri's awakening space outside. This made Caesar think that since it can't be broken from the inside, then it should be broken from the outside. I originally wanted to use this move against Katakuri, but I didn't expect that Moria could actually use space, so I had to test it on Moria first. Mariah's teeth itched after hearing this. Don't be too arrogant, I'm not defeated yet. Moria raised his long knife and swung it over. After breaking through the shadow space, the power of Caesar's thunder pillar has been greatly reduced. Chapter 566, Mariah vs. Rockefeller. The damage caused to Moria was minimal. On the contrary, it caused even greater insult to him. Play with you. Caesar raised the guando and spun it around in his hand. Swing down violently. Clang. Fierce fighting continued. In other places on the battlefield, it was also extremely fierce. The children of the Rockefeller family, headed by Robert, are killing crazily on the battlefield. Gas punch. Robert swung his fist tens of meters and killed dozens of people. The gas emanating from the surrounding area kept countless people away. The heavy snow leaves no trace. Sif pushed out a palm, and the snowflakes in the sky piled up like an avalanche at this moment. It was winter at this time, and there was still heavy snow in the sky. Sif's blessing is unparalleled. Every time Sif swung a palm, they all carry the power of heaven and earth. It's like being integrated with this world of ice and snow. Snowflakes covered everything. Hundreds of people were buried in the snow under this blow. Art is a blast. Boom. Deidara rushed into the crowd, his whole body flushed and the flames rising. The sound of explosions continued. The surrounding areas were blown into ruins by the shock wave of the explosion. The pirates who were close to Deidara would undoubtedly survive. Limbs flew everywhere. No body is complete. Roar. A tiger roar. A strong figure rushed towards the crowd. The cold light from both claws slit the throats of one pirate after another. Tear apart one enemy after another. Blood splattered. A beastly ferocity appeared in Logan's eyes. Tiger roars were made one after another towards the surroundings. Swish. Wind blades flew. One after another, the wind blades drew beautiful arcs. He slashed at the pirates rushing around. The two short blades in Julie's hands were like sickles for harvesting wheat. The wind blades mercilessly harvested the lives of those present. The blood splashed all around, dyed the snow red. And Julie looked at it all indifferently, as if she were the god of death. And the other side. Swish. The pirate slashed the body of the man in front of him with his knife. However, the expected blood did not appear. Instead, the wounds of the person in front of him were slowly healing. Natural system. The pirate looked at the small-looking child in front of him and stammered. Hey, erosion of reincarnation. Philip shook his head. A wave of hands. Endless mud rose from Philip's hands and enveloped the pirate's body. Then the pirate suffocated in the swamp. The people around looked horrified at this scene. Ding. Philip turned on the lighter and lit the cigarette in his mouth. Take a breath. Then he looked at the pirates standing around. Swamp world. Philip smiled lightly. The ground beneath his feet instantly turned into a swamp, spreading into the distance. Those pirates who reacted wanted to retreat. But nowhere faster than Philip. In just a few seconds, hundreds of pirates surrounding Philip were submerged in the swamp. Next year's crops will definitely increase in size. Philip shrugged and walked in the swamp. Kill towards the Moria pirates. The other side. A member of the Moria pirates is confronting the Rockefeller pirates. The cards will steal your life. A playful voice sounded. A red card flew out. It penetrated directly into the chest of a pirate. The pirate wanted to speak, but no words came out. Not far away. Kakarot was wearing a white tuxedo and a tall hat. He held a civilized cane in his left hand. The red gem on the cane looked so eye-catching. He held a red card in his right hand between his index finger and middle finger and looked around. The Moria pirates. The goddess of victory is smiling. Kakarot smiled slightly. The steps slide quickly. Red cards are issued from the hand one after another. Hitting one pirate after another. These cards were like blades, passing through one body after another. The members of the Moria pirates had no time to react. Next second. A card appeared in front of him. Like the judgment of death. Kakarot took a step, stopped, and looked at the corpses around him. It's too cruel, it's too violent, be civilized. Be elegant. Kakarot straightened his tie and walked towards the battlefield step by step with the staff of civilization in hand. Obsidian impact. Gibberta's body was covered in obsidian, and a pair of fists covered in obsidian hit the pirate group heavily. Anyone touched will either die or be injured. No one can come out of Gibberta's fist intact. Vegeta, covered in blood, charged at the front and plunged into the Moria pirates. Faced with the siege of thousands of people, Gibbetta did not retreat even one step. The surrounding attacks hit Gibberta, but she couldn't feel the slightest pain. Wave after wave of attacks were launched. Off the battlefield. Klein stood high and looked at the chaos around him. He did not take action. The current battlefield did not require him to take action. He needed to conserve his strength to avoid any accidents. These brothers and sisters, I didn't see much in the past, but when it comes to fighting, they all look so crazy. Klein shook his head and shuddered. The Moria pirates have more than 2 people. They are piled together. It is still difficult for Robert and the others to do it alone. It still takes time to eliminate them quickly. Kame Island. Charlotte paid attention to the battlefield through the influence phone bug in Klein's hand. Charlotte said while holding a red wine glass and watching the battle on the field. It's already very good. Those children of yours are all very qualified. If you train them well, they can all stand on their own. The Red Earl looked at the performance of Charlotte's children on the field and said, "However, you are really big-hearted and are not afraid of exposing your Rockefeller Pirates family background. I guess the Whitebeard Pirates and Big Mum Pirates won't be able to sleep after seeing this battle," the Red Earl said as he watched the battle. "There is nothing to hide at all. Even if they know, what can they do? Attack me? Forget it, Whitebeard will not gamble with his son's life. Just one Charlotte Lingling is not enough." Charlotte shook her head and said disdainfully, "Heh, aren't you afraid of the world government taking action?" asked the Red Earl. "Do it? Then he has to come to the New World. The current New World is the world of the three emperors," Charlotte said disdainfully. "You are really confident." The Red Earl shook his head. "The Moria pirates will probably be destroyed after this battle." The Red Earl sighed. The Red Earl only said that the Moria pirates would be abolished, but he did not say that Moria would be abolished. In his opinion, Moria was considered a good player. Being able to hold on for 3 or 4 days in Caesar's hands is already the limit. Chapter 567 Live Streaming. In the battlefield. The spies around them reported what happened on the battlefield to the people behind it. This war attracted worldwide attention. After all, Moonlight Moria publicly challenged the Rockefeller Pirates. This is enough to shock the world. Many people are already waiting for the outcome of this battle. And as the news king, Morgans is even more unlikely to be absent. Ahem, are the videos ready? Morgans personally held a microphone and asked the staff behind him. Everything is ready. We have our screens all over the world and the Grand Line, so you can watch the battle at any time, said the news agency employee. Okay, then turn on the phone. Morgans nodded and stood in front of the camera. After a few seconds, an employee gestured. Morgans instantly showed his trademark smile. Welcome to all viewers, I am your old friend, Morgans. Welcome to watch the Rockefeller Pirates vs. the Moria Pirates broadcast by the World Economic News Service. I will narrate the whole process for you. Morgans stood in front of the camera, with the back of his head and back blazing with flames and explosions. The shouts of killing all around almost drowned out Morgans's voice. What everyone is seeing now is Dragon Caesar, captain of the 2nd Division of the Rockefeller Pirates, a great pirate with a bounty of 16 billion, and he is fighting against a pirate who has recently gained fame and is known as the strongest pirate under the 3 emperors. Everyone who is well informed about the Moria Pirates knows that the Moria Pirates publicly declared war on the Rockefeller Pirates not long ago, and now a war has broken out between the two sides, and it's still unclear who will win. Morgans is indeed a good news reporter, and his ups and downs of rhythm captured the attention of all the viewers present. Is this a new world war? The audience in the 4 Seas and the first half of the Grand Line who gathered in front of the movie theater were shocked when they saw the battle behind Morgause. Chambord Islands. Hey, this is Charlotte's eldest son. He is really young and strong. Xiachi and Lei sat on a tree and looked at the battle scene in front of them. Today's young people are amazing, Rayleigh exclaimed as he looked at the aura of a strong man on Caesar's body. The Rockefeller Pirates, including Barrett, are comparable to the other 2 major forces, Raleigh said suddenly. Xiachi was silent. Charlotte owed me a favor back then, but this favor has not yet been repaid. Xiachi took a puff of cigarette and said slowly. What do you mean? Lei looked at Xiachi and his eyes changed slightly. I must rescue those 3 children. This is my responsibility as the former king of 9 Snake Island. Xiachi slowly exhaled. Rayleigh took a breath after hearing this. Don't worry, I will help you. It will be your food and accommodation for these years. Riley looked at the screen and took a sip of wine and said nonchalantly. Marie Joya, a dragon's pond and a tiger's den. Rayleigh was not sure of coming back alive from Marie Joya. I'm sorry, I've caused trouble for you, and we will die together when the time comes. Xiachi's hand touched Lei's old face and said softly. Don't say such depressing words. Maybe we will succeed? Rayleigh smiled nonchalantly. Xiachi also smiled. Before you go to break into Mariajoya, you must first understand Mariajoya's deployment. You can't rush in blindly. I have already collected intelligence in the Dark World. Xiachi murmured as she looked at the battlefield not far away. Okay. Riley nodded. In the past 2 years, Xiachi and Lei tried various methods to rescue the 3 little girls from Mariajoya, but unfortunately, the 3 little girls were spotted by the celestial dragons and have been regarded as performers. The slave simply doesn't let go. This left Xiachi and Leili to take the last resort. The two of them looked in front of Bree, who was watching the movie. The war has begun to intensify. Although the Rockefeller pirates only have more than 6,000 people, the Moria pirates have more than 2 people. But war is not about numbers. After these children of the Rockefeller pirates, led by Robert, entered the battlefield, harvesting the lives of the Moria pirates in a one-sided massacre. With ruthless waves of harvest, the Moria pirates gradually collapsed as time passed. The war has entered its second day. After a day and a night, fighting with iron and blood, the Moria pirates gradually collapsed. Quick! Quick! Run! A pirate from the Moria pirates gradually suffered a mental breakdown after seeing people around him dying. He yelled and ran towards the port. And his words were like the last straw that broke the camel's back, instantly destroying the morale of the remaining Moria pirates present. The morale of the Moria pirates has collapsed? In the distance, countless forces stopped to look at the field through telescopes. The situation on the field has changed suddenly. The Moria pirates, who were still holding on, instantly receded like the tide. The Moria pirates, who persisted for a day and a night, suffered most of their casualties, and finally couldn't hold on any longer. Brothers, kill. Robert would not let them go. If they ran away and were scattered all over the Rockefeller pirates, with the lawless temper of these people, there is no telling how much damage they would cause to the Rockefeller pirates. The experience of these years. Let Robert understand a truth, that is, to cut the weeds, you must get rid of the roots. Kill. Led by various officials and children of the Rockefeller family, the pirates who wanted to escape were stopped at the port. Unable to move forward. Gas filled the sky and filled the port. No one who rushed into the gas could survive. No, the gas is coming. The surrounded Moria pirates realized at this time that they were surrounded. Deidara. Robert shouted. Understand. Upon seeing this, Deidara immediately clenched his fists in excitement. Gas explosion. Deidara punched the gas. The gas that enveloped the Moria pirates instantly expanded. Sparks shot into the sky. A small mushroom cloud appeared in the harbor. The fire burned everything. In the eyes of those watching, this scene was instantly stunned and speechless. Terror. Horror. This is what everyone who has seen this scene thinks about. This scene also happened in the Navy. Many people fell silent when they saw the effect of this explosion. Ha 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 ha. Robert laughed at the explosion effect. Deidara also smiled. Good job. Robert and Deidara struck with both palms. I am extremely satisfied with the moves the two of them have developed. Since then, Moonlight Moria's efforts from the Western Sea to the New World were completely wiped out with the cooperation of Robert and Deidara for more than 10 years. No one survived. Chapter 568. This. Moonlight Moria, who was also attracted by the explosion, stared blankly at what was happening at the port. How could this be? How could this be? Moria stopped fighting, stared blankly at the port, and quickly took a few steps back. Caesar was stunned when he saw Moria's distracted look. After taking a look at the port, the corners of his mouth raised. Good job. Caesar praised. Caesar was originally a little worried about the battle between his younger brothers and sisters. After all, swords have no eyes in the battlefield. If anything happens, Caesar will blame himself for the rest of his life. But what happened now was far beyond Caesar's expectations. Damn you, all of you. A piercing sound sounded. Caesar immediately withdrew his gaze and looked at Moonlight Moria warily. At this point, what tricks can he still do? Damn you all. Moria's angry voice came from his throat. Moria stared at Caesar with blood-red eyes. The hatred in his eyes almost turned into reality. The overlord color and domineering aura became more and more intense. Thunder rumbled in the sky. Shadow gathering place. Moria raised his palms, looked up to the sky and roared angrily. Caesar frowned at Moria's movements. As Moria's voice fell, shadows suddenly appeared one after another on the nearly Moria pirate ships in the port. It has appeared, Moria's most powerful killing move has appeared. Many people who knew Moria seemed to exclaim when they saw this familiar scene. The reason why Moria was so favored by them was because of this move. Black shadows were swallowed up by Moria. Moria's body is also constantly colliding. Bigger and bigger and bigger. It easily broke through to a height of 30 meters, surpassing the giant. Still expanding. The aura on his body also made Caesar indifferent from the beginning, until his face became solemn. Moria kept devouring the shadows he collected from the ship he brought. Until after swallowing 2,000 shadows. Moria stopped. Moria is now a full 50 meters tall, looking down at Caesar below like an ancient giant. You all, Rockefeller pirates, deserve to die. Moria raised his huge fist and swung it towards Caesar below. The slow and heavy fist slowly fell. Caesar did not choose to take it hard. The figure quickly retreated. Boom. Moria punched the ground. The island let out a wail and the whole island shook. Is this Moria's true strength? This moment. People who were no longer optimistic about Moria were shocked. Just one punch caused the island to shake violently. Quickly go, just leave this place to Big Brother. Robert from the port not far away shouted quickly. This level of intensity is no longer something they can participate in. If they get close to the past, if they are not careful, even the aftermath may kill them. The other children also understood this truth and quickly evacuated the island with their men. It is conceivable. By the time the battle was over, win or lose, the island had sunk. Caesar was knocked away by the aftermath of the punch. Even if he dodged in advance, the aftermath of that punch still caught Caesar off guard. Holy crap, is this what Dad calls cheating? This is too perverted. Caesar retreated a long way before stopping. Looking at Moria's huge body and the cracks on his body. Impossible, he will never be able to hold on to this power for too long. Caesar carefully looked at Moria's condition and came to a conclusion. Let me see how long you can last. Caesar flicked the sword in his hand. Throw the guandao to Robert and the others. I thought you could get bigger, right? Roar. A deep dragon roar. Caesar's body swelled. A series of blue scales appeared on Caesar's face. Dragon horns rise above Caesar's head. Roar. A giant dragon slowly rose into the sky. The 100-meter-long dragon looked at the tiny giant below. Hot breath. Pillars of fire soared into the sky and descended. It blasted straight towards Moria. At this time, Moria's consciousness was no longer clear. But he still shouted to kill the Rockefeller pirates. I saw a pillar of fire shooting out of my head. Moria raised his fist and punched him. The collision of fists and flames. Lots of sparks flew. The entire island was covered in flames. The surrounding snow melted rapidly. A river is formed. Dark shadows continued to scatter around Moria's fist. A series of roars that were not like human beings sounded. The ghost-like screams terrified countless people around him. Caesar stopped breathing fire. Rushed down quickly. With one move, the divine dragon swung its tail towards Moria. That heavy blow caused Moria's huge body to take a dozen steps back and fall. Caesar took advantage of the situation and stepped forward. The body wrapped around Moria's huge body. The dragon head stared at Moria's delirious face. A mouth. The wind blade spit out from the mouth. A series of sharp wind blades hit Moria's face, making the sound of metal being delivered. Scars appeared on Moria's face. Many people's mouths twitched when they saw this scene. Are you combing Moria's hair? Obviously, this wind blade did not cause much damage to Moria. Caesar continued to spew. But suddenly, there was a feeling of tearing in the body. Moria's arms were stretching herself. The huge force caused Caesar's scales to crack inch by inch, and blood flowed from the scales. Caesar quickly pulled away. Expanding again. The kilometer-long body floated in the sky. Like the master of the sky. Caesar opened his huge claws to grab Moria. Moria's 50-meter-tall body was caught in Caesar's hands like a chicken. Without hesitation, Caesar grabbed Moria and threw him towards the sea. I want to use sea water to restrain Moria. But Moglia's delirious face seemed to sense danger. Both arms tightly grasped Caesar's giant claws. A violent force. The huge force caused Caesar to lose his balance instantly and fall to the ground. The 1,000-meter-long dragon body fell heavily on the island. It broke the island in half. Like a dog eating shit, Caesar was thrown to the ground by Moria's tail. Make Caesar look like stars. The Rockefeller pirates were heartbroken when they saw this scene. Moria didn't give Caesar time to react. The tail that continued to hold Caesar was spinning in place like a windmill. Then he flicked hard. Caesar was thrown away by Mariah with stars in his eyes. Big brother. Robert and others standing on the boat shouted anxiously. Caesar was thrown directly into the sea by Mariah's swing. Here, Caesar lost? The people around saw this scene and said in horror. Devil fruit users cannot touch the sea water. Chapter 569 Not afraid of sea water. Whoa. Caesar's entire body was thrown into the sea by Mariah. Everyone looked at this scene in shock, including those who viewed the video phone bug. The Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, and the Navy all frowned and looked at the twisted-looking Moria on the island. The Rockefeller pirates also looked at Mariah. The Rockefeller pirates are going to lose. Many people have already seen the outcome of this battle. No devil fruit user can survive exposure to seawater. Caesar has fallen into the sea and has no chance of winning. Many reporters outside the venue have already begun to pack their things and prepare to go back to work on their reports. This battle will be the first battle won by the Moria pirates at the expense of Moria. That's right, the first one. After challenging Caesar, there was Isteth, the god of death from the Rockefeller pirates behind him. Moria wants to defeat the 3 emperors, or become the 4 emperors. These are the things he needs to challenge. Just as these reporters were preparing to leave, the water of the sea suddenly rolled. A vortex formed where Caesar fell into the water. And this vortex is slowly growing larger at an extremely fast speed. Roar! A deafening dragon roar sounded. Everyone looked at the vortex with wide eyes. A black shadow was swimming rapidly in the vortex, getting bigger and bigger. Gradually everyone saw it clearly. Whoa! A huge dragon rose from the sea. The dragon's body kept shaking and soared into the sky. Whoa! The seawater splashed into the sky. It reflected a morning rainbow. How is this possible? When reporters saw this scene, their jaws dropped. Everyone looked at Caesar's figure flying in the sky in disbelief. Those who looked through the video phone bug stood up in shock. Whitebeard pirates, Big Mom pirates, Navy. They all looked at Caesar with incredible eyes. What Caesar had just done was completely beyond their understanding. How can a devil fruit user move in the sea? This scene was beyond their imagination. Whitebeard's hand paused when he was drinking wine, Charlotte Lingling's hand when eating cake suddenly stopped, and all the Navy's top brass stared at Caesar in a dumbfounded way. Caesar's greatest secret is officially revealed. As a devil fruit user, he is not afraid of seawater. Except for some senior members of the Rockefeller pirates who knew about it, Caesar was rarely exposed to the world. Especially now, being exposed under the gaze of countless pairs of eyes around the world. Charlotte, who was far away on Kame Island, smiled slightly after seeing it. Looking at Caesar's eyes filled with pride. His son was destined to shock the world. Will. How can that be? The next moment, everyone who saw Caesar's actions exclaimed. The deafening sound broke through the sky. Even the world government cannot sit still. On an unknown island. One man was wearing a white research coat and floral shirt with SSG printed on the back. He had black hair and wore sunglasses. His head was huge and unusually tall, almost as tall as a giant. This man is Vegapunk, who is said by the world government to have the best brain in the world, and who is 500 years ahead of the world in knowledge. It seems that the devil fruit was eaten by you. Vegapunk murmured as he looked at the figure flying in the sky. What a perfect body. Vegapunk looked at Caesar's kilometer-long body with fire in his eyes. The world is shocked by Caesar. And in the battlefield. A look of astonishment also appeared on Moglia's dull face. The face that was originally filled with joy was now full of astonishment. His few senses simply couldn't understand why Caesar could still fly out of the bottom of the sea. Caesar, who was flying in the air, stared at Moria's huge body. However, this body is obviously smaller than at the beginning. Caesar puffed out his chest. The 4 dragon claws lit up with sharp claws. Seeing Moglia's dull expression, he rushed up immediately. The huge body is like the weight of Mount Tai. The sharp fingertips easily cut through Mariah's body. A sharp pain filled Moria's brain. What? Moria roared. The anger in his chest broke out again. He threw himself at Caesar with blood-red eyes. Caesar also entangled Moria, and his claws clawed at Moria's body mercilessly. Traces of blood appeared on Moria's body. It seemed so penetrating. Houndstooth. The battle between Caesar and Moria has only now officially begun. The island was crumbling under the tossing of the 2 men. Dust filled the entire island. Many reporters who were recording the video stamped their feet anxiously. All the houses on the island have been razed to the ground. The anxiety of the battle made those watching frown. Moria is going to be defeated. Whitebeard, who was far away in the second half of the New World, glanced at the battle and said. Everyone who heard Dad's words looked at Dad. But in the scene where the two were evenly matched on the battlefield, there was no sign of Moria's defeat at all. No, look at Mariah's body. He is slowly shrinking. Foil Bista narrowed his eyes and said suddenly. After hearing Bista's words, others immediately paid attention to Moria's body. It was found that Moria's body was shrinking at a speed visible to the naked eye. This kind of improvement that relies on external force can only last for a short time, and the sequelae are very serious. You see, the cracks on Moria's body were caused by this move. In the future, you can't do this to improve your strength like him, leaving you with sequelae. Whitebeard drank and looked at Mariah with a trace of pity in his eyes. The cost for the other party to do this is to consume their own strength. When you get older, your body will pass away quickly and your strength will decline rapidly. You don't even need to wait until you are old. You may not be able to hold on until you are 50 or years old. This is completely gambling with your own future. Whitebeard has also been suffering from hidden injuries in recent years, so he reminds his sons like this. Time goes on and on. At this time, almost everyone could see that Moria's power was weakening. Originally, he could rely on his gigantic form to fight Caesar back and forth. But as time went by, Moria's body became smaller and smaller. It has been reduced to 20 meters. Shrunk by more than half. The situation on the battlefield has turned. Now is the time for Caesar to unilaterally abuse Moria. Caesar whipped Moria away with a flick of his tail. Then he grabbed Moria and threw it into the sky. Chapter 570 Interview. Even to the end. As Moria's body continued to shrink, Caesar also transformed back into his dragon form. He clenched his fist and punched Moria hard in the face. Boom. Moria was knocked down by Caesar's punch without any resistance. But it's not over yet. Caesar picked up Moria's collar and threw it into the sky. He clenched his right fist fiercely. Armed color domineering covers the right fist. And the purple-blue overlord color domineering energy faintly flashed on his right fist. Get down on my knees. Taking advantage of Moria's downward trend, Caesar punched Moria hard in the stomach. Click. There was a sudden crisp sound. Moria's eyes bulged, staring into Caesar's eyes. Black shadows and blood kept spitting out of his mouth. Blood mixed with black shadows continued to spit out from Moria's mouth. Moria's body quickly shriveled up like a punctured balloon. Until it returns to its original shape. Pat. Moria fell heavily to the ground. The body kept twitching. There were large tracts of blood spitting out of his mouth. I want to hold my head up. Look at Caesar. But the blur of vision made it impossible for Moria to see Caesar's face clearly. Now. Moria wanted to see Caesar's face clearly and remember Caesar's face firmly. Hell awaited him. In the end, Moria couldn't hold on any longer, tilted his head and fainted on the ground. All the energy in his body was gone. The surrounding aftermath gradually dissipated. Caesar, covered in blood, stood beside Moria and looked at Moria who was lying down. He stepped on Moria's face and looked down at Moria. Before the war, Caesar thought he would be easy to deal with. With his own strength, even his father may not be able to beat him, but he is still considered to be one of the first teams in the world's strongest rankings. Even if he is the one at the end of the crane, he is still a strong person with a high reputation. There might be someone who could defeat him, but it definitely couldn't be Moria. But I didn't expect that Moria's last move almost caused Caesar to overturn. The surge in power is the most powerful opponent Caesar has ever seen. But fortunately, the other party is only a little stronger. In that state, Moria has nothing but a surge in power. He has no sense, cannot use domineering energy, and can only use brute force, so his flaws are still huge. He looked at Moria, who was lying in front of him with a slightly weak breath. Caesar bowed. He mentioned Moria and walked towards the port. Then he threw it into the port. This moment. All cameras light up with flash. This moment belongs to Caesar's glory. Caesar's battle for fame is officially here. The Moria pirates are known as the strongest pirate group under the three emperors. The infinitely beautiful moonlight Moria finally illuminated Caesar like a flash in the pan. Caesar calmly accepted the photos taken by the reporters around him. Mr. Caesar, do you have anything to say about your defeat of Moonlight Moria? One reporter asked boldly. At this moment, the surrounding reporters looked at the man with admiration and admiration at the man with the badge of World Economic News on his chest. It turns out to be Morgan's men, so it's not surprising. Don't blame these people for not admiring them. After all, the person in front of me is a pirate. The eldest son of the New World Emperor. The ruthless man who just defeated Moonlight Moria. Which reporter dares to ask questions at will? Caesar glanced at the reporter's badge and knew who he was. Old acquaintance. Ahem, I solemnly declare here that any force that dares to provoke the Rockefeller pirates will be severely punished by the Rockefeller pirates. I, Rockefeller Caesar, the guardian of the Rockefeller pirates and the eldest son of the Rockefeller family, I will spend my whole life protecting the Rockefeller pirates and the Rockefeller family. Caesar looked around and shouted solemnly. The voice fell. There was a moment of silence. But next second. Clap, 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 clap. There was endless applause all around. Everyone looked at Caesar with heartfelt respect in their eyes. This scene was also seen in the eyes of those watching. There was a trace of envy in Whitebeard's eyes, and he looked at Caesar with admiration in his eyes. Charlotte Lingling didn't even eat the cake in Caesar's hand, and looked at Caesar with shining eyes. The top brass of the navy were all silent. Looking at Caesar, his eyes showed admiration, disgust, and murderous intent. They only hated that this kind of talent was not a navy. This scene was also seen by Charlotte and other children, as well as Caesar's mother. Charlotte's eyes showed pride. Looking at the Red Earl, his eyes seemed to say, look, look, this is my son. Caesar stood in the spotlight, watching the clicking sounds of cameras around him. He glanced slightly at the image of a telephone bug in the distance. Dad must be watching, and he doesn't know what the show I just put on was like? Caesar thought secretly in his heart. Mr. Caesar, what do you plan to do after catching Moria? Is it a public execution? Another reporter asked. Looking at Moria, whose life or death was unknown in Caesar's hands, many people showed a trace of pity in their eyes. The scenery is endless 1 second, and life or death is unknown the next second. It's true that life is impermanent. The big intestine wraps up the small intestine. After hearing this, Caesar looked at Moria in his hand, and then shook his head. No, I won't kill him. Killing him is too cheap for him. I want him to atone for what he has done. Now that our Rockefeller pirates are full of things, we need to ask Molly if a person like you comes to build it. I believe he will like his prison life in the future. Caesar looked around him, filled with kindness and justice. At this moment, Caesar once again rose to a high level in everyone's hearts. He caught his opponent, but instead of killing him, he spared his life. What a noble pirate. This is what countless journalists have in mind. Then he quickly wrote on the draft. Caesar glanced slightly. Then a smile appeared on his lips. Mr. Caesar, I also have a question. You are obviously a devil fruit user. Why can you still fly out after falling into the sea? I believe this is the answer that all viewers want to know. Suddenly a serious-looking reporter asked. The first time Caesar saw him, he realized that he was definitely not just a news reporter. The smell of an agent on him was all too familiar. Caesar immediately had the answer in his mind, and then the corners of his mouth rose. As for why I am immune to sea water, this is of course due to my training day in and day out. Caesar looked at the reporter and said seriously. Mr. Caesar, can you tell me how you exercise? The reporter in black quickly asked questions. What about this? There's nothing I can't say. Caesar thought for a moment and looked very embarrassed. Then he looked at all the reporters. This moment. Everyone on the scene and in front of the screen held their breath. Chapter 571 The strongest creature in the sea, land and air. They wanted to know how to become immune to seawater. Everyone knows that the nemesis of devil fruit users is seawater. But it is because of knowing that I am more eager to eliminate this weakness. You must know that in this world surrounded by the ocean, how many people with devil fruit abilities have headaches? At this moment, those devil fruit users eagerly looked at Caesar's rougher face on the screen. The Navy headquarters is also eagerly waiting to see what Caesar will say. The 5 old stars of the world government also looked at the picture with serious expressions. Caesar raised the corner of his mouth and watched everyone being attracted by his words, and a meaningful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Of course I practice hard. I do 100 push-ups, 100 sit-ups, and 100 squats every day. Then I run 10 kilometers. I do 1 set every day. If I can do it, you can do it too. Caesar looked into the camera and gave a thumbs up. The voice fell. All quiet. There was an uproar after a moment. Mr. Caesar, are you telling the truth? A reporter suspected. How do you know if it will work if you haven't tried it? Caesar looked at the reporter and asked. The reporter was momentarily speechless. Some of the people watching split into two groups instantly. What if it's true? Many people discussed. TCH, it can't be that simple to fool people. Someone retorted. Only the truly strong man smiled indifferently after hearing Caesar's words. This kid. Charlotte looked at Caesar in front of the camera dumbfounded. You are as naughty as you were when you were young. The Red Earl said while holding the red wine. How is that possible? I'm not that naughty. Charlotte immediately retorted. The women around them smiled when they heard Charlotte's retort. Okay, I can't do the interview anymore. It's time for me to go back and resume my life. Caesar waved his hand and carried Moria towards the ship docking in front of the port. How about you weren't hurt? Caesar looked at these younger brothers and sisters who came for support with a warm smile. Robert and others shook their heads. Did not suffer any injuries. Brother, are what you just said true? At this time Deidara suddenly walked up to Caesar and asked in a low voice. Caesar smiled and looked around. How is it possible? You deceived them. After Caesar finished speaking, he walked towards the ship. Deidara suddenly realized after hearing this. No way, Deidara, do you really believe it? Robert asked looking at Deidara playfully. Whoever believes it, I'm just here to make sure. Deidara immediately retorted when he saw the malicious look in Robert's eyes. Ha 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 ha. Robert laughed and walked onto the boat. Bastard, what are you laughing at? Deidara immediately followed. The other brothers and sisters followed closely and got on the boat. This is the end of a storm. Moria rises like a comet and sets like a comet. The heated battle ended with Moonlight Moria being captured and the entire Moria pirates annihilated. But the turmoil caused by this battle has not dissipated yet. The news of the victory of the Rockefeller pirates was spreading around the world at a rapid speed. Dragon Caesar defeats Moonlight Moria. The strongest creature on land, sea, and air, the Dragon Caesar. The bounty is 18 billion Bailey Dragon Caesar. On how to be immune to devil fruit abilities. The indescribable relationship between Caesar and Fishman Island. Countless pieces of news spread around the world. In all the seas and along the great sea routes, Caesar's reputation spread. Caesar's reputation was completely established at this moment. The battle for fame is officially over. For a time, there was an endless stream of voices discussing Caesar around the world. People who had seen Caesar fight said that Caesar's strength had surpassed that of his father Charlotte. There was no way. The battle between Caesar and Moria looked extremely majestic, and the length of their bodies stretching thousands and hundreds of meters was firmly engraved in everyone's minds. The act of destroying heaven and earth with a single movement of his hand made everyone understand the horror of the new world. But even this still cannot extinguish people's yearning for the new world and the great sea route. During this period, Caesar has undoubtedly become the darling of the media and the most popular fried chicken in the current era. Almost no one knows. Red Earth Continent. Mary Joa. The 5 old stars were collectively silent after watching Caesar's battle. A long time. The Rockefeller pirates have lost control. Nazha Langsheng suddenly spoke. After the words fell, the other 5 old stars nodded in unison. In today's battle, Caesar's outstanding performance proves the strength of the Rockefeller pirates. Rockefeller Charlotte, Douglas Barrett, Rockefeller is Death, Rockefeller Caesar, and the strongest natural devil fruit, Rockefeller Tesla with the thunder fruit. This pirate group with the strength of 5 generals is enough to threaten local stability. What's more, there is an aloof Red on Kame Island. Red Earl Patrick Redfield is still unclear about Charlotte. Ever since he was rescued by Charlotte from Impeldown City, he has been staying on Kame Island. Although he didn't appear last time when the Navy entered the New World and fought with the 3 emperors. But that doesn't mean his threats can be ignored. Do you have any ideas? Saint Nashalang looked at the other 5 old stars and asked. But no one spoke immediately, and they all fell into deep thought. The people in the New World who are most anxious now are not us, but the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates. What will they think when they see the Rockefeller pirates? Satan said. His words brightened the eyes of those around him. That's right, with the strength of the Rockefeller pirates, the first person to suffer is not their world government, but the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates who are as famous as the Rockefeller pirates in the New World. The strength of the Rockefeller pirates means that the interests of the Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates are harmed. Can these white-bearded Edward Newgate and Charlotte Lingling endure it? Once Charlotte takes action against any of the three emperors' forces, the other one will definitely not be able to sit still and will come out to stop the Rockefeller pirates' actions. Once this happens, there will definitely be a war in the New World. At that time, their world government can send the Navy to sweep the floor. This situation is considered beneficial to the world government. Thinking of this, several other 5 old stars breathed a sigh of relief. It is estimated that the New World will fall into calm in the next few years, and no force will be able to emerge under the control of the 3 emperors of the New World. It seems that the New World has completely become the world of the 3 emperors. Peter Saint said. Everyone was silent after hearing this, and they probably had some idea of the future world structure. Chapter 572 The Era of Ironclad Ships. That's good. The Navy is recovering now. It won't be back to its heyday until 5 or 6 years. The pirates and the Navy have stabilized, which is also a good thing for our world government. The passage of the holy praise of Vochuli. But just in case the 3 major pirate groups in the New World join forces, the King's Shichibukai plan cannot be given up. Maz Shang quickly reminded everyone as they looked at the discussion. After hearing what Maz Shang said, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, it would be troublesome if the 3 emperors of the New World reached a consensus and decided to invade Sea. Ever since the Rockefeller pirates completed sailing around the world. The ship of the Rockefeller pirates, the Poseidon, was also discovered by everyone. A kind of ship that can sail without wind power but only electricity has since entered the eyes of all forces. And as the Rockefeller pirates broke through some technologies, it became easier and easier to build such ships. After more than 10 years of technological development, steel battleships have gradually come into the eyes of the world. The world government is also extremely concerned about this. The shipyards of the Rockefeller pirates had long been invaded by agents of the world government, and some explicit information was also placed on Vegapunk's desk. Vegapunk, who has a brain 500 years ahead of the world, easily copied the same battleship. And the Navy is quickly being redressed. If it weren't for the Navy's defeat in the New World, which delayed the Navy's change of equipment. As a result, all the funds of the world government were spent on restoring the vitality of the Navy, and the Navy had already begun to change its uniforms at its headquarters. With the emergence of such ships that do not use wind power, the prestige of the windless zone is getting weaker and weaker. And after the world government captured a steel battleship of the Rockefeller pirates, it also understood why the ships of the Rockefeller pirates could travel across the seas regardless of threats from the Sea King class. All because of the bottom of the ship inlaid with seafloor stone factors. So that the Neptune class cannot sense the position of the ship. At that time, this discovery caused the world government to break out in a cold sweat. Fortunately, the Rockefeller Pirates Foundation is unstable and they are surrounded by various crises in the New World. They are unable to reach out and intervene in the world. Otherwise, the foundation of world government will be unstable. With the technological breakthroughs of the world government, more and more steel battleships are produced. The age of the ironclad has arrived. Ignore the calm zone and drive. This makes the world government feel the crisis more and more. So after hearing that Saint Maz was implementing the Shichibukai plan to prevent another alliance between pirates, the other 5 old stars did not stop it. Upon seeing this, Maz Shang took out a photo. The face in the photo was clearly that of Moonlight Moria, who had just been defeated by Caesar. I think Moria is very suitable for the next place in the Shichibukai. Maz Shang looked at the other 5 old stars and said. He has already failed, and he clearly refused before. He also killed our envoy, why would he still invite him? Saint Satan frowned and looked at Mazashang and said. The messenger he killed was his agent. After losing a lot of manpower in the pursuit of Roger in the New World in previous years. In recent years, the CP organization in the hands of Saint Satan has been gradually recovering. But it is so easy to cultivate a mature agent. Saint Satan did not have a good look at Moria who killed his men and rejected the world government. Before was before, now is now. Now Moria has nothing and he has been captured. If we rescue him from the Rockefeller pirates at this time and invite him, I believe he will not be like this, don't know what's good or bad. Saint Maz looked at Saint Satan and said. Saint Satan fell into silence after hearing this. The plan of the King's Kibukai was approved by all the 5 elder stars. But 2 years later, only 2 people have been invited, leaving many places vacant. And Moonlight Moria is undoubtedly very suitable. To be famous, to be powerful, and to have a grudge against the three emperors, he was simply born to be a member of the king's Shichibukai. Saint Satan also understood Saint Mas's insistence on inviting him. Think about the two people we invited earlier. The Bucky pirates are shrinking around the world every day, expanding their strength unscrupulously, obeying the world government's instructions and not listening to the propaganda running around the world. I heard that they have recently established a Bucky Express, making a lot of money. It's interesting to see the world government is furious. As for the tyrant Bartholomew Bear, before becoming the king of the Shichibukai, it was a positive thing. Killing groups of pirates on the sea every day was more active than any navy. But after becoming King Shichibukai, I stay in the front half of the Grand Route every day, not knowing why. I heard that I have been dealing with the navy recently. None of them give the world's governments peace of mind. They now urgently need a big pirate named Wang Shichibukai who hates the three emperors of the New World. And Moonlight Moria is undoubtedly the best candidate. Okay, leave this to me, I will send someone to talk to Moria. Satan said. Do this as soon as possible. Maz Shang said. The conference has ended. After the meeting between the 5 old stars, they immediately arranged the things discussed in the meeting. The Navy headquarters seemed much quieter. There were no meetings or discussions. It was as if the Great War in the New World had never happened. In today's Navy, everything is aimed at restoring strength. And what about Sara? Just sit in the marshal's office and get it stamped. Things are basically handled by the Warring States period. Warring States looked at the sunset outside. A troubled autumn. Sengoku sighed slowly, looking at the document in hand. Everyone in the world has no idea about this war in the New World. Some are just in awe of the Rockefeller pirates. East China Sea. Uncle Gene, when are we going to see? I'm already 16 years old. A tall girl carried a mace on her shoulders and looked at the tall man wearing a mask in front of her with a smile. Miss, it's still early. We are going to see while waiting for you. Your current strength is still too weak. Jin looked at the grown-up girl in front of him and said dotingly. He reached out and patted the girl on the shoulder. What? I'm already strong, okay? That guy Jack is no match for me. The girl curled her lips and said unhappily. Miss, it's not easy to go to sea, especially when you have to carry that flag. Your enemies are very dangerous. Jean said helplessly. Uncle Jean, who is my enemy? Why don't you tell me? The girl looked at Jin and asked. Jin fell silent after hearing this. Without speaking, he really wanted to tell the girl who her enemy was, but the other party's power made Jin hesitate. The girl in front of him was Jin, who had watched him grow up. He originally wanted to train her and avenge her father. However, as time went by, the enemy became stronger and stronger, and Jin no longer saw any hope of revenge. Chapter 573 The Hibernation of the Beast Pirates. Now Jin just wants to watch her eldest brother's daughter grow up happily. Hiding in the peaceful East China Sea, she could live her life safely. Available over time. Yamato also grew up and longed for the sea more and more. Just like his father before. Me? I am a pirate. I want to leave here and form a new pirate group. What's your name? Let's call you Jin from now on. I'll protect you, Jin. I won't hand you over to anyone. From today on, you will be my right-hand man. Recalling the scene when I first met Brother Kaido. Jin looked at Yamato's smile and unknowingly merged with Kaido in his memory. Uncle Jin, when I form the pirate group, you will be the vice-captain of the Beast's pirates. Yamato's yearning for pirates looked at the endless sea in the distance. Jin was silent. Do we have to go to sea? Jin spoke. After hearing this, Yamato turned around and looked at Uncle Jin, with something strange in his eyes. I am the daughter of a pirate, and my future must be the sea. Yamato raised the mace on his shoulder and looked at Jin, smiling, his eyes narrowed into crescent moons. I want to fulfill my father's last wish and become the Pirate King. At this moment, Yamato released a powerful aura all over his body, and his overlord-colored domineering energy surged into the sky. Jin looked at the high-spirited Yamato, and his eyes once again fell into memories. One Piece? Then I'll go crazy with you. Jin said as he looked at the girl in front of him who he had watched grow up. Brother, leave your last wish to me. I will make Yamato become the Pirate King. Jin's eyes became firm. There was no longer any thought in his mind to stop Yamato from going to sea. Watching Yamato training at the beach, Jin walked out silently. came to the camp where they lived. This is a desert island in the East China Sea. There are no towns around either. In the beginning, Jean settled down here because he was attracted by the desolate place. Not bothered by the world. One is that he is worried about wiping out the Rockefeller pirates, and the other is that he wants Yamato to have a stable childhood. Into the camp. There was a constant flow of singing and dancing. Jin frowned and looked at the fat man dancing on the stage. After more than 10 years of stability, Quinn has become fatter and fatter. Jin walked up to the music and immediately stopped it. The scene fell silent instantly. Who? Quinn was instantly furious, wondering who was disturbing his mood. When I saw the man wearing a leather jacket and a mask. Quinn instantly shriveled up like a deflated rubber ball. Jean, why did you turn off my music? After dispersing the minions around him, Quinn walked off the stage and came to Jin's side and asked. Are you ready? Jin asked, looking at Quinn's expressionless face. Quinn's expression changed instantly when he heard this, and instead of playing around before, he looked at Jin. Have you decided yet? Asked Quinn. This is Mrs. Decision and I will abide by it unconditionally. Jin looked at Quinn with bright eyes. Okay, when will we go to sea? Asked Quinn. The young lady has come of age. Jin replied. I knew it. Don't worry, I won't hold you back. Quinn said, patting her chest. Okay. Jin nodded, without saying much, and walked around Quinn towards the camp. Quinn looked at Jin's back and sighed slightly. It's time to get down to business. I just recently robbed a Rockefeller armored ship. I made a replica of it as a gift to the lady before she goes to sea. Quinn walked to his lab. Jin walked deeper into the camp. Before I saw anyone, I heard the joyful laughter of children. Wait until Jin approaches. Several inhuman boys and girls gathered together in the camp. But when they saw Jin coming, they all stood up straight nervously. Uncle Jin. Several boys and girls looked at Jin and said cautiously. Jin looked at these boys and girls. These people are all orphans that Jin has collected from outside over the years. Except Jack. Jin found a few more good seedlings. Black Maria. Drawer Wood. Runty. Peggy Wan. If Charlotte was here, he would be surprised that 4 of the 6 flying cells of the Beast's pirates actually appeared in the Beast's pirates. The corrective power of the world is once again on display. It was obvious that the Rockefeller pirates had beaten him so hard that he didn't dare to stand up. Even so, the characters from the original work are still gathered together. Uncle Jin. The 4 boys and girls looked at Jin approaching and said cautiously. As these children brought by Jin from all over the world, they still have respect for Jin who adopted them. Jin looked at the destruction caused by the brawl around him. Have you finished your training today? The 4 boys and girls turned pale as soon as they spoke. One look at their faces and he already knew the answer. Looks like you need a little prodding. Jin put his hand on the handle of the knife at his waist and looked at the people and said. This action instantly frightened everyone so much that they turned pale. Let's see which one of us is better. Just when the faces of these people turned pale, a girl came out. Sister, don't. Peggy Wan quickly tried to hold Runty back, but unfortunately, Runty had already rushed out in a determined manner. And he quickly transformed into a dinosaur. Animals dragon fruit ancient species Pachycephalosaurus form. He rushed towards Jin with a strong head. But it's a pity that it didn't last a second. Then he was whipped away by the hilt of Jin's knife. You have such little strength and dare to play. Then what can you do when the young lady goes to sea? Jin looked at several people and said. The unkindness in his tone made several people tremble. Only Runty still looked at Jin with an unconvinced look. My lady will go to sea in 3 years. I don't want anyone to hold me back. After Jin finished speaking, he drew out his long knife and looked at these young people. Cut off with one knife. The sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling sounded. An operation to abuse vegetables begins. The coast in the distance. Yamato took out a newspaper after Jin left. What appeared in the newspaper was the strongest creature on land, sea, and air, the dragon Caesar. Are you my enemy? Yamato looked at the young man in the newspaper. For some reason, when he saw Caesar in the newspaper, he felt a sense of intimacy in his heart. The Rockefeller pirates, the world's greatest swordsman, the 3 emperors, Rockefeller Charlotte. Yamato dug out the newspapers he had collected in the past. Yamato is very smart, even though Jin let all the Beast's pirates hide the enemies of the Beast's pirates. But Yamato can still find some doubts from clues. For example, the Rockefeller Pirates. Whenever the Rockefeller Pirates appear in the newspaper, Yamato can still feel the hatred in the eyes of Jin and Quinn. 3 emperors? I will definitely overthrow you. I am the woman who wants to become the pirate king. Yamato then smiled and threw the newspaper into the sky. Thundering gossip. Yamato picked up the mace and hit the newspaper. Chapter 574 9527. As Moonlight Moria was defeated, the impact continued to expand. But it didn't have much impact. For Moria, a loser, people have no other thoughts except pity. Especially people in the West Sea know that the hero of the West Sea, Moonlight Moria, was defeated by the Rockefeller Pirates of the New World. They all felt sorry for each other. After all, besides Qingjiao, this is another person who has made a name for himself in Shihai over the years. But it is a pity that they were defeated by the Rockefeller Pirates again. Is this Rockefeller Pirates the nemesis of the West Sea? Many people from the West Sea sat in the pub and cursed at the Rockefeller Pirates. The storm gradually dissipated. January 1506, in the Haiyuan calendar. Caesar stands on a ship. Qinglong. And his destination is Wano country. Without discussing with Charlotte, he directly took Moria, who was imprisoned at the bottom of the ship, towards Wano country. A few days later. When Caesar once again stepped into the land of Wano. It is obvious that I feel the difference in Wano. The last time Caesar set foot in Wano was in the year 1499 of the Hainan calendar. At that time, his father killed Kazuki Oden, and Caesar stayed in Wano for a year so that Wano could mine sea stone safely. At that time, the country of Wano was still relatively desolate. Except for Tuwan, who was somewhat popular, other places were extremely desolate. But we haven't seen each other for 5 years. Today's Wano country has changed drastically. Towns have begun to be established in various places. Many people were walking on the street, buying goods. There's something a little out of whack about it all. Caesar knew that his father had deep ill intentions towards this place. Although it is not shown, Caesar, as Charlotte's son, cannot feel it. As Caesar looked around, a large group of footsteps sounded. Ha 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 ha, the young master is here without saying a word, so that I can prepare in advance to entertain you. Wolf, who was in charge of the country of Wano, brought a large group of men to the port to greet Caesar, who came down. Little Lord. The crew members of the Rockefeller Pirates all around bent down and looked at Caesar respectfully. They also saw the battle between Caesar and Mariah. After all, Morgan's is broadcast live worldwide. The commotion was quite loud. Wano country was near the battlefield, so it was easy to get news. Okay. Caesar nodded. Then looked at Wolf. Uncle Wolf, the changes here are so great. It doesn't look like what it was 5 years ago at all. Caesar looked at Wolf and said. After all, he was from his father's generation, and as an old man who helped his father conquer the world, Caesar still gave Wolf the respect he deserved. This call of uncle made Wolf feel happy. Haha. This is all thanks to the eldest lady and the others. The shortage of seafloor stones in the market over the years has meant that Wano has not enough manpower at all. After reporting this matter, the boss ordered his men to arrest more pirates-filled Wano country to mine sea stones. In the past 5 years, tens of thousands of pirates have been captured, and towns have slowly been formed, and hope has been built among the ruins. Wolf said, pointing to the lively towns around him. There was a look of pride on his face. After all, he had created this step by step. Caesar nodded after listening. I see, that's all thanks to Uncle Wolf. Caesar and Wolf walked together. And Moria was also brought out by his men. I saw that Moria was instantly scarred, and his blood had condensed into scabs, sticking to his body. He looked disgraced and miserable. He didn't look as high-spirited as he had a few days ago at all. Wolf looked at Mariah. Wolf was stunned by the aura of decadence that filled his body. He has seen the scenery of Moria. It happened in just a few days. Fate is really unpredictable. This is the same as those samurai who tried to restore the country of Wano but failed miserably. Just a loser. Wolf knew that Moria was dead, his spirit and energy had been beaten away, and he had become a walking corpse. Waved. Let his men take Moria and throw him into the Tuwan quarry. He took Caesar into the banquet hall. The people under his command escorted Moria into the vegetable market. Countless mining workers in the market saw the figure being escorted in at the door. Isn't this Moonlight Moria? The slaves in the quarry were surprised when they saw Moria again. Why are you surprised? Work quickly or you won't be able to eat today. When an overseer saw that the people around him were motionless, he immediately waved his whip and hit them. They are all pirates who have done many evil things, and I don't feel bad if I kill any of them. Clap clap. After 2 whips, everyone became honest and immediately continued their work. Old foreman, come here to collect someone. The young master has brought a slave. Come and sign for it. The soldiers escorting Moria came to the foreman where Guyu was lying and said, Ouch, sir, why are you here? When the foreman saw that it was Lord Wolf's cronies, he quickly stood up and complimented him. Okay, hurry up and sign for it. I'm still waiting to go back and have a banquet. The young master is here, and Lord Wolf has prepared a lot of good things. Okay, leave these to me. The foreman was slightly startled when he saw Mariah alone, but he signed for it immediately. Then put a slave collar on Mariah. The collar will explode as soon as it leaves the confines of the quarry. The power is very powerful. It's a bomb made by the scientific force that imitates explosive rocks. The old foreman has seen more than one slave trying to escape at night, and the explosion was powerful enough to separate the body of the wearer. Moria looked at the shameful collar around her neck and the anger in her eyes could no longer be suppressed. Helushi's handcuffs were released and he felt his strength return. Moria immediately stretched out his hand to free himself. You came here and tried to run away, but I got you down. The old foreman jumped up, came to Mariah's side, and kicked the struggling Mariah over. Mariah struggled on the ground. But he couldn't escape the old foreman's feet. Moria was feeling crazy and confused at this time. Why do I feel the power, but it just doesn't come out? Stop struggling. The collar around your neck will make you lose all devil fruit abilities and stabilize your power at the level of an ordinary person. I don't care how beautiful you are outside, but here you are a dragon. You can control it for me. Wait, it's a tiger, you lie down here, this is your job number, 9527, complete the amount of collection every day, otherwise you won't be able to eat. The old foreman threw a work badge to Mariah on the ground and said. Then he continued to eat the rice in his bowl without looking. Moria looked at the work card in his hand, feeling extremely angry. He was picked up by the supervisors around him and led to the quarry. Chapter 575 Moria's Prison Life. Moria was led all the way towards the quarry. Like a dead dog. Countless people around looked at Mariah secretly, with sad looks in their eyes. Even a big pirate like Moonlight Moria has been caught, so who else in the Rockefeller Pirates can stop it? Many people already feel dark about the future. Hurry up. The overseer holding Moria urged. Damn. Moria stumbled and almost fell down, feeling filled with hatred. Kid, I don't care how famous you are in the outside world. When you get here, you have to abide by my rules. I am the god here. The overseer walked in front, shaking his head and explaining the rules here to Mariah. Mariah lowered his head expressionlessly and did not speak. Here it is, Zaya Oshienzi. I'll leave him to you. If he's not honest, he'll be whipped hard. After the supervisor finished speaking, he untied the rope and walked away slowly. Boy, what are you looking at? If you don't come to work quickly, you won't be able to complete today's task, and you won't be able to eat. The captain said impatiently as he watched Moria staring at the overseer's back. Then he threw a shovel into Mariah's hand. Moria held the shovel in his hand, a red light flashing in his eyes. Looking at the captain's back. A long time. Moria put down the shovel and shoveled the ore one shovel after another. Moria recognized it as an unprocessed sea stone at a glance. Moria looked up and looked into the distance. There are sea floor stone ores everywhere. No wonder the Rockefeller Pirates are the only ones in the world selling sea floor stones on the black market. It turns out there is a mine. When Moria first learned about Hailu stone, he also wanted to buy some on the black market. This thing has a price but no market. Whenever it flows into the black market, it will be robbed immediately. After so many years, the Moria Pirates have not had much. But the mountains and plains here are actually covered with sea tower stones. When he thought about having to mine for the Rockefeller Pirates, Moria's chest was filled with hatred for the Rockefeller Pirates and Rockefeller Caesar. It's time for dinner, it's time for dinner. I don't know how long I dug, but Mariah spent the day hating Rockefeller Caesar. Moria followed the team to the eating place. When the chef saw such a big man like Moria coming to cook, he looked at the small bowl in his hand. Silently he changed a basin and came over. A little bit of minced meat and a big bowl of rice balls. Wolf would be furious if he saw any of it. He said many times that mining is physical work, and only when you have a full meal can you have the strength to work. As a result, these supervisors actually cut corners. Moria looked at the meal in her hand. He hasn't eaten for 3 or 4 days. Ever since he was defeated and had been imprisoned in the bottom of the ship, Rockefeller Caesar seemed to have forgotten him, regardless of whether he was there or not. Moria was depressed because of the failure and the annihilation of his brothers. Didn't pay attention either. Now that he saw the rice in his hand, the hunger in his stomach made him uncomfortable. But he looked at the rice in his hand. Mariah has no appetite again. Brother, hurry up and eat. We're all here. It's good to have something to eat. We have to work hard tomorrow. The young miner on the side saw Mariah's hesitation and persuaded him. He couldn't accept it when he first came. After all, in the outside world, they are feared pirates. Very proud. But here, if you don't eat, you will have no strength. If you don't have strength, you will be whipped to death by the overseer. It's better to die than live. After hearing this, Moria sat next to the young man, picked up a piece of rice and stuffed it into his mouth. There was a rancid smell that made Mariah want to spit it out. Don't vomit, if people see it, there will be no good fruit to eat tonight. The young man reminded quickly. When Moria heard this, she swallowed it immediately. Then he looked up and looked around. Sure enough, there are many supervisors patrolling around. If they find someone wasting food, they will whip him. This is Wano country. The Rockefeller pirates occupied this place 15 years ago. Due to a volcanic eruption, a large area of the place was destroyed, resulting in food shortages. I don't know how many people in Wano country died. The people here are. I have come from the era of hunger. Once you see someone wasting food, you will slap them without saying a word. Be careful in the future. As the young man ate, he watched the supervisors around him telling Moria the unspoken rules here. You, who are you? After Moria swallowed her meal, she looked at the young man beside her and asked. This was the first time he spoke in several days. The young man smiled slightly. Absalom is a pirate and an unlucky pirate. Absalom looked at Moria and said. Why are you telling me this? Moria asked. I feel unyielding in you. I don't want to stay in this dark quarry all my life. You should be a big shot. When you came today, countless people were shocked when they saw you. I want to gain your favor. Get out of here. Absalom didn't lie, he spoke his mind directly. Why do you think I can escape? Moria hesitated and asked. I'm just placing a bet. If it succeeds, all I have to pay is a few words of advice. Absalom buried his head in his meal and smiled. Moria also smiled. Okay, I promise you, if I can escape, I will take you with me. When I get out, you will be my brother. Moria seemed to be joking. Big brother. Absalom, on the other hand, called him Big Brother very seriously. This familiar title stunned Mariah. Recalling the scene where his brothers called him eldest brother a few days ago, Moria felt heartbroken. I will definitely take revenge. Mariah's fingers holding the basin turned slightly white. The collar around his neck firmly locked his power, leaving him powerless to use it. And on the other side of the island. The lights were feasting and the women's laughter kept coming. Caesar sat on the main seat, holding a beautiful woman in his arms, raising his glass to everyone and drinking. It's very satisfying to drink and drink together. Ha 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 ha, young master, I haven't congratulated you for defeating Moria yet. Take a look at today's newspapers. They hailed you as the strongest creature on land, sea, and air. Wolf said as he handed the newspaper he just received today to Caesar. Caesar looked at the huge headline in the newspaper. The strongest creature on land, sea, and air, the dragon Caesar. The corners of his mouth raised slightly and he smiled. Ha 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 ha, it's all a false name, a false name. Although Kai kept shaking his head, he couldn't suppress the curling of the corners of his mouth. The banquet is half over. Young master, why did you bring that Moria? Shouldn't he be killed? Wolf put down his wine glass and made a gesture of wiping his neck and looked at Caesar and asked. Chapter 576 The Lost Power. Ha 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 ha, that Moria is a person after all. It would be a pity to kill him. Imprisoning him and working as a miner can be regarded as his punishment for provoking the Rockefeller pirates. If anyone dares to provoke the Rockefeller pirates in the future, Moonlight Moria is an example. The reason why Caesar did not kill Moria was to give future generations a warning. You can't stop just killing, you have to be intimidating. Moria is just a chicken who kills the chicken to scare the monkeys. Whether a Mariah dies or not means nothing to Caesar. That makes sense. If any cat or dog dares to provoke our Rockefeller pirates, wouldn't that mean that our Rockefeller pirates are soft persimmons? A few days ago, I heard that the Moria pirates publicly declared war on the Rockefeller pirates. The pirates, I wish I could pick up the sword and fight the Moria pirates to defend the reputation of the Rockefeller pirates. Wolf raised his glass and said indignantly. Ha 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 ha, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Caesar smiled and agreed. Wolf shook his hand after hearing this. It won't work anymore, it won't work anymore, I'm getting old, now it's your young people's world. Wolf waved his hand and said. Caesar smiled and said nothing. The banquet continued. The next day. Caesar planned to take the people away. Didn't plan to stay too long. Moria was just an interlude to him. After returning to Kame Island to return to his father. Caesar, who was fine, ran towards Fishman Island again. I don't want to stay on Kame Island at all. This child. Caesar's mother Jenny was a little helpless when she saw her son running away again. Hee, the child has grown up and has his own affairs, which we can't control. Charlotte hugged Jenny from behind and carried Jenny onto the bed. Although she is over 40 years old, Jenny is still stunningly beautiful because of the pure gold factor, and even because of the time factor, she still has a sense of charm. Charlotte couldn't help but have an appetite. Fuck you, you are an old married couple, and you are still playing children's tricks. Jenny slapped away Charlotte's mischievous hand. But Charlotte would not care about this. Soon. A blushing voice sounded. A fierce battle is going on. And in the country of Wano. Under the cover of darkness. Several black shadows appeared near Tuwan Quarry. A CP0 wearing a pigeon mask looked at the scene around him. There are so many sea tower stones. With so many sea tower stones, only a small portion is sold to the world government every year. How greedy. CP0 looked at the rough sea floor stones around and said. Sir, according to intelligence, Moonlight Moria is imprisoned in the Tuwan Quarry and is responsible for mining every day. The CP organizations around me looked at the CP0 report coming from the headquarters. Well, take me to meet the future King Shichibukai. I hope he won't be as ignorant this time as he was last time. CP0 chuckled and said. Sir, please. The man in black led the pigeon man towards Moria's direction. A group of people hid in the dark, encountered patrolling personnel, and defeated the enemy with one move. Yes, it seems that everyone in CP5 is not all trash. What is your name? When I return, I will transfer you to CP0 as an intelligence agent. CP0 asked, looking around at the patrol soldiers who were neatly dealt with. CP5 was overjoyed upon hearing this. Thank you, sir. CP0 waved his hand and walked straight towards a room. The smell of sweat all around made CP0 couldn't help but cover his nose. Seeing Moglia's sleeping figure. Even when he arrived in the room, he didn't react at all. Moonlight Moria. CP0 saw Moria's figure and shouted slowly. After hearing this, Moria immediately opened his eyes and sat up. A group of mining friends around him also stood up. Who? Many mining workers were awakened and asked in horror when they saw a large group of men in black in front of them. To shut up. CP5 shouted immediately, and with a look, the man in black behind him quickly rushed forward to kill the miners who woke up. Killed miners one after another. After Absalom's turn. Stop, stop. Moria shouted hurriedly, stopping the killer of the man in black. CP0 gave the other party a wink. The dagger was removed from Absalom's neck. Absalom finally reacted and took a deep breath of air. He felt like he had just come close to dying. Moria looked at these familiarly dressed people. Are you from the world government? Moria asked, recalling the group of people 2 years ago. Mr. Moria seems to have a good memory. We are members of the world government. CP0 looked at Moria's miserable body and smiled and said. The mocking tone in his voice was unabashed. This made Moria feel that her dignity was insulted. But he managed not to have an attack. What are you doing here? Are you seeking revenge for what happened 2 years ago? Moria asked sternly. There was a trace of panic in his tone. Death, as long as people are not prepared to face death, they will panic. No. I came here today just to represent the world government and once again invite you to Mr. Moonlight Moria to become the noble King Shichibukai. CP0 shook his head and watched Moria tell him his mission. You actually dare to let me serve as your King's Shichibukai? Moria asked incredulously. Of course, your strength is obvious to all our world government. A temporary failure doesn't mean anything. CP0 said with a smile. Moria didn't care whether the other party was laughing at him at this time, and walked down quickly. Okay, I agree to become a member of the King's Shichibukai. Moria had no choice at this time. If he didn't become a Shichibukai, he would have to work in this dark quarry forever. This is something Moria will never allow. Ha ha ha, congratulations on making the right choice. CP0 smiled. But this sentence made Moria's pupils shrink. The other party wanted to kill him. This is the key that can open the collar around your neck. Whether you can escape or not is up to you. Your appointment will be announced to the whole world after you escape from the Rockefeller pirates' sphere of influence. CP0 threw down the key, turned around and walked out. Disappeared into the night. Moria looked at the key that was thrown on the ground. He bent down to pick it up and opened his collar without hesitation. The familiar power returns. The void in the body is recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. Mariah straightened up, his bones crackling. This is power. The power that has been lost and found. Moria looked at his hands, the killing intent in his eyes could no longer be stopped. 577 Jailbreak. Big brother. Absalom couldn't help but yelled softly when he saw Moria standing there in a daze. Okay? Moria reacted and turned to look at Absalom. Absalom swallowed. Brother, what shall we do now? Absalom pointed at the corpses around him and said at a loss. If this was discovered by the Rockefeller pirates, they would have to shed their skin even if they didn't die. Ha ha ha. Moria did not speak in a hurry, but laughed wildly. Absalom looked panicked. It's over, brother, this is crazy. Absalom, I said, you will definitely have what I have. Today is the time to escape, and my elder brother will take you. Moria patted Absalom on the shoulder and said. Then he swaggered out of the house. The outside world was already in chaos. Asshole, who stayed up all night and was giggling there. The overseer angrily led a group of his men and shouted with a whip in his hand. As a result, Mariah and Absalom were seen walking out swaggeringly. M.O., Moria. The overseer looked at Mariah in surprise and confusion. Mariah, do you want to die? Don't think that just because the young master spares your life, you can be so presumptuous. Brush. The overseer waved his hand and whipped out. Snapped. The expected screen did not appear. Okay? The overseer was stunned when he looked at Mariah, who was holding the whip firmly with a smile on his face. But then came the rage. Asshole. The overseer tried to pull back the whip, but no matter how hard the overseer tried, he couldn't. He. The Rockefeller pirates, let's start with you. A strange smile appeared on Moria's face. A black shadow suddenly appeared from behind Moria. Shadow Eater. Countless bats made of shadows appeared. Swallowed all the overseers in front. What? The bone-gnawing pain made everyone scream. The huge movement immediately attracted everyone's attention. No, there's a slave riot. An idea popped into the minds of all the overseers and the guarding soldiers. He immediately got up, picked up his weapon and rushed out. No, Moonlight Moria escaped from prison. A loud roar made everyone understand what happened. How the hell did Mariah turn on the restraining collar? The old foreman ran out in a hurry and asked angrily. As a result, I saw the scene of Moonlight Moria killing everyone. No, go and ask for Captain Wolf. When the old foreman saw the powerful Mariah, his legs immediately became weak. He. Countless shadows appeared in Moria's hands. He waved towards the corpse on the ground. The body that was lying on the ground immediately stood up. Kill me! Moria roared, and countless zombies picked up their weapons and rushed toward the surrounding soldiers. Damn, what is this? Many soldiers were stunned when they saw their comrades, whose faces were covered in blood and in terrible condition, killing them without hesitation. What kind of monsters are these? Why can't they be killed? Many people became frightened when they saw their companions whose heads were cut off and whose bodies were still alive and kicking. They were companions during the day, but at night they were at war with each other. Kill my zombie army. Facing the Rockefeller pirates who were supporting them from all directions, Moria was not afraid. With a wave of his hand, countless shadows were cut open. The soldiers of the Rockefeller pirates who lost their shadows fell to the ground one after another. And those shadows were stuffed into the corpses lying on the ground by Mariah, and instantly turned into zombie soldiers loyal to Mariah, swarming around without fear of life or death. This is a major wealth center for the Rockefeller Pirates, the production site of seafloor stones, and a large number of slaves. The defense here is extremely tight, with countless soldiers. If it were anyone else who came here, it would be even more difficult to fight out, but meeting Moonlight Moria became Moria's biggest help. Woo! The alarm sounded. Usagi Wan's alarm sound instantly spread throughout Wano country. What sound? Wolf immediately woke up from his sleep, listening to the rapid siren in his ears. No, something happened at Tuwan Quarry. Wolf immediately stood up and ran towards Tuwan. The alarm had never sounded since it was set, and this was the first time in so many years. Wolf comes to the outside world. The outside world has become a mess. Wolf hurriedly stopped someone. What happened to Tuwan? Wolf asked hastily. Sorry, sir, Moonlight Moria has escaped from prison. When the soldier saw Wolf, he immediately reported in a panic. What? Wolf couldn't believe it when he heard it. How could Moonlight Moria escape from prison? Wolf never imagined this. The other party has only been detained for a few days, and it hasn't even been a month yet. Quick, inform the headquarters that there is trouble in the Tuwan Quarry, and Moonlight Moria has escaped from prison. Wolf hurriedly shouted to his cronies. Yes. After hearing this, the confidant immediately ran to make a phone call. Wolf saw panic around him. With a swishing sound, he drew out the sharp blade from his waist. Brothers, don't panic, come to me and follow me to support Tuwan Quarry. Wolf looked around and shouted. The originally panicked soldiers calmed down immediately after hearing Wolf's words. The previous training still had some effect. But none of them thought that someone would cause trouble in the middle of the night in Wano country, and they were caught off guard. Kill. Seeing Tuwan in flames, Wolf took the lead and rushed over. Come to the door of the quarry. Wolf saw a scene he would never forget. This is? A large, dark crowd slowly came towards the entrance of the quarry. A hee-hee sound that didn't sound like a human voice came out of his mouth. The culprit, Moonlight Moria, was standing among the crowd. Hee. A big shot is here. We can't delay it any longer. The elite of the Rockefeller Pirates are coming soon. Moria's eyes flashed when she saw Wolf. Little ones, kill me. With a wave of his hand, Moria commanded the zombie soldiers to rush toward the soldiers brought by Wolf without fear of death. Wolf's pupils shrank when he saw it. These are all the guards of the Rockefeller Pirates. How did it become like this? Quick, block, hold on to the headquarters for reinforcements. Wolf hurriedly directed his men to stabilize their formation. And Wolfmon transformed into a white elephant and charged forward. Hey, just play here slowly, let's go. Moria had no intention of fighting to the death with the Rockefeller Pirates here. He immediately called Absalom and ran towards the port with some capable zombies. There happens to be a port near the quarry, which facilitates transportation. This is convenient for Moria. Chapter 578. Want to run, don't you think it's too late? Don't try to run. Wolf's attention was always focused on Moonlight Moria. When he saw Moonlight Moria trying to run, he immediately shouted. But Moria would not listen to Wolf's words, and ran towards the port with Absalom and a dozen zombies without looking back. Stop. Dozens of soldiers from the Rockefeller Pirates stopped Moria. Hee, we happen to be short of a few sailors, you guys came just in time. Moria grabbed hold of them with 5 fingers, and the shadow of the soldier who blocked them immediately broke away from them, and then they fainted and fell to the ground. Moria stuffed these sailing shadows into the bodies of zombies. Quick, sail the boat and get out of this damn place. Moria urged. The excitement in my heart is beyond words. In these more than half a month, Moria has suffered a lot and doesn't want to stay for a moment anymore. The sails were raised and the ship immediately left the port and headed towards the sea. Damn. Wolf finally broke out from the zombie army and saw this scene. He stamped his foot on the ground angrily. There is an endless stream of sounds of elephants chirping. Carter, who was far away on Kami Island, also received requests for help from Wano country. After hearing that Moonlight Moria had escaped from prison in Tuwan Quarry, he sounded the alarm on Kame Island without hesitation. Woo! After 11 years, the sirens sounded again on Kame Island. This was the first time since Charlotte Lingling invaded Kame Island. What's the situation? Charlotte immediately sat up from the bed and walked out of the castle in her pajamas without hesitation. Isteth, Tesla, Robert, Klein and other children also came out one after another. What happened to Carter? Charlotte asked when she saw Carter running out in a hurry. Captain, something happened in Wano country. Moonlight Moria escaped from prison. When Charlotte heard this, her expression changed instantly. Quick, go and support Wano country. Charlotte is in such a hurry not for Moonlight Moria, but for the Sea Tower Stone of Wano country. This is the financial backbone of the Rockefeller pirates. Charlotte would never allow anything to go wrong with it. When Klein heard this, he immediately opened the space door. A 10-meter-long space door emerged. Outside the door is the country of Wano, which is ablaze with fire. Charlotte rushed out in an instant. I saw countless zombie-like monsters fighting everywhere. Charlotte immediately understood that this was the zombie army created by Moria. The 7-star sword appeared from his hand. Light purple mixed with strange green light appeared. Charlotte waved fiercely. All zombies shrouded in sword light seemed to be imprisoned. Stopped in place. This move of the warship stunned Isteth and the others who were following Charlotte. Isteth looked at her father's back, surprise flashing in her eyes. He looked at the 7-star sword in his father's hand and lowered his head thoughtfully. Quick, finish off these zombies before dawn. Charlotte said while looking at the frozen zombies around her. Yes. Isteth and the others immediately subconsciously raised their chests and raised their heads and replied. Isteth and the others took out their weapons. He rushed towards the surrounding zombie legions. Charlotte stood there, the 7-star sword in his hand, the lavender light flashing continuously. Charlotte looked at the fire all around, with an uncertain look in her eyes. Moonlight Moria was imprisoned in the quarry by Caesar, and Charlotte knew it. But what Charlotte couldn't figure out was how Moria regained his abilities. You know the key isn't here. All imprisoned people, as long as they are ability users, will be put on a collar, and the key to this collar is not in the country of Wano. Charlotte thought of this. The domineering aura of seeing and hearing instantly enveloped the entire Wano country. No. Rockefeller discovered us. In the distance, on the top of the mountain, the CP0 group who had been observing Tu Wan did not leave. He has been silently paying attention to Moria's movements. After all, it was Lord Wooloxing who took special care of him. Pigeon Man doesn't want anything to go wrong in the mission. You want to run away, don't you think it's too late? The next moment. Charlotte's speed was like teleporting. Came behind this group of CP0. Charlotte, what do you want to do? We are members of the world government. CP0 knew that Charlotte had something to do with the world government, and tried to frighten Charlotte. If nothing else, what happened tonight was caused by you. Charlotte walked towards CP0 step by step. The 7-star sword in his hand glowed green. CP0 swallowed and suppressed his inner nervousness. Charlotte's matter has nothing to do with us. CP0 opened his eyes and said nonsense. This must never be admitted. So what if it has nothing to do with you? If I want to kill you, you will die. The murderous intention in Charlotte continued to spread. It instantly enveloped CP0's heart. A tremor from the soul made CP0 unable to move. I'm warning you, no, don't do anything stupid. CP0 faced the power of the 3 emperors for the first time, and then he realized why the 3 emperors were the 3 emperors. Demon Sword Overlord. Charlotte wouldn't care what he said. He slashed away with a sword full of anger. Boom. Clouds swept across the sky. A 1,000-meter-long shock wave instantly flattened the mountain where CP0 was located. After the shock wave fell, stars were dotted in the air, and the aftermath of the overlord-colored domineering energy remained in place. The 1,000-meter-long green shock wave shattered mountains one after another before disappearing. The CP0 in front of Charlotte had already been wiped out. Isteth, Tesla and others stood in Towin and saw the shockwave in the distance. Dad is angry. Tesla murmured. One blow flattened more than a dozen mountains, and no one knew who was so unlucky. Tesla thought to himself. Charlotte sheathed her sword and looked around. After searching carefully and finding no survivors, he turned around and left. The next day dawned. The chaos in Wano gradually subsided. Pfft. Wolf knelt in front of Charlotte. Captain, I'm sorry for not looking after Wano country. Wolf fell to his knees, lying on the ground and berating himself. Charlotte was wearing platinum pajamas and sitting on her seat without looking at Wolf. If you make a mistake, you will be punished. This is a rule set by Charlotte. Over the years, Charlotte has gradually eliminated the pirate culture within the pirate group. Gradually moved towards the road of focusing on laws and regulations. Rules were set. Have the casualties been counted last night? Charlotte looked at Carter and asked. Carter had been counting all night, and his eyes were slightly red. Captain, there were tens of thousands of casualties in Wano last night. Most of them were slaves in the quarry and guards in the quarry. The night was so full of fire and chaos that it was difficult to come up with an accurate number. Carter only made a rough estimate. Charlotte picked up the teacup and took a sip. Then he slammed the teacup to the ground. There was a clang and the teacup shattered. Except for his death, Tesla and a few others, everyone else lowered their heads. Chapter 579 The Impact of Jailbreaking. I don't blame you for this, it's the world government that's behind it. Charlotte said while looking at Wolf lying on the ground and Carter and others with their heads lowered. The world government is openly doing tricks on its own territory, so it doesn't take Charlotte seriously. Charlotte's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Calculating the time, this year is already 1506 in the Hyuan calendar, and we are very close to the big event. This time we must let the world government know what pain is. The year 1506 of the Hyuan calendar is definitely an important watershed in the world of pirates. In this year, the world government on the 10,000-meter continent will feel the anger at the bottom. A fire will burn away 800 years of prestige of the world government. And Charlotte planned to participate in this incident. Restore order as soon as possible, and the delivery time of Hailu stone cannot be affected. The first thing Charlotte thought about was the Hailu stone business. If there is anything about Wano that Charlotte cares about, it is the endless sea stone or... Charlotte didn't care about Moonlight Moria's prison escape. The understanding of Moria in the previous life, after experiencing the ups and downs this time, I guess I have no energy and spirit. It was the best outcome for him to be able to save his life. The most important thing is to stabilize the world government and prevent it from feeling abnormal. Charlotte stood up, ignored Wolf who continued to kneel, and walked out slowly. This night is destined to be restless. First of all, Kame Island, which was watched by all forces, suddenly rioted, sounding an alarm that had not been sounded for 10 years. Rockefeller Charlotte showed up in person. The large-scale actions of the Rockefeller pirates caused quite a stir in the New World. Countless forces received the news in the middle of the night. It left countless people scratching their heads. Logically speaking, during this period of time, the Rockefeller pirates had just defeated the Moria pirates and were enjoying great glory. It was impossible for some unsighted force to provoke the Rockefeller pirates. Could it be that the other two pirate groups couldn't sit still? But this is impossible. The exposed power of the Rockefeller pirates is enough to frighten the other two pirate groups. It's not just these small forces that are paying attention. The Whitebeard pirates and the Big Mom pirates woke up in the middle of the night, extremely nervous because of the Rockefeller pirates' unusual movements. They all contacted their respective intelligence sources to find out about the Rockefeller pirates. Until it's daylight. Only those who are well-informed understand what happened last night. Interesting, Moonlight Moria's prison escape is suspected to be carried out by world government personnel. Everyone who saw the news was very interested to see what the Rockefeller pirates would do next. Whitebeard pirates. Dad found out. It was Moonlight Moria who escaped from prison. It seems that the world government took action. There was chaos in Wano last night. Marco reported sleepily with the intelligence report. Last night, because of the sudden movement of the Rockefeller pirates, I didn't sleep all night, and my spirits were always tense. Whitebeard took a sip of wine expressionlessly without saying anything. But there was deep helplessness in his eyes. Just one change by the Rockefeller pirates caused chaos in the Whitebeard pirates. From this, it can be seen that the Whitebeard pirates are afraid of the Rockefeller pirates. Asshole, isn't it just Moonlight Moria who escaped from prison? There is no need to make such a big noise, the whole New World will be shocked by him. The crew members of the Whitebeard pirates yelled angrily after hearing this. Whitebeard Edward Newgate sighed after hearing this. Get some rest, you haven't slept all night. Whitebeard looked at Marco's tired face and said distressedly. Dad. Marco was a little worried when he saw his father's expression. But I don't know what to say. Big Mom pirates. Charlotte Lingling was sitting on the throne eating cake as if nothing had happened, but the ministers under her command were already like ants on a hot pot. What should I do? What should I do? Is the Rockefeller pirates coming? Many young children hid behind the main hall and watched Wang Gua become anxious and scared. I don't know. Katakuri and Brother Perispero haven't come back yet. We'll find out when they come back. Bree comforted her younger siblings and waited for the information to arrive. Sudden. There was a continuous sound of footsteps outside the hall. A large group of people hurried into the hall. Charlotte Lingling put down the cake in her hand when she saw her sons were back. What's going on? Did that boy Charlotte come over? There was no anxious look on Charlotte Lingling's face, as if she had said something irrelevant. Katakuri and Perispero looked at each other. Katakuri stepped out. Mom, the Rockefeller pirates did not come to fight, but the Rockefeller pirates had a riot in Wano last night. Moonlight Moria escaped from prison. It is suspected that the world government was responsible. Katakuri reports. Oh. Moonlight Moria has escaped from prison. Well, that kid Charlotte is probably furious again. Charlotte Lingling burst into laughter without any image. As long as Charlotte is unlucky, Charlotte Lingling will be happy. Katakuri said nothing after hearing this. Wano country, what a familiar name. Wow, my brother Kaido died there. Charlotte Lingling suddenly fell into grief without warning. Charlotte's children saw this and quickly comforted her. Mom, don't be too sad. Snapped. After hearing this, Charlotte Lingling slammed the table with a fierce look on her face. I'm so sad. That bastard still owes me a favor? He was killed, who will pay it back? Charlotte Lingling looked at the children below with an angry expression. Damn Charlotte. Charlotte Lingling fell into a rage. Countless children looked at their mothers quietly, hiding behind them with pale faces. Moria, who escaped, fled back to his base camp in the New World with his only subordinate, Absalom. If Charlotte were here, she would definitely recognize that this is Hive Island, the home of the Rocks pirates more than 20 years ago. Moonlight Moria occupied this island when she swept across the island between the Rockefeller pirates and the Whitebeard pirates. Now that he is revisiting his old place, Moria is filled with emotion. A month ago, I was in great glory, but a month later I was in a miserable state. More than 10 years of hard work were wasted in one fell swoop. Damn Rockefeller. Moria was filled with grief and indignation as he watched the land he had conquered slip away from his hands. Brother, we can't stay here for long. We escaped from Wano country, and before we left, we made a big fuss in Wano country. The Rockefeller pirates will never let us go after receiving the news. Absalom looked at the furious Moria and said worriedly. Moria put away the grief and anger in her heart upon hearing this. Evacuate the New World and wait for me to make a comeback. Moria looked at Absalom and said. Chapter 587 Wuhai Moria. More than a dozen bodies were subsequently exhumed from the back hill. If Charlotte were here with 3 of the corpses, she would definitely be able to identify them. Wang Ji John's silver axe. The 3 leading cadres of the Rocks pirates were destroyed by internal strife due to unfair distribution. Over the years, Moria has collected the corpses of some powerful people because of the special nature of his fruit abilities. But at that time, he still looked down upon these corpses and felt that the presence of his brothers was enough. But the battle with the Rockefeller pirates is over. Moria completely understood the difference between the Moria pirates and the Rockefeller pirates. Over the past month, Mariah has been frantically recalling the reasons for his defeat. In his mind, he didn't lose. It was just because the people under his command were defeated too quickly that he was shocked. After doing some irrational things, Chi almost lost to Caesar in one move. With this emotion, Moria stuffed the dozen corpses into the shadow one after another. Resurrected as an invulnerable zombie. Look at the weak zombies. I need a stronger shadow. Moria's eyes radiated blazing fire. A month later. On a New World island near the Red Earth continent. It took a month to finally escape from the heavy siege of the Rockefeller pirates. This month of running around has made Moria physically and mentally exhausted. In order to get through the heavy siege of the Rockefeller pirates, the two went through too much hardship. And none of this was the reason for Moria's decadence. Absalom knew why. It's not the fault of those newspapers. Since Caesar defeated Mariah, Caesar's fame has skyrocketed, mentioning that he is no longer the eldest son of Rockefeller Charlotte, but the strongest creature on land, sea and air, the dragon Caesar. That ignores the seawater, that huge body, the mythical dragon, and the strength that destroys the world. Among them, Moonlight Moria has undoubtedly become the biggest background for the fame of Dragon Caesar. Moonlight Moria experienced the annihilation of her brothers and was defeated by the Dragon Caesar. She was imprisoned in a quarry and suffered humiliation. After escaping, she was ridiculed by the world. I can't hold on to my mentality anymore. Seeing his elder brother's depressed look, Absalom also sighed in his heart. Brother, where should we go next? Absalom asked. Mariah stopped drinking. He looked at Absalom with blurred vision. Go home, Shihai, I want to start from scratch. Moria paused while holding the wine in his hand. Absalom was overjoyed upon hearing this. Is this restoring the will? I will always follow you. Absalom burst into passion. Sudden. A black shadow fell from the sky. A man dressed in black and wearing a golden eagle mask landed on the deck. Moonlight Moria. The man in the golden eagle mask looked at the drunken man in front of him and said with uncertainty. The person in front of him actually looked a little different from the description in his intelligence. If he hadn't seen the photo of Moonlight Moria, it would be hard for him to believe that the depressed man in front of him was actually the famous Moonlight Moria. People from the world government? Moria put the wine bottle on the table and looked at the visitor and asked. Seeing that Moria was still awake, the CP0 sent by the world government breathed a sigh of relief. Then the voice became serious. Mr. Moria, this is the invitation from His Majesty Shichibukai, please accept it. CP0 has been waiting for Moonlight Moria for a full month. Recently, he received news that Moonlight Moria appeared at the exit of the New World, and then he hurriedly flew over alone. Moria looked at the appointment letter in front of him and took it without hesitation. CP0 breathed a sigh of relief when he saw this. He was really afraid that the other party would become drunk and go crazy and chop him with a knife. After all, Moria, a madman, can do anything. Lord Moria, the news that you have become the king's Shichibukai will spread throughout the sea after today, so I will resign. Now that Moria has accepted it, CP0 will no longer stay. This person is really too evil. 2 of his predecessors died because of him. One was killed by his own hands, and the other was killed by Charlotte's sword while rescuing him. 2 CP0s died in a row, which made him feel guilty after just becoming a CP0. Spreading his wings, he flew to the Red Earth continent to die. Mariah looked at the appointment letter in his hand with many thoughts. Am I a loser? Moria murmured. The Shichibukai under the king is a place for losers. This has been faintly rumored in the past year. Otherwise, who would be a dog of the world government? Isn't the 3 emperors fragrant? Absalom looked overjoyed when he saw the Shichibukai appointment letter in Mariah's hand. Maybe Moria doesn't like the king's Shichibukai very much. After all, his target is the 3 emperors and the pirate king, not this ridiculous king's Shichibukai. But for Absalom, this is recognition of Lord Moria. Being able to become the king of the Shichibukai means that he is recognized as a great pirate by the world's governments. And such an honor belongs to his captain brother. How could this not make Absalom ecstatic? Mariah threw aside the letter of appointment from King Shichibukai. Continue to drink glass after glass of wine. To try to erase the sadness in my heart. The next day. News that shocked the sea came out. Moonlight Moria becomes the 3rd king of the Shichibukai. The king's Shichibukai Moonlight Moria. Is the Shichibukai a dog of the world government or a gathering place for losers? Countless pieces of news flew around the world, reporting this sensational news. Moonlight Moria has become the king of Shichibukai, and many people in the Shichibukai have already vaguely felt it in their hearts. Otherwise, why would the world government spend such a high price, even if it does not hesitate to cause trouble in the territory of the 3 emperors, to rescue Moonlight Moria? Isn't all this just because it wants Moonlight Moria to become the 7th king? Woo hai! Compared with the first 2 Shichibukai, there is not much resistance to Moonlight Moria becoming the pirates of the Shichibukai. Compared to Baki, who relied on his reputation as a member of the Roger Pirates to become the king of the 7 warlords, and Bear, who relied on killing pirates to please the world government. Moonlight Moria is the real great pirate. The battle with the Dragon Caesar made everyone recognize the strength of Moonlight Moria. Even in the eyes of many people, the reason why Moria lost was because he did not have strong subordinates. It was the Moria pirates who lost to the Rockefeller pirates, not Moria to Caesar. There are many people with this kind of mentality, especially those from the world government. After Moria became the king's Shichibukai, the world began to pay attention to the organization of the king's Shichibukai. Compared with the previous 2 who were petty, Moria is the real big pirate. The king's Shichibukai plan implemented by the world government really had some effect at this moment. Balanced the gap between pirates and navy. Chapter 582 Fisher Tiger. Recalling Aaron's young face when he was traveling. I haven't seen him for a few years and I don't know what he looks like. Aaron, who was sitting in the Fishman Tavern, frowned unconsciously after hearing Jinbei's voice. It seemed like he hated Jinbei calling him that. He stood up, took a bottle of wine and walked out of the tavern with a few boys. Jinbei, what's your name? Bang. Aaron's words stopped suddenly, and the wine bottle in his hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Tai, brother Tiger. See that familiar figure and say the name you miss. Aaron's tears actually began to get wet unconsciously. Brother Tiger. Aaron flew out. Brother Tiger. The younger brother behind him and the fishmen in Fishman Street swarmed forward when they saw it. Tiger looked at Aaron, who had grown up, and smiled. Aaron, you have grown up too. Tiger patted Aaron's shoulder and said while suppressing his inner excitement. His eyes instantly burst into tears of joy. Big brother Tiger. Aaron immediately stepped forward and hugged Tiger. Brother Tiger, when did you come back? Aaron grabbed Tiger's shoulders with both hands and looked at Tiger happily. Just now. Tiger looked at Aaron and said. Brother Tiger, where have you been all these years? Why haven't you received any reply? At this time, Aaron had so many things he wanted to say in his mind, but he was so excited that he didn't know how to speak. Tiger's heart became gloomy after hearing Aaron's words. Brother, I've been sorry to you all these years. Tiger lowered his head and said. Seeing this scene, Jinbei and the fishmen around him instantly realized something was wrong. Now, after taking a closer look at Brother Tiger, I discovered something was wrong. Brother Tiger, you are injured. Jinbei quickly pulled away from Aaron and looked at Brother Tiger's scarred body and expressed concern. Aaron also reacted. Who is it? Who hurt my eldest brother? I'm going to kill him. Aaron said angrily. Tiger was silent after hearing this. Brother, what exactly happened to you these years? Jinbei looked at the scars on Tiger's body that looked very much like the humans he had rescued over the years. For a while, I already had some guesses in my mind. But Jinbei didn't want to believe this speculation. Jinbei, Aaron, me. Tiger opened his mouth to say something, but couldn't for a moment. He looked at the two of them stiffly. The memories of these years have been extremely painful for Tiger, making him unwilling to recall them. Brother Tiger, if you have anything to do, we'll talk about it tomorrow. It's getting late today and you should be tired too. Jinbei immediately pulled Aaron over and looked at Tiger and said. Aaron nodded quickly when he heard this. Yes, go to bed early and talk about it tomorrow. It's indeed getting late. Jinbei and Aaron quickly pulled Tiger towards his original room. Although no one has moved in during the 6 years since Tiger left. But these fishmen in Fishman Street still clean up and keep him clean and tidy. Looking at the simple but neat room. This familiarity also has a strange feeling. This made Tiger feel a little hesitant. Sit on this soft bed. Recalling the cold cell where he lived for the past 3 years made Tiger feel extremely painful. Lying on the bed, the pillow was wet with tears. And outside. Great, Brother Tiger is back. The fishmen in Fishman Street immediately spread the good news. Just one night. The entire Fishman Island knows that the big brother of Fishman Street, Fisher Tiger, is back. King Neptune, who was drinking with Caesar, suddenly received a report from his subordinates and was stunned. You mean Fisher Tiger is back? Neptune wasn't sure. Ever since Tiger decided to travel, except for the occasional news in the first 3 years, there has been basically no news since then. This moment made Neptune think that Tiger died somewhere. Neptune sighed sadly for a while. He took charge of Fishman Island and became the king of Fishman Island. But this does not mean that his position is stable. There are many rebels and restless elements in Fishman Island, causing destruction and disobeying the rules everywhere. Among them, Fishman Street is the most chaotic and domineering. It gave King Neptune a headache. Originally there was still a tiger who could restrain him, but after Tiger disappeared, Fishman Island gradually lost control. Over the years, Neptune has trained Jinbei to stabilize or counter the restless elements in Fishman Street headed by Aaron. Unexpectedly, Tiger is still alive. Princess Odoheim, who was sitting next to her, brightened up after hearing this. Tiger is back? The fishman who reported the report nodded immediately. Yeah, the whole Fishman Street is in a state of excitement now. Fisher Tiger just came back. Odoheim was instantly overjoyed after hearing this. Great, now that Tiger is back, our Fishman Island will be safe. Over the years, Odoheim has continued to work hard for her dream. However, some extreme ideas in Fishman Street caused ideological divisions in Fishman Island. Some agree with Princess Odoheim's decision, while others are deeply influenced by the extreme ideas of Fishman Street. Deeply hate humans. This made it difficult for Princess Otoheim to do her ideological work. It would be great to have Tiger back this time. Come on, take me to meet Tiger. Neptune said immediately. Well, Tiger is taking a rest right now. Jinbei and Aaron said we'll talk about it tomorrow if there's anything else. The fishman guard hesitated for a moment and said. That's it, okay, let's talk about it tomorrow. Neptune said thoughtfully after hearing this. And Caesar, who had been sitting aside and watching the two men with uncertain expressions, spoke. Who is this Tiger? What a familiar name. Caesar asked, standing up dazedly. After finishing Moria, Caesar rushed straight towards the Fishman Island without stopping for a moment. Can't wait to meet those two little mermaids. After hearing Caesar's question, King Neptune did not dare to neglect. He is the boss of Fishman Street, the eldest brother of Jinbei and Aaron. He went on a trip 6 years ago. There has been no news over the years. I thought he was dead, but he came back. Neptune explained. Oh. I seem to have some memory when you say that. It seems to be a red fishman, right? Caesar thought of the red Murloc he met 10 years ago. The red fishman looked at his father with admiration in his eyes, and even communicated with his father. Caesar still has some memories. That's right, it's him. Neptune said quickly. That's it. I'm going to meet the eldest brother Jinbei calls him tomorrow. Caesar shrugged. Some are curious, but more are idle. Time passed slowly. The excitement of Fishman Street did not affect Tiger, who was taking a rest. Tiger fell into a deep sleep quietly, the most peaceful sleep he had had in years. Sleep till dawn. Chapter 583 Fisher Tiger. The next day. Tiger opened the door. A ray of sunshine shone on Tiger's face. Brother Tiger. The fish people waiting outside shouted in surprise when they saw Tiger coming out. Yesterday, only Aaron's group chatted briefly for a while. Just let Tiger rest. And they spread the news that Brother Tiger was back. Early this morning, countless fishmen came to Tiger's house and were waiting. Tiger grinned when he saw so many brothers. Ha ha ha, long time no see, brothers. How are you doing? Tiger opened his arms and hugged many fishmen. Brother Tiger. A whimper sounded. Those fishmen who missed Tiger hugged him one after another. Brother Tiger, where have you been all these years? There is no news at all. We all thought. At the end of the day, the words didn't dare to come out. Snapped. What are you talking about, you bastard? Brother Tiger is fine here, isn't he? Don't say any depressing words. Aaron slapped the fishman on the back and yelled angrily. The fishman was so frightened that he quickly lowered his head and apologized. Okay Aaron, he didn't mean it. Tiger comforted the beaten Murloc and looked at the Murlocs coming around. Brother Tiger, Brother Tiger. Suddenly a voice sounded. Everyone looked towards the place where the sound appeared. Then he saw Jinbei running towards Tiger wearing armor. Brother Tiger, when King Neptune heard that you were back, he has already held a banquet in the Fishman Kingdom and invited you to attend. Jinbei panted and looked at Brother Tiger and said. Tiger was silent for a second and then nodded. I'll come later. After speaking, he looked at Aaron and the others. Aaron, take care of your brothers and wait for me to come back. Tiger looked at Aaron and said. TCH, that Neptune is a loser. He's still putting on airs when he sees you come back. Aaron was obviously dissatisfied with King Neptune's actions. It's okay. He is the king of our Fishman Island after all. It's right for me to go see him. Tiger patted Aaron on the shoulder and smiled. Brother, I'll go with you to see what's going on with Neptune. Aaron looked at Tiger and said. Tiger hesitated for a moment after hearing this, but saw Aaron and others looking at him with bright eyes. Tiger nodded. Be respectful when you get to the Fishman Palace and don't give eldest brother face. Tiger patted Aaron on the shoulder and said. Don't worry, brother. Aaron immediately patted his chest with a smile and said. If Neptune saw this scene, I don't know what he would think. He is arrogant and domineering in front of himself, but respectful in front of Tiger. It's really one thing and one thing. Tiger took Jinbei, Aaron, and some friends from Fishman Island and walked towards the kingdom. Along the way, Tiger acted very calmly, but only he knew how painful he was in his heart. After arriving at the Fishman Palace, Tiger meets an unexpected person. You are, Mr. Caesar. Tiger asked uncertainly as he looked at Caesar, who was also walking towards him. I vaguely remember that when the Rockefeller pirates arrived at Fishman Island 10 years ago, Mr. Caesar followed Charlotte. Although Caesar was quite immature at that time, Tiger could still recognize him at a glance. 10 years of changes have made Caesar mature. No longer as cynical as before. You're that Tiger. Seeing the red Murloc in front of him with a rather excited expression, Caesar wasn't sure. Tiger's condition is actually a bit bad. There are scars all over his body, as well as the hatred revealed in his bones. His performance is completely different from his performance 10 years ago. Mr. Caesar. When Tiger saw the other person recognizing him, he immediately bent down to say hello. Caesar was slightly taken aback when he saw Tiger bending down as soon as he saw him. But the moment Tiger bent down, a mark on his chest made Caesar's pupils shrink. Hoof of the flying dragon. Caesar knows it all too well. This is the sign of a Dracoslave. Why does Tiger have this mark on his body? Looking at the scars on Tiger's body, they are obviously the marks of whipping. Thinking of this, Caesar has been vaguely concerned about Tiger's disappearance over the years. Looking at Tiger again, there was a hint of pity in his eyes. Caesar is the son of Charlotte. He also supports Charlotte's actions against slaves. He appears on Fishman Island now just to fight against the slave traders. Caesar also felt deeply about the treatment of slaves over the years. Caesar had never been soft on those slave traders. Seeing Caesar fall into silence, his eyes were firmly looking at his chest. Tiger was silent. Please. Caesar said to Tiger. This banquet was specially set up for Tiger. Caesar brought Tiger into the hall. As soon as they entered the main hall, King Neptune and Princess Odoheim were already sitting in the main seats waiting for Tiger's arrival. After seeing Tiger's figure, Neptune quickly took Princess Odoheim out of her seat and stood up to greet her. Long time no see, Tiger. Neptune came to Tiger and held Tiger's hand and shouted. This look, this gesture. The fishman following Tiger was delighted. His eldest brother is so valued by the king. Only Aaron looked at Neptune from behind Tiger with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Long time no see, Your Majesty the King. Tiger bowed respectfully to Neptune. And Princess Odoheim. Tiger also bowed to Princess Odoheim. The fishman following behind also quickly saluted like brother Tiger. Even Aaron bowed reluctantly. Neptune quickly helped Tiger up. Introduced Tiger to the banquet. Only Princess Odoheim's expression turned sad the moment she saw Tiger. Looking at Tiger, he couldn't understand why Tiger, who was always sunny and cheerful, was in such pain right now. He looked at Tiger with worry in his eyes. Take a seat. Odoheim immediately started her own inquiry. Tiger, where have you been all these years? Why is there no news? Princess Odoheim expressed concern. Tiger was silent for a while after hearing Princess Odoheim's question. Everyone was waiting for Tiger's reply. Only Caesar already had a guess in his mind and drank wine silently. Princess, me. Tiger paused. I was imprisoned in Mariesia all these years. After Tiger calmed down for a while, he told what he had experienced over the years. Everyone listened to Tiger's story in stunned silence, with disbelief on their faces. Princess Odoheim had tears in her eyes as she listened to Tiger's narration. Caesar sat silently drinking wine one glass at a time. Aaron and the fishmen looked at their brother Tiger in shock. Tiger looked at everyone's expressions and seemed to have revealed all the anger he had felt over the years. Then he tore off his upper body clothes. Tear it up. A paw print appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Chapter 584, the beginning of the great event. Maybe Aaron, the fishman from Fishman Street, didn't understand the mark on Tiger's chest. But this is not the case for King Neptune and Princess Odoheim. The mark in front of me is all too familiar. Princess Odoheim shed tears and covered her mouth fiercely to prevent herself from screaming. This is. Neptune also looked at the mark on Tiger's chest in disbelief. Caesar knocked his wine glass heavily on the table. The hooves of the sky-soaring dragon, the symbol of the celestial dragon slaves. Caesar slowly said the meaning behind this mark. Whoa! There was an uproar in the audience. Those who didn't know what it meant screamed in surprise. This is impossible. Aaron yelled even more. How could his brother Tiger be the slave of the celestial dragons? This is impossible, you must be talking nonsense. Aaron roared at Caesar sitting aside. If such an angry roar had occurred in the past, no one would have dared to do this to Caesar. Caesar had already struck him with a knife. But now Caesar was in no mood to pay attention to Aaron's roar. Caesar felt bad after hearing what happened to Tiger. Aaron, Mr. Caesar is right, this is the mark of a slave. Tiger stopped Aaron, looked at Aaron and said. This is impossible. Humans are just a humble race. How can they enslave the great fishmen? How could Aaron, who had a racist sense of superiority, accept this? Boom. Caesar slammed his glass on the table. His eyes were fixed on Aaron. If you dare to say one more thing, I will chop you alive. Caesar looked at Aaron, his eyes filled with murderous intent. The killing intent that rushed toward his face made Aaron's face pale. Mr. Caesar, please calm down. Aaron also lost his temper because of me. Seeing that Caesar was angry, Tiger quickly tried to smooth things over. Yes. Yes, Aaron just said it out of anger. Jinbei also hurriedly replied. He also nudged Aaron and asked him to apologize. But Aaron's face was still full of dissatisfaction, and he lowered his head and said nothing. Looking at it, Jinbei sighed slightly. Caesar no longer paid attention to the clown in front of him. Neptune didn't have a good look on his face either. Looking at Aaron, almost anyone could see the dissatisfaction in his eyes. Tiger, since you have escaped, you should settle down on Fishman Island in the future. With Mr. Caesar's blessing, the heavenly dragons can't reach Fishman Island yet. Odoheim wiped away her tears, looked at Tiger and comforted her warmly. Tiger said nothing. Instead, he recalled in his mind the fishmen slaves like himself in Mariajoya. They are suffering at this time. Princess Odoheim, there are still many fishmen being enslaved on the Red Earth continent, and I will not just watch. Tiger's words instantly made everyone present look at Tiger. There was a hint of shock in his eyes. Caesar put down the wine glass in his hand and looked at Tiger with wide eyes. What is he going to do? It's the Red Earth continent there. Caesar was shocked. Princess Odoheim and King Neptune were also shocked by Tiger's words. What does Tiger want to do? Tiger looked at the shocked faces of everyone and suddenly smiled. Don't worry, I am responsible for the work and will not bring trouble to Fishman Island. After Tiger finished speaking, he took a sip of wine, then stood up and walked out of the banquet hall immediately. Everyone in Dolio stood there blankly. Big brother Tiger. Several fishmen following Tiger quickly chased after him. Only Caesar, King Neptune and Princess Odoheim were left at the scene. Although Tiger didn't say anything explicitly just now, several people present were smart people. Why don't you understand what Tiger Dang Dang meant? Caesar stood up abruptly. King Neptune, I need to discuss this with Dad. After Caesar finished speaking, he quickly walked out of the banquet hall. Neptune didn't stop. This matter does need to be discussed with Charlotte. Fishman Island alone cannot shoulder this responsibility. Caesar walked quickly. His heart was overwhelmed, and he was shocked by Tiger's madness. What do you mean by what you just said? It couldn't be more unmistakable. Going to Mariajoya to free the slaves. Is this something that a leopard who has eaten 100 ambitions dares to think of? But some people dared to think about it and put it forward. It seems that he plans to implement it. For such a big matter, Caesar, as the guardian of Fishman Island, must discuss it with his father. Take out the phone bug. The call was connected within a few seconds. On the other end of the phone, Charlotte was sweating profusely and put down the dumbbell in her hand that was 10 times bigger than herself and answered the phone. The call is connected. Caesar paused for a few seconds, as if thinking about how to explain what just happened. Dad, something happened on Fishman Island. Do you remember the fishman named Fisher Tiger we met on Fishman Island 10 years ago? He is back, from Mariajoya. Caesar said briefly and listened quietly to Charlotte's response on the other end of the phone. When Charlotte heard Fisher Tiger's name, I immediately realized what was about to happen. Caesar stabilizes Fisher Tiger, and our Rockefeller pirates will also be involved in this matter. Charlotte immediately said to Caesar on the other end of the phone. Caesar was stunned when he heard this. What do you mean? Shouldn't it be to stop Tiger's actions? Why should the Rockefeller pirates also participate? Why is this different from what he imagined? You don't have to worry about Caesar. Just keep an eye on Fisher Tiger and report his every move. I will be of great use in this matter. Charlotte ignored the stunned voice on the other end of the phone and quickly ordered. This is simply a once-in-a-lifetime plan to cause chaos in Mariajoya. Since Charlotte has traveled through time, everything in the original work has been changed beyond recognition. But Charlotte still exercised restraint as much as possible and did not change history much. The world government side remains the same as the original. According to the original novel, Fisher Tiger invaded Marijoa. Marijoa has been stable for 800 years and is extremely empty inside. This is a godsend opportunity for the Rockefeller pirates. Xia Luo has long been jealous of the Tianlong people's accumulated wealth of 800 years. Gold, Bailey, devil fruits, and famous swords are all scarce things in Charlotte. Just made it up this time. It just happened to be revenge for the last time. By the way, let's find out the details of the world government. All these factors made Charlotte pay close attention to this big event. After hanging up the phone, Caesar still stood there stunned. Listening to the busy signal on the other end of the phone, Caesar retracted his thoughts. Is Dad planning something? Caesar already had a vague guess in his heart, but he was still a little unsure. The task has been sent. Monitor Fisher Tiger's every move and report to his father at all times. Caesar sprang into action immediately. The domineering aura spread instantly, firmly locking the residence of Fisher Tiger. Chapter 585 Charlotte's Decision. Came Island. After hanging up the phone, Charlotte sat at the desk with her head lowered and lost in thought. He was thinking about how to use Fisher Tiger to rush to the Red Clay continent and make a big fuss about Marijoa, and how he could benefit from it. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. 800 years of peace have made Marijoa forget the danger. 19 celestial dragon families living in the Red Earth continent. Thinking about the wealth accumulated over 800 years made Charlotte extremely excited. Not to mention looting everything, even half of it would be enough for Charlotte to eat. More importantly, Charlotte wanted to use this opportunity to enrich her treasure trove. He doesn't have many devil fruits left, and there are even fewer good devil fruits. His 7 children are all about 5 years old. There are only 10 devil fruits left, so there are too few opportunities to choose from. Charlotte must enrich her treasure trove. Charlotte, who was sitting at the desk, was making crazy plans in her mind. This operation is obviously not suitable for large-scale operations. You can only sneak in with some people. Again, enter the village quietly and don't let anyone shoot you. Charlotte wrote several names in the notebook. You must go to Caesar. Caesar is currently on Fishman Island, which is well known. Almost everyone who follows the Rockefeller pirates knows about Caesar's movements. After all, after experiencing the Moonlight Moria incident, Caesar couldn't keep a low profile even if he wanted to. Countless people were staring at him. And Caesar is responsible for keeping an eye on Fisher Tiger, who is indispensable. Estes? Charlotte thought for a while and decided to take her with him. If something unexpected happened, she would be there to help him. A Tesla is a must-have. His Thunderfruit was developed very well, it was fast, and it could also block Marijoa's connection with the outside world. If something happened to Marijoa, the Navy could arrive within an hour at any time to support her, which was a bad sign. 1 hour is simply not enough time for Charlotte to take action. So Tesla is also indispensable. Robert, Esif, and Deidara are obviously not suitable to participate in this operation. I thought about it. Just in case. Bring Klein and Slut as well. The Menmen fruit and mirror fruit of these 2 children may play a key role at the last moment. After all, Marijoa can be considered a dragon in a tiger's den. If there is anything serious inside, Charlotte can take them away in time. That's right, Charlotte plans to take part in this operation personally. The first is to plunder the wealth of the celestial dragons, which can be stored in his own castle bracelet. The second is to find out the secrets of the Marijoa celestial dragons and make early plans for their future. After all, only by knowing yourself and the enemy can you be victorious in all battles. World government is too mysterious after all. Charlotte has been traversing the sea for more than 20 years, but the person he dealt with was the Navy. And the Navy is just a violent institution under the world government. The pirates around the world who can be suppressed by a single navy are breathless, and how terrifying is the world government that has stood on the Red Earth continent for 800 years. And how terrifying is the I'm sitting high on the throne. The only thing Charlotte knew was that the other party had lived for 800 years. A contemporary of Joey Boy. Charlotte needs to reveal the secrets hidden by the world government one by one. So this time, Charlotte was determined to win this trip to Marijoa. He put down the pen in his hand and looked at his children who were dispatched with him. Come on. Charlotte shouted towards the outside of the house. Calling his death, Tesla, Klein, and Slud. Charlotte ordered to the maid on duty. Yes. After hearing this, the maids slowly retreated. Charlotte's order was immediately spread. Death, who was patrolling the first half of the New World, immediately received the news, and his first squadron immediately returned. This relieved the pirates from Paradise and the Four Seas who were being chased by Death. Although the number of pirates going to sea nowadays is not as high as before. But every year, there are still many pirate groups entering the New World from the Four Seas and the Paradise. Although these people will not become the enemies of the Rockefeller pirates, they will still cause some trouble on the Rockefeller pirates' territory. Charlotte formed these teams just to solve these troubles. In a laboratory on Kame Island, Tesla was wearing glasses and a dust-free suit, holding a test tube in his hand and injecting serum into an experimental subject. And around the laboratory, densely packed nutrition cabins were erected all around. Countless clones lay in the nutrition cabin. These are the human cloning experiments left by Vinsmoke Gage more than 10 years ago. After Vinsmoke Gage left, this technology was left idle, and Caesar Courant concentrated on researching artificial devil fruits. Now Tesla has taken over the experiment. Da-da-da. Footsteps sounded in a hurry. Tesla frowned. He had ordered that he should not be disturbed during the experiment. What's going on with people outside? Click. The door opens automatically. A similarly dressed scientist walked in. Sir, the captain summons you. The researcher looked at Tesla with admiration in his eyes, as if he were seeing his idol. After hearing this, Tesla relaxed his frown and put down the experiment in his hands. Let's go. Tesla said nothing and walked out with the researcher. After Klein, who was wandering around the New World, received a call from Kame Island, he waved his hand and a space door appeared. Klein pushed open the space door and walked in. Returned to Kame Island. Slud was originally on Kame Island, and immediately found his father after receiving the news. Let's wait until your eldest sister and the others come back. Charlotte looked at the map in her hand without raising her head. This is a topographic map of Mary Joa that Charlotte bought from the Dark World at a great cost. But this topographic map is incomplete. Charlotte didn't dare to collect Mary Joa's maps in a big way. Moreover, making the Mary Joa map is a serious crime. Once discovered, it will be a capital crime. Therefore, no one dares to create a topographic map of Mary Joa. In addition, not everyone can go up to Mary Joa. As a result, for 800 years, there have been no complete maps left in the world. The only one was in dilapidated condition. Charlotte's intention to know the distribution of Mary Joa in advance failed. Hey! I can only focus on Fisher Tiger. Charlotte picked up the phone. Called over. Inside Fishman Island. Caesar suddenly received a call from his father. Caesar revealed his feelings to Fisher Tiger, saying that the Rockefeller pirates are willing to enter Mary Joa with him to rescue the slaves. Charlotte's voice appeared in Caesar's ears. Caesar's expression immediately became serious after hearing this. Yes, I'm going to talk to Fisher Tiger now. Chapter 586 Caesar's Inquiry. Caesar didn't expect that his father would be so bold and actually want to invade Mary Joa with Fisher Tiger. That is the home base of the world government. Is it true that nothing will happen? Caesar lowered his head and felt worried. But then he looked up. Invading Mary Joa is really exciting. A smile appeared on Caesar's lips. Now that Dad has made up his mind, he will accompany him to break into this dragon's pond and tiger's den. Think of this. Caesar immediately walked over to Fisher Tiger. Went to Fisher Tiger's house and knocked on the door. Boom boom boom. The knock instantly startled Fisher Tiger. Quickly put away the rough map in front of Mary Joa. Been a slave of the celestial dragon for 3 years. The topography of Mary Joa is known by heart. The place where slaves were kept was even more familiar. To rescue them, Fisher Tiger was not without any brains and rushed in headlong. Be prepared in advance. Put away the map. Fisher Tiger opened the door solemnly. After seeing the visitor, Tiger relaxed his frown. It turns out to be Mr. Caesar, please come in. Fisher Tiger respects Caesar. The other party is not only the son of the hero Charlotte, but also the guardian of Fishman Island. Protect Murloc Island from plunder. Such a great favor was unforgettable for Fisher Tiger. Even though his heart is filled with hatred now, he is still grateful to the Rockefeller pirates. Caesar walked into Tiger's house. As the boss of Fishman Street, Fisher Tiger's house is very simple. A big bed, a table, an oil lamp, and a somewhat shabby wardrobe. His reputation as the boss of Fishman Street is somewhat unworthy of him. Caesar had seen how luxurious Aaron's house, as Tiger's younger brother, was. The house is full of rare treasures. They are all treasures in the sea. It is a rare treasure placed on land. Mr. Fisher Tiger, I came to you this time because of my father. Caesar sat across from Fisher Tiger. Tiger poured Caesar a cup of tea. Mr. Caesar, just call me Tiger. The name of Mr. Caesar is too much to bear. Tiger looked at Caesar and said. As for Sir Charlotte's instructions, just mention them. I, Tiger, will complete them even if I risk my life. Tiger looked at Caesar and said firmly. After Caesar heard this, his hand holding the cup paused. He stared at Tiger with both eyes. Are you planning to go to Asia to rescue your compatriots? Caesar asked, getting straight to the point. Bang. Tiger was so horrified that the cup in his hand fell off the table unconsciously, and the tea spilled all over the floor. Look at Caesar. Exposed. Tiger's heart sank. No murderous intent was revealed, and the biggest secret he had buried in his heart was revealed, causing Tiger to panic. If it weren't for the Rockefeller pirates sitting in front of him, Tiger would have killed and silenced him. Caesar rolled his eyes. Anyone with a discerning eye can understand what you said in the Dragon Palace that day. Caesar's words made Tiger feel uneasy. Mr. Caesar, I do have this plan and I plan to implement it. Tiger didn't hide anything from Caesar and took out the drawing he just drew. This is the distribution map of Mary Joa. I plan to take action in half a month. Caesar looked at the sketch in Tiger's hand, took it in his hand and took a look. The various buildings are clearly marked on the drawings. I'm here to tell you that our Rockefeller pirates plan to get involved and help you save your compatriots. Caesar put down the drawing and looked at Tiger and said. What? Tiger was stunned for a moment, then instantly overjoyed. But after being overjoyed, I felt something was wrong. No need, Mr. Caesar, just leave this matter to me alone. If the Rockefeller pirates are also involved, they will definitely offend the world government and suffer retaliation from the world government. Then I, Tegwan, will be the one to blame for his death. Tiger mistakenly thought that the other party wanted to help him and quickly refused. You don't have to refuse. This is an order given by Dad himself. All actions are subject to your command. Caesar waved his hand and said. When Tiger wanted to say something else, he was immediately interrupted again by Caesar. The Rockefeller pirates are the guardians of Fishman Island. Both fishmen and mermaids are protected by the Rockefeller pirates. Those fishmen who are in deep trouble are waiting for us. We didn't waste a moment, and our fellow fishmen will suffer a little more. Bitter, instead of arguing here, let's discuss how to behave. Caesar said righteously. At this moment, Caesar seemed so radiant in Tiger's eyes. It turns out there is more than one hero. The son of a hero will also become a hero. This is what Tiger is thinking at the moment. Tiger then immediately stood up. When he arrived at the clearing, he immediately knelt down. On behalf of all my fellow fishmen, I, Tiger, would like to thank Rockefeller for his great kindness. After saying that, he fell to the ground. His head hit the ground hard. Caesar looked stunned. Is there any need to be so excited? Caesar quickly helped Tiger up. It is everyone's responsibility to save slaves. Caesar helped Tiger up and said solemnly. Gentlemen. Tiger shouted movedly. The two looked at each other, refusing to break their gaze. Caesar's eyes began to soar. And when Caesar and Tiger showed their feelings. The Shampoo Islands at an altitude of meters above Fishman Island. Whoa! An octopus man jumped out of the sea. We arrived at the number 13 islands in Shampoo Island. Went into a bar. In the bar, a man and a woman were sitting on the counter. Anyone could see their sad faces and know that something was on their mind. Siachi and Layli sat facing each other. Just now Granny knew from 9 Snake Island came to ask again. Siachi and Layli were both at a loss what to do. It turns out to be Xiaoba, find a place to sit. After Siachi saw it was Xiaoba, she pointed to an empty seat and said. Can Aunt Xia have a glass of wine? Xiaoba walked to the bar with a heavy face and asked. Siachi looked at Xiaoba's downcast expression and handed him a glass of wine. What happened, Xiaoba, you are so unhappy? Siachi looked at Xiaoba and asked. Aunt Xia, my eldest brother is back. Xiaoba took the wine and opened the bottle and said. Big brother? Is that your big brother named Fisher Tiger? Siachi asked with a roll of her eyes. Yes, he disappeared for 3 years and came back yesterday. When Xiaoba said this, His mood became even more depressed. Shouldn't you be happy to be back? Why are you looking so sad? Xiaoqi looked at Xiaoba and asked. That's because Brother Tiger has not been having a good life these years. Xiaoba picked up the wine bottle and poured the wine into his stomach. Oh. I heard you say before, didn't he go on a trip? Xiaoqi asked doubtfully. Over the years, Xiaoba also asked Xiaoqi about Fisher Tiger. So Xiaoqi still has a deep impression on Fisher Tiger. Chapter 587 Xiaoqi's thoughts. Did something happen? Xiaoqi asked. Xiaoba took a sip of wine after hearing this. 3 years ago, Brother Tiger was captured by the celestial dragons while traveling. He lived in dire straits in Mariajoya for 3 years. He recently escaped from the hands of the celestial dragons. Xiaoba explained. Xiaoba has nothing to hide from Xiaoqi and Leili. For him, apart from his friends in Fishman Street, Xiaoqi and Leili are the people he trusts the most. Boom. Xiaoba finished speaking. Leili, who was drinking next to him, smacked his hand, put his glass on the bar and looked at Xiaoba. Xiaoqi was also moved in her heart. Lived in Mariajoya for 3 years. Xiaoqi and Leili looked at each other. Can you tell us about your big brother Tiger? Xiaoqi pushed out a bottle of wine and looked at Xiaoba and asked. Xiaoba took the wine without any concealment. Let me tell you what Brother Tiger went through a few days ago. After hearing this, Xiaoqi and Leili were instantly reassured. Wait until Xiaoba leaves. Xiaoqi lit a cigarette. Tiger should be familiar with Mariajoya's layout after escaping from Mariajoya. I think we can start with Tiger. Xiaoqi looked at Leili and said. Riley nodded. From Xiaoba's words just now, I can feel that the fishman named Tiger will never give up on the fellow fishmen on Mariajoya. Maybe we can cooperate. Riley said slowly. Just now we asked Xiaoba to make an appointment with Tiger for US. We just wait for the other party's news. Charlotte took a puff of cigarette and looked outside the door. 3 years. The 3 children from 9 Snake Island have been in Mariajoya for 3 years. If it hadn't been for the intelligence that showed that the 3 children had been treated as dancers by the Tianlong people and were still alive and well, Xiaoqi would have given up long ago. As long as she is alive, Xiaoqi will not give up any people of 9 Snake Island. This is her mission as the former emperor of 9 Snake Island. Tiger, who was preparing at Fishman Island, suddenly heard shouting. Brother Tiger, Brother Tiger. Xiaoba's voice sounded. Tiger opened the door and saw Xiaoba smelling of alcohol. This made Tiger frown slightly. But he still asked softly. Is there a problem? Brother Tiger, I have 2 friends who want to meet you, is that okay? Xiaoba asked, looking at Tiger carefully. Tiger frowned immediately upon hearing this. Did you pass on my news to others? Tiger's heart felt cold and he looked at Xiaoba. After 3 years in Mariajoya, I have become numb to all kinds of betrayals. Looking at Xiaoba's eyes, chills rose. If Xiaoba dares to spread his news, Fishman Island will be harmed in the end. Tiger will definitely tear Xiaoba into pieces. Xiaoba was instantly frightened by Tiger's expression. Brother Tej, my 2 friends are good people. They want to get Mariajoya's map from you, and they won't harm you. Xiaoba said quickly. Now. Xiaoba's drunkenness dissipated and he realized what stupid thing he had done. He quickly bent down and apologized. Tiger looked at Xiaoba's panicked look. I sighed in my heart. I also understand that Xiaoba didn't do it on purpose. Tiger stood in front of Xiaoba and thought for a long time. Okay, take me to meet them. Tiger finally decided to meet them. The first is to see who the other party is. If it is someone with bad intentions on Fishman Island, Tiger will definitely kill the other party to avoid future troubles. In these 3 years of slave life, Tiger not only memorized the topography of Mariajoya, but also his strength in fighting slaves to the death for the past 3 years. This gave him a fearless heart. The second is to see why the other party wants Mariajoya's drawings. You must know that collecting Mariajoya's drawings is a capital offense. Once discovered or reported, what awaits them is the death penalty on Judiciary Island. Xiaoba led Tiger out of Fishman Island. This scene was seen by Caesar. Caesar did not forget his father's instructions, although the purpose was stated. But there will still be some surveillance. I saw Tiger and an octopus man following Aaron swimming towards the sky above Fishman Island. Caesar silently followed the 2 of them. Whoa! Xiaoba brought Tiger out of the water from his hiding place, avoiding the densely populated areas around him, and came to Xiaqi's extortion racket. Tiger looked at the cold bar in front of him and twitched the corner of his mouth. With this name, it's no wonder the bar is so deserted. Aunt Xia, we are here. Xiaoba pulled Tiger into the bar. Xiaqi heard this and walked out from the counter. Welcome, this is Mr. Fisher Tiger, right? In the past few years, Xiaoba has begged me to find out more about you. Xiaqi pointed to a seat and said. Tiger looked around. The bar is not big, and there are only 2 people in the room. One is the woman smoking a cigarette in front of her. There was also a man wearing a white cloak with his back to him. Tiger withdrew his gaze and looked at Xiaqi. I'm the one you asked Xiaoba to invite. Let's be honest. What do you want from me? Tiger had no interest in being cowardly again, and his whole body was always tense. Tiger didn't take the wine that Xiaqi handed him. You are really cautious, little brother. Xiaqi smiled and drank the wine. I came to you because of these 3 people. Xiaqi handed Tiger the photos of the 3 missing girls on 9 Snake Island. I heard that you have been in Marijo for 3 years. I wonder if you have seen these 3 little girls. Xiaqi looked at Tiger expectantly and asked. And Rayleigh slowly turned around at this time. But his eyes did not look at Tiger. Instead, he looked at the outside world through the door. Friend, standing outside is beneath your status. Riley's sudden words caught Xiaqi and Tiger off guard. Tiger put down the photo in his hand and looked around nervously. Ha 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 ha. A burst of laughter came from outside the door. Tiger was relieved after hearing this. Isn't this familiar voice, Mr. Caesars? Ha 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 ha, I never thought that the famous Pluto Rayleigh would actually hide in this small bar. Bang. Caesar's majestic and tall body pushed open the door of the bar and walked into the bar, which was a bit small for him. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect that the famous magic dragon would hide in the dark and eavesdrop. This is not like your father Charlotte's style. The moment Caesar appears. Both Rayleigh and Shaki recognized Caesar. Oh, hee hee, I didn't expect that swaddled baby to grow so big. Xiaqi also smiled. Caesar's eyes narrowed when he heard this. There was a hint of murderous intent in his eyes. He could allow the famous Pluto Rayleigh to tease him. But when did an unknown person stand on his head and shit? Seeing Caesar's dangerous look, Xiaqi shook her head indifferently. Chapter 588 Xiaqi and Lei's shock. Boy, you should call me Aunt Xia. Xiaqi looked at Caesar and smiled. Caesar looked stunned immediately. He quickly recalled in his mind whether his mothers had any sisters. But after thinking about it, I realized that all my mothers are the same person. Then Caesar's expression became serious again. The relationship with the older eldest sister is not like this. Caesar said with a dissatisfied tone. If it weren't for the presence of Pluto Rayleigh beside him, Caesar would have insisted on letting this woman know the majesty of the dragon. Ha 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 ha. Xiaqi covered her mouth and smiled. It seems that your father didn't tell you anything about your childhood. Xiaqi shook her head and explained her relationship with Charlotte under Caesar's unkind eyes. Your dad and I were colleagues more than 20 years ago. I even hugged you when you were born. What? Have you forgotten me? Caesar was immediately stunned after hearing this. My father and I were colleagues more than 20 years ago, and they even hugged me. Is it so mysterious? Caesar immediately looked at Xiaqi suspiciously. With that appearance, it would be no exaggeration to say that she is Caesar's sister. Ha 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 ha, don't believe it, just wait. Xiaqi walked into the house. After rummaging through the box for a while, he took out a photo and walked out, placing it in front of Caesar. Look, this is a photo with your father more than 20 years ago. Xiaqi placed the photo in front of Caesar. After Caesar looked at it, his pupils shrank sharply. It's not just my dad in the photo. There are also white-bearded Edward Newgate, and the golden lion Uncle Sherji, and the young Aunt Charlotte Lingling, as well as some people who have some impressions but are not very familiar with them. The aura emanating from everyone in the photo, even if it was just a photo, made Caesar feel a little depressed. Especially the man standing in the middle of the team, with his arms folded and his black hair fluttering. Caesar actually felt frightened in his heart. Caesar instantly remembered the experience that his father did not want to explain. The pirate group that controls the New World and makes the Navy afraid to take the lead. The pirate group that convinced his father to lead an era. Rock's Pirates. Are you a member of that pirate group? Caesar asked with uncertainty and certainty. He, it seems you still have an impression. I thought everyone had forgotten about the Rocks pirates. Xiachi covered her mouth and chuckled. After hearing this, Caesar looked at Xiachi and Lei with a smile. What do you want from Tiger? Caesar obviously didn't want to talk about anything else. One of these two people is a former colleague of my father. Based on my understanding of my father, who knows what relationship my father has with this female colleague? Caesar doesn't want to have another stepmother. The other one is the right arm of the Pirate King, the world-famous Hades Silbaz Rayleigh, a big shot who has reached Ravdru and is very powerful. Caesar felt that if he fought with him, he wouldn't be able to defeat him in a short time. Riley seemed to notice Caesar's gaze, picked up the jug, shook it, and drank it all in one gulp. Brother, I'm worried. Don't worry, we don't have any ill intentions. Xiachi looked at Caesar and said. But he was constantly complaining in his heart. As expected of Charlotte's son, his personality is exactly the same as Charlotte's when he was young. Still so unlikable. We asked Mr. Tiger just because of the three girls in this photo and to know their specific locations. Xiachi looked at Tiger and said. After hearing this, Tiger looked at Caesar and then at Xiachi's expectant eyes. He lowered his head and looked at the three girls in the photo. Although she is young, she can still be seen as a beautiful woman, especially the leader. These three girls were captured by the slave team 3 years ago and sold to the Celestial Dragons. The two of us have been looking for them for 3 years and still have no clue. Mary Joa is heavily guarded and the environment is unfamiliar, and neither of us have any clues. If you dare to go there rashly, I heard that Mr. Tiger should know the deployment of Mary Joya just after he came out there, so we are willing to spend a lot of money to get the map of Mary Joya from Tiger, especially the place where the slaves are kept. Xiachi looked at Tiger expectantly and said. This time. Both Tiger and Caesar understood each other's intentions. Tiger and Caesar looked at each other. Tiger put down the photo. These 3 little girls are not dead yet. I met these 3 people at a Tianlong banquet. Apart from being enslaved and performing every day, they have not suffered much harm. Tiger gave Xiachi reassurance. Xiachi breathed a sigh of relief. Please also ask Mr. Tiger to tell me the location. We will be very grateful. Xiachi said sincerely. Tiger was stunned after hearing this. Marie Joya is heavily guarded. It's a dragon's pool and a tiger's den. I don't know how dangerous it is. To rescue them, the risk is very high. Tiger said looking at the two of them. Xiachi smiled slightly. Even if it's dangerous, we still have a reason to go. Seeing Xiachi say this, Tiger fell silent. Why is he not? The compatriots on Mary Joya are also the reason why he must go. Silent for a long time. Tiger put away the photo. Leave this to me. Tiger said something that made both Xiachi and Lei confused. But Xiachi, who was quick thinking, immediately realized something. Could it be? Xiachi was unsure. Tiger nodded. In half a month, you and I will make a big fuss about Mary Joya and take the opportunity to free all the slaves on Mary Joya. Tiger said looking at the two of them. From the conversation between the two of them and Caesar just now, Tiger also understood that the two of them were definitely not members of the world government. One is Pluto Rayleigh, the right arm of Roger the Pirate King. Tiger was shocked when he heard this identity. Then I heard that the woman in front of me was actually on the same ship as Charlotte more than 20 years ago. It is even more certain that these two people are definitely not members of the world government, and they will not be detrimental to themselves. Tiger, I want to remind you that Mary Joa is by no means that simple. I think this matter needs to be planned. Rayleigh almost laughed out of anger at what Tiger just said. It's a shame that the other party thought of making a big fuss about Mary Joya. Tiger looked at Riley, then shook his head. Pointed at Caesar. The Rockefeller pirates will also participate in the operation half a month later, and Rockefeller Charlotte, one of the 3 emperors, will also personally participate. Tiger looked at Hades Rayleigh and said. Riley listened. Click. The wine glass in his hand fell to the ground, and he looked at Tiger and Caesar dumbfounded. Then his eyes were fixed on Caesar. You Rockefellers also want to participate? Riley couldn't believe it. Caesar shrugged. That's right, Dad has already planned to make a big fuss about Mary Joya in half a month. Rayleigh was completely shocked now. Why did the Rockefeller pirates do this? What's the reason? Not only was Rayleigh shocked, Xiachi was also shocked. Chapter 589 is Death's rebuttal. Caesar, why do you Rockefeller pirates do this? It's no joke to cause trouble in Mary Joya. There are a large number of celestial dragons living there, and there are countless masters. What's the point of doing this? Xiachi looked at Caesar and wondered. The reason why I am confused is that I am afraid that something will go wrong by then. My goal is the Three Sisters of Nine Snake Island, and I don't want to get involved in other conspiracies. Become a knife in the hands of others. Not only Xiachi thought this, but Rayleigh also looked at Caesar in confusion. The other party's approach can no longer be said to be bold. This is simply going to turn upside down. Caesar shrugged. I don't know either. After I told my dad about this, he just told me this and didn't give any reason. Caesar looked at the two of them and said. There is nothing to hide. Maybe Dad has his own ideas. Xiachi and Rayleigh were silent and looked at each other. All planned in mind. Do you want to participate in this operation? After all, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you miss this time, you will really have no chance. Rayleigh nodded slightly, signaling Xiachi to rest assured. Xiachi exhaled. Okay, we will also participate in this operation and follow your command. Xiachi decided. It has been 3 years, Xiachi has been working on this matter for 3 years, and she really doesn't want to give up this opportunity. Caesar laughed at this. Although they don't know the purpose of Dad's action, having a few more masters will only benefit them and not bring any harm. At critical moments, you can also let them come out to block the gun, which is simply killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Pluto Silbaz Rayleigh, the right arm of the Pirate King, goes without saying about his strength. The other one worked on the same ship as his father more than 20 years ago, so he is not weak at all. All matters on Caesar's side have been resolved, and they are just waiting for Charlotte's arrival. And on Kame Island in the New World, a secret meeting is underway. There were very few people in this meeting, only a few people participated. We've called everyone here because there's a big operation coming, and this matter needs to be kept secret. Charlotte looked around and looked at the cadres and children sitting on both sides of the long table and said. Barrett, Carter, Isdeth, Tesla, Klein, Sluter. Charlotte told what happened on Fishman Island and looked around. Dad, this is absolutely not possible. We don't know the layout of the Red Earth continent at all. Just for us to go there, we are looking for death. Isdeth listened quietly and immediately objected. She was really shocked by her father's plan. Invasion of Marie Joa, a few dishes, and so much drinking. No one in their right mind would dare to do this. Charlotte looked at Isdeth, who sternly refused, and sighed slightly in her heart. He didn't know how to explain it to Isdeth. After all, he couldn't tell Isdeth that he was a time traveler. Marigio's operation would definitely succeed this time. If explained this way, Charlotte would be afraid of being looked upon as a fool by Isdeth. Thinking of this, Charlotte could only continue to lie. Isdeth, don't get excited. This operation is not as dangerous as you said. The fishman who escaped from Mariajoya has already found out about Mariajoya. Mariajoya has experienced 800 years of peace. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. As long as it succeeds, the wealth accumulated over 800 years will be at your fingertips. Charlotte looked at Isdeth and said. What if it's fake, and it was exposed deliberately by the world government? What will be the consequences if it fails? Isdeth remained unyielding. She never fights an unprepared battle. All unstable factors are flaws in Isdeth's view. Especially going to Marijo, the highest political center in the world. The Dragon's Pond and Tiger's Den cannot be overstated. Charlotte felt a headache after hearing this. My daughter is really becoming more and more independent. Regarding Isdeth's rebuttal, Charlotte knew it was right. She was essentially doing it for her own good and for the good of the family. And Isdeth also didn't understand what her father was doing. Invading Mariajoya is such a dangerous thing, just for Mariajoya's wealth? Ridiculous. The most important thing for her Rockefeller pirates is money. To take the Rockefeller family on an adventure for that dispensable wealth. This is unwise. She felt that her father was already confused. Charlotte was silent. He didn't know how to explain all this to his daughter. But this time, the phone rang. Charlotte saw that it was Caesar calling and quickly answered the call. The originally depressing atmosphere in the conference room immediately changed. Everyone, including Barrett, felt relieved. Just now, the captain's argument with his daughter left them breathless. In fact, they didn't approve of the invasion of Mariajoya. After all, it was too crazy. But it's hard to speak out against it. Only Isdeth, a foolish young man, ignored his words and directly refuted his father. The world government has ruled the world for 800 years, and the pressure it brings is beyond what Charlotte, a time traveler, can feel. Charlotte underestimated her control over people's hearts. "Hey, Caesar, what's up?" Charlotte's tone was not very good. After all, he had just been refuted by his daughter in public, so it was strange that he was in a good mood. "Hey, Dad, guess who I saw?" As soon as the call was connected, Caesar smiled and let it go. Charlotte rolled her eyes. "If you fart, let it go, I'm busy," Charlotte urged. When Caesar, who was far away on Fishman Island, heard this, he looked at the expression on the phone bug. "This is because I took the wrong medicine, and I have such a bad temper. Dad, I met Rayleigh in the Shampoo Islands. It's the right arm of the Pirate King, Pluto Silbaz Rayleigh," Caesar said quickly, trying to surprise the dad opposite. "Oh. Riley? So what?" Charlotte had known for a long time that Rayleigh was hiding under the nose of the world government, so there was nothing surprising. Caesar was slightly disappointed when he heard his father's plain voice. "That dad, Pluto Rayleigh, also wants to participate in this operation, and I agree." Caesar curled his lips and said, "What? Rayleigh is also going to be involved, how does he know?" Charlotte was completely stunned. "Then recall in your mind whether there is a section in the plot." Then he immediately thought of the 3 girls on Nine Snake Island. Yes, when Fisher Tiger rescued the slaves, Riley and Shaki also appeared. "Okay, I understand, I will arrange the time immediately." Charlotte hung up the phone before Caesar could speak. In the conference room, it was extremely quiet. Several people around heard what Dad and Caesar just said. "Dad, this matter is not simple. Even the reclusive Pluto Rayleigh has been dispatched. I highly suspect that the other party wants to use our hands to complete some ulterior secrets." Isteth stood up immediately and said. Chapter 590 Human Clones. Even Isteth thought it was all instigated by Rayleigh. Let the Rockefeller pirates be the thugs in this operation to complete Pluto Rayleigh's plan. In Isteth's opinion, none of the people in the Roger Pirates are good people. They all have complicated minds and don't know what they are planning. This is the impression that the Roger Pirates brought to Isteth. Charlotte waved. "Sit back in the chair. You must participate in this operation. I have my plan. Fisher Tiger has already planned it. He will attract attention and rescue the slaves. We only need to operate in secret." Charlotte looked at Isteth and said expressionlessly. When Isteth heard this, he gritted his teeth and looked at his father. "Okay, but I also want to participate in this operation. Dad has said so, what else can Isteth do? A team has only one head. Now that her father has made up his mind, she can only abide by it." Charlotte smiled slightly after hearing this. "I have called you here to help. Except for Barrett and Carter, who are responsible for staying on Kame Island just in case, everyone else needs to take action. Isteth, you are responsible for responding, Tez you are responsible for destroying all communications, and Klein and Slood are responsible for the transmission. I am the one who really needs to take the risk." Charlotte immediately made arrangements for the 6 people present. The fewer people who know about it, the better. Barrett and Carter nodded after hearing this. No comments. Isteth also nodded expressionlessly. Tesla, Klein and Sluder all act like their dads do whatever they say. "Okay, now that everything has been discussed, let's take action. Tesla will create a clone of me and pretend that I am on Kame Island, and other people's substitutes are also ready." Charlotte looked at Tesla and said. "No problem." Tesla adjusted his glasses and said. "Making a clone is very simple. It only requires a disguise and does not require much technology. With the technology Tesla is currently researching, copying an ordinary Charlotte is completely trivial. What he is currently studying is how to replicate the most perfect humanoid weapon. Possesses the power to destroy heaven and earth." When Charlotte saw that Tesla was interested in the human cloning technology left behind by Vin Smoke Gauge, he encouraged Tesla to research artificial weapons. Create a large number of strong men in batches. Because Charlotte knows that Vegapunk of the world government is studying these. Since his son Tesla had extraordinary talents in research, Tesla was encouraged to study these as well. Let's see who is smarter, Vegapunk or his own son. Over the years, Tesla's research results have also been very outstanding. Not to mention the successful copying of Charlotte's clone. Although he doesn't have Charlotte's strength and is just an ordinary person, this is the beginning of success. Why? Because in addition to having a weak brain, this clone's physical talents are completely different from Charlotte's. Even Charlotte doubted that if he followed the step-by-step training in his own way. Will another 3 Emperors Charlotte be created? But Charlotte shook her head after understanding. After all, clones are just clones. They have talents but no will. They are like an empty shell without a soul and can only act according to orders. Like the 3-color hockey, clones just can't train it. Apart from gaining some strength and defense speed, there is no way to compare with the real Charlotte. But even so, it's still impressive. You must know that after Xia Luo's power reaches the level of the 3 Emperors, it would be childish to blow up a mountain with one punch. And clones with this kind of power, even if their strength is not as good as the top level in the world, they still have the power, speed and defense of a quasi-general. And all this takes time to train. The Charlotte cloned by Tesla using Charlotte's blood maintains the physical functions of a 38-year-old. It is unknown how many years it will take after he is trained. It is estimated that Charlotte would not have reached the peak within 10 or 8 years. From this we can see that Tesla's cloning technology still has big flaws. Far inferior to Vegapunk's cloning technology more than 10 years later. But Charlotte believes Tesla can do it. After all, Tesla had only been exposed to human cloning technology for a few years. In just 4 or 5 years, the most basic technology of human cloning has been mastered. Who knows how far it will grow in the future? Everything needs time to settle. This is why Charlotte said wait in the first place. The Rockefeller pirates will become more powerful with time. This is not empty talk. Although it is difficult for Charlotte to improve her strength, she is determined to improve the strength of the Rockefeller pirates. With Charlotte's current strength, Charlotte has a % chance of winning against Charlotte Lingling. Charlotte was not sure about fighting Whitebeard. Strangely enough, Charlotte had never really fought against Whitebeard, never. This made Charlotte not sure how strong Whitebeard would be. But Charlotte is not afraid either, as shown by various previous signs. With Whitebeard's strength and the blessing of the Jinjin fruit, Charlotte was still confident of a draw. Whitebeard couldn't help himself at all. Charlotte walked out of the castle. Let Tesla take him for a trip to his laboratory. Come to this laboratory filled with metal. As soon as you open the door. A strong smell of medicine and disinfectant filled the tip of Charlotte's nose. Dad, this is your clone. Tesla led Charlotte to a nutrition cabin, looked at the figure in the nutrition cabin and said. Charlotte looked at herself in the nutrition cabin. He is a little old, and the wrinkles between his eyebrows and his original long golden hair are a little gray. Without pure gold and no life-returning support, the clones would slowly grow old like ordinary people. Open it and take a look. Charlotte ordered. After Tesla heard this, he walked to the console and operated for a while. The nutrient solution in the nutrition cabin disappeared quickly. The hatch is open. A breath of life appeared. Tesla wore a pair of technological glasses and came to Charlotte. Walk out. As Tesla finished speaking, the clone in the nutrition cabin immediately opened his eyes. Charlotte could clearly see that the other person's eyes were scanning the surroundings like a technological screen. Whoa. The clone walked out, the nutrient liquid on his body dripping on the ground. Standing in front of Tesla with no expression on his face. Dad, this is the controller. You can control him by putting it on your head. Tesla handed the glasses on his head to Charlotte. Charlotte put on her glasses quite novelly. For an instant, Charlotte seemed to be in a clone body. The perspective changes to that of the clone. Chapter 591 Thunder Satin Body. Charlotte raised her hand slightly. The clone in front of him also raised his hand. Charlotte punched forward fiercely. The air instantly twisted and rumbled. The clone also punched, but it had no impact at all. Yes, it can be synchronized, but it doesn't have much strength. It needs to be strengthened. An intelligent recognition system can be added to the clone's brain to let it complete the task independently. Charlotte suggested looking at Tesla. After hearing this, Tesla lowered his head and thought for a moment. In addition to researching some weapons in recent years, human cloning technology has always been the main force. It took a lot of time to clone it, and I didn't think about it. But Dad said it all, and Tesla nodded. These are all about to be studied. I have ordered the scientific troops to study an intelligent system. Tesla nodded. Charlotte was speechless after hearing this. After looking around, to be honest, Charlotte couldn't understand it either, but she just felt that it looked so awesome. Yes, if these studies are successful, it will be a huge help to our Rockefeller pirates, and you will become the greatest scientist in the world, so work hard. Charlotte didn't know what to say, so she could only pat Tesla on the shoulder and encourage him. Yes. Tesla became excited when he heard this. His goal is the world's #1 scientist, and he wants to compete with the Vegapunk that Caesar Courant calls him. Well, when studying technology, don't forget your own strength. Your own strength is everything and what you trust the most. Charlotte looked at Tesla and warned. Don't worry, I'm training all the time when it comes to my strength. Recently, I developed a technology called Thunder Satin Body. I use the electric current from my thunder fruit to travel around my body, stimulating my cells and making my body stronger all the time. Become stronger. Tesla showed Charlotte the electric snake in his hand. Electric snake slithered up Tesla's arms. Charlotte's pupils widened immediately when she saw this. Thunder Satin Body, are you kidding me? Are you playing fantasy? But looking at Tesla's face that was not fake, he also looked at the electric snakes wandering around Tesla. Charlotte still suppressed her doubts. Can this technology be popularized on a large scale? Charlotte asked quickly. This is a lightning satin body, something that only exists in fantasy. In case this thing is useful. Even Charlotte felt that if she could use this lightning satin body, it would not be a dream to break through the limits of the human body. Unfortunately, Charlotte thought too much. No, I was able to develop it thanks to my ability to develop the thunder fruit. The development of this technology is very dangerous. The frequencies between cells are different. Once the current is too high, it will cause indelible damage to the body. When I first developed it, I used elemental immunity. Tesla shook his head and said. He tested it on animals. Once the frequency of cells is disrupted, the entire body structure will collapse and the mortality rate will be %. That's it. Charlotte was a little disappointed, and it seemed that she shouldn't act too hastily. Okay, but you can study more about this thunder and lightning satin body when you have time. I feel that this thunder and lightning satin body is likely to be the way to break the limits of the human body. Charlotte looked at Tesla and said. Okay. Tesla nodded. I also got inspiration from the stories Dad told us when we were young. Tesla smiled sheepishly and said. When he tried it casually, he succeeded, which surprised even Tesla. Okay. Charlotte also smiled and nodded. When he was a child, Charlotte liked to tell these little guys some novels and stories from past lives. These were all watched by Charlotte when she was in high school. In this world lacking fantasy novels, Charlotte's story is still very fascinating. Let's go and see what that guy Caesar Courant is doing. Hey, this guy said he could make devil fruits more than 20 years ago. But 20 years later, there is no trace of artificial devil fruits at all. When Charlotte thought about this, she was so angry that she wanted to beat this guy to death. I invest tens of billions of funds every year, but in the end I don't even see any waves. I heard that my father seemed to have a problem with his teacher Caesar Courant. Dad, you can't blame Uncle Caesar Courant. You give him so many things every year, how can he have time to study artificial devil fruits wholeheartedly? Tesla looked at Charlotte with a look of blame in his eyes, and explained for Caesar Courant. Tesla said this. Charlotte thought of the technology Caesar brought to the Rockefeller pirates and fell silent. Indeed, as the only scientist he can take advantage of, Caesar Courant almost meets all of Charlotte's technological requirements. You must know that Caesar Courant was just a biologist, but now he taught Tesla about technology. You can see Caesar Courant's intentions. Forget it, forget it. Seeing how hard he works for the Rockefeller pirates, Dad won't blame him. Let's go and see how far his artificial devil fruit experiment has progressed. Charlotte walked over holding her son's shoulders. Before he knew it, his son was already as tall as him. Even faintly taller than him. Could it be that the thunder and lightning satin body can be increased in height? Walking along the corridor into the depths of the laboratory. Not yet at the door. Charlotte heard bursts of roaring. This guy Caesar Courant is experimenting on human bodies again. But it's not a big deal. Tesla stepped forward and entered the password, and the door opened. I saw Caesar Courant excitedly looking through the glass cover at a crazy lion inside. The sound of the door opening awoke Caesar Courant. Caesar Courant turned his head with a bad expression. Then he saw his boss walking in with his students. Boss. Caesar Courant quickly abandoned his experimental subject and walked to Charlotte with a smile. Go woo go, the smell on you is killing me, go take a shower and come back to talk to me. Charlotte waved his hand at Caesar Courant and said disgustedly. Sorry, Charlotte is misophobic. Forehead. After hearing this, Caesar Courant held his hands and ran out awkwardly. Charlotte looked at the surrounding laboratories and experimental questions in the glass chamber. The crazy lion is wreaking havoc inside the closed room. But the surrounding hard steel walls only left traces of scratches under his claws. Not bad, much better than in previous years, Charlotte said, looking at the complete lion. The artificial devil fruit I took a few years ago was just like stitches. There is no way to tell what kind of monster it is. Also extremely crazy. Although the lion in front of him is also crazy, he is obviously much calmer. 10 minutes later, Caesar Courant came back and changed into clean clothes. Chapter 592, The Artificial Devil Fruit Success. The lion in the closed room seemed to have returned to its human form due to exhaustion of energy. How far have Caesar Coulon's artificial devil fruit experiments progressed over the years? Charlotte sat on the chair in front of the experimental table and turned around to look at Caesar Coulon and asked. The direct gaze from those eyes made Caesar Courant break into a cold sweat. Even though he has been following Charlotte for 20 years, his fear of Charlotte has not weakened at all. He glanced at Tesla slightly. Tesla gave Caesar Courant a reassuring look. Caesar Courant breathed a sigh of relief. Half of it has been achieved. The current artificial devil fruits have perfectly replicated all the forms of the animal-type devil fruits. However, there is only one thing that has not yet been conquered, and that is the beast consciousness contained in the animal-type devil fruits. The current human consciousness, it is difficult to suppress the ferocity of the beast. Once possessed by the ferocity of the beast, it will become an irrational beast. Caesar Courant looked at the Charlotte Hui report. When Charlotte heard this, wasn't this the same as awakening an animal devil fruit and turning into a beast if it couldn't be suppressed? Are there any strong people among your experimental subjects? Asked Charlotte. Caesar Courant listened. It seems like this has never happened before. Those sent here are all pirates and have no strength at all. Caesar Coulon shook his head subconsciously. After hearing this, Charlotte took out a phone bug. Barrett, capture a pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions and bring him to the laboratory. Charlotte hung up the phone after speaking. Caesar Courant and Tesla immediately understood what it meant. The three of them sat quietly in the laboratory and waited. A pirate worth hundreds of millions, Charlotte still has a collection. Over the years, countless pirates have been captured, including several worth hundreds of millions. Soon, Barrett came over with Klein. He was also carrying a half-dead pirate in his hand. Dad. Captain. Klein and Barrett greeted Charlotte after seeing him. Just now. After receiving Charlotte's order, Barrett found Klein beside him. After locking an island with hundreds of millions of pirates, Klein teleported directly with Barrett. Barrett directly activated his devil form and descended from the sky to easily destroy the pirate group. Captured the captain of the pirate group, who was still in a daze. Until now, this pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions on his head didn't know what had just happened. A big hand suddenly appeared and grabbed him. Another blink of an eye appeared in this strange place. After waiting for the reaction. Don't kill me, don't kill me. The pirate looked at the familiar faces around him and shouted. They are all big names who often appear in newspapers. At this time, he didn't know that he was captured by the Rockefeller pirates. Charlotte gave Caesar Coulon a look. Upon seeing this, Caesar Coulon immediately took out an artificial devil fruit that had been prepared from the drawer. Eat it. Caesar Coulon handed the devil fruit to the pirate and said. No, no, I don't want to eat. The pirate struggled wildly in Barrett's hands. Upon seeing this, Barrett grabbed his hand and fixed the pirate's head. Grab his chin and open his mouth. Caesar Coulon stuffed the artificial devil fruit directly into the pirate's mouth. Charlotte looked at the pirate. With a bounty of hundreds of millions, I hope he has some skills. Second brother, what are you doing? Klein came to his second brother Tesla and asked. Experiment, artificial devil fruit. Tesla whispered. After hearing this, Klein immediately looked at the pirate with interest. Soon, the pirate with a bounty of hundreds of millions started twitching. Barrett put the pirate down. He walked to Charlotte and watched quietly. Here we have Charlotte and Barrett, two of the world's top combat powers, and Tesla, whose strength is between a quasi-general and a general. With these three people here, what kind of trouble can this pirate make? Under the gaze of the 5 people present, the pirate's body began to gradually expand. Yellow hair grows rapidly from the body. Soon, a golden-haired monkey appeared in front of everyone. Standing in front of everyone, his eyes are sometimes crazy and sometimes calm. The 5 people could see through his eyes that the other party seemed to be struggling crazily. It's like taking control of the body. Roar. Sudden. A fierce roar. The golden-haired monkey slapped his chest hard. Jumped up violently. Barrett's whole body was tense, ready to take action at any time. After jumping down, the monkey returned to normal. His eyes gradually became brighter. What's going on? Is it a devil fruit? The monkey spoke. This moment, Caesar Courant almost jumped with excitement. After more than years of research on artificial devil fruits, the artificial devil fruit was finally developed based on some Vegapunk research data. Caesar Courant almost cried with joy. Is this a success? Klein stood aside and looked at the monkey in front of him, looking uncertainly at his second brother. Tesla nodded. It's considered a success and I didn't lose my mind. Tesla is also quite happy. Klein, go up and fight him. Charlotte suddenly spoke. He looked at the golden-haired monkey and said. Forehead. Klein was stunned, but his father had already spoken, so Klein had no choice but to step forward. The pirate in front of him was still looking at his monkey body. Suddenly a dark shadow appeared in front of him. Klein kicked the monkey over. The golden-haired monkey was kicked out and hit the wall hard. Ha ha. A sound unlike human voices came out of the monkey's mouth. Get up immediately. It was as if he had been stimulated by something. The eyes gradually turned red. This scene instantly made Caesar Courant's heart twitch again. Continue. Charlotte urged. After hearing this, Klein did not hesitate. Toes a little. He leaned forward, grabbed the golden-haired monkey's arm, threw it over his shoulder, and slammed it onto the hard floor. Bump. That bang. Caesar Courant felt a chill in his back. No one in the Rockefeller family is normal. The young man in front of him is only 15 or 16 years old, but he has such great power. Monster. Roar. This time, the golden-haired monkey was completely angry. Red eyes. Damn you. A low sound came from the monkey's mouth. Although he fell into rage, he still had some sense. Charlotte smiled. Watching Klein's battle with this monkey quietly. The monkey goes into a rage and attacks in a random manner. Just with brute force. But Klein was not afraid at all. Come forward quickly. Fists rained down on the monkey. The weapon-like domineering force on his fist, as thin as a cicada's wings, hit the monkey's face. It was like being hit by a hammer. Soon, the monkey couldn't hold on any longer. Blood flows from the wound. Chapter 593 Meeting, Part -. He allowed Klein's attack to fall on him, unable to resist. Thump. Klein punched him hard. The experimental pirate could no longer hold on and fell to his knees, vomiting blood. But the tenacity of the animal-type devil fruit's vitality has prevented this pirate from dying. He slowly raised his head and looked at Charlotte, who was sitting among the people, with pleading eyes. He was just drinking, and was inexplicably caught. He came in front of the 3 emperors, ate another devil fruit, a secret treasure of the sea, and then asked him to fight the kid in front of him. He only felt that he was possessed by a declining god. It was impossible to hit him, so he could only look at Charlotte with pleading eyes. His eyes gradually returned to calm. Kneel quietly in front of Klein. Klein also stopped. The other party simply refused to fight back, refused to retaliate, and allowed himself to be hit. After looking at it, Charlotte waved her hand. Put on the restraining collar, and I'll leave him to you. Charlotte looked at Caesar Courant and said. When Caesar Courant heard this, his eyes instantly lit up. With such a good experimental subject, he must solve the problem of losing his mind. Charlotte stood up and walked out with Tesla and others. Caesar Courant was left alone to continue his research in the laboratory. Charlotte was very satisfied with this inspection. Whether it is Tesla's human cloning technology or Caesar Courant's artificial devil fruit technology, they are all close to success. I believe that within a few years, my Rockefeller pirates will undergo major changes. Perhaps the throne of the king of the world is really within reach. Charlotte inspected all the Rockefeller pirates' camps on Kame Island. The inspection lasted for several days. The clones of Charlotte and others have already started working and appeared in the eyes of the spies. The real Charlotte has already appeared on the island closest to the Red Earth continent. It has 2 strategic abilities, Klein and Slud. Charlotte almost went wherever she wanted. No one can stop Charlotte. Let's go, I believe Caesar and the others have been waiting for a long time. Charlotte took out the submarine and threw it into the sea. Several people enter the submarine. Except for his death, who remained expressionless during this operation, the other 3 people all showed eagerness to try. Charlotte glanced at his death. Is death, your mission this time is to respond, you don't need to do anything. Charlotte was still afraid that her daughter would suddenly become willful at the most critical moment, which would cause trouble. Is death nodded after hearing this. Don't worry, I will only do my part. Is death put her hand on the hilt of the sword and looked at her father expressionlessly. This scene made Charlotte's heart ache. He always had a bad feeling. The submarine dived quickly, crossing the meter deep sea without entering the Fishman Island. There are really too many spies on Fishman Island. If you are not careful, your identity will be exposed. Caesar and Tiger have already contacted each other in advance. They will gather at a deserted island near the Shampoo Islands. Charlotte still agreed with this point. Passing through the sky above Fishman Island. Looking at the Fishman Island below. Charlotte's eyes flickered. Counting the time, Princess Shirahoshi must have been born too. Charlotte really wanted to meet this king of the sea, the 3 ancient weapons of the pirate world. If I told Neptune that I wanted to adopt his daughter as my goddaughter, I don't know if he would be willing to do so. Think of this. The corners of Charlotte's mouth raised slightly. Considering his relationship with Fishman Island, is it possible for Fishman Island to refuse? Charlotte closed her eyes silently, contemplating. But all this was seen by Isdeth. Isdeth as Hockey is naturally sensitive to the 5 senses. The thoughtful look on Dad's face just now and the unclear look at the end were clearly felt by Isdeth. It seems that there is something on the Fishman Island below that Dad cares about. Seeing his father closing his eyes and meditating, Isdeth stopped caring. Passed through the Fishman Island safely. Across the Fishman Island, we arrived at the first half of the Grand Line. This place is called Paradise in the New World. He rose slowly and did not surface. Instead, he took out a map and followed the route toward an island under the sea. A desert island near the Shampoo Islands. Boy Caesar, when will your father arrive? I've been waiting here for a long time. Pluto Riley sat on a big rock and looked at Caesar, who was moving back and forth in front of him, and said. He felt that this kid was more anxious than him. It's quick, we just need to pass through the Fishman Island. Although Caesar said this, he was also restless in his heart. He didn't know what he was anxious about. Maybe he was uneasy about what he would do next. You guys say that every time, which makes me come here early in the morning to enjoy the sea breeze. Riley said, rolling his eyes. Oh, if you can't wait any longer, you can go back. No one is asking you to wait. Hearing Riley's complaint, Caesar did not tolerate him and retorted directly. Boy, I am your senior after all. Can you be polite to me? When Rayleigh heard this, he blew his nose and stared. Staying with this kid these past few days, he felt like he was going to lose several years of his life. On the other hand, Fisher Tiger next to him was calm. Sitting quietly on the beach looking at the endless sea in the distance. The action is tonight. After tonight, he didn't know whether he would live or die. But life and death were no longer within his scope of consideration. All he wanted to do was free the people on Mariajoya. Even if it costs his life for this. Sudden. The quarrel between Caesar and Raleigh stopped. They all looked towards the sea. They only felt that a huge thing appeared under the sea. Only Caesar knew that this was his father's submarine coming. Caesar immediately ran to the seaside. Rayleigh couldn't sit still anymore and came to the beach. A submarine suddenly surfaced and stopped on the shore. Crunch. The hatch is open. One hand pushed open the roof of the submarine and stepped out. Tesla looked at the surrounding environment, surrounded by the sea on 3 sides and a beach island on one side. There were 3 people standing on the island. One of them was his eldest brother Caesar. Tesla jumped out. He came to Caesar's side in an instant. Big brother. Tesla called as he came to Caesar's side. Second brother. Caesar patted Tesla on the shoulder. Rayleigh, on the other hand, looked at Tesla solemnly. With such a fast speed, this person's skills are extraordinary. Pluto Rayleigh, we meet again, this is 10 years later. Tesla stretched out his hand and appeared in front of Raleigh and said. 10 years ago, he was still a child, 13 years old, and they just greeted each other once at a banquet. At that time, he was still unknown, but the opponent was already the famous Pluto Rayleigh. But this time it was different. In 10 years, Tesla has not had many opportunities to make a move. Chapter 594 Meeting, Part-6. But just relying on the reputation of the Thunderfruit, he has already made a huge name in the new world. Not at all disrespectful to each other. Ha ha ha, hello, the young man is very polite, much better than someone else. Laylee saw this and took advantage of the opportunity to hold it. He glanced at Caesar without leaving any trace. Caesar was slightly disdainful. And after Tesla, Klein and Sloot also walked out of the submarine. Who are these two? Rayleigh looked at the two boys and girls who came out and wondered. He knew that Charlotte had many children, but he didn't get to know them all. Even if he did, he wouldn't be able to pay attention to each other every day. You must be the famous Pluto Rayleigh. I am a loyal fan of yours. I have heard that you have been to the final island. I wonder if you can tell me about it. I promise not to leak it. Klein immediately rushed over and held Riley's hand and said excitedly. When Rayleigh saw it, he was instantly embarrassed. Looking at Caesar and Tesla not knowing what to do. Seeing that both of them were motionless. Rayleigh calmly withdrew his hand. Then he said to Klein in a serious voice. You still have to find the final island on your own. I can only tell you that the deepest secret of the world is hidden there. When Klein heard this, he immediately showed an expression that said, You're kidding me. Then he sighed slightly. I knew it wouldn't be that easy to get out of you. With that said, he walked over to Caesar. Hello, my name is Rockefeller Sluter, the fifth daughter of the Rockefeller family. Nice to meet you. Instead, Slud came to Riley politely and stretched out his hand to say hello. Ha ha ha, hello, little girl. Rayleigh immediately laughed and said. Isteth also walked out. He raised his eyes and scanned the whole place. A red fishman, a has-been old guy, and his younger brother Caesar. Then he set his sights on the outdated old guy. It was he who encouraged his father to take the risk. A murderous intention rose in Isteth's heart. Rayleigh's hair stood on end for a moment, as if he was in a weather of -100 degrees. Let Rayleigh look at it solemnly. I saw it on Rockefeller Isteth, who was known as the killer god of the Rockefeller pirates. Why is this girl so murderous? Rayleigh was horrified in his heart. He had never seen a person with such murderous intent. How many people will be killed? As expected of the Queen of Ice, the road to the king is destined to be paved with corpses. Rayleigh smiled instantly when he saw Isteth coming over. I don't want to provoke the other party. Hello. Riley stretched out his hand in front of Isteth. But what was embarrassing for Riley was. Isteth walked past Raleigh without even looking at him. They said something as they passed by. Don't do any tricks, I will keep an eye on you. Isteth's meaningless words instantly made Rayleigh's originally smiling face expressionless. Sudden. There was a burst of hearty laughter. Ha 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 ha, Rayleigh hasn't seen you for a long time. We haven't seen each other for many years, but I didn't expect to meet him here. At some point, Charlotte walked out of the submarine and came to Rayleigh. He held Rayleigh's hand that was frozen in front of him and smiled. Rayleigh immediately smiled. Yeah, the last time we met, Roger was there. When Rayleigh said this, he couldn't help but recall the past and felt a little sorry for Roger. Ha 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 ha, that guy Roger is worried about death and has caused me so much trouble. Charlotte looked at Riley and smiled. Ha ha ha, I believe Roger didn't mean it either. Riley laughed dryly after hearing this. Charlotte rolled her eyes after hearing this. Do you think I don't know what you are thinking? Mr. Charlotte. An excited shout rang out. Fisher Tiger excitedly walked to Charlotte and shouted. Charlotte turned around. The red fishman made Charlotte narrow her eyes slightly. Tiger, long time no see. I'm deeply sorry for your misfortune. Charlotte pretended to hug Tiger. And this time, Tiger's originally excited heart instantly became excited again. This is my life, no one can do anything about it, but I didn't expect that one of my decisions would attract you too. Tiger said looking into Charlotte's eyes. When Caesar heard from his mouth that his most respected Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte was coming to rescue the slaves with him, he was so incredible. When he heard Caesar's decision, he was so excited. But there was a hint of uneasiness. This uneasiness is because I am afraid that Mr. Rockefeller Charlotte will be implicated. Everyone is responsible for rescuing slaves. This is my life creed that I have insisted on rescuing slaves for more than years. Charlotte said very righteously. Laylee, who was watching next to him, looked confused. What's going on? Is this still the Charlotte he knows? Although I haven't been in contact with Charlotte for long, I have only met him a few times. The first time was in the Valley of the Gods more than years ago, and the second time was an encounter under the Sky Island 10 years ago. Speaking of which, this was their third meeting. To be honest, Rayleigh didn't know Charlotte very well either. The most I know about it is from newspapers. This is not what Charlotte looks like in the newspapers. Looking at Charlotte's compassionate expression, Rayleigh felt like he saw God. If it weren't for the identity of the other party, Rayleigh really believed it. At this time, Rayleigh remembered Xiaqi's comment about Charlotte. Cunning, very cunning. If you don't do anything you're not sure of, you will always be in a safe position. He looked at Charlotte, who was chatting happily with a fishman in front of him. Riley felt it necessary to add one more sentence. Hypocrisy, the ultimate hypocrisy. After Charlotte and Tiger chatted for a while, looked at Rayleigh. As for Xiaqi, it seems that in this operation, Xiaqi will act with you. Charlotte asked, looking at Riley. She went to notify Nine Snakes Island and asked Nine Snakes Island to send a ship to respond. The time is almost up. Rayleigh hesitated for a moment, calculated the time and said, "Okay." Charlotte nodded after hearing this. Freeing slaves is not so casual, and it cannot be done by one person. Otherwise, after the slaves you rescued escaped, they would not even have a ship, and they would have to wait for death on the Red Earth continent. Sudden. Charlotte and Tesla looked into the distance. The domineering aura of seeing and hearing spread over. The rapid approach of several ships was sensed. Xiaqi's figure stood at the bow of the boat. "Coming," Riley said. As the ship approaches, Xiaqi jumped off the boat. "Ha ha 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 ha, Xiaqi, long time no see. You really haven't changed at all. You're still exactly the same as you were 20 years ago." After more than years, Charlotte was still very happy to see an old acquaintance. Maybe it's because I'm getting older and feeling nostalgic. Chapter 595, The Night Before Action. You should be the one who says you haven't changed. I haven't seen you for more than 20 years, and you are still exactly the same as you were when you were 20. On the other hand, Xiaqi looked at Xia Luo's face and exclaimed. She is a woman who can maintain the appearance of her 20s and 30s even when she is 40 or 50 years old. It can be said that she takes good care of herself. But what happened to Charlotte? The appearance on his face is exactly the same as it was more than years ago, without any change. Not even a wrinkle. No matter how well Xiaqi takes care of herself, there are still crow's feet at the corners of her eyes if you look carefully. This made Xiaqi suspicious of Charlotte. We haven't met each other for more than years. In the past, I only knew Charlotte from newspapers or videos. Now that they were face to face, Xiaqi felt something was wrong. Ha ha ha, it's just the function of returning life. Charlotte suddenly twisted for a while, and the muscles on her face moved rapidly. After a while, the middle-aged and vicissitudes of Charlotte appeared in front of Xiaqi. Let Xiaqi be stunned. Layli next to him was even more amazed in his heart. This man's control over his body is simply amazing. Much better than the few people in the Navy who control the return of life. Xiaqi was surprised for a moment and then recovered. What an enviable ability. Xiaqi said enviously. This method of changing appearance to keep one's appearance at its peak is the dream of many women. Charlotte sighed slightly when she saw the amazed expressions on Xiaqi and Lei Li's faces. Neither can he. As time passed slowly. Another major crisis for the Rockefeller pirates is coming. This crisis is the covet that pure gold has arrived. A few days ago, when Charlotte saw Tesla's clone, she immediately realized what she looked like. It is hard not to be suspicious that someone in his 40s is exactly the same as he was more than 20 years ago. Once the world or the world government knows that pure gold is in their hands, what awaits me is probably an overwhelming war. The world government can tolerate pirates making trouble. Pirates can also be tolerated to build a nation openly. Even more so, provoking the world government. But a pirate with the ability to live forever will never be allowed to survive in the world. The world government has ruled the world for 800 years. During this period, it is unknown how many powerful pirates it has encountered. There are also cases where the world government is helpless. But these pirates will disappear in the long river of history as time goes by. But world government is eternal. You are old, no matter how powerful you are, you will not be able to survive. The world government can easily destroy everything about you. This is why the world government allows pirates to occupy the entire new world. It also does not tolerate the several islands occupied by the Revolutionary Army in the South China Sea. Thoughts are always scarier than power. No matter how powerful the individual is, it cannot be passed down, but ideas can. Joy Boy was a character who lived 800 years ago. Even though he died, the world government of 800 years ago still wanted to eliminate his inherited will as much as possible. That's the scary thing about thinking. And Charlotte's immortality is also of the same nature. The world government will absolutely destroy the Rockefeller pirates at all costs. The world government only allows itself to remain alone in the world and watch the ebb and flow of the world. Chatted with Schiaparelli for a while. Charlotte did not forget the theme of her coming. Tiger, do you have any ideas? Everyone gathered around a simple long table. Charlotte looked at Tiger and said. Tiger perked up after hearing this. Then hesitated. Originally, I wanted to climb alone and go up to the Red Earth continent alone. However, with the arrival of Mr. Charlotte, climbing is obviously not suitable. After Tiger finished speaking, he looked at Charlotte as if he wanted to get Charlotte to come up with an idea. Except for Charlotte, everyone around looked at Tiger in surprise. Access to Mary Joya via the climb is a fantasy. You must know that Mary Joa is above, meters. This is equivalent to climbing, meters with bare hands to enter Mary Aja. Although this is not difficult for those present. But we also have to see who it is. Raleigh crosses the calm belt. Is Death Caesar and others did not believe that Tiger could do it. Layli and Xiachi frowned slightly. Charlotte's eyes flickered. Let's do this. Caesar will take us to fly to Mary Joya. Then Tiger will be responsible for rescuing the slaves. We will be responsible for containing the high-end combat power of the world government. Klein and Slud are responsible for locating the spatial coordinates and transporting the rescued slaves, and Xiachi is in charge of the ship. Charlotte looked at everyone and said. It is impossible to climb mountains, there are many people who can fly, why should we spend so much effort to climb mountains? Everyone, including Tiger and Riley, nodded. Compared with Tiger's mountain climbing, Charlotte's arrangement was more reasonable. Later, Charlotte introduced the fruit abilities of Klein and Slud to a few people. When Layli and Xiachi heard about their abilities, they were shocked again. They are both old men who have been around the sea for many years. Everyone knows how high the strategic value these two children bring. The Rockefeller pirates are really well hidden. The group discussed for a day until nightfall. After all plans are ready. Let's go, Mary Joa. Xiachi slowly moved forward with the ship from Nine Snake Island to the foot of the mountains of the Red Earth continent. Avoiding the inspections of surrounding patrol boats. After 800 years of comfort, people would never think that there was a group of daring people plotting to cause trouble in Mary Joya. To be honest, Mary Joa was actually disturbed. 22 years ago, the Red Earl forced his way into the world government's exclusive passage and entered the New World. At that time, it was actually a slap in the face of the world government. But fortunately, it did not cause much harm and was not taken seriously by the world government. Call. Charlotte looked at the towering Red Earth continent. It is impossible to say that I am not nervous about tonight's action. All unconfidence comes from the unknown. The unknown is the real terror. Charlotte didn't know what would happen next, and she didn't know whether the next action would be either disaster or disaster. I don't even know if the world government still hides any unknown secrets. But these require people's exploration to get the answers. Let me reveal the mystery of the world government. Charlotte stood on the bow and murmured. De. In the quiet night, footsteps sounded. Riley came over with a drink. I didn't expect that one day we would fight side by side. Riley took a sip of wine and said. Charlotte glanced at the other party. You've already started taking action and you're still drinking. Aren't you afraid of causing trouble? Charlotte said without looking back. Rayleigh ignored this statement. Roger said before his death that there is an 800-year-old secret hidden in Marie Joan. No one knows about this secret, including him. He only knows a little about it, so we should be careful. Riley asked. Chapter 596 Making a Trouble with Mary Joya, 1. After more than 20 years, I can't wait this long. Charlotte knew what Rayleigh was talking about, and so did Charlotte, the person in Roger's prophecy. In fact, Charlotte didn't understand what Roger's prophecy was. Nor does he know what Roger saw at Luftru. Charlotte only knew that her destiny was in her own hands. You must have the strength to dare to say no to the world. This is what Charlotte is after. From this we can see Charlotte's lifelong pursuit. And this all stems from the man I met more than 20 years ago. When traveling through time, he considered himself the protagonist and did not take anyone seriously. There are no golden fingers or devil fruits. He was very proud of the strength he had trained in the mountains and the sea. Until I met that man. Just the crisis radiating from his body forced him to surrender. From then on, his destiny was no longer under his control. To control your own destiny. He cut off the shackles with just one sword. Left the Rocks pirates. But after leaving the Rocks pirates, I thought the shackles that trapped me were gone. But after breaking away, he discovered that there was more than one layer of shackles on his fate. One opened and another opened. Endless shackles were placed on his body, making him unable to move. Why didn't he want to punch Whitebeard and kick the world government? But after all, this world is not centered on one's own will. Charlotte's lying down was not a sign of helplessness to her fate. Fisher Tiger's action was a glimmer of hope for Charlotte to break the deadlock. He wants to understand the world and everything about it. And this requires him to fight with his life. Charlotte had already told the Red Earl his last words before coming. If he can't come back, I hope he will take more care of his children, leave the New World, hide on an island in the Windless Zone, and be born after the world has forgotten the Rockefeller pirates. This is Sialuolio's backup plan. Didn't say it to anyone. Including his children and wife, just talking to the Red Earl. When his death objected, Charlotte realized that the world would not revolve around her. This desperate execution was to explore the secrets of the world. Charlotte stood at the bow of the boat in shock, looking at the sea. It's time to go, it's getting late. Rayleigh raised his head and looked at the moon hanging in the sky. The moonlight is so beautiful today. Rayleigh seemed to be feeling something, and threw away the wine bottle without saying a word. Is Death, Caesar, Tesla, Klein, Slood, Xiachi, Tiger and others stood behind Charlotte and Riley, waiting quietly. Set off. Charlotte said solemnly. 12 in the morning. A giant dragon rushed high into the sky with unrivaled momentum. This night was destined to go down in history. Hoo-hoo. Falling from a height of, meters. Everyone stood firmly on the red Earth continent. Looking down. It's like a god looking down on the world. No wonder the celestial dragons living here like to call themselves gods. Caesar said mockingly, the disdain in his words clearly revealed. Charlotte and others raised their lips. Tiger's next step is up to you. Charlotte turned to look at Tiger and said. Tiger nodded solemnly. Looking at the brightly lit Mary Joa not far away. This city that gave him painful memories would let him feel the wrath of a mortal today. Saw Tiger leaving. Tesla. Charlotte nodded to Tesla. Tesla nodded to express his understanding. Then the figure instantly rushed into the sky. It turned into thunder and lightning, rumbling in the sky. Marie Joa's guards instantly became alert and listened to the rumble in the sky. It didn't say it was going to rain today. Inside the ancient city of Pan. Peter Saint, one of the 5 old stars, was still sorting out documents when he suddenly heard a rumble, which made him frown. He looked through the window at the dark sky. Why do I have a bad feeling? Perhaps he was too tired. Peter shook his head and prepared to stand up and go to rest. And in the sky. Thunderclouds kept gathering. Waves of terrifying energy are gathering. Thunderstorms are forming in the sky. And through the hiding place, Tiger, who entered Mary Joa, held a torch, listened to the rumbling above his head, and looked at a huge coliseum in front of him. The flame starts from you. Tiger's eyes were filled with disgust for the majestic building in front of him. Who? A loud roar woke up the behemoth that had been sleeping for 800 years. The alarm sounded. Oops, there's a fire. Put out the fire. A shrill roar sounded. Countless shouts and cries for help rang out. What happened? The guards hurried over and looked at the flames filling the sky. I just felt like the sky was falling. It's over, it's over. The leader of the guard said while looking at the fire that was engulfing everything around him. What on earth is it? The leader of the guard grabbed a steward by the collar and roared. The surrounding flames made him feel chilled. Even if the surrounding temperature was enough to make a person's face turn red, it still couldn't change the chill in the other person's heart. He is finished. No matter what happens tomorrow, he will die. He is responsible for the fire. No, the slaves rioted. Sudden. Another roar sounded. Quick, pick up your weapon, the slave is killing someone. A person who was obviously in charge ran out of the Colosseum in a hurry, with a large amount of blood flowing from his shoulder. When the guard leader heard this, his pupils shrank. There are at least, slaves living in this Marijoya. He couldn't believe how big the riot would be. Quick, notify the Navy. The guard commander shouted quickly. Tesla, who was in the sky, saw fire rising below. Thunderstorm. The white lightning emanating from his eyes and the thunder surrounding his body made Tesla look down at the world like a god of thunder. An electric current instantly enveloped Marijoya below. Wherever the current passes, all electronic equipment and communication equipment failed one after another. The phone bugs all drooped their heads as if they had been knocked unconscious. I can't wake up no matter how I call. What happened? St. Peter, who was just about to take a rest, asked as he looked at Marijoya, who was in a mess. It appears to be on fire. The subordinate replied unsurely. Don't check yet. Peter Saint said angrily, but he didn't take it seriously. It might really be a fire. As for Xiao Luo and others who were hiding in the darkness, their eyes flashed with cold light. Action. Charlotte's voice fell and disappeared. Go alone to the depths of Marijoya to erase. The aura on his body was restrained to the extreme. Hiding in the darkness, even the passing agents did not notice Charlotte's aura. Charlotte is like a dark assassin, moving through the chaos. Rayleigh, Isdeth and others stood there. Chapter 597 Making a Trouble with Marijoya, 2. I'm going to. You take action according to the situation and try not to expose yourself. Rayleigh said while hiding in his black robe. Isdeth and the others, wearing black robes, nodded. If you can avoid being exposed, don't be exposed. Once the world government reacts, you won't have many chances to wait for others. It would be good to be exposed later and gain a few more seconds. Caesar and Isdeth looked at each other and nodded. The two men shrouded in black robes separated. Caesar led Klein and slewed towards Tiger. Isdeth, on the other hand, walked towards the main road with great dignity. Soon I met the escort coming for support. Who? The voice has not fallen. A cold light emerged. A group of ice sculptures stood motionless. Isdeth's tall figure walked on this spacious road, ignoring the cries and curses around him, and walked towards the guards who came for support. The fire is getting bigger and bigger. It was gradually discovered that the fire was out of control. Tiger lit fires everywhere, holding torches, and lit everything that could be ignited. Inside the ancient city of Pan. No, the situation is not right. Peter Saint, who had been observing the fire, finally realized that something was wrong. Someone set the fire deliberately. St. Peter said with an ugly expression. The direction of the fire was not normal at all. Wei Wei could understand it just by thinking about it. Quickly, go and notify the CP organization to protect the Tianlong people. By the way, investigate who it is? St. Peter urged. Yes. The assistant quickly went down to give instructions. Soon. A large number of CP organizations were divided into two groups. One small group went to check, and the other large group headed towards the place where the Tianlong people lived. The fire that dyed most of the sky red made it difficult for the CP organization to carry out the investigation work. Large numbers of people and slaves fled through the streets, blocking traffic. Kill. The head of the CP0 deputy chief said with a cold light in his eyes. Dozens of people behind him started killing those blocking traffic in front of them, whether civilians or slaves, without mercy. After a few minutes, the CP organization cleared a bloody path. Straight to the flames. Split up to investigate. Our mission is to figure out what's going on. Don't rush to take action. The deputy chief of CP0 looked at the people behind him and said. Yes. Everyone said in unison. They dispersed in the next second. And Fisher Tiger, who set the fire, rushed into the Colosseum. Brothers, I'm back, come out with me. Tiger took the key off the wall, opened a cage and shouted. But the people in the cage looked at Tiger numbly and did not make any move. Tiger sighed. This damn world. Tiger threw down the key and turned towards another cell. He has given them hope. It's up to them to grasp it. Tiger doesn't have time to persuade here. There are still a large number of slaves waiting for him to rescue. Click. Tiger opened another cage. Escape quickly to the north. There are ships there that can pick you up and be free. After Tiger said this, he dropped the shackles key on the ground and walked towards another cell. There are not many cells in the Colosseum. There are countless slaves held here. They were all collected by slave traders and performed for the celestial dragons in the Colosseum. Because of the special location, most of the slaves here are strong people. Except for a few people who were already numb, others saw the fire from the outside and the sudden appearance of a fishman and opened their cage. Let them see the dawn of freedom. Big Brother Tiger. A sudden cry. Let Tiger turn his head sharply. I saw a cell full of fishmen. Is it really you? Brother Tiger, I heard they said you ran away. Why did you come back? The fishman was very excited to see Tiger. Tiger ran over quickly and tore apart the chains in the cell. I'm back, come and rescue everyone. Tiger helped the fishman up and said. You. I knew Brother Tiger would never give up on us. The fishman sobbed excitedly after hearing this. Don't cry, walk quickly, go to the north, there are rescue ships there. Tiger said, looking at the fishman, and then looked at the fishman behind him. There are familiar faces and some unfamiliar ones. In just half a month, Mary Joa's fishmen were replenished. Brother Tiger, what about you? When the fishman saw Brother Tiger was about to leave, he quickly picked up Brother Tiger and asked. I still want to rescue other compatriots. Tiger said firmly. As soon as these words came out, all the fishmen present were moved. Brother Tiger, I'll go with you. I know where our fellow fishmen are. After hearing this, the fishman looked at Brother Tiger and said firmly. Tiger looked into the fishman's eyes for a moment and nodded. Go. Tiger pulled the fishman and walked quickly towards the outside world. The Colosseum has been cleaned up by Tiger. The place he was going to now was a gathering place for slave traders. There were countless slaves there. Tiger held the torch, and the flames burned all the way. The fire started again. And this scene was noticed by a CP who was observing the fire. It seems that someone is really setting the fire deliberately. They are really bold. The deputy chief of CP0 quickly shuttled across the roof and rushed towards the flames. Stand tall. Through the thick flames, the CP0 deputy general manager had roughly seen the figure. Murloc? The vice president of CP0 said in disbelief. It's actually a fishman. The inner anger of the CP0 vice president burned in his chest. A dirty fish man. The aura of the CP0 deputy chief surged around him. He wants to kill the other party with the most cruel means. Dare to set fire to God's territory. Capital offense. The deputy director of CP0 quickly crossed the roof and headed towards the fishman Fisher Tiger at an extremely fast speed. Sudden. A tall figure stood in front of the CP0 deputy chief. This way is dead. A playful voice sounded. Caesar's body was shrouded in black robes and stood in front of the CP0 deputy chief. The CP0 deputy chief's pupils shrank. Who are you? Do you know where this is? The vice president of CP0 felt a dangerous aura on the person in front of him and said in a deep voice. A passerby, I just want to chat with you. Caesar smiled softly. It seems they are the enemy. After the deputy chief of CP0 finished speaking, his eyes were filled with murderous intent. Finger gun. He took the first move and thrust his fingers like steel bars. Caesar smiled slightly. He pulled it out sharply from the back behind him. Clang. The vice president of CP0 only felt that his fingers hit hard steel. Can't get in. Caesar held the guando in his hand, and the tip of the knife touched the fingers stretched out by the CP0 deputy chief. Just one round of fighting. Both sides tested each other out. The deputy chief of CP0 quickly recalled the opponent who used the knife in his mind. Countless possibilities were ruled out by him. Chapter 598, Making a Trouble with Mary Joya, 3. Caesar? The vice president of CP0 shouted with his eyes slightly narrowed. What? Caesar was stunned and quickly reacted. He waved his hand and struck with a knife. Assholes, do you Rockefellers want to go to war with the world government? The vice president of CP0 shouted loudly. The deputy chief of CP0 yelled, trying to let the people around know who the person who invaded Mary Joya was. Caesar remembered his father's instructions before taking action. The big knife in his hand came directly towards CP0's face. The deputy director of CP0 quickly parried, unable to make a sound. Rockefeller Caesar. The deputy chief of CP0 was furious and wanted to retreat, but was firmly locked by Caesar. Who are you? There are experts like you in CP. Caesar slashed with his sword, blocking all the CP0 deputy commanders' escape routes. Deputy Chief CP0. Chief CP0 said. Oh. A deputy? Caesar suddenly realized. Asshole. Rockefeller Caesar, if you step down now, our world government can pretend that nothing happened. Otherwise, what awaits your Rockefeller pirates will be the wrath of God. The vice president of CP0 said with burning eyes. TCH, defeat me before we talk, the celestial dragon's dog. Caesar's sarcasm sounded, especially the last sentence, which almost made the CP0 commander lose his mind. Asshole, it is our honor to serve the great celestial dragons, and you cannot slander us. When CP0 saw this, he couldn't get away, so he could only fight with Caesar. Moment. The two stood together in front of this group of houses. The powerful destructive power of the two men instantly caused the collapse of surrounding houses. The CP agents scattered around immediately realized what was happening. Saint Pitt standing in Panga City saw dust rising in the distance, and his expression immediately darkened. Sure enough, there is something fishy. Saint Peter couldn't sit still anymore, quickly put on his suit and walked out quickly. Damn it, who chose this moment to leak the secret? Peter Saint walked quickly towards the flowers. That's where the adults are, and there must be no problems. It is their duty to protect you. The one hidden among the flowers slowly raised his eyes. And on the other side. After receiving the order from Lord Wuloxing, the CP0 chief took a large group of CP organizations to the residence of the Tianlong people. Lord Charles Saint, there is danger in Mariajoya. Terrorists have invaded Mariajoya. Master Wu Laoxing ordered us to take the Tianlong people to gather in the safe house and wait until the danger disappears before we can come out. Chief CP0 came to a magnificent castle and looked at the leader of the old celestial dragon and said. Huh? What's going on? How come there are intruders in Mariajoya? How do you CP organizations do things? The old Tianlong asked looking at the masked CP0 commander in front of him. Lord Charles Saint, we haven't heard of it yet. Please follow me to the safe house to protect the safety of your family. Chief CP0 said in a calm tone. Asshole you bastard, I must go to Wuloxing to get a copy of your book. The old Tianlong man became furious after hearing this. But he still led a family of draconians towards the depths of Mariajoya, protected by the CP organization in the middle. Countless CP organizations did not put out the fire immediately, but chose to protect the Tianlong people. As a result, Mariajoya was extremely empty inside and lacked high-end combat power. And in this scene, the hidden gaze deep in Mariajoya slowly opened. Sitting high on the throne, she calmly looked at the fire in the distance. Interesting, it seems that 800 years of stability have made you forget the danger. An unintelligible voice, male or female, sounded from the throne. My lord, do you need me to take action? Suddenly, a man in red clothes and holding a knife walked out from both sides of the building. He knelt down on one knee respectfully, lowered his head, and asked the king who had just sat down. No, let these people remember it. Im sitting on the throne and closed his eyes and said. But suddenly. Im opened his eyes suddenly. Interesting, really interesting. The momentum around him suddenly spread. The man with the knife, who was kneeling on one knee, lowered his head even more. There's a little mouse outside, go and deal with him. Im's words fell and disappeared from the throne. After hearing this, the man in red with a knife stood up, took out the long knife from his waist, and turned around slowly. Outside world. Charlotte looked at the building in front of her. Is this the highest power center of the world government? Charlotte touched her chin and looked at everything in front of her. Then he hid his figure and walked into the building without hesitation. Looking at the flowers and plants on both sides, which were full of life, Charlotte walked in the middle corridor, exploring them crazily. Hiding the aura around him. He wanted to see what the secret of the world government was. Come to a building. The gate blocked Charlotte. Charlotte looked at the door and realized something, and the corners of her mouth rose. Exposed. Charlotte shook her head. Sure enough, there was no secret in front of such an old monster. The 7-star sword appeared in his hand. A strange green surrounds the sword. A strange aura emerged from Charlotte's body. The surrounding flowers and plants looked so strange under this strange aura. Constantly swaying from side to side. Charlotte waved casually. Boom. The carved stone door shattered. Smashed towards the main hall. Sudden. A flash of blood-red light lit up. The stone door that Todoroki originally entered. Under the light of several red swords, the shattered stone door was shattered again. turned into dust. Da-da-da. Charlotte walked into the hall. He didn't look at the man in red clothes and white hair standing in the center of the hall, but looked at the surrounding scenery. There was no rush to fight. The man in red clothes and white hair stared at the walking figure and was slightly startled. Obviously he didn't expect it to be him. Interesting. Charlotte said something meaningful. Where is the owner here? I want to meet her. Charlotte looked around and looked at the man in red clothes and white hair standing in the middle of the hall and said, she is not something a humble person like you can see. The man in red clothes and white hair looked at Charlotte and said sarcastically, oh. Really? It seems that 800 years have passed and you really think of yourself as a person. Charlotte also sarcastically said. After the man in red clothes and white hair heard this, veins popped out in the hand holding the sword hilt. Can you tell me your name before we start? Charlotte looked at the person in front of her and asked. Sage Farengard Garen, a noble Draco. Saint Jolin raised his long knife and said to Charlotte. Saint Jolin, what a good name. It would be better if it didn't include the word saint. Charlotte smiled softly and praised. Swish. Jolin Shang obviously no longer wanted to continue chatting. Bend forward. A knife swings out. A powerful force burst out from the red slash. You resemble someone I've met, and you give me a sense of familiarity. Xia Luo raised his hand to block with his sword. Chapter 599 Making a Trouble with Mary Joya, 4. He was still a kid at that time, with red hair. Charlotte smiled. Cut off with a backhand sword. Jolin Shang's heart convulsed. He looked at Xia Luo with uncertain eyes and turned around to avoid the sword. The overlord-colored domineering wave he exuded at that time was exactly the same as yours. Xia Luo swung his sword. The green sword light cut through the air and struck towards the throne high in the hall. Saint Jolin saw this. He quickly turned around and struck the sword energy with his sword. Do you care about this throne? How about you and I joining forces to kill her and I help you sit on that throne? Charlotte's voice suddenly sounded from behind Saint Jolin. The long sword held high emitted a cold light. Clang. Jolin Shang's long sword blocked the incoming sword. You bastard, Rockefeller Charlotte, you deserve to die. Jolin Shang was disturbed by Charlotte's words. Does the world's greatest swordsman know how to talk? Jolin Shang separated the distance and glared at Charlotte with the long knife pointed in his right hand. Yo yo yo, you're angry, how could God be angry? Charlotte's angry voice sounded. Jolin Shang could no longer suppress his anger and struck out with a red light slash. Under this knife, the space was distorted. Demon slash. Charlotte also swung his sword. The two slashes met in the air. Boom. A powerful shock wave erupted. In the main hall, strong winds were blowing. The rubble flew around. Two figures stood in the main hall, facing each other. Do you think she is looking at the two of us? Charlotte held a sword flower on her arm. The strong wind around him stopped as if the pause button had been pressed. Jolin Shang said nothing. Instead, his eyes were fixed on Charlotte. The long sword in his hand is covered with armed color and domineering. Are you serious? Charlotte turned her wrist. The sword of the seven-star sword is also covered with a layer of green-black armed domineering energy. Whoosh. Clang. The two exchanged blows quickly. The tips of the knives collided in mid-air. That sparked a lot of sparks. Endless sword energy and sword energy raged around the two of them. The gravel dances wildly. The two retreated with one blow. When Charlotte looked at Jolin Shang, a shocking wave of overlord-like domineering energy suddenly erupted in his eyes. When Saint Jolin saw this, his eyes also widened. The dark red domineering color rises to the sky. The two stood opposite each other. Charlotte's red-green overlord-colored domineering wave rushed towards Jolin Shang's crimson overlord-colored domineering wave. The domineering colors of both sides collided with each other. It shrouded this beautiful castle like a canopy. The two momentums collided and exploded with powerful force. It flew directly over the head. A large number of buildings were affected and collapsed. Lightning raged overhead. Charlotte and Jolin Shang, one holding a sword and the other holding a knife. Black lightning flashed on and off the sword. Endless aura of destruction emanated from the two of them. Not far away. The flowers and plants in the yard quickly lost their vitality until they withered. Demon Sword Overlord. Blade Slash. The two acted at the same time, drawing out the weapons in their hands and slashing at each other. Clang. A huge sound of metal delivery sounded. Powerful overlord-colored domineering weapons entangled in mid-air. The weapons of both sides did not touch directly, but faced off in the air. Powerful energy fluctuations caused the surrounding area to become turbulent. The originally well-preserved building was instantly reduced to ashes at the moment of the confrontation. Not good. In the distance, Peter's heart sank as he looked at the huge building in the middle, and he quickly ran towards the flowers. The other 4-5 old stars also burst out with fierce eyes and quickly rushed out of Panga City. Red, green and crimson lightning fell from the sky, draped around Charlotte and St. Jolin. Powerful air waves instantly flooded all buildings. The clouds in the sky tore apart and split into two halves. And the movement here instantly attracted the attention of all Mariehua. God, it's cracked. I don't know who said it, which instantly caused everyone to panic. It's death. Caesar, Klein, and Slood all looked to the sky in the distance. It's Dad's breath, Dad fought. Klein and Slood looked at each other, instantly speeding up the movements in his hands. Countless gold and silver treasures, as well as various treasure chests, were packed into Charlotte's castle space by Klein and Slood. Let's go, we've finished collecting the treasures here, let's go to the next house. Klein looked at Slood and said. Okay. After hearing this, Slood waved his hand, and a mirror appeared in front of the two of them. Slood took the lead and walked in, while Klein followed behind. The outside world is in chaos. Klein and Slood didn't dare to walk around in the outside world. You can only walk among various Draco clans through the mirror space. Who? The moment Slood and Klein appeared, guarding the celestial dragons, they were quickly surrounded by the CP organization called the Celestial Dragon's Shield. It's careless. Klein cursed secretly. After searching 2 houses in a row, they did not encounter any danger, so the two of them relaxed their vigilance. Kill. Sluder didn't complain. After whispering something, 2 small daggers appeared in his hands. Quickly shuttle among the crowd in black. Flip wrist. The dagger cut through the bodies of the men in black one after another. What? Screams sounded. Quick, shoot! Shouted the man in black. Slud's eyes narrowed slightly upon hearing this. Light blue ripples spread out from Slud's body. The mirrors around her were sensed by her. Bang bang bang. Gunshots sounded. Slud quickly turned over and stretched out one hand. A crystal clear mirror appeared in front of Slud. Bullets hit the mirror. Didn't break the mirror, but it was like shooting into the water. There was just a slight ripple. What? Damn, I got hit. Stop, stop, stop shooting. Countless bullets passed through the mirror created by Slud, bounced off the surrounding mirrors, and shot among the men in black. Seeing the gunshots stop, Sruder saw chaos on the other side. Immediately tiptoe, like a ghost in the dark night. Quickly harvest the lives of the men in black. Less than 3 minutes. All the men in black who discovered them died in Slud's hands. Klein, who was standing aside, had no chance to take action. Wait until the battle is over. Slud walked out of the shadows and came to Klein's side. Solved. A faint voice sounded. Slud looked at Klein, who was a little dazed. Aren't you so strong? Klein only reacted now. Seeing that Slud was born only a few days after him, he was shocked. He never thought that his sister could be so strong. Slud rolled his eyes after hearing this. I just put your time on tour into training. After saying that, he walked towards the depths of the Celestial Dragon Palace without looking back. Chapter 600 Making a Trouble with Mary Joya, 5. Knocked on the closed door. He turned around to signal that it was time for Klein to take action. Klein was helpless and shrugged. He put his hand on the stone door. A transparent door appeared immediately. Klein pushed open the door with his hand. What comes into view is a secret room filled with gold, silver, and jewelry. No wonder Dad called us here? It turns out he was interested in the Tianlong people's financial reports. Klein said while putting treasure on his wrist. Hurry up. This is the home of the Celestial Dragons after all. If we stay any longer, it won't be that easy for us to escape after the people from the world government react. Slud quickly loaded up the gold and silver jewelry and said. Yes, we have harvested 8 more devil fruits. There are so many for just one family, and there are so many celestial dragon families waiting for us. Klein looked at the box containing the devil fruit placed on top of the treasure and couldn't even close his mouth with laughter. Yes, after returning this time, our Rockefeller pirates will make a lot of money. Slood also smiled. After the quick looting was completed, Schroeder took out a mirror and went inside. Soon the secret room felt empty. All the gold and silver jewelry and famous devil fruit swords that were placed there were gone. Klein and Slood took away everything in the secret room. Dig 3 feet. In Klein's opinion, anything in the treasure house is valuable. He didn't have time to choose, since he could fit as much as he wanted, so he took them all back. While Klein and Slood were secretly looting the treasure. The invasion of Mariajoya by the Rockefeller pirate gang and the fishmen can no longer be concealed. Quick, sound the alarm, the Rockefeller pirates are invading, sound the alarm. The CP0 deputy chief who was fighting Caesar yelled when he saw his companion coming. What? The members of the CP organization who came to support were shocked when they saw the man in black robe fighting with the captain. But without thinking much, someone immediately retreated and ran towards the guard room. There's a flare gun there. Caesar struck the CP0 deputy commander in the chest with a heavy knife. This knife directly caused the flesh and blood on the CP0 deputy chief's chest to burst open. Ha 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 ha, when the world government finds out, you will be dead, you are a bunch of rats. The vice president of CP0 paid a serious injury in exchange for the news of the invasion of the Rockefeller pirates. In his opinion, it was worth it. You, the lackey of the celestial dragons, live under the rule of the celestial dragons forever. Caesar also knew that the situation could no longer be concealed. Immediately his whole body became full of energy. The strength surged by another 3 points. Go down with a knife. Poochie. The vice president of CP0 was unexpected. The left arm was broken at shoulder level. Cut off by Caesar. Puff. The vice president of CP0 spurted out blood. The mask on his face fell off. He looked pale and covered his shoulders. He looked at Caesar with malicious eyes. The black robe fell from Caesar's head. The black robe draped around Caesar moved in the wind. Caesar's heroic face was revealed. If you die in my hands, your life will not be a loss. Caesar's voice sounded. The guando in his hand rumbled. Thunder and lightning wandered around the blade. Thunder half-moon slash. A blow carrying endless thunder enveloped the CP0 deputy commander, imprisoning all his escape routes. Falling with a blow that destroys everything. This street was instantly annihilated, including the deputy director of CP0. The battle falls. Caesar stood there, looking around. See the fluctuations of fighting in the center of the city. He gritted his teeth, picked up the guando and rushed over. And on the other side of the battlefield, Death stood alone at a crossroads. This road doesn't work. Ignoring the guards gathered around him. With just a cursory glance, Death knew that no fewer than 500 people had surrounded him. Death raised the corners of her mouth. You. He raised his eyes and scanned everyone. Surrounded by me. The voice fell. The Holy Realm sanction in Death's hand was pulled out fiercely and inserted into the ground. Moment. Endless cold wind blows. Feet. Ice emerges. The endless cold air spread along the earth and spread all around. At an extremely fast speed, it enveloped thousands of surrounding guards. Kill. But those guards didn't know that the ice was spreading rapidly under their feet. They only knew that if they did not catch the intruder, what awaited them would be the wrath of the Draco. Thousands of guards rushed towards Death. Death just smiled slightly. Frozen. 2 words came out of his mouth lightly. The thousands of people who were charging were frozen in the form of charging for the next second. Exquisite sculptures stand on this crossroads wrapped in firelight. And Death is like the god of death harvesting life. Click. Death turned around. The ice sculpture behind it seemed as if it had been hit by a heavy object. He stood there and broke apart. The extreme cold, coupled with the fiery temperature around him, made him feel cold and hot at the same time. A large number of ice sculptures shattered. The guards inside the ice sculpture also fell to pieces on the ground. The appearance of death was very miserable. It's a pity that they can't feel it. The moment they were frozen. Not only were their bodies frozen, but their souls and minds also stopped at the moment they were frozen. Death walked on the floor paved with bluestone. The sound of footsteps sounded. In this quiet flame, apart from the sound of burning, it seemed extremely peaceful. The domineering power of seeing and hearing is released. Checking everything around. All the world government personnel who gathered in groups were strangled by his death. The world government's support seems to be on paper. Let his death kill. Okay? His death suddenly frowned and looked in one direction. Slowly walked over. Sister, can we really escape? Look at the flames all around. Two younger girls asked as they hugged an older girl. It must be possible, it must be possible. The girl looked at the flames and countless yells and curses around her and said. Holding his two sisters, he huddled in a corner to hide himself and others. Quick, protect Lord Tianlong to the safe house. The surrounding CP organizations escorted the three surrounded Tianlong people in the middle and shouted. Killing everyone who stands in front of the Tianlong people. Both slaves and citizens. As long as you stand in front of the Celestial Dragon, you will be killed by the CCP of the Celestial Dragon's shield that protects the Celestial Dragon. Asshole, damn it, if I let this god know who set the fire, I will definitely skin him and make it my carpet. A younger celestial dragon in the middle cursed loudly with an oxygen bubble. Okay, son, wait until tomorrow, I must let these guys know how powerful their Tianlong people are. The elder Draco comforted his son.